This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. That person said, just kill him directly, leave him with a whole corpse. When Chishu woke up, his head was throbbing. The icy rain made his face deathly pale. He didn't open his eyes immediately, but he could feel several invisible forces rushing towards him. Instinctively, he exhausted his remaining supernatural power to activate his shield and counterattack. Bang! Several thuds of people falling to the ground rang out. Chishu gasped for breath, leaning against the wall to stand up. He wiped the rain from his face, and finally saw the several burly, A-level mental power users above him. The person they were talking about was probably the real young master of the Earl's mansion, who wanted to kill the original owner of this body. The original owner, who had managed to escape several pursuits, had finally met his end this time. After transmigrating, Chishu nearly died again. He endured the discomfort, fumbled for an electronic mask in his spatial storage, and donned it, instantly transforming his appearance. While processing the original owner's memories, he leaned against the wall to leave, his legs feeling like lead. There were no surveillance cameras patrolling this area. Chishu felt no remorse towards the people on the ground. He had simply given them a taste of their own medicine. He had used his own mind control ability, and those people, even if not dead, would be half dead, crooked-eyed and skeletal, practically no different from dead. As he turned into the alleyways of the slums, patrol alarms sounded behind him. Chishu's heart pounded with tension. He gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, the alley growing darker as he went deeper. At this point, Chishu was beyond fear. His only thought was to escape and find a safe place to hide. In the darkness, Chishu instinctively wandered aimlessly. The rain, which had been falling for an unknown amount of time, suddenly stopped. Exhausted and weakened by his depleted superpowers, he watched as a square gate formed by blue light drew closer, occasionally flashing the words Pear City. The roads leading to Pear City were interconnected, with several unfixed entrances. This was a place to evade pursuit. Although it was only labeled Pear City, it was actually a black market on planet Pulin, beyond the jurisdiction of even the Star Bureau. Chishu finally breathed a sigh of relief and stepped into the black market. The market was dimly lit, and the people were dressed in bizarre costumes, most wearing electronic masks, capes, and hats. He felt extremely uncomfortable being soaking wet. After entering, he immediately found a relatively clean restroom, changed into inconspicuous clothes, and then went out to blend into the crowd of people in the black market. Here, there were wanted criminals, who had committed countless crimes, and also some nobles, who had disguised themselves to hunt for bargains. Chishu expressionlessly drank a vial of saccharin-flavored nutritional supplement to replenish his energy. The taste was indeed much better than the expired canned food of the apocalypse. He decided to stay here for a while longer, found a chair next to an inconspicuous stall, sat down, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes to rest for a while. But his mind couldn't relax. Layers upon layers of memories weighed on him, making it hard to breathe. Through these memories, he suddenly realized that he had transmigrated into the only BL novel he had read in the apocalypse, Dawn. This book focused on plot, and had little romance. Chishu believed that the downside of reading too many novels was that he forgot them all, and after finishing one, he couldn't even remember the protagonist's full name. He only remembered the original owner's story, because they shared the same name. He didn't know where the main characters of the story were right now, and he couldn't recall much else about Dawn. He only vaguely knew that the original owner was cannon fodder, an existence meant to enrich the protagonist's resume. Because his soul and body were constantly merging, Chishu felt a headache coming on. After rubbing his temples to relieve the headache, he decided to first sort through the original owner's memories. The original owner was a child who had been manipulated and abused by the Count and Countess since childhood. He was powerless to resist domestic violence. Before entering the academy on the Capital Star, his terminal was often confiscated, preventing him from accessing the internet. He had very few opportunities to contact the outside world. Whenever he had internet access, he would cling to his fiancée, who was the only person he could contact outside. As soon as the real young master returned, the original owner took the blame for many things, including, but not limited to, damaging the real young master's mecha, making the real young master eat food he was allergic to, and pushing the real young master off the hover car. The adoptive parents found a reason to claim great disappointment in the original owner, demanding that the newly adult original owner return the money spent on raising him over the years. The young master, meanwhile, devised a plan: have a loan company connected to the Earl's mansion lend the original owner a loan, which would then be used to repay the Earl's mansion. Leaving aside the preceding events, Chishu, who had transmigrated, couldn't believe this fact. He opened his eyes and, unwilling to give up, checked his personal terminal. A debt of 3 billion interstellar coins, to be repaid in installments over 300 years. Okay, now he was completely resigned. In his previous life, he wouldn't even want to owe someone 30 yuan, and this time he owed 3 billion. Interstellar people's lifespan is about 500 years. He would have to work tirelessly for 300 years to repay it. If he couldn't repay, he'd be captured and sent to a desolate planet to reclaim wasteland. Or perhaps, he should just be sent back to the apocalypse. Actually, zombies are quite cute. Chi Shu had always thought that people on Earth who could get a 30-year mortgage were incredibly impressive, but in interstellar space, someone could get a 300-year unsecured loan. They were really something else. He rubbed his face bitterly, suddenly thinking that maybe expired canned food tasted better. Maybe he'd wake up back in the apocalypse? This all had to be a lie. Until someone on the street wasn't looking where they were going and stepped on his foot. Apologizing profusely, he was forced to face the truth, hugging his knees and sobbing. Chi Shu didn't know whether he was more miserable than the original owner of this body. After accumulating a huge debt, the original owner overheard that the Earl's mansion hadn't switched babies at birth, but rather that the Earl had deliberately arranged it. The original owner's biological parents were originally the richest people on planet Pulin, and the real young master had lived a life of luxury. However, later, the couple's company ran into trouble, and on their way to exile on a mining planet, they both committed suicide. Only then did the true young master undergo plastic surgery and return to the Earl's mansion. The Earl's plan was for him to inherit the couple's company, but who knew this would happen? The Earl and the true young master felt their efforts had been in vain and ultimately took their anger out on the original owner. The original owner overheard this, and was accidentally discovered. After being kicked out of the house, the true young master, fearing the original owner would expose the matter and damage the Earl's reputation, secretly sent people to kill her. In the end, the original owner was indeed killed. Chi Shu, who had transmigrated, looked up at the sky helplessly. This was truly a disastrous start. The original owner had a terrible reputation on the Star Network, ranked last in school exams, had an F-level mental strength, and her only help, the Duke's son and fiancé Slade, had fallen for the true young master. After breaking off their engagement, he became engaged to the true young master. The original owner died without understanding why she had to endure so much for doing nothing. In the book, the original owner, a cannon fodder character, is merely a part of the story. A year after the original owner's death, the protagonist, along with his subordinates, conducts a clandestine investigation on planet Pulin. They uncover evidence that the true young master of the Earl's mansion hired someone to kill the original owner. Even after the truth is revealed, the original owner still doesn't receive an apology from those who cyberbullied him. What's most infuriating is that the real killer, the true young master, doesn't actually face punishment. He uses a clone to go to jail. Chi Shu trembles with rage. Living in the original owner's body, he also wants to do something for him, but unfortunately, he can't now. He even longs to return to the apocalypse. Chi Shu is now only grateful that his electronic mask can still be used a few more times. At least until his acquired powers recover somewhat, he can avenge the original owner. For a moment, Chi Shu doesn't want to abide by interstellar law. He wants to kill all those people to quell the anger burning in his body. For some reason, the people around him feel a chill in the air and involuntarily hunch their shoulders. Chapter 2. Coming to his senses, Chi Shu looked at the black market, wanting to find something to exchange for an anonymous personal terminal. However, the original owner's only possessions were 3 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of shoes, an electronic mask, and 2 bottles of nutrient solution. That's it? That's all? Chi Shu searched his spatial storage for a long time, but only found this much. Chi Shu, Oh well, let him eat first before considering anything else. Just then, the stall owner in front of him suddenly got into an argument with a customer. Chi Shu, being so close, couldn't possibly miss it. Boss, these star cards are way too expensive. This intermediate population card, according to the star card skill demonstration device, can only sustain 20 people in combat for 2 minutes, and they all just pick their noses. How are they supposed to fight like that? You're asking for 150,000. Why don't you just rob me already? And this intermediate energy card only allows mechs to fight for 2 minutes. I haven't even gotten into the action yet, and it's over. You're charging me 200,000 for this card. I'm rich, not stupid. The card maker boss, dressed in a black robe, said coldly, take it or leave it. If not, get lost. In today's interstellar society, card makers are extremely rare. Advanced card makers have very high mental power levels and are mostly used by royalty and the military. Some even teach at schools. Card makers without a fixed workplace are incredibly sought after and highly valued on the black market. Star cards first appeared 3,000 years ago, specifically for use by armies without mental power. Advanced star cards can even be used against S-level mental power users. After the war ended, the rulers with high mental strength almost wiped out all the card makers in order to control resources and centralize power. However, after killing all the card makers, what awaited them was not interstellar peace, but the invasion of the Zerg army, which caused heavy casualties among half of the interstellar population and soldiers. This painful historical lesson taught them the importance of card makers. In short, whether they are psychic or not, anyone participating in combat will rely on the help of star cards. With star cards, they might buy time to avoid death, or they might deliver a fatal blow to win the battle. Interstellar law explicitly states that star cards are equivalent to mechs. However, those who can create star cards are extremely rare. Even those with exceptional talent can't produce many high-level star cards in a year. This is why the owner of this mid-level star card shop can be so arrogant. If you don't want it, plenty of others will. Me. I want it. I want it. Boss, do you have any more? Me too. I want it too. He doesn't want it, but I do. It's just picking noses. Boss, don't be angry. Even if those 20 people show up while they're using the toilet, it doesn't matter. Exactly, only 200,000, so cheap. The boss is so kind, he won't raise the price. Chishu's expression was complicated as he watched the boss put the star card into the transparent box. While he was internally complaining about how easy it was to make money, his sharp gaze swept over the star card, and he froze. Wait, the words on this star card, aren't they just the traditional Chinese characters for the characters from his hometown? They're just written in a way that looks like caterpillars crawling. The characters are crooked and difficult to recognize without careful observation. This is the traditional Chinese version of 20 people picking their noses. Chishu felt like he was dreaming. Card maker? Someone who writes traditional Chinese characters? That's ridiculous. But then again, it makes sense. No wonder the original owner remembered many card makers in interstellar history as having black eyes and black hair. After tens of thousands of years of development, a common language gradually became widespread in interstellar space. Even those who could recognize simplified Chinese characters were almost extinct, let alone traditional characters. The original owner of this body was strictly controlled by the Earl's mansion. Every action was monitored, and he had never even touched a star card. Under the guidance of the Earl and Countess, he studied culinary arts at the academy, which explains why Chishu was completely ignorant of this field. Laughing? Brother, what are you laughing at? A man with a black snake wrapped around his neck, who had just been pushed forward by a group of people, approached. Chishu didn't know when his lips had curled into a smile. He only felt as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. No, I'm not laughing at you. Chishu replied casually, his supernatural ability habitually testing the other party for malice. His gaze lingered on the black snake around the man's neck, sensing that this person was not simple. It's good that you're not mocking me, otherwise I won't let you off the hook. The snake man said fiercely, then turned to leave. Chishu thought for a moment, then suddenly called out to him, what type of star card do you want? An offensive one? Or an energy one? The snake man thought Chishu had connections, and even lowered his voice unconsciously. He pulled Chishu to a quiet corner and asked again, do you have any? No, I can try. Chishu unconsciously took a step back, distancing himself from the snake. Actually, he had nothing on him. At most, he gambled. If he won, he won. If he lost, he'd just get beaten up. No one would kill someone for a few time, and a few star coins worth of a carrier card, right? The carrier cards used to make star cards weren't rare metals. They could be bought everywhere in the interstellar space, so they were very cheap. You? The snake man sized up the black-haired, black-eyed boy before him, then probed his mental energy. It was almost non-existent. He hesitated, unsure whether to waste a few minutes, but the black market was a place teeming with hidden talents. Perhaps something was amiss? Me. Chishu, who had been eating irregularly, smiled slightly. All right, let's give it a try. Could you buy me a storage card and a mental energy conversion pen first? The original owner's mental energy was almost non-existent, while Chishu's ability had recovered somewhat after his recent rest. He figured concentrating on writing traditional Chinese characters wouldn't be difficult. The challenge was whether he could actually use it. But it didn't matter. He'd give it a shot. The snake man wasn't short of money. Seeing his sincerity, and not seeming like someone who would play games, he readily agreed, even renting him a small workspace on the black market for 30 star coins per hour. Chishu felt a little nervous after receiving the golden card, about the size of a playing card. He even considered asking the guy not to embarrass him if he failed. "Stop dawdling, hurry up, I need to eat." The snake man urged him from beside him, his face saying, "I'm playing with you, don't let me down." Chishu swallowed hard, picked up the conversion pen, and slowly channeled his mental energy into it, but with a ding, the connection was lost. "Are you even capable?" The snake man thought he might have been fooled. Could this guy really not even have mental energy? Chishu, wait, I just wasn't concentrating. A thin layer of sweat covered his forehead. Enduring the discomfort, he slowly activated a wisp of his newly accumulated supernatural power, daring to wave it in front of the man. Finding that the man seemed unable to see his power, he turned around, blocking the man's view, and boldly channeled his power into the conversion pen. No more ding sounds were heard. Chapter 3. When making cards, card makers must concentrate, writing down whatever symbols come to mind. They often mistake traditional Chinese characters for certain symbols, and in most card makers' minds, star cards can only be created randomly. Chishu was no exception. Suddenly, the words 100 people farting popped into his mind, and his hand unconsciously wrote down the traditional Chinese characters. Could he say he didn't do it on purpose? The other person wanted an attack card. How could he forget that? Chishu was already drenched in sweat, unsure if the card would even work. He handed it to the snake man. The snake man was shocked, thinking, this guy's writing is quite professional. The symbols on this card are even neater and more beautiful than the previous card makers. He put on gloves, picked up the newly made star card, and placed it on the star card detector to view the effect. After watching, the snake man turned around to look at Chishu, dumbfounded. Chishu observed how to use the detector, but after seeing the playback effect, he was a little embarrassed to watch. Was his mind really filled only with shit and pee? Chishu was so embarrassed his face almost split open. Can I say, this was a mistake? Holy crap. Bro. You can't be a genius, can you? Intermediate level. I don't think you're that old, and your mental strength isn't that strong. How could you create an intermediate level star card without even blinking? You have to keep this a secret, or you suffer later. Some powerful people like to enslave card makers. Chishu's arm was being held down, the snake on his body getting closer and closer, almost hissing at his face. Sorry, this kind of card is still. I think this card lasts for 3 minutes, and it's a mid-level card, so I give it to you for 200,000 at market price. The snake man was genuinely satisfied with the card. It was far more useful than those 20 people picking their noses. He was already imagining how interesting tomorrow's competition would be, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly, releasing Chishu's shoulder. Brother, I'm so glad I talked to you. By the way, how much are the star coins? Can you still make more? Not today. The little bit of supernatural power he had just stored up had been completely depleted. The fact that supernatural power could be used to make cards was a pleasant surprise for him. He had originally thought that his body's mental energy was usable, but the level was too low. Alright then, you're really amazing, so young and promising. May I be so bold as to add you on the contact list? I help you with anything you need, as long as it's within my capabilities. The intermediate level star card allows for anonymity, so he didn't know the card maker's name. He felt incredibly lucky to have met this card maker. He had a gut feeling that talking to this person might be fruitful. And it actually worked. Moreover, he really didn't want to miss the opportunity to get to know this person. Could you help me get an anonymous terminal? And buy me a ticket to the Capital Star? Preparing these two things shouldn't be difficult. They're available on the black market, and can offset the star card's cost. The original owner's terminal had too much debt. Any deposits would be deducted. The snake man was slightly taken aback, but didn't ask too many questions. He not only helped Chishu buy an anonymous terminal, but also deposited 200,000 into it, and finally bought him a spaceship ticket to the Capital Star for tomorrow afternoon from a scalper. Chishu, are there scalpers in interstellar space too? Thank you so much. You're welcome. Can we add each other as friends using the anonymous terminal? Sure. Chishu hadn't actually recovered from that 100 people farting mental image. Thinking about it made him realize he shouldn't have laughed at those 20 nose-picking guys. The snake man was still in a state of euphoria. The chance of encountering a star card master outside the capital planet was lower than encountering a top interstellar figure. Chishu had no idea how happy he was to have met someone who made star cards. This meant that from now on, This guy would prioritize asking him if he wanted any cards. He raised his wrist terminal and tapped Chishu's terminal bracelet twice. Chishu awkwardly accepted the request. I pay you back the 200,000 as soon as possible. Chishu thanked him again solemnly. He was truly unlucky, yet also incredibly lucky. What kind of ruthless people weren't there in the black market? He actually met someone like the Snake Man who trusted him. No, I didn't help you for nothing. When you get your star card, remember to consider me first. You don't need to pay me back, consider it a gift. The Snake Man had already spent more than 200,000 star coins on the terminal and spaceship ticket, plus the 200,000 stored in the terminal, so it was double the price. Okay, I will. Chishu was feeling weak and listless. After saying goodbye to the Snake Man, he found a cheap hotel in the black market to stay in. Since it was interstellar time, there were cleaning robots everywhere, so the environment wasn't too bad. Overall, it was acceptable. After taking a shower and drinking a vial of nutrient solution, Chishu went straight to sleep. Meanwhile, Subayan, the true young master of the Su Earl's mansion, already knew that the mental seeds of those sent to hunt down Chishu had been destroyed, and those people would all become brain dead. He would not only have to pay compensation, but also support these brain-damaged people. He was so angry that he smashed things all over the house, and could only vent his anger online, fabricating several rumors about Chishu running away from home and eloping with someone. He refused to believe that someone would be willing to save Chishu, a desperate and mentally weak piece of trash. Since he dared to escape, he wouldn't let him catch him, otherwise, he would definitely kill this piece of trash. After posting on Weibo, his fans immediately comforted him downstairs. Don't be afraid, Enan. It's good that that wicked guy ran away, now he won't bully you anymore. So the reason he was jilted was actually because he cheated on you? That's disgusting. Poor Enan, your fiancé was always yours, and besides, Slade is the Duke's son, Chishu is completely unworthy. His biological parents are just commoners. After Chi Duwang sucked your family's blood, he ran away without paying back the money? The Earl's mansion is truly magnanimous. The next morning, Chishu bought some nutrient solution at the black market and 2 sets of inconspicuous clothes. He put on a mask in front of the mirror and saw a face exactly like his previous self. Without time to think too much, he hurriedly set off for the port. After showing him his black ship ticket, the routine checkers led him to a relatively cramped single cabin. It had a bed, a bathroom, and a toilet, but he couldn't move around outside. For smugglers like him, who are trying to evade tracking, some spaceships that are willing to risk breaking the law will take them, clearing out the space that was originally used to store cargo for them to live in. In his haste, Chishu had no time to appreciate the scenery of the starport. All he could think about was getting away first. Chapter 4. His purpose in going to the capital planet was simple. First, the security was good. Second, school was about to start, and the real young master would be coming to school, but this bad seed had to come alone. The original owner was dead, and if he couldn't kill this guy, he wouldn't let him get away with it. Of course, interstellar law could be followed, or it could be used in reverse. Having woken up to find he couldn't return to the apocalypse, Chishu had to find his own way out. On the second day of the spaceship's journey, the Snake Man sent good news, saying he had participated in a competition and won $1 million prize using his star card. He also said he was very happy and satisfied using his star card. Afterwards, the Snake Man sent him a link, and when he clicked on it, he found, not only were the Snake Man's opponents vomiting, but even the audience couldn't escape it. The comments section under this video was filled with victim testimonies. Which card maker created this bioweapon? I wasn't paying attention and inhaled it. Disaster? An epic disaster. Card maker who made the star cards, are you alright? This is the first time I ever wanted to hit a card maker. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. I never thought I'd be attacked just for watching a match. That smell could even penetrate our mental energy shield. Disgusting. I won't describe the smell, it's really disgusting. 100 people farting? Which card maker is so outrageous? Can't they think straight? Chishu guiltily turned off the screen. Could he say he didn't do it on purpose? He really was just applying a formula. After all, the first star card he ever saw was 20 people picking their noses. Snake Man, haha, here's another 200,000 for you. I'm so happy today. I finally won back my losses. Chishu, no need. Just as he was about to return the money, the Snake Man suddenly reminded him. Snake Man, renting on the capital planet is quite expensive. With your money plus food and drink, it probably won't even last a month. Chishu, No, interstellar inflation is too high. Snake Man, Mainly because the capital planet is a gathering place for nobles and royalty, land is incredibly valuable. Chishu felt incredibly burdened. He knew expenses on the capital planet were high, but 400,000 not enough for a month was outrageous. Just yesterday, he was in the apocalypse, using his ability to manipulate zombies to grow crops for him, and today he was already thinking about interstellar prices. 3 days later, the spaceship finally arrived at the skyport above the capital planet. The spaceships were densely packed here, the port passageways stretching out like a spider web. Following the instructions, Chishu boarded the airship bound for Sector 23. These past few days, he had learned on the interstellar network that Sector 23 was the most cost-effective place to rent on the capital planet, close to school, and with the best security. The capital planet is vast, 100 times the size of Earth, divided into 100 regions. Land, ocean, and glaciers each occupy approximately 1/3 of the planet's surface. Sitting in the airship, Chishu gazed at the expansive land, his heart pounding. Facing a new life amidst the cataclysmic events, he was surprisingly looking forward to it. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at District 23. Please take your belongings with you to avoid forgetting anything. The airship's intelligent system broadcast. After disembarking, he would need to take a hover car to find housing. Chishu checked his body. His powers had recovered to less than 1/10, but it was barely enough, at least for the short term, so he didn't have to worry about his safety. The interstellar population is incredibly diverse. The people on the airships included both orcs and humans. Chishu occasionally tested them with his abilities, finding that these people truly couldn't see or sense him, which reassured him considerably. Upon arriving at the transfer hall of Sector 23, Chishu used the advanced terminal ride-hailing system and boarded a driverless hover car in less than 15 seconds. He belatedly realized how remarkably stable his emotions were. He had managed to walk this far without batting an eye. If it weren't for his poor health, he probably would have been full of energy and wanted to explore everywhere. 3 minutes later, the hover car dropped him off on the ground of the rental center. It was around 3 p.m., and the light was quite strong. He sat on the back of the rental robot, like riding in a carriage, and went to find an apartment on his own. In the interstellar era, it was perfectly reasonable for a robot to take him to find an apartment. Chishu wasn't even surprised. As for why, he didn't book online directly. To avoid being scammed. Chishu ultimately chose a one-bedroom apartment, about 40 square meters, very close to an offline supermarket, for 10,000 yuan a month, with a 3-month deposit and 3 months rent in advance. Chishu spent 60,000 star coins at once. It wasn't until a day later that he understood why the snake man had said a month's supply wasn't enough. He didn't want to take the nutrient solution anymore, so he went to the supermarket to buy ingredients. The ingredients were ridiculously expensive. 2 cucumbers cost 1,000 star coins? Thinking about it later, it made sense. The Randall star system didn't have many agricultural planets suitable for growing vegetables and raising livestock. Many planets either had poor soil, unsuitable temperatures, or were prone to strong winds. The fact that their food supply had been preserved was entirely due to the seed bank that humanity had prepared before the Great Catastrophe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have anything to eat now. Food can be passed down, but written characters can't. This is likely due to the assimilation of interstellar societies. Now, the Empire, and even the Federation and the Zerg, all use a common interstellar language. Simple, easy to understand, and not cumbersome, but also monotonous. After going to the supermarket, buying necessities, and witnessing one orc fight another, Chishu left satisfied. He went home and ate a raw cucumber. Crisp and sweet, it was better than the nutrient solution, at least it gave him some satiety. Having found a place to stay and taken a nap, Chishu finally logged into the original owner's account on the interstellar network. Sure enough, after he left, Su Bian started making up new stories, saying he had run away from home and eloped. Chishu jokingly tagged him. Why study mecha? Screenwriting would suit you perfectly. No, I mean your whole family. Chishu, who had never dared to speak out online before, immediately confronted the entire internet upon logging in. This ambiguous statement left much to the imagination, since it had all been Su Bian talking alone, and netizens weren't all fools. Some had already sensed something was amiss. However, this wasn't the end of it. Chishu had good signal, time, and energy, so he started scrolling through the messages one by one. Regarding the elopement, Chishu he said, "What? Your dad wasn't home one night last month. Did he go to sell himself?" Guess? Anyone can guess. Regarding Su Bian's sarcastic remarks about Chishu being dumped and abandoned, Chishu he said, "Yes, he was having an affair with you before we broke off the engagement." You two are a match made in heaven. I'm not good enough for the Duke's son. A mere F rank? How can I be better than a B rank who rose through drugs? Regarding Qi Shu owing the Earl's family money, Qi Shu had, he said, the Earl's mansion, in conjunction with the loan company, extorted 3 billion from me. We can only discuss that in court. Chapter 5. After posting 3 messages in quick succession, Qi Shu wasn't afraid at all. He was currently on the Capital Star, where people with titles were everywhere. The Earl's mansion of Pulin Star didn't even have the right to extend their reach here, which was why Qi Shu had come here to retaliate. Less than 3 minutes after Qi Shu posted on Weibo, Su Baiyan's fans swarmed in like flies. Words are meaningless. Is Qi Shu starting to lie through his teeth? Slander? Spreading rumors? Qi Shu, your language is so vulgar. What do you mean by your father? Isn't the Earl your father? How dare you talk about your father like that? A B rank who's been upgraded. At least he's a B rank. What right do you, an F rank, have to talk about him? It's all your fault. You stole his resources. What fraud. What nonsense. Don't we know how high the Earl's mansion's reputation is? Qi Shu laughed after reading them all. He replied uniformly, these past few days, Qi Shu's soul and the original owner's body have gradually merged, and his memories have become increasingly clear. It turns out the original owner was tricked so badly. Qi Shu wasn't one to tolerate things passively. If he couldn't immediately avenge a wrong, he would never hold back. The original owner of this body, drugged and disoriented, was forced to sign an agreement. Had he not woken up early and overheard Su Baiyan and his adoptive mother's conversation, he would never have realized it was all a scam. Qi Shu's statement caused a huge uproar online. He didn't respond further and tried to contact a lawyer, but no one would take his case. Because the matter was highly controversial, and the Earl still held a title, ordinary lawyers on Pulin Star would simply be secretly eliminated. Qi Shu wasn't surprised. If he couldn't find a lawyer, the Earl's mansion wouldn't have an easy time either. Qi Shu's counterattack came like a tornado accompanied by torrential rain, sweeping across the entire Earl's mansion. Enraged, Su Baiyan smashed the room to pieces. That damn Qi Shu. Why didn't I strangle him while he was sleeping? How dare he spout nonsense online? Does he have anyone backing him? He dares to go against me. The Earl and Countess were both unsettled today. They never expected Qi Shu to actually expose this. They also wondered if Baiyan's engagement to the Duke's son, Slade, would be affected. Now, increasingly discordant voices are emerging online, and many netizens are beginning to doubt the Earl's mansion. Qi Shu is arrogant and domineering, always buying this and that. Spending money is normal, but to spend 3 billion on Pulin Star, a relatively remote area. I don't believe it. Qi Shu is only 20 years old, just turned 18, and they're already making him take out loans to pay it off? The Earl's mansion is really impatient. Hard to judge. Some people are just taking advantage of Qi Shu not having biological parents or any powerful backers. Of course, there were also some brainwashed fans of Su Baiyan who remained calm. I don't believe it. I don't believe a single word that such a vicious person like Qi Shu said. The official account of the Su Earl's mansion used to celebrate Qi Shu's birthday every year, so I believe the Earl isn't the kind of person to bully a child. Baiyan used to have such a hard life, having to earn money through live streaming to support his family. Oh my god, comparing this makes me feel sorry for it again. Afterwards, Su Baiyan hired a wave of online trolls to smear all the comments unfavorable to the Earl's mansion, and things only calmed down slightly by nightfall. Qi Shu didn't have time to look at it right now. He was making star cards. Through his learning on the Star Network these past few days, he learned that Basic Star Card, 3 symbols, Intermediate Star Card, 5 symbols, Advanced Star Card, 7 symbols, Top Tier Star Card, 10 symbols. Advanced and Top Tier Star Cards cannot be anonymous, that's the rule. The so-called symbols are actually traditional Chinese characters. Modern interstellar people don't understand them, and think they're runes. No matter how hard archaeologists dig, they can't return to Earth, because Earth has vanished into the brilliant galaxy. After studying it for several days, Qi Shu felt this thing was too mystical. It was like some kind of ancestral master possessed him. For a moment, his mind and hands were completely out of control. After exploring it again, Qi Shu began to gather his strength, this time thinking of a combat-type star card. He really didn't want another one of those disgusting and embarrassing cards. With his powerful strokes, after completing the star card again, Qi Shu froze. Looking closely, he was about to collapse. Why did the very thing he didn't want to happen? On the table were several traditional Chinese characters for mech striptease performance. This was clearly a high-level star card, and Qi Shu had no intention of writing his name on the back. What a disaster. Why did this happen? He didn't even dare to use the high-level star card anymore. But his hand was out of control. If only he could find a way to restore his ability level, his ability should be strong enough to control it a little, right? After all, he had a mind control type of ability, he thought sadly. He took out the star card detection and playback device he bought for 50,000, embedded the star card in it, and saw a virtual mech begin to disassemble itself. Seems like it might work. Anyway, no one could understand these words, so Chishu's heart immediately calmed down. He sent the card and the detection video to Snake Man, asking if he still wanted it. He wondered if Snake Man was asleep. Chishu sighed, preparing to consider selling the star card again tomorrow, when Snake Man immediately called him via voice communication. Master Chi. You're amazing. You actually created a high-level star card. Your hidden spiritual power is probably at least S rank. I felt you had a powerful aura when I saw you last time. After listening to the Snake Man praise him for a full 3 minutes, Chishu finally couldn't help but interrupt. I give it to you, will you buy it? High-level star cards and mid-level star cards are not in the same league anymore. Attack-type star cards are around 1.5 million. Except for top-tier star cards, most star cards are one-time consumables and cannot be reused, so selling them for a little over $1 million is just right. I'd buy it. But not me. My brother said he wants one. He's going to participate in the regional league soon. With this card, he can win immediately. Chapter 6. Chishu, unaware of the price, added the Snake Man's brother, and a fiery red fox avatar jumped into his contact list. After adding him, the other party immediately sent a message asking if it was real. Chishu sent him the same photo and a test video. Little Red Fox, thank you so much. This is exactly the star card I needed, and this skill set is so cool. Little Red Fox, I give you 2 million. Could you consider selling it to me and Little Black later? Little Black is the Snake Man, and the Black Snake is his spiritual entity. Chishu only realized this later. Now, in Little Black and Little Red's eyes, he's practically a cheat code, which is why they're begging to be his benefactor. Chishu understands their feelings. After all, star cards and mechs can be used simultaneously, even legally, so using star cards isn't shameful. On the contrary, it's widely encouraged. Chishu thought for a moment and replied, I'm on the capital planet. I don't know if it can be delivered on time. Little Red Fox, don't worry. Me too. I'm here too. I sent you the address, thank you, Angel. Chishu was immune to their flattery, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Remembering he couldn't remain anonymous, he immediately registered as a card maker on the Star Network. There were no barriers to registration on the Star Network. All he needed to do was upload a video of himself successfully making a star card, and the intelligent verification would approve it. The intelligent verification process only took 1 minute. When he received the 2 million, his hand still trembled slightly. He hadn't expected to actually earn such a large income from card making. He couldn't help but feel grateful to his past self, who had roughly learned traditional Chinese characters, because he wanted to learn how to write couplets. Meanwhile, Xiaohong also sent him a live stream link, saying that his match would be tomorrow afternoon, and the number 33 fiery mech would be his. Chishu agreed to watch the match when he had time, and then placed an order for the robot to deliver it to Xiaohong. The address Xiaohong gave him was in the district next to his, but even in the next district, it was still halfway around the world. Of course, delivery is very fast these days. It was delivered in less than 5 minutes, and Xiaohong received it. The next morning, Chishu woke up groggily, unable to remember who he was or where he was. Having lived here for 2 days, Chishu adapted quickly. To improve his physique and restore his superpower, he needed to exercise more. The nearby park wasn't very busy, because most people were exercising in gaming pods, sweating profusely when they came out. Chishu didn't have the means for that yet. He needed to save up a lot of money to hire lawyers for the lawsuit. Repaying 3 billion was impossible. He'd rather wait until he had the power to return to Planet Pulin and blow up the Earl's mansion. Besides, he wasn't worried about finding evidence. His ability was mind manipulation. He could attack the brain without leaving a trace. Whether or not interstellar law was followed was entirely up to his personal will. After running lap after lap, pushing his limits, Chishu slowly stopped, went back to his apartment, took a shower, and then went to the supermarket to buy some food. He still didn't like drinking nutrient solutions, so he decided to treat himself to an extra meal today, buying 2 eggs. Natural delicacies were incredibly luxurious in interstellar space. The costs of both cultivation and transportation were extremely high, so expensive ingredients were normal. Chishu bought 2 eggs and 2 tomatoes, and by the time he paid, he wasn't feeling the pinch. Back home, he used a pan smaller than his helmet to stir-fry everything evenly, then carefully ate it with a spoon. In the afternoon, when it was time, he entered the livestream recommended by Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was already preparing, about to go on stage to fight against the mech De Zhuang. Because De Zhuang's mech was truly massive, a heavy-duty defensive mech, Xiao Hong's light mech barely scratched it, not even managing to graze it. Xiao Hong was a little anxious, but didn't want to use his high-level star card immediately. So he started to deplete De Zhuang's energy, his beam cannon repeatedly grazing past the mech Lai Hua. Sometimes even the viewers couldn't help but hold their breath, fearing Xiao Hong wouldn't make it. Xiao Hong was exhausted himself, but still reluctant to use it. If the opposing mech also used a star card, then he wouldn't be at a loss. Just as he was running desperately, De Zhuang suddenly seemed to go berserk, charging towards him at an erratic, high speed, as if the arena was experiencing an earthquake. Advanced star card activated, thanks to the divine assistance of card maker Harrell. He guessed it, De Zhuang had started using the star card. The audience thought Xiao Hong was doomed. De Zhuang was using an advanced star card. Its function was obvious, specifically designed to speed up the clumsy De Zhuang. Seeing De Zhuang's aggressive approach, Xiao Hong could only keep dodging. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he inserted the star card into the slot on the Lin Mech's control panel, marking De Zhuang as his target. After the star card activated, Qishu heard his name on the mech's broadcast system. Advanced star card activation in progress, thanks to the divine assistance of card maker Qishu. Qishu, Thank goodness, he didn't say the skill aloud. After Xiao Hong used the star card, De Zhuang's arms, which were still running, couldn't help but dismantle themselves, gradually becoming naked. Seeing that only the cockpit, equivalent to underwear, remained of the mecha's outer shell, De Zhuang's owner instantly collapsed. He couldn't help but curse, which card maker is so unethical? The people in the live stream only thought the card maker shared the same name as Qishu, and didn't believe Qishu had this ability. After all, Qishu was a notorious good-for-nothing, with F-level mental strength, and couldn't possibly have the conditions to create a star card. My god, this is too tragic. I never seen this type of star card before. Mom asked me why I was watching the live stream on my knees. Because I was impressed. They won just like that. Both use cheats, but the red mech's cheat is way too strong. With this star card, it's hard to lose. Little red one without a doubt, and the name of the card maker Qishu appeared on the Star Network. Because it sounds exactly like the recent gossip protagonist Qishu, some people online speculated whether it was the same person. But soon someone stepped forward and said, "It's absolutely not that troublemaker Qishu from our school. His mental strength is very low, and he was tested before entering university, and found unsuitable for the star card making class, 0 aptitude." Qishu was unaware of this. After logging off, he started thinking about star cards again. Why not try the healing and repair type this time? Every time he tries to make attack type star cards, he goes astray. He doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, the star card worked. If it were a completely useless star card, he really wouldn't dare sell it. He'd feel ashamed if the buyer didn't. In the living room, Qishu stood at the dining table, using it as a makeshift workbench. He slowly channeled his supernatural power into his hands, muttering repeatedly, "Repair card, repair card." Suddenly, another thought flashed through his mind, and the pen, held captive by the card, swiftly drew several large traditional Chinese characters. Qishu looked again, and everything went black. Lick armpits to increase defense. Chapter 7. No, he's such a calm, composed, mature, and generous person. Why does he always make cards like this? Isn't it said that the cards made by the card maker are similar to the card maker's personality? Huh? Similar? The key is that it's a high-level card, and Qishu can't bear to lose face, nor can he bear to lose money. In the end, he forced himself to examine the star card. Seeing the result, he didn't know whether to be satisfied or apologetic. He just really didn't want to write his name. But not signing his name violates the rules, and both the card maker and the user will be fined. Before Qishu could decide whether to sell the card, Xiao Hong sent another message. Xiao Hong said she spent 2 million betting on herself and made a lot of money. Her ranking had also improved, and she was now ranked 105th in the regional league. Xiao Hong also said that if they continued to make cards for him, and he was lucky enough to get into the top 10, the organizers would give his card maker the same bonus as an encouragement. I heard the prize money for the top 10 starts at 50 million, equivalent to buying a small apartment on the capital planet. Qishu was tempted. This was a league held across 100 regions of the capital planet, and Xiao Hong had already climbed to 105th place, so her skills must be considerable. Plus, Xiao Hong would give him money. It seemed like a win-win situation. Although he didn't understand mecha, after watching Xiao Hong's matches, his intuition told him it was worth a try. Besides, who wouldn't want to make money from both sides? Xiao Hong had only asked cautiously, never expecting Qi Shu to actually agree. He was so surprised. A card maker as humble, low-key, and gentle as Qi Shu was truly rare. At least the card makers he met were all arrogant and looked down on others. Qi Shu didn't know what he was thinking. After agreeing on the deal, he also tossed over a defensive card. He thought, oh well, it's Xiao Hong's match anyway, not his. He comforted himself. Xiao Hong, seeing the card that boosted defense for a full 10 minutes, was utterly astonished. She never seen a mech that licked armpits before, but a mech that tripled defense after licking armpits? Wasn't that ridiculously powerful? Wait, what kind of genius is Master Qi on the other side? This is too strong. Masters who release high-level cards for 2 consecutive days, there are only a handful in the entire interstellar space. Who exactly is Qi Shu? His brother really got a steal. Don't give me more of this card. Just keep the price stable at 1.5 million. I hope you do well. Qi Shu had high hopes for Xiao Hong, and the price reduction was also to encourage her. Xiao Hong was extremely moved and decided to win the match 2 days later. This was practically an easy win. With Qi Shu around, what difference was there between him and winning? The highest record for defense enhancement on the market was only 5 minutes. But the card Qi Shu gave him lasted a full 10 minutes. Qi Shu didn't know what he was thinking. He wasn't familiar with the market. After his terminal balance reached 3.8 million, Qi Shu spent 500,000 to hire online trolls. Manipulating public opinion. Who can't do that? Just a day later, the Earl, who thought everything was fine, was shocked again by the trending topics on the Starnet. Looking closer, the screen was filled with daggers. It seems this Earl from planet Pulin is planning to play dead and not respond. He's afraid to admit it. Switch babies. Who knows if there's something going on? Besides, it's the interstellar age now. How can someone still switch babies? Shouldn't it have been discovered during the monthly checkups? Waiting until now, saying there's no inside story? I don't believe it. Can I report him? Report Earl so-and-so for suspected child trafficking. Although nobles enjoy many rights, we commoners still have the right to report, right? Qi Shu, who ranks last in the entire school academically, is being portrayed as so ruthless? I really want to laugh. This is too unbelievable. And a person with F-level mental strength can bully a B-level person? Don't you find that ridiculous? Even a dog wouldn't believe this, yet some brain-dead dogs do. Wah, don't call us dogs, we canine beastmen will be sad. We canines are very smart, okay. After reading a page of popular comments, the Earl was trembling with anger, not because they were making things up, but because what they said was true. He was now very worried about being exposed, but at the same time, he had a strange confidence. After all, the secrecy was airtight, and they wouldn't be discovered. However, he couldn't be at ease. Now, because of the online comments, the long-term partners of his company were beginning to waver, and several had already withdrawn from the partnership. Their unstable reputation would indirectly affect the company's profits. In business, there are no friends. Those people withdrew without hesitation. The anxious count wanted to contact Qi Shu to make him admit his mistake, hoping his father would forgive him. But the guy had blocked him. No, he had to get Qi Shu back immediately. On one hand, it would temporarily stabilize public opinion. On the other hand, he planned to find an opportunity to teach this unfilial son a lesson. He used to be so obedient and well-behaved. How did he become like this? He even dared to defy him. It infuriated him. Besides, he believed Qi Shu lacked the ability to survive outside, only knowing how to cook food that even star beasts couldn't eat. He figured he'd be back soon. Thinking of this, his anxiety eased somewhat. Dad, look online. Why are so many people talking about our family? We didn't do anything wrong. Subayan frowned, extremely angry. He pretended to be obedient, but now he wanted to strangle Qi Shu. It was all because of this troublemaker. He was perfectly fine being stupid. How did he suddenly wake up and know how to fight back? Don't worry, Dad will handle it. You should pack your things and get ready for school. The Earl patted his head and began to have people investigate Qi Shu's whereabouts again. He didn't believe this guy could escape Pulin Star. Today was another day that wouldn't be peaceful for the Earl's mansion. Qi Shu was in a good mood and even went to the supermarket to buy milk and apples. Beast meat was cheaper than vegetables, so he bought extra. Back at his apartment, before he even had a chance to cut the meat, the terminal on his wrist suddenly flashed several times. Chi Shu? Even a terminal receiving messages wouldn't do this, right? He opened the terminal, and a message from the Marriage Administration Bureau popped up on the screen. Dear Mr. Chi Shu, hello? Due to insufficient account balance, you failed to pay the single tax on time. You did not complete the supplementary payment to the official website of your registered planet within 15 days. The optical brain system automatically detected your gene fluctuation wavelength and applied to join the marriage matching process 7 days ago. Chi Shu frowned slightly, rubbed his eyes, and made sure he wasn't mistaken. Was it too late to salvage the situation? Soon, a brand new message caught his eye, and his brow twitched. Congratulations, Mr. Chi Shu, you have successfully matched. You now have a warm, 100% destined partner. Chapter 8. Chi Shu's expression was no longer calm. Helpless and desperate, he frantically searched for the unsubscribe button, but it wasn't there. The original owner's terminal had always automatically paid taxes, but later the Earl's mansion stopped providing living expenses, leaving him with no money. He was forced to take out a loan to get his terminal back, burdened with $3 billion in debt. Where would the balance be automatically deducted? The day Chi Shu transmigrated, he had just missed the final tax payment deadline, and he hadn't remembered this. His memories were somewhat chaotic during the fusion of his soul and body. He was busy escaping, even blocking the terminal's location signal on the spaceship. He didn't have time to think about this then, his mind was a mess. After restarting, his terminal's background information had reached 999 plus, almost entirely abusive messages from anonymous accounts that he hadn't even looked at. Chi Shu was completely dumbfounded. And who was the person his personal computer had matched him with? Anonymous? He checked the other person's personal computer profile. Nothing there. Only age 26, gender male. Male? Chi Shu never even had a chance to date before the apocalypse in his past life. He doesn't know his own sexual orientation, and he's never had anyone he's attracted to. The reason is that he's extremely picky about looks, character, personality, and even first impressions. Ultimately, he despises himself, which is why he's a lonely king. After the successful matching via his personal terminal, he checked the StarNet to see why this was happening. The other party said it was because his partner's power and status were too high, and viewing their information was impossible without their consent. Chi Shu, the ultimate looks-obsessed person, thought, shouldn't they at least give me some mental preparation? What if it's ugly? Theoretically, after binding with a partner, their assets should also be displayed on his terminal. Thankfully, they weren't. Otherwise, this 3 billion yuan debt would be like a bottomless pit. Chi Shu hadn't expected that this would be his primary concern. Anyway, things had come to this, so let's eat first. He couldn't change it. A 100% match rate was a fatal flaw. Ordinary couples would divorce after a year of trying to adjust, but a 100% match rate was much more troublesome. It would take 2 years. Interstellar marriage laws only forcibly match people with mental strength, because mental strength users often overuse their mental power, affecting their lifespan. The only solution was to find someone with a high match rate for mental power fusion, allowing them to mutually regulate each other's energy. Mental power fusion? Chi Shu thought about it. The original owner's mental strength was only F. He guessed the match wouldn't be high either. The other person probably wasn't matched because they couldn't afford the single tax. As for the reason, he was too lazy to guess. After cutting and marinating the meat, Chi Shu fried it like a steak, and it smelled delicious. After lunch, Chi Shu took a nap, and then started reading the papers published by card makers on the Star Network. Not many were useful, they seemed profoundly complex, but in reality, they were incomprehensible to the card makers, forcing them to rely on guesswork and imitation. Used star cards leave no trace, at most only the card maker's name. This is to prevent the use of star cards to kill silently. High-level star cards can even threaten the lives of S-level mental power users, so interstellar law stipulates that high-level star cards must be signed. This makes it easier to find the user. The next day, Chi Shu was full of energy again, getting up to make cards as soon as he woke up, without even brushing his teeth or washing his face. Upon waking, his mind was blank. He refused to believe that such a despicable card could be made this time. He refused to believe it. He picked up the pen, infused it with his supernatural power, and shoved it onto the card. Each stroke was free and natural, yet his hand still wouldn't cooperate. When he finally saw what he'd written, Chi Shu no longer showed his usual surprise and despair, only helplessness and resignation. Covering his butt, turning into a wooden doll, Chi Shu, fine, as long as it works. Still a high-level card, stable output. After testing, the card's attributes immediately appeared. Bind mech for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Ordinary mech battles usually don't last more than 10 minutes. Bind for 10 minutes? What's the point of fighting? Xiao Hong grinned from ear to ear after seeing the card. He was there to win, not to compete in skill, so the stronger the card maker, the smoother his path would be, a win-win situation. Of course, to conserve his power, Xiao Hong didn't use it in his first match the next day, winning purely through skill. In the second match, he encountered a master, a Honkai expert. Dozens of light cannon shots hit Xiao Hong, leaving him unharmed. The livestream was incredibly popular. Everyone was there for the blazing fire mech. They still remember the battle a couple of days ago, where the mech dismantled itself, a feat they never seen before. The card maker, while frustrating, had also demonstrated his power. The blazing fire mech was likely collaborating with the card maker, so they wanted to see if he had any more star cards. Sure enough, he did, but his next move was so shocking they could practically smell it through their mental shields. The blazing fire S-class mech, running across the arena, was sniffing its arms left and right. After the star card's effect was revealed, the blazing fire mech became invincible. It could withstand artillery fire, and even engage in close combat, dismantling the enemy's energy chamber with a single click while enduring the impact of a light cannon. This is utter arrogance. A blazing S-class mech defeating a super S-class mech, and it wins outright? Is this even fair? The person responsible for the super S-class mech's crushing defeat is Qi Shu, the same infuriating card maker. Ever since witnessing the power of his star cards, the participating mechs have been praying they wouldn't encounter blazing, even begging Qi Shu online to sell them cards. Blaze can use a high-level star card every 2 days, so the opponent must have a huge stockpile. Therefore, the contestants are all posting on the Star Network, begging for Qi Shu's attention. Qi Shu himself is getting a headache, not because of the noise, but because he almost kicked a small box at his doorstep just as he was about to leave. Inside the box is a tiny black kitten. He doesn't know whether to keep it or send it away. Qi Shu is having a headache. His computer system said his match would come to meet him today, but he's been waiting for ages, and there's no sign of it. It couldn't possibly be the kitten in the box, could it? It's so cute, probably only 3 months old, sleeping soundly. He remembered the match target was 26, which meant even if it was an orc, it should be an adult orc or an adult cat, right? What did a kitten mean? Qi Shu thought for a moment, guessing that it might be a kitten born to a neighbor's cat, given away after weaning. But it could also be someone else's spirit. Generally, lower-level players can't see other people's spirits, though there are exceptions. Qi Shu carried the box to the management office. An A-level old man there said that cats placed in cardboard boxes are seeking adoption. He said this cat was a pet, and suggested that Qi Shu keep it for companionship if he had time. Pets can also regulate one's spiritual energy, and having a pet around would make one feel happier. Qi Shu, The old man got carried away, and added at the end, if you don't have time to keep it, you can send it to an animal rescue station, but most of the animals there have minor health issues. Kittens are easily infected and might be bullied. Chapter 9. Qi Shu looked at the gentle, kind, and benevolent 450-year-old man and tentatively asked, how about you take it? No, I already have 20. The old man sighed happily. Fluffy things were indeed the most wonderful thing in the world. Seeing the old man so engrossed in his own world, Qi Shu had no choice but to take the cat home for the time being. Actually, he also loved fluffy things, even to the point of wanting to cuddle them excessively, but now, he was a superhuman, and he had too many things to worry about. He was also afraid the cat would disturb him while he was working diligently. Not only that, he was also a student, and he wouldn't have time to take care of it once he returned to school. Qi Shu sighed, seeing how pitiful you are, I help you find a good home. Back home, Qi Shu placed the still sleeping cat in a corner, and then logged into his anonymous terminal to order the kitten's necessities. As he shopped, Qi Shu found himself losing control of his hands. It was just a pitiful, adorable, and weak little kitten, yet he ordered so many pet supplies all at once. Oh well, there was nothing he could do. It was right outside his door. At this moment, Qi Shu completely forgot about the matching partner. Seeing the little black ball of fur jump onto his lap and curl up comfortably to continue sleeping, he couldn't resist reaching out and gently poking its back. The kitten didn't make a sound, didn't move an inch. It only knew it was very sleepy, comfortably dozing its eyes on this person's lap before finally falling into a deep sleep again. Meanwhile, in Star Imperial City, District 86 of the capital planet, chaos reigned. Robots and guards searched every corner of Star Imperial City, but couldn't find the third prince's spiritual body, the little black panther, who had become a vegetable. This news was enough to cause widespread fear. Unexpectedly, the third prince was matched with a partner by the personal terminal. They reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered the culprit was none other than the third prince Alhive's little black panther, who accidentally pressed the matchmaking button while playing with the terminal. The little black panther enjoyed playing and watching movies on the terminal, thus possessing most of the access permissions for the third prince's terminal. And so, by sheer coincidence, it found the third prince Alhive a 100% match. That's 100%. The Empire has hardly had any such matches to date. When the Star Emperor learned the news, his face showed bewilderment and surprise, even disbelief. Although he didn't particularly like his third son, who constantly opposed him, he was still his son. His third son's mental strength had already surpassed SSS level. How could he possibly be matched with someone whose mental strength level was only F? This made him suspect that the old fogies in the council were behind it. Observe the situation and don't act rashly for now. Don't disturb the person being matched. Third brother's situation is special. Investigate thoroughly before making any decisions. After giving the order, the Star Emperor flipped through Chishu's resume again, only to find himself speechless once more. At home, Chishu petted the kitten, feeling something was off. Was this 3-month-old kitten a solid weight? Why was it so heavy? Chishu could only make out its beautiful golden eyes. He couldn't even discern the shape of its face, which looked like a little lump of coal. Are you hungry? You're still so small. Let me get you some goat milk first. After waking up from its nap, the little lump of coal saw Chishu looking at it tenderly. After a moment of silence, it retracted its sharp claws and instantly jumped onto Chishu's shoulder. Chishu stood up, flattered. He didn't feel the pinch at all about the money spent on the cat. A smile played on his lips. He felt like he was walking on clouds, his feet almost floating. He admitted he was a coward, too afraid to keep a cat. But he wasn't even sure about the future. How could he let the cat suffer? Chishu reached out and gently stroked Little Coal Ball's chin. Little Coal Ball purred contentedly. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Chishu. You stay with me until school starts. I find you an owner, then we talk about other things. Little Coal Ball seemed to understand, quietly watching Chishu prepare its milk. It didn't actually need to eat, but watching Chishu carefully shake the milk in the bottle and pour it into a small bowl, it slowly leaned in and licked it a couple of times. It initially thought it wouldn't taste good, but the more it drank, the more it seemed to enjoy it. Chishu chuckled softly, a sesame-skinned, milk-filled dumpling. He had to admit, spending just a few hours with Little Coal Ball had already improved his mood considerably. The tension he felt upon learning he had a partner had also eased. That's great. Chishu sighed, glancing again at the school start date on his terminal. Only a week left to play. The original owner hadn't registered for boarding school, and Chishu was too lazy to do so either. Taking the hovercar to school was quick, just a few minutes' ride. The hovercar was fast, capable of traversing half a planet in half an hour. Therefore, although the capital planet was large, there weren't any particularly remote places. Places the hovercar could reach in minutes weren't far. Sitting in the hovercar, one felt no other sensation besides the passage of time. Chishu was considering buying a used hovercar for easier transportation. He asked Xiaohong for recommendations, but Xiaohong said she had many hovercars and could just give him one for free. She didn't have much money, just plenty of everything else. Chishu, Although Chishu refused, Xiaohong still delivered a hovercar to him. It's fine if I don't give it to you. You can use it for now. It just collect dust if you don't drive it, and it break down easily. Consider it a favor to have you do the maintenance. Chishu was very touched, then turned around and handed over the star card that would imprison him if he covered his butt. When Xiaohong received it, he laughed and rolled around on the floor for a long time. He really wanted to know what kind of person Chishu was in real life, and why his cards were always so hilarious. Ha ha ha, little brother, the card maker you found is really funny. He must have a very rich inner world. It's said that star cards largely represent the style and personality of the card maker. The boy nicknamed Xiaohong, whose real name is Rice, couldn't help but laugh whenever he thought of Chishu's calm voice and the star cards he made. Upon hearing that Rice had obtained so many high-level star cards, Snake Man Dickens was completely stunned. He's amazing, brother. You have to flatter him. Although he's easy to talk to, don't push your luck. Dickens really liked Chishu's humble and quiet personality. Even after creating mid-level and high-level star cards, this man hadn't boasted about himself. On the contrary, they were the ones who were more excited. Brother, don't let Chishu down. Don't worry, I work hard and make sure card maker Chi's efforts aren't in vain. Chapter 10. The two laughed for a while before returning to seriousness, but in the midst of their seriousness, they couldn't help but recall the first intermediate-level star card Dickens had used, a card crafted by Chi Shu. 100 people are talking nonsense, ha ha ha. I truly admire Dickens' willpower, it seems indestructible. If I were his opponent, I definitely wouldn't be able to drink any more nutrient solution in my life. Indeed, Dickens was suspended for 2 days after using that intermediate-level star card, the reason being self-evident. Not only did it make his opponent feel like it was an inescapable nightmare, but it also caused the audience to have a mental breakdown. Chi Shu felt he was also innocent, he really didn't do it on purpose. In fact, the moment he picked up the pen, his hand and mind had their own ideas. After Little Cole Ball had eaten dinner, Chi Shu took out the sprayer provided in his rented room to moisten Little Cole Ball, and then dry it off to prevent it from getting dusty. He treated the kitten with even more care than he would himself. On the first night, Chi Shu made a nest for Little Cole Ball out of his own clothes, letting it sleep inside, and then he turned off the lights and went to rest. Chi Shu's life had originally been unplanned. He could farm in the apocalypse or travel to faraway places to see different zombies. But now, things were different. If his income stabilized, he wanted to buy a house on the capital planet and settle down. If he made a lot of money, he would buy a villa. If he had less, he would buy a comfortable house. His biggest goal was to earn enough for retirement, but the lifespan of interstellar humans was around 500 years, making retirement seem very far away. So, if he wanted a stable job, besides being a card maker, what else was there? Chi Shu felt that card making didn't require much time. It could at most be considered a side job. If other card makers in the interstellar world heard Chi Shu's words, they would definitely think he was too arrogant, too cocky, and too overpowered. In reality, star card makers sometimes don't create a card for a week or even a month. Chi Shu's reckless card creating frequency, even in the capital star, could qualify him for a vice president position in the card making association. However, he was unaware of his own formidable abilities. He felt fortunate to be able to eat meat and vegetables every day. As a human from Earth, how could he not be involved in farming? He also had a wish to own his own vegetable greenhouse. After all, without zombies helping him grow vegetables, a greenhouse was still too large, Chi Shu thought to himself. While Chi Shu was in a deep sleep, a small black ball easily jumped onto Chi Shu's bed, quietly circled around on the other side of his pillow, laid down, and fell asleep with its little head pressed against Chi Shu's head. Meanwhile, the card-making association of the capital star also discovered the existence of Chi Shu, a new card maker. 2 consecutive high-quality advanced cards had caught their attention. While the capital star, a hub of talent, wasn't lacking in gifted card makers, those who could produce 2 exceptionally high-quality cards in a row were extremely rare. President, should we invite this card maker to join the association? You know the association is under a lot of pressure lately, perhaps with Chi Shu's joining. Don't disturb him yet, let's observe further. The association president wasn't authorized to access Chi Shu's personal information. He only knew Chi Shu's name and gender, and even his age was unknown. How about we do it the way we always do, create some trouble for him first, then help him solve it. The vice president's voice was full of caution and obedience. Card makers possess extensive networks, connecting with almost exclusively nobles, top families, and even royalty. There are even teams of card makers dedicated to serving the royal family. Therefore, they can easily accomplish whatever they desire. Not only the Card Makers Association, but even some noble families on the capital planet have begun trying to contact Chi Shu, employing methods largely based on coercion and bribery, not much more sophisticated than the Card Makers Association. These people have already begun their actions. Little Red Rice, the only one who knows Chi Shu's contact information, is completely unmoved. He doesn't want Chi Shu to dislike him, and any future introductions he makes will only be of high quality. Rice rejected them but wasn't threatened, because he is the son of the richest man on the capital planet, and his cousin, Dickens, is the Marquis of Bart. The two are determined to protect Chi Shu and prevent him from falling into any difficult situation. Therefore, those coming from all directions to inquire about him must carefully consider their own strength and whether they dare to compete with the son of the richest man for Chi Shu's attention. Outside, the waves surged, but the one creating them slept soundly. As Chi Shu drifted off, he felt a faint breath beside his head. Realizing what it was, he pulled the little creature into his arms, unable to resist inhaling its soft, milky scent. He slept contentedly, but when he woke in the morning, the little black ball of fur was gone. He searched the entire house, but couldn't find it. He felt a pang of disappointment. The kitten had run away. should he go out and look for it? The kitten had left on its own. He had no idea how the little guy had gotten out, even though the windows were locked. Just as he was feeling down, a knock-knock sounded at the door. Chishu rushed to open it, only to find the kitten he'd been searching for had returned with a large fish. He couldn't understand how such a tiny black ball could bite a fish twice its size, and carry it without dragging it, making it seem effortless. "Little cold ball, you're amazing," Chishu thought incredulously. He quickly squatted down, and took the large fish from the cat's mouth. "You want to eat fish, right? I cook it for you. Or do you want it raw?" The cat shook its head, then patted Chishu's leg with its paw, as if to say, "Here you go, man." Chishu felt his heart melting from the kitten. Meanwhile, the Star Emperor's palace discovered a theft of a south wind fish. The south wind fish was known as the most delicious fish in the interstellar space, expensive, difficult to raise, and with exquisite flesh. Only the richest man and the Star Emperor had access to enjoy it regularly. A medium-sized south wind fish was worth 100,000 star coins, and a large one cost 200,000. Chishu had never seen this fish before, nor had the original owner of this body. The fish was quite beautiful, its pinkish-white scales shimmering. It was long and resembled an ornamental fish. He was only relieved after testing it with his bracelet to ensure it wasn't poisonous. Although Little Cold Ball offered to feed it, he couldn't neglect Little Cold Ball's food. He gutted the fish, scraped off the scales, cleaned it, and divided it into 2 portions, steaming them in a pot. One portion, plain, was for Little Cold Ball, the other, seasoned with scallions, ginger, garlic, and soy sauce, was for him. Chishu and Little Cold Ball ate with relish. At noon, Xing Huang discovered that his favorite dish, the south wind fish, was missing from his menu. He asked Chef Xing, who tremblingly explained what had happened. Xing Huang glanced at the video. The fish had been stolen by someone's spirit, leaving behind wet, plum blossom-shaped footprints along the way. Xing Huang, In the end, Chef Xing wasn't punished. Xing Huang only said that such a thing shouldn't happen again. However, the next day, he still hadn't seen the south wind fish on the table. The star chef was utterly humiliated, nervously submitting his resignation and admitting he couldn't even keep a single fish. The Star Emperor, "Fine, from today onwards, we're not stocking south wind fish anymore. We buy something else." Chapter 11. On the 3rd day, Chishu ate the famous holy shrimp from the starnet, even bigger than lobsters on Earth. He was truly impressed by Little Cold Ball. When the little guy brought him the tied-up shrimp, he was terrified. After asking around among the neighbors if they had lost any food, and seeing that the shrimp was almost dead, he still butchered it, noting down the weight and appearance of both the fish and shrimp. If any owner or supermarket lost it, he could compensate them. After all, Little Cold Ball was raising him. Little Cold Ball probably saw that his house was too small and bare, and thought he couldn't afford to eat, so the poor man's cat took on the responsibility of supporting the family early. After steaming the shrimp, Chishu couldn't resist any longer. He picked up Little Cold Ball and showered it with kisses. Little Cold Ball hadn't expected such enthusiasm, but it couldn't resist Chishu's fragrance. So it stuck out its tongue and licked Chishu's face, then struggled from his embrace and jumped to the floor. It began surveying its little territory, and finding no unfamiliar scents, it jumped back into its little cardboard box to sleep. At noon, the Star Emperor, exhausted from a morning's work, was most looking forward to a sumptuous lunch. He sat down and discovered that the large shrimp he had specially ordered were gone. This is outrageous. Is his third brother's spirit targeting him? The Star Emperor was furious, but helpless. After all, his third brother had become like this for the sake of his country. It was already a miracle that his spirit could still appear and find food on its own. The Star Emperor sighed deeply and ordered the kitchen to prepare more fish, shrimp, and other seafood, putting plenty in the kitchen's incubators. The star chefs finally breathed a sigh of relief. They knew this might be the spirit form of that being, so they dared not offer any opinions, and could only wait for the Star Emperor's judgment. After being fed by Little Cold Ball for many days, Chishu had accumulated a considerable amount of supernatural power, and was finally ready to start working. After replenishing his energy, Chishu felt much lighter. The nutrient solution provided limited nutrition to humans. Only by actually eating meat could he increase his supernatural power. Chishu was very happy today, and he was even more focused when making cards. After he finished writing, he noticed that Little Cold Ball had somehow appeared on the table. He put down his pen, hugged Little Cold Ball, and kissed it. "Baby, you're so cute, you make me so happy." Little Cold Ball pressed its paw pads against Chishu's face to prevent him from attacking again. Little Cold Ball knew that Chishu smelled really good, which fascinated it. It stopped Chishu from kissing it, but then stuck out its seemingly pink, but actually somewhat rough tongue and licked his fingers. The supernatural power still lingered on his fingers. Chishu noticed the kitten was fascinated by this, and thinking it was just an ordinary cat, he softened his supernatural ability to entice the little cold ball. Finally, the little cold ball let him kiss it, and only then did he allow him to massage it with his hand using his supernatural ability. The little cold ball purred comfortably on his lap. With only 2 days left before school started, and the 2 cards still needing testing, Chishu used his supernatural ability to put them into the machine for testing. First card, Ballet Whirlwind Slap Effect, continuously slaps the opponent's face for 10 minutes. Side effects: the user will feel dizzy, nauseous, and have vomiting. Second card, 360-degree Slide Tackle Effect, continuously makes the opponent jump for 10 minutes, and cannot be locked onto. These 2 cards are clearly much better than covering his bottom. Chishu slightly curled his lips. He could now remain calm and composed. After all, with his F-level mental strength, no one would guess he was a card maker. Even if he went to school, he wouldn't have to worry about being kidnapped, exploited, or having his labor taken advantage of. Rice had a match today, and Chishu, holding Little Cold Ball, sat on the bed watching the live stream. Rice's ranking had now advanced to 75th place, and he had more and more players to challenge, who had spent real money. Players at this stage almost all had a card maker behind them, and they could only use 1-star card per match. Not only Chishu was watching, but the Card Maker Association and certain nobles, who were eyeing Chishu, were also watching. Rice was as embarrassed as he had been laughing the previous nights. Thinking about what might happen later, he felt his face burning, and he was even more afraid that his busy father would see him. Therefore, from the start of the match, Rice aimed for a quick victory, but his opponent shared the same idea, employing ruthless attacks and throwing high-level star cards that sent Rice sprawling several times. The opponent, assuming Rice had run out of high-level cards, taunted him. "Rice, without star card support, what's the difference between you and trash?" "You're right, I am trash. If you use star cards, don't deny that you're also trash who climbed up by cheating." Rice swiftly dodged the grazing beams, falling several times and being hit by more beams, bringing his mech's damage rate to 55%. Fortunately, his wings remained intact. Rice activated low-altitude flight mode, avoiding further falls, and after retaliating a few times, the opponent's star card usage time expired. He hadn't planned to use his star card today, but his opponent was a huge machine, and it would be dangerous for Rice's mech to get close. Advanced star card activated, thanks to card maker Chishu's divine assistance. The jubilant youthful voice of the blazing mech played on the screen. Everyone held their breath. They thought today's card would be a dazzling display of skill, not some sleazy one, until they saw Rice's opponent's mech covering its rear end with its mechanical hand, looking like it couldn't hold back its excrement. It was a restraint. But few people immediately recognized it. When Rice's opponent saw the mech covering its rear end from a third-party perspective, his face froze, utterly disbelieving and utterly devastated. "Damn it! Rice, what kind of card maker did you hire? Is he crazy?" His mech was a super S-class mech, named Green Light, an elegant emerald-like mech, but now his mech had been humiliated in front of the entire interstellar audience. Rice didn't have time to pay him any attention. Blushing, he piloted his mech over and gave the emerald mech a thorough demolition. Finally, when he reached the weapon slots, the opponent couldn't take it anymore and surrendered. The opponent's psyche was severely damaged, and he couldn't help but hurl insults at the despicable and unscrupulous card maker. Never before in history had a card maker been insulted like this. The livestream chat was filled with even more insults, some praising, while cursing. "I really want to know what kind of life that card maker leads every day. It's too insane." No mech can escape Chishu's grasp. "Card maker, are you making cards or staffs?" "Ha ha, I can't stand it anymore. The mech that can't hold its poop is in luck." "That's very interesting." "Ha ha ha. This is clearly such a serious and solemn occasion, yet I'm laughing like a madman. Who understands?" Chishu coughed lightly, embarrassed, and turned off the screen. He didn't know why. Even though he'd been scolded, he felt so good inside. Chapter 12. He was only insulted, not because his card was useless. Anyway, Rice won, and he was one step closer to the prize money. After the competition, Rice congratulated Chishu while advising him to avoid looking at the StarNet in the future, lest it affect his mood. "Chishu, it's okay, I'm used to it." Compared to the original owner's experience of being attacked by online trolls hired by the Earl's mansion, The people at the mech competition were already quite polite. Plus, Chishu had obtained 2 more high-level cards, so he was making money and couldn't be sad at all. A low-level job on the capital planet only earned 100,000 a month, some even 60,000. So Chishu felt he was already doing very well. School started in 2 days. Chishu didn't order a school uniform immediately. He would observe the environment when he arrived. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't study there. Anyway, the original owner had only attended 1 semester and could reapply to other schools. The original owner had specifically enrolled in the culinary arts major, also known as the bride major, to please the Duke's son, Slade. Many people study this major to please their crushes. After all, with home robots that can cook for you, the purpose of specifically studying this major becomes intriguing. After packing his things for school in a couple of days, Chishu originally wanted to contact Rice to help find someone to adopt the kitten, but the thought of little Cole Ball's hard work catching fish and stealing shrimp every day made his heart ache. Oh well, little Cole Ball likes his superpower, and he's not exactly short of money now. Taking care of little Cole Ball isn't out of the question. He's bound to his cat's affection. Chishu hugged little Cole Ball and sucked on it vigorously. Little Cole Ball's fur was all messed up, but it still somewhat indulged Chishu's actions, sticking out its rough little tongue to lick Chishu's face, leaving it sit on him. As the start of the school year approached, little Cole Ball knew he was going to class, so it allowed Chishu to do as he pleased, leaving its scent on him, a very strong one. Chishu was unaware that he had been marinated in this way. The next day, when he went to school, those who had intended to mock him instinctively retreated, their spiritual forms trembling with fear. Chishu? ? Most of the students at the Imperial Vocational Technical Academy were from wealthy or aristocratic backgrounds, and their spiritual power levels were not low. They entered this school simply to coast through, since their grades wouldn't get them into other top universities on the capital planet. Even so, these were the elites from different planets. Why would they be afraid of someone with only an F-level spiritual power? Chishu didn't understand. With each step he took closer, they retreated. Chishu, don't come any closer. You piece of trash. What are you so arrogant about? Don't think you turned the tables just because a few people online are speaking up for you. You scoundrel. Chishu's eyes were indifferent. Scoundrel what? Finish. He approached step by step, his eyes seemingly calm, yet sending chills down one's spine. Finish. Chishu smiled slightly, patted the leader's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, behind you, there seems to be a long-haired man. He told me to tell you that he will sleep with you tonight. Ah! After a wisp of his mental manipulation ability entered that person's mind, that person would have nightmares for a month. This was the price for insulting him. He shouldn't be too much of a rip-off, right? Chishu returned to school, and was just about to register when Su Bayan appeared before him, looking sickly. Su Bayan and Chishu went to the same school, both studying mechanical manufacturing and repair. Bayan, didn't you tell your brother? The school's expulsion notice has already been sent to your home. Chishu still doesn't know? Still want to come to school? Haha, how embarrassing. Chishu truly didn't know about the notice. It seemed there was no point in staying at this school anymore. He had originally planned to coast along, but it seemed things weren't going to be easy. After all, he was ranked last in the entire school. The school didn't even need a reason to expel him. Chishu remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on Su Bayan's face, but he didn't utter a word. Su Bayan gritted his teeth in hatred. He thought to himself, no wonder I couldn't find my good brother on Pulin Star. It turns out he came to the capital planet. Who exactly is helping Chishu? He couldn't understand it at all. How could someone so easily crushed be running around like this? His sinister, venomous gaze fell on Chishu for only a moment before disappearing. He regained his pitiful appearance, causing his classmates to show concern. They had heard that Su Bayan had lived a life of constant hardship, even wandering a desolate planet and enduring a life of exposure to the elements. He had finally returned to the Earl's mansion, only to be diagnosed with chronic illnesses and psychological problems that even the medical pod couldn't alleviate, as his injuries were not ordinary external or internal. People are always more inclined to sympathize with the weak. Chishu openly accepted the inexplicable angry stares from the crowd. He remained silent, while an unseen and imperceptible supernatural ability quietly seeped into Su Bayan's mind. About 3 seconds later, Su Bayan suddenly shook off the classmates supporting him, wiped the powder from his lips, and his complexion instantly improved. Everyone? ? Just as everyone was wondering, Su Bayan suddenly said to the person next to him with a look of disgust, disgusting. A mere baron's son dares to approach me? It makes me want to vomit. You even smell fishy. I heard your family sells fish. You bought the baronial title, didn't you? Subayan suddenly couldn't control his mouth. He didn't know why he had blurted out what he was thinking. He did indeed hate the low-ranking nobles, who had always tried to curry favor with him, but he hadn't intended to say it aloud. Oh, I see. The boy had originally wanted to help the sickly Subayan scold Chishu, but unexpectedly, he was the one being rejected. He left dejectedly, deciding never to be Subayan's follower again. He had never imagined that the person who had always treated him so kindly could harbor such thoughts. No wonder Subayan always frowned when he saw him. He had thought the other person was unwell. He turned and left. Subayan was furious, but his mouth and body were beyond his control. He turned around and saw the man who had just mocked Chishu, and slapped him hard across the face. Did I tell you to speak? Without my orders, what right do you have to curse that bitch before me? The man who was slapped was stunned. He had just been gloating that the stinky fishmonger was gone. Great. When he came to his senses, he looked at Subayan incredulously. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I want to hit you. You're so ugly, yet you keep trying to get close to me every day, thinking you can get near me just because you're the son of an earl. I used to be the son of the richest man on planet Pulin. Chapter 13. Subayan realized he had uncontrollably uttered so much. He forcibly raised his hand to cover his mouth, but noticed that the way everyone around him was looking at him had changed. Didn't he say his adoptive father was an abusive man and a commoner? God! What did I just hear? Is this Subayan's true face? In his heart, are we all inferior to him? He even put on makeup to fake illness. I was just saying, why are his lips always red after drinking water? Turns out the makeup came off. Subayan hurriedly tried to explain, but what came out was, what are you saying? Sister Sparrow, don't you put on makeup yourself? You won't let others put it on? Everyone, After Subayan spoke again, he attacked everyone around him once more. All of these were his previous thoughts. He didn't understand why he had blurted them out. Could this be Chishu's doing? Ah! No wonder. He thought he scolded him when they got back, but he couldn't hold back. Chishu, don't push your luck. The Earl's family took you in. You should repay their kindness. Even if I stole your fiancé and slept with him, you can't blame me. Don't even think about taking Slade back. The people around Subayan's positive image of him shattered completely. Some had even started secretly recording. After all, they had just been verbally abused by this green tea bitch, Subayan. Chishu sneered. Subayan, you're quite unexpected. His current ability wasn't strong enough to force Subayan to tell the truth, but he hadn't expected such a good result. My God, no wonder Chishu was rejected. He was cheated on. How come I never realized Subayan was this kind of person before? Subayan was frantic with worry, but his mouth wouldn't stop for some reason, so he was convinced that Chishu must have done something to him. Otherwise, how could this happen? His eyes blazed with fury, and he lunged forward to slap Chishu's face. Before he could even raise his hand, a black shadow suddenly appeared, instantly slashing Subayan's face several times. The black ball of fur flashed past, then circled back and jumped onto Chishu's shoulder. Sorry, my cat acted in self-defense. It was worried about me, and didn't hold back. I pay for the medical expenses for the medical pod. Chishu raised his hand, about to transfer the money. Then Subayan, completely enraged, screamed, You actually hurt my face that I just had work done on. Those around him initially thought that even if Subayan's personality was fake, at least his face was real, right? Who knew, his face was also fake. Was Subayan telling the truth? The superpower Chishu had channeled into him was almost used up. After Subayan returned to normal, he hurriedly went to apologize to the people around him, but the other classmates no longer believed him. A crowd had already gathered, and many people had filmed it. Don't film me. Don't film me. What happened next was none of Chishu's business. Making Subayan's persona collapse was only the first step. Subayan's good fortune didn't end there. Because he was outnumbered, Chishu couldn't bring down the original owner's adoptive father all at once. He was taking what he could get. After leaving the school, Chishu returned to the hovercar and immediately cleaned, disinfected, and dried the cat's paws before finally holding the little cold ball in his arms with satisfaction. Little cold ball, you really make my heart flutter. How can you be so handsome? You came to protect me the moment I arrived. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be hurt. You're such an invincible, super capable big cat. Actually, Chishu could have handled it himself, but he just wanted to shower his little cold ball with compliments. Wait, when did you follow me to school? Little cold ball guiltily, and slowly moved its cat face away, pretending not to hear, avoiding Chishu's gaze. Actually, I always been curious about how you leave the house every day. At first, I suspected you could walk through walls, but then I discovered a small pet door in the house, and I knew you went out from there. Little cold ball, eh? So there was a small door. Spiritual beings can walk through walls at will, without any restrictions. Little cold ball was simply using the familiar route to return to the palace to transport ingredients. Anyway, the palace was its home, so little cold ball provided its partner with the freshest and most delicious food every day without any guilt. It observed its father, the emperor, eating whatever he liked best in the palace and took it with it. Since even that picky eater thought fish and shrimp were delicious, its mate must like them too. Chishu had no idea what little cold ball was thinking. He was deeply moved. Little cold ball, he murmured. Little cold ball was held tightly by Chishu, and the hovercar flew back to their home in District 23 on autopilot. That night, the hashtag Subayan's character collapses remained at the bottom of the Starnet trending topics, but even at the bottom, it still garnered significant traffic. Netizens on Starnet, after seeing Subayan's vicious face from multiple perspectives, still couldn't believe it. Impossible, the video footage must be fake. God, aren't nobles supposed to be the most etiquette conscious? What's going on with the Duke's son, Slade, sleeping with his fiancé's brother before the engagement was even dissolved? Unbelievable. Subayan was in such a sorry state as soon as he returned to the Earl's mansion, and now you're telling me this is fake? His acting is too good. Help. So his illness was because of makeup. What kind of powder came off so easily? Tell me so I can avoid this. Fake, right? Multiple angle videos. How can that be faked? Subayan spoke from the bottom of his heart, offending everyone around him. Does he think he's become lawless now that he's driven away his adopted son? He's even started bullying classmates at school. Even with the evidence, Subayan's die-hard fans haven't given up on him, and are even starting to make up excuses for him. Maybe Chishu threatened Inan, so Inan had to say things against her will in front of these people. Yeah, even a fool knows that insults are said behind someone's back, not in front of others. Inan was set up. Oh my god, Chishu must have drugged Inan. Anyone with a brain knows that's impossible. If Subayan wasn't an idiot, he would never say such things in front of everyone. I still think these videos are fake. Just as someone on the Starnet said the videos were fake, a student from the Imperial Vocational Technical College responded, claiming to be involved and saying that if they didn't believe it, they could ask the school to check the surveillance footage. Afterwards, more students from the same school came forward to testify because they were truly heartbroken and furious at Subayan's personal attacks. They felt utterly humiliated. This silenced those who wanted to defend Subayan. Finally, the die-hard fans could only steer the conversation towards Chishu. Chapter 14. Am I the only one concerned about Chishu being expelled from school? Last place, huh? That's fine. Expulsion is normal. Students with really bad grades are usually expelled. If they weren't expelled, it means their families have spent money again. Now Chishu has no one to protect him. Serves him right. Who told some people to be so inhuman? Kicked out of his home and owing a huge sum of money, yet someone still dares to help him. I admire that. Seriously, is there any way to defend Chishu? Unless he's the recently famous card maker Chishu, the online public opinion is growing rapidly, like a snowball. Originally, many people were speaking up for Chishu, but the Slade family intervened. The Duke's mansion has considerable power and influence. In just half an hour, the hashtag about Subayan's character collapsing disappeared without a trace. Those classmates who had previously spoken out online have indeed deleted their Weibo accounts. Seeing the ending, Chishu could only sneer. See? Whether on Earth or in interstellar society, powerful people have countless ways to silence others. Chishu wasn't disappointed. If they couldn't bring their society to its knees later, they'd just kill people. That night, after Chishu fell asleep, the little black panther quietly jumped to the ground, stretched, and left the rented room. It skillfully went to the roadside and pressed the button to call a hover car. In less than half a minute, a hover car stopped in front of it. It pressed its paw print on the hover car's payment interface for verification. The little black panther had its own personal account, thus enjoying freedom of movement. Upon arriving at Star Emperor City, it skillfully jumped off the vehicle and quickly ran through the third prince's palace. Returning to the handsome man lying beside him, it didn't hesitate to extend its paw and give him a good beating. The man had fair, delicate skin, covered by a thin blanket. His slender figure resembled a large, exquisitely crafted figurine. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest proved he was still alive. Awooh! The little Black Panther placed a paw on its face. It couldn't bring itself to strike, fearing that a single blow would destroy its frail form. If it were gone, wouldn't its beloved companion be even more vulnerable to bullying? The little Black Panther, its mind still unclear, didn't understand the petty squabbles, but it had sensed its companion being threatened at school. The little Black Panther couldn't help in this situation and was very anxious. Its companion had been asleep for so long and still hadn't woken up. The little Black Panther didn't understand the concept of a vegetative state, but it knew that this time it had slept far too long. Unable to wake him, the little Black Panther had no choice but to seek help from others. It strolled leisurely to the Star Emperor's palace. Inside lay a gigantic lion, about 3 meters tall. The little Black Panther, a tiny bundle, passed by its feet without any fear. The lion merely opened its eyes briefly, then closed them again to rest. Awooh! The little Black Panther entered the Star Emperor's study, and, seeing him engrossed in official business, leaped onto his desk. The Star Emperor raised an eyebrow slightly, ignoring it, and continued working. Only after the little Black Panther plopped down on his virtual keyboard did the Star Emperor look at it. What? Carl. The little Black Panther's name was Carl. Awooh! Look at the Star Network. And I'm not Carl. I am me. I don't understand. It angrily patted the Star Emperor's terminal bracelet. The bracelet popped up the Star Network homepage, but all the Star blog posts about Chishu were gone, and Chishu's photo hadn't appeared either. It stared at him with wide, disappointed eyes, and just as it was about to jump off the table, Star Emperor pulled out a bag of pet treats. Here, take it. It glanced at Star Emperor, but still carried away the treats he'd given it. It definitely needed to bring some food back. It couldn't return empty-handed. After the little black leopard left, Star Emperor reopened his terminal and asked the Secretary General about any disturbances on the Star Network that day. Usually, nothing major would reach his ears, but since Carl had specifically come to him about it, he needed to be careful. Perhaps his son had woken up and was using his spirit to come and ask for his help. Upon hearing Star Emperor's question, the Secretary General felt he should tell Star Emperor about today's events. After all, it was all gossip, and Star Emperor might want to hear it. As expected, the Star Emperor on the other side of the screen was somewhat surprised. Duke Dante is letting this go unpunished? Letting his illegitimate son evade responsibility? The Star Emperor wasn't one to meddle, but this matter involved his third son's partner, making him hesitate. Normally, he just watched the drama unfold, but here, he felt he couldn't ignore it. Especially since the little leopard had looked at him with such disappointment. Plus, Chishu was completely isolated and helpless, and his newly matched partner was a vegetable. Even through the screen, the Star Emperor felt this guy was incredibly unlucky. If this was a pawn close to the royal family, he could only say he never seen such a miserable one. And he's ranked last? How terrible must his cooking be? The Star Emperor was somewhat worried about his third son, but at the same time, he felt his son was a heartless fighting machine. Even if he woke up, he probably wouldn't develop any feelings for Chishu, only a sense of obligation. The Star Emperor clicked his tongue twice, and then gave his orders. Send someone to investigate the Earl's mansion on planet Pulin. Have your legal team help that child. Also, give him a spot in the Royal Mecha Academy exam on the capital planet. As for the third son's identity, it's fine to tell him now. He didn't want the child to have no hope for the future. He didn't want the third son to die before he even woke up. Also, give him an anonymous terminal and deposit some pocket money into it. It was too tragic. The Star Emperor had never seen such a pitiful daughter-in-law. He explained, poor child. The Secretary General, yes. The Secretary General felt embarrassed, thinking to himself, why is the Star Emperor suddenly acting like a human being today? I'm not used to it, but he still did as he was told. The next day, Chishu looked at the row of elites standing before him, somewhat like bodyguards for a domineering CEO on Earth. He stood at the door frowning, what's going on? The Secretary General had come with a mission. First, he had the lawyers show their credentials, explain their purpose, and then had the legal team greet Chishu before leaving. He said these people would follow Chishu's orders until the case was resolved. Chishu was completely bewildered. Later, he learned they were sent by his nominal partner. He figured it was to resolve the matter well for both sides, and Chishu couldn't refuse. He didn't care how long it took him to finish, but he hadn't considered that in interstellar space, partners should ideally stand together. Any flaw on one side looked bad. After the legal team left, the middle-aged man in a suit and tie, whose eyes were almost invisible when he smiled, respectfully asked if he could come in to discuss things privately. The little Black Panther jumped onto Chishu's shoulder upon hearing this. Chapter 15. Secretary General, Good heavens. So Lord Carl is with this person. Okay, please come in. A bedroom and a living room, a sofa set. The Secretary General glanced around. The rented room was neatly arranged. Chishu seemed very low-key and composed, unfazed by any unexpected situation. The Secretary General's mental strength had reached SS+. Ordinary people would usually be afraid of him, but Chishu wasn't. Even when looking into his eyes, he showed no tension. It seems Chishu isn't what the internet says. His true nature remains to be seen. After the Secretary General sat down, Chishu went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and got him a bottle of juice. This was the highest level of hospitality he could offer a VIP. People in the apocalypse are very protective of their food. Thank you. The Secretary General hadn't expected this young man to be so polite. The refined-looking uncle opposite him elegantly took a few sips of juice before showing his work ID on his terminal. He smiled and told Chishu the main purpose of his visit. First, to tell him who his matched partner was. Second, to tell him about his matched partner's situation. Third, they handed him an exam spot at the Royal Mech Academy. Chishu, Okay, fine. A vegetable is fine too. He's a prince now. What else is he saying? Legend has it the third prince is the most handsome man in the entire empire. A beautiful figurine, he understands. Mech Academy? Do you think I can pass? You just need to take the exam, don't worry. Chishu, Don't make it sound so blatant about using connections. Never mind, are there any easier majors to pass? It's not easy for anyone, but with the Star Emperor around, you can choose any major you want. The entire academy belongs to the royal family. Chishu, Wow, that's amazing. The computer system seems to have found him a golden goose. This is your allowance. Don't worry, it's all deducted from your partner's account. Because your own terminal is still at risk, you can use the star coins in this terminal for now. Chishu swallowed hard. Living off his comatose husband. Why did he feel so embarrassed? Use it with confidence, don't worry. Okay, I consider it. Thank you, Secretary General. This was the highest-ranking secretary by the Star Emperor's side. He couldn't bear to take up any of her time. After all, some people's time is charged by the minute. Chishu used the same polite words he used with his elders, said a few pleasantries, and then saw her off. At this moment, he didn't know that all of this was thanks to the little Black Panther. He hugged the little black ball and took a deep breath. No need for the hassle of finding a lawyer. That's a bit of a surprise. The little Black Panther blinked, its gaze vacant, as if it were going through some kind of mental storm, but Chishu didn't notice. After learning that his match was the third prince, Alhype, Chishu was a little curious. He searched the Starnet, and found only photos of the third prince before his expedition released by the royal family. He had thick, slightly wavy black hair, beautiful violet eyes, handsome features, deep-set eyes, and a noble and mysterious air. Chishu, so handsome. However, the Secretary General said that the third prince's physical condition seems to be quite poor right now, and it's unknown when he will wake up. The secretary had just asked him if he considered living in the palace to accompany the third prince, but Chishu was still in a daze, and could only shake his head. After all, in the original owner's memories, the third prince, Alhype, was a humanoid weapon. He didn't want the third prince to wake up one day to find a stranger, not just awkward, but also mortally dangerous. It would be a fight to the death. There wasn't much information about Alhype online. He was the top student at the Imperial Military Academy, ranking first in every subject. Chishu rubbed his nose. Actually, in his previous life, he'd been last in his class, but his family was somewhat wealthy, so he never worried about food or drink after graduation. The only things he worked hard on were learning to write traditional Chinese characters and practicing martial arts. After the apocalypse, he only learned to farm from the seniors in the camp because, being a mind control expert, many ability users were wary of him. He only managed to learn a little bit with great difficulty, and even then, it was by controlling zombies to help him farm. The little black ball was equally bewildered. He woke up? No, he couldn't wake up. He could only sense the outside world through his spiritual connection, knowing the size of his spiritual body and his mental capacity. And he had actually gone to his mate's house to sleep. Not only that, but the next morning someone came to the palace. It was that cunning Secretary General. From their conversation, he learned that the Secretary General had a mate, a young mate, who was still in school, and the mate was facing a lawsuit. The little black ball's face was filled with deep sorrow. To understand the cause and course of events, he accessed his previous memories. After reading them, the little black ball, whose mind was slightly more mature than before, almost snapped. He had actually stolen his father's fish to support his mate. While the little black ball was feeling utterly lost, Chishu hugged him tightly, nuzzling his face frantically and kissing him. Baby. Chishu called him a lucky star. This guy, he's so cloying. The little black ball of fur had just broken free of its restraints and stood on the ground when it suddenly felt pain all over its body. This was a lingering effect of the war on it. It hadn't expected Carl to have it too. No wonder it loved being held by Chishu so much before. Feeling terrible, the little black ball of fur jumped back into Chishu's arms and lay down spinelessly. Now that it was in a vegetative state, it could only wake up in its spiritual form. It seemed it would have to stay by Chishu's side for a while. Once it woke up, it would make amends to its current partner. After all, it had been forcibly paired up. It would discuss divorcing in 2 years after it woke up. Because Chishu was also good to its spiritual form, and wasn't inherently bad, it could also receive half of the other's property as compensation. The little black ball of fur squinted its eyes, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 16. The next day, Chishu contacted his legal team and explained the whole situation. The lawyers had a heavy workload, needing to investigate, gather evidence, and deal with the locals on Poolin Star. Chishu was no longer fighting alone. Even the Duke's mansion couldn't compare to the royal family, especially since there were 8 dukes in the capital star. Although the third prince had encountered trouble, the royal family remained incredibly powerful. Of the remaining 4 princes, 2 were capable fighters, 1 ran a research institute, and the other was an outstanding student at the Royal Mecha Academy. The Empress's brother was also a marshal. With imperial power at its peak, doing whatever they wanted wasn't difficult. After finishing his consultation with the lawyers, Chishu decided to look into the Royal Mecha Academy's programs. Although the Star Emperor had told him he could take any exam and get in directly, Chishu felt he should challenge himself and choose a suitable major. He dared not choose card making, fearing exposure and being attacked. Currently, no one on the Star Network believed he was the card maker Chishu. Chishu, with his F-rank mental strength, and Chishu, a high-level card maker, seemed to be from 2 different worlds. Chishu looked around. Actually, the Royal Mech Academy's strongest program was mech engineering. Those were all top students, forget it. Biomedical engineering? Forget it. Others? Even worse. After looking around, Chishu realized he could only risk getting beaten up by choosing card making. He heard that as long as you tested your talent, you could get in. No written exam was needed. Even if his test result was 0, he could still get in. He heard from Royal Mech Academy alumni on the forum. Some students in our card-making class don't even produce a single card in a year. You only need to produce one to graduate smoothly. It's that simple. Chishu was skeptical. Chishu was still a little worried about the awkwardness of having tried to scam himself. The next day, when he went to the school's admissions office for the test, the director asked him, "You're also called Chishu?" The teacher adjusted his glasses, said nothing, and directly brought out a testing device. Worried about revealing too much, Chishu didn't use his special ability, but instead chose to use the original owner's mental power. The result was a 10, which was already considered high. No one had even reached 100, and the best card maker only had a score of 35. So Chishu passed. Chishu breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt sorry for the original owner. The teacher smiled and gave him the form, his attitude towards him much better. He continued what he hadn't finished saying earlier. Now there are probably 2 students in your class with names that sound the same as yours. Chishu, It felt a little awkward. This way, he wouldn't feel like he was scamming himself, since there were so many people with the same name. After filling out the registration form, Chishu was told by the director that classes would officially begin in 2 days, and he should prepare to come to school. He could apply for accommodation online if needed. Having long since left school, Chishu was no longer comfortable living with others. He chose to rent a house near the school and sublet his current apartment, getting his deposit back. Since he hadn't bought much and had the spatial connection, moving was very easy, and finding a new place was quick. However, there were no apartments near the school left, only a long-abandoned villa, available for rent at a 90% discount. Online reviews said the villa was haunted. Chishu wasn't afraid of that. In the apocalypse, he dared to raise zombies. Raising ghosts was nothing to him. Besides, it's the interstellar age. How can there still be ghosts? He wanted to see one. Little coal ball, Didn't I give this guy money? There's 50 million in his personal terminal, So why is he still living in a villa worth only 50,000? And a haunted one at that? Frustrated, little cold ball didn't understand. As soon as it entered the villa, it began patrolling its territory, trying to find out why the villa was haunted. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the clever little cold ball found the problem. The reason for the haunting wasn't inside the villa, but outside the wall. It was a prank machine, clinging to the wall like a gecko, emitting ghostly howls, especially when the wind blew, which activated the gecko machine. Little cold ball swatted it to pieces with one claw. Chishu waited for a long time at night, but the ghost didn't appear. The next day, Rice had a match, and Chishu still secretly watched it. Little cold ball sat on his shoulder to watch too. Chishu sighed and made him sit on his other shoulder. Don't always sit on my right shoulder, I'm getting uneven shoulders. Little cold ball reluctantly moved to the other side. Also, you've been acting strange these past few days, not as docile as before. Did I make you angry? Little cold ball, Never mind, you couldn't possibly be angry. I was overthinking it. Chishu found little cold ball cute, and a little temper was normal, so he didn't pursue the matter further. The match resumed. Chishu was a little nervous, as if he were the one fighting. Rice encountered the armor dismantling maniac mentioned in the comments. That guy specifically targeted the core areas of the mechs, such as the energy chamber, cockpit, weapon bays, and mechanical joints. Luckily, Rice was fast. 2 days ago, he sent over 2 star cards, one depicting someone slapping while dancing ballet, and the other showing a 360-degree sliding tackle. Chishu didn't know which card he would use, and was also somewhat looking forward to its practical effect. Little cold ball knew from his memories that Chishu was a skilled card maker, but he hadn't seen its practical effect, so he didn't know either. He also wanted to see how strong the partner the quantum computer had matched for him was. Although his mental strength was F level, he must have some extraordinary abilities, he thought. Chishu was a little nervous watching. That guy was really too despicable. Chishu was completely oblivious to his own shortcomings, seemingly forgetting that the star cards he made were even more despicable. He couldn't resist gifting Rice a 500-star coin airship. Little cold ball, After gifting Rice the airship, Chishu focused intently on the game, his eyes glued to it. The league event. Rice, whose ranking had risen to 39th, had met his match. His opponent possessed formidable attack speed and defense, and their large lightsaber and super-powered laser cannon were upgraded, making them formidable in both close and long-range combat. Remembering his father's words, Rice refused to admit defeat. He wanted to prove himself to his father, no matter the means or the strength of the opponent. He would persevere, even if it meant death. His family was born to pursue perfection, ruthless to the very end. Sneaky tricks, huh? Rice's smile was reflected on the broadcast screen. His rose-colored hair, handsome features, striking face, and the sweat dripping from his forehead made the audience scream. However, the next second, the fiery red mech vanished. Everyone stared wide-eyed, searching. As Rice disappeared for a second, flashing behind his opponent, the audience held their breath. Bang! The opponent's mech's first energy chamber was destroyed, leaving only a spare. After succeeding, Rice immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding the great lightsaber that turned around. Chishu looked at Rice with newfound respect. This guy had quite the perseverance. Chapter 17. Little cold ball patted its paws, thinking Chishu liked the Rice type, and couldn't resist attracting Chishu's attention. Please, your partner is right here, and you've been staring at another man for so long. The little cold ball, lacking leopard rights, complained, but Chishu ignored it. It even scratched its chin. Although it did feel a little good. Little cold ball gradually forgot about it. Chishu was still watching intently when, the next second, the guy whose energy chamber had been dismantled suddenly went berserk. Because Rice had dismantled the energy chamber he hadn't even used yet. With only 30% of the energy remaining, he had to finish the job quickly. Rice dodged urgently, each step extremely dangerous. When the opponent used a star card to launch a strong attack, Rice had no choice but to use his star card as well. After all, he couldn't disappoint Chishu in his pursuit of a breakthrough. Advanced star card activated, thanks to card maker Chishu for his divine assistance. The mecha system's voice was a boyish voice, exceptionally mischievous. Upon hearing that it was that Chishu card again, Rice's opponent suddenly lost his will to charge, but it was too late to turn back. Previously, the high-level star card he used had quadrupled his overall combat power, enough to send Rice flying with a single punch, but now it was different. Rice had also used a star card. Immediately afterward, he saw a fiery red tornado, incredibly oppressive, sweeping towards him. What the hell is that? The viewers in the live stream were urging Rice's opponent to run, but it was too late. Although he could use his lightsaber and laser cannon at 4 times the power, he couldn't target anything now. The fiery red tornado was incredibly fast, its trajectory unpredictable. The viewers covered their mouths, almost unable to bear it. No wonder it was a star card made by a freakish card maker. This card actually combined several skills: speed, defense, and attack. Rice's opponent's mech began a desperate escape, panting heavily just like Rice, who had been constantly dodging. He thought he could stall for time, but 5 minutes passed. Rice's mech still hadn't stopped spinning. The viewers in the live stream slowed down to watch, and they saw the star card performing ballet-like movements, even waving its arms and gathering strength, as if preparing to attack. No, attack the mech. Sure enough, the mech that couldn't move anymore was relentlessly slapped by the tornado, until its head was completely separated from its body. The mech with its head blown off didn't even have a chance to use its lightsaber. It was eventually forced to surrender, because its cockpit was constantly being crushed and malfunctioning. Damn it. Chishu. Don't let me see you again. These were the last words Rice's opponent uttered before logging off. Rice wasn't much better off than his opponent. After his victory, he couldn't help but vomit violently in the cockpit, completely disoriented. He was so dazed from being spun around that if it weren't for his S-level physical abilities, he was sure his brain would have been completely shaken out. The viewers in the live stream didn't know who to feel sorry for. Chishu, meeting you might just be Rice's destiny, ha ha ha. Okay, I know, don't spin around next time. Just survive. Survival is what matters. It wasn't easy. I never underestimate overpowered mechs again. They might have won because they could withstand the damage. How freakish must someone be to dance and wave their arms while charging up for a punch? I can't take it anymore, ha ha ha. Both contestants are both pitiful and hilarious. Chishu touched his nose and awkwardly turned off his personal terminal. Thankfully, no one knew he was the card maker Chishu, otherwise it would have been truly embarrassing. After watching the entire match, Little Cole Ball turned to look at the young man before it. Such a normal partner, not like someone who would go crazy. How did he create such powerful star cards? So. Little Cole Ball couldn't find the words. If it had to, it could only say that Chishu was incredibly strong, truly impressive and admirable. It felt Chishu could be the president of the Card Making Association. With that kind of skill, he'd be sought after anywhere. Little Cole Ball was proud of its partner, and decided to treat the skinny Chishu tonight. After all, it was just killing time. Consider it exercise. Besides, it couldn't stand the supermarket food and the unpleasant-tasting nutritional supplements. It wouldn't shirk its responsibility to take care of its partner. Even if it was only temporary, it wouldn't mistreat him. Now they had moved to District 85, making it faster to get to the Star Palace. After leaving, it took a hover car to the Star Emperor's palace, easily navigating to the Emperor's kitchen. It then retrieved the largest bag of fresh unicorn meat from its enclosure. High-level Star chefs could see the third prince's spirit, so they found a small space and pinned it around Little Cole Ball's neck. They happily filled it with fish and shrimp, and then, feeling it wasn't enough, added some cake. They dared to do this because they had the Star Emperor's permission. Little Cole Ball was very satisfied, thinking these people were very helpful. It was worried sick about Chishu's lack of everything. Finally, it ran to its elder brother's palace and found him in the training room. Yo, Carl? What brings you here? The first prince crouched down, intending to grab Carl unexpectedly, but it quickly dodged. The first prince? You wanted to see me? He couldn't communicate with other people's spirits. He was relying entirely on guesswork. Awoo! Little Cole Ball turned around, gesturing for the first prince to follow. It went to the first prince's living room, patted the most comfortable sofa, perfect for him to lie down, and then patted the dining table, perfect for serving food to Chishu while watching videos. The first prince? Let me guess, you're the third prince, right? Awoo! He guessed right. The first prince was overjoyed that his younger brother had regained consciousness, but also heartbroken. Seeing the first prince hesitate, Little Cole Ball flashed its sharp nails. I owe you. I agree to anything you want. Don't threaten me. I order a new one for you on the Starnet. After all, the third prince had gotten into trouble because he went to fight the Zerg for him, and when he came back, he was missing an arm. It broke his heart. Afterwards, the eldest prince had Little Cole Ball choose new furniture and store it in his spatial storage. Before Little Cole Ball left, he suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" He didn't finish his sentence, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Little Cole Ball, not understanding his meaning, turned and ran, leaving the palace and returning to Chishu's villa. Chishu was relieved to see Little Cold Ball return. Little Cold Ball usually didn't stay away for more than half an hour. This time it was a bit longer, and he was worried that Little Cold Ball wouldn't be familiar with the area and might get lost. Awuh! Awuh! Shouldn't cats meow? Why are cats so peculiar these days? Little Cold Ball was speechless. How could this person be so dense? He couldn't even tell it was a spiritual being. Oh well, what more could he ask for from a partner who ranked last in exams? As long as he knew to come back from school, that was enough. Little Cold Ball still shouldered the heavy responsibility of supporting the family. Chishu watched as it took off the spatial clasp from its neck and pushed it in front of him. What's this? Little Cold Ball, ouch! You see when you look. Chishu glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. Chapter 18. Royal Special Supply? You wouldn't happen to be. Little Cold Ball tilted its head, thinking, you finally guessed it, you're not too stupid. Could you be some royal family's pet cat? Wouldn't stealing from the palace get you arrested and imprisoned? No wonder the fish and shrimp I ate last time were so delicious. They were all royal special supplies. Chishu only noticed it when he saw the logo on the bag inside. Little Cold Ball, ? His spiritual form is a leopard. Little Cold Ball wanted to explain. It tried to pat Chishu's terminal, but the other raised his hand to dodge. Wait, I need to ask the Secretary General first. I have a feeling you know him. No wonder he looked at you strangely last time. I ask him if you're some royal family's lost pet. Little Cold Ball, eh? The Secretary General quickly answered his voice call, and Chishu went straight to the point. The Secretary General didn't intend to hide it for Little Cold Ball. He thought it was better to tell the truth, as it would improve the relationship between the two. Upon learning that Little Cold Ball was actually the third prince's spiritual entity, Chishu showed a look of utter shock for the first time. Wasn't he supposed to be in a vegetative state? His spiritual entity can still move? The third prince's spiritual power is strong. Even in a vegetative state, he can still allow his spiritual entity to move freely. Alright, thank you for your explanation. Sorry to bother you. You're welcome, third prince's consort, goodbye. Chishu, what consort? Isn't he the third prince's husband? And they probably get divorced later, right? Once the third prince wakes up, he might not even want him anymore and immediately file for divorce. After all, they're not a good match, worlds apart, and he can't offer the third prince any help. After the light screen went out, he looked at Little Cold Ball with a little embarrassment. Thank you for taking such good care of me all this time. You don't need to go to the palace to bring me food anymore. It's not only troublesome, but also dangerous. What if we encounter uncontrollable events on the way? Chishu reached out and squeezed Little Cold Ball's paw, noticing that its pink paw pads were somewhat worn. It broke his heart. It was normal for the original owner, whose spiritual power was too low, to lack a spiritual body. Therefore, Chishu lacked understanding of spiritual bodies. After spending some time with Little Cold Ball, he felt that spiritual bodies were actually no different from ordinary animals, probably just with higher strength. No wonder this little thing could carry such a big fish. Chishu picked it up and lovingly washed its paws. Little Cold Ball's fur was a little ruffled from his rubbing. Why was this person so clingy? Really troublesome. While complaining, it couldn't help but lick Chishu's face. The next day, Chishu, having packed his belongings, was ready to go. He had clearly told Little Cold Ball to stay home, but the little guy insisted on following him. A few minutes later, the man and his cat successfully arrived at the school, the hovercar parking in the parking lot. The Royal Mecha Academy was exceptionally magnificent and imposing, its campus scenery having a cyberpunk feel, and its aristocratic population was extremely high, their social standing unknown. Chishu attracted a group of people's attention as soon as he got out of the car. Isn't that Chishu? The one from the internet lately? Which one? The card maker or the one whose engagement was broken off? The latter, right? How did he get in? There shouldn't be any spots on the remote planet Pulin, right? After all, even Subayan wasn't qualified. Chishu sighed, realizing this was the side effect of having too strong an ability. Even those who didn't want to hear it could hear it. Even from over 100 meters away, the people were buzzing with discussion. Although not explicitly insulting, the words carried a hint of contempt. He was now shrouded in scandal. He heard these things at any school he went to, and Chishu was somewhat used to it. Back at the base, people would accuse him of controlling other ability users to do bad things, framing him for it. But those who tried to shift the blame were all dead. In this apocalyptic world devoid of humanity and law, anything was justifiable. Those who tried to frame him were just trying to steal his food and resources, wanting to unite with others to drive him out of the base. He wasn't as easygoing as he seemed on the surface. Right now, he was simply trying his best to integrate into society and abide by its rules. He hoped everyone would be kinder. Little Cold Ball nestled on his shoulder, fast asleep. Chishu couldn't find his class, so he glanced at the map before getting back on track. Having become the focus of the school on the very first day, Chishu remained expressionless. When he arrived at the card-making class, he once again attracted the attention of everyone in the class. Holy crap, you're Chishu from the Starnet story about the scumbag who dumped her. My god, you really do have black hair and black eyes. You didn't dye them, did you? You look even better than in the photos Subayan posted. You don't have that 50-50th body proportion anymore. You must be over 183 centimeters tall, right? And your legs are so long. Your brother is just smearing your reputation. The people in the card-making class are all crazy. They're either slacking off or just hanging out on the Starnet all day. Their main activity is gossiping, eating gossip everywhere. Chishu, A bunch of people gathered around, men and women. Holy crap, it really is the protagonist of the story. That skin looks amazing. Sorry, I'm sorry for the offense. The students in this class are all a bit mentally unstable. The class monitor, whose hair was as messy as a beggar's, pushed aside the group of rambling students. Chishu wanted to argue, but it was clear he'd chosen the wrong major. The card-making class was like a swarm of zombies surrounding him, somewhat like walking corpses, but more like a bunch of lunatics. One was hanging on the door, one was lying across a long table, two were digging holes in the classroom, and someone was even cutting someone else's hair in the classroom. There were 20 students in the class. 18 were crazy, the class monitor was half crazy, and only Chishu was normal. He turned to leave. But the class monitor stopped him. Where are you going? Class is about to start. The class monitor's eyes lit up when he saw him, as if he'd seen a savior. Little Cold Ball was already awake, woken by the chaotic environment. But it wasn't surprised, because the card-making class was made up of abnormal people anyway. Luckily, Chishu was normal and could communicate. But wouldn't he get infected? Little Cold Ball was very worried, even considering contacting his father to find Chishu a more normal school. Can we even attend classes here? Chishu looked at his classmates, who looked like beggars. He felt he wouldn't even recognize them if they went out. Why not? Then, Chishu saw the professor, whose face was more terrifying than any zombie, walk in. Little Cold Ball's claws tightened involuntarily. He felt this person was the biggest threat to the whole class. At this moment, Chishu hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. He walked to the far corner, sat down, placed Little Cold Ball on his lap, and began to listen to the lesson. Little Cold Ball wasn't asleep yet. Instinctively, it suddenly released a mental protective shield, enveloping Chishu and itself. Chapter 19. The class was drenched after the professor showed them the cards, forcing them to flee the scene. Some even clutched 2 potted plants in their arms, as they ran out like fugitives. Chishu used his supernatural ability for a brief defensive maneuver, but it wasn't defensive and wouldn't last long. In this emergency, he didn't notice what Little Cold Ball had done, only worried that Little Cold Ball's wet fur would make it uncomfortable. He went to the window, grabbed Little Cold Ball, and jumped out. Thanks to the combined boost of his supernatural ability and mental strength, Chishu landed safely, his hair slightly disheveled. Little Cold Ball was stunned. How could this guy be so reckless? Accidents in the card-making class were nothing new. This was the first time the students passing by had seen someone jump off a building without assistance. Was this guy crazy? Water poured out from the 5th floor like a dam bursting. This entire building belonged to the card-making class, but this time, everyone except Chishu, whose trousers were slightly wet, was soaked to the bone. Classes weren't over yet, and Chishu wasn't sure if he should leave. He stood under a tree, clutching his Little Cold Ball, gazing up at the waterfall-like view from the 5th floor. Hey, are you sure your leg isn't broken? Damn, bro, are you going to jump? Are you crazy? That's a teaching building with a ceiling over 6 meters high. Chishu, Isn't this standard practice for people in interstellar space? Hey, are you the Chishu from the internet who got cheated on? Chishu, He turned around, looking at the group with a nonchalant expression. You guys have a lot of free time? Of course, we're agricultural majors. Thanks to your water, we need to hurry and collect some, otherwise we won't have any next time. The school is so stingy, even restricting water usage. Bullshit! It's our planting department's water tank that's empty. The card-making department stole our water. Chishu, He seemed to have been fooled by the name of the Royal Mecha Academy. Where did this high-class atmosphere go? Little Cole Ball thought it was time to ask his father to transfer Chishu to another school. What kind of school is this? It's making Leopard worry too much. About 20 minutes later, Chishu was called back to the classroom. The card-making professor had given a good rain shower, and then dried the classroom. Chishu slumped onto his chair, unsure of himself, awaiting judgment. But the professor suddenly said, "There are no classes today. You all saw what happened. Figure it out yourselves." Chishu? ? That's it, huh? Is this reasonable? This is too crazy. Seeing his classmates gradually leaving the classroom, Chishu had no choice but to follow, otherwise he would look silly. The class monitor grabbed his clothes. "Here's a rune manual for you. Write it down yourself." After exchanging contact information, Chishu received a small copy of a traditional Chinese character dictionary, not a complete one, because it wasn't. After leaving the classroom, Chishu's lips curled into a slight smile. He suddenly realized that being in this class wasn't so bad after all. 2 minutes of study, a whole day off. How wonderful. What an amazing life for a slacker. Little Cole Ball was dumbfounded. Would his little friend still need to study at this rate? Chishu was already very talented. He didn't even need to go to school. But to be the president of an association, one needed at least a university degree. Little Cole Ball was a little annoyed, thinking his father was unreliable and lazy, never offering Chishu any advice. It made Chishu force a smile here. Chishu, with his bad luck, is probably just facing life with a wry smile. Chishu is unaware of Little Cole Ball's thoughts. He's currently planning to drive his hover car to the mall to buy 2 sets of clothes for himself and Little Cole Ball, some smart home devices, and a robot butler. The villa is huge. If the rental center hadn't cleaned it beforehand, he definitely wouldn't have been able to manage. "Hey, could you help me out? I'm stuck." Chishu, He took a deep breath and managed to pull the boy with black-rimmed glasses out of the wall. "Thank you so much, classmate. Interstellar people have strong regenerative abilities." Chishu saw he only had a scratch. "Why did you get stuck?" He couldn't help but ask. "Because there was a warning sign there. I thought I was too thin to get stuck." Chishu, That makes sense. Chishu turned and left, not wanting to stay any longer. He was afraid he regretted if he did. Arriving at the parking lot, Chishu wanted to get in the car quickly, afraid the class monitor would call him back later. "No way, we just started class, and some people are already going home." Is he from the card-making class? Definitely not. He seems perfectly normal. Yeah, how could there be such a normal person in the card-making class? Ha ha ha. Chishu, He couldn't even refute it. After getting in the car, Chishu grabbed Little Cole Ball's paw and couldn't help but sigh. Although the first day of class was terrible, this school is more relaxed than I expected. It feels like it'd be a good start. Little Cole Ball couldn't understand why Chishu actually thought it was good. Is there any learning opportunity in a place like that? That professor looks 500 years old, almost dead, and those lunatics, won't they corrupt his partner? Chishu seemed so well behaved, so innocent, just a little fearless, otherwise he's fine. It felt worried and ashamed that it couldn't help. Let's go to the mall later, buy some household supplies, and pick out a robot butler, then we won't have to cook or clean anymore. Chishu was a little happy because not having to work was really great. He just wanted to lie in bed and sleep. If it weren't for needing to support himself, he wouldn't bother trying at all. His goal was simply to earn money to buy a house, and save for retirement. As for a partner, he probably wasn't up to the task. Not only was he inexperienced, but he was also incredibly lazy, and couldn't give his all. 10 minutes later, Chishu got out of the car, holding Little Cole Ball in his arms, taking it everywhere. It felt so good, it was so satisfying to pet a cat all the time. The best part was that Little Cole Ball didn't meow or run around, like a fake cat. Truly a clever spiritual entity. Chishu currently has 6 or 7 million yuan. He bought the classic model of his robot butler, practical and only 990,000 yuan, a discounted one at that. He walked to the counter, raising his hand to pay, but a black paw beat him to it. Ding! Payment successful. Chishu was extremely surprised. You little cat, you're a rich cat. The Little Cole Ball paid, and snuggled back into Chishu's arms. He already knew Chishu didn't have much money. Star cards were expensive, but they didn't last long, they were gone in a flash. Do you have a personal terminal? You can pay with a paw? That's amazing. Your master is so good to you. Even your spiritual entity can open an independent account. But thinking about it, It's normal. There are so many beast men in the interstellar space. They need to pay for their travels. Recording paw prints is actually quite convenient. Chishu muttered to himself, grabbing 2 sets of clothes from the mall. Just as he was about to pay, the little coal ball jumped down. The sales assistant immediately understood what little coal ball meant. You mean 1 set of each type, right? Ah! The sales assistant smiled and followed Mr. Leopard's instructions, taking 1 set of each type in the right size. They were all anti-corrosion, cold-proof, and heat-proof clothes. 1 or 2 sets wouldn't be expensive, but a dozen sets added up to over 2 million. Little coal ball jumped onto the checkout counter, pressed his paw to successfully pay, and then expertly jumped into Chishu's arms. Chapter 20. Chishu felt like he'd been living off the cat, and planned to go back and cook delicious meals for little coal ball every day. Your clothes have been stored in your spatial storage. Thank you both for your patronage. Chishu nodded, took back the ring, and put it on his finger. Don't spend your little stash next time. Luckily, I can still pay back 2 or 3 million. I appreciate your kindness. I return it to your master when he wakes up. After all, you spent the money on someone else without his permission. Chishu earnestly advised the cat not to be too kind to people, lest it be easily swindled out of everything. Little coal ball didn't know what underwear was. It only knew that as the head of the household, paying a little money was normal. Afterwards, Chishu went to a pet supply store and easily found clothes for the cat. He also generously selected over a dozen outfits for the cat. Buying clothes was actually to make it easier to find little coal ball at home. After shopping, Chishu went home, ate some of the cake little coal ball had brought back yesterday, and stewed a piece of meat for little coal ball, cutting it into pieces and placing it on the table. The cat and Chishu began their lunch. While having lunch, Chishu had no idea that his reckless attempt to jump off a building on his first day of school would make him the talk of the school forum. Even with my S-level mental strength, I wouldn't dare do that. Is Chishu really F-level? I have my doubts. With such low mental strength, does he even have a spiritual body? Is that dark mass his spiritual body? Yes, people with low mental strength levels do have spiritual bodies, but they are weak and rare. No wonder we couldn't find Chishu at school. Turns out he went to the card-making class. Cherish the normal Chishu now. Actually, I think Chishu is the most abnormal one in his class, right? Everyone else is acting crazy and taking the fast track, but he dared to jump off a building. My God, no wonder he's in the card-making class. Jumping off a building on the first day of class. Forgive me, even as a mecha major, I wouldn't dare to do that. At least I should have some support, right? I can't imagine Chishu's mental state. After being so heavily criticized online, it's normal for him to be a little crazy. Although there's a lot of discussion about him at school, the news that he transferred to the Royal Mecha Academy hasn't spread yet. The Secretary General specifically instructed the school board. The school, knowing of Chishu's connection to the royal family, dared not neglect him, unaware of Chishu's background. Completely unaware of the campus forum incident, Chishu missed his own juicy gossip. After lunch, he unloaded all his newly purchased items, including the extremely heavy robot butler. This old-fashioned Chishu spent ages reading the instruction manual, but still couldn't understand it. Little coal ball simply used its claws to operate it, and the robot butler was successfully activated. Hello, master. It's a pleasure to become your butler. Please give me a name. I will always hear your call. Chishu, judging from your color, white and purple, I call you white paper. Little coal ball, eh? Well done. No wonder you're the worst student in our family. Chishu truly lacked the talent for naming things. He mostly slept through class. A typical academic failure. Alright, record little coal ball too. It's the second master of the house. Yes, master. The robot butler quickly adapted to its environment. After scanning the villa, it diligently got to work. Alright, I'm going to take a nap. Little coal ball followed Chishu as always. Chishu turned around and asked, Don't you have your own bed? Little coal ball pretended not to understand and jumped onto his shoulder again. Feels good? It always hurt when it left Chishu, but after spending some time with him lately, the pain seemed to have lessened considerably. Little coal ball felt perfectly at ease warming Chishu's bed. After all, it was just a spirit. What bad intentions could it possibly have? Chishu tried hard to suppress the upward curve of his lips. A few days ago, he felt that little coal ball was distant from him, but now he felt that little coal ball was so clingy. It was just too cute. How could there be such adorable creatures as cats in this world? Seeing the little coal ball walk right into his trap, Chishu chuckled softly, then his smile grew increasingly wicked, as he rubbed his face against the little coal ball's belly, relentlessly nuzzling it. The little coal ball, Why do some people have such innocent faces yet do such perverted things? It seemed to understand that Chishu wasn't innocent about the star card incident. 2 minutes of class, a whole day off. Chishu happily cuddled the little coal ball and rolled around. This is so great. If only class could end in 2 minutes in my past life. A smile played on Chishu's lips, softening his usually cold demeanor. The little coal ball was held tightly, its dark little face filled with indulgent affection for the young man, yet no one noticed. Before Chishu could fall asleep, a message popped up on his terminal. A group notification from the class monitor. The opening ceremony would be held in 3 days, and everyone was required to attend. The class monitor had simply screenshotted the meeting notice and sent it to them. Chishu glanced at him, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Seeing him asleep, the solid-hearted leopard slowly crawled out of his arms and laid down beside his head. It was quite self-aware, worried it might become the first leopard in history to be flattened by its mate. Chishu wasn't exactly cautious, otherwise, why would it expose its strength to someone else's spiritual entity? Or was it because Carl looked harmless that it hadn't been on guard at all? Feeling incredibly conflicted, it didn't know when it would wake up, or perhaps it would never wake up, becoming a living dead. If that happened, what would Chishu do? Without a mate to provide spiritual guidance, it would fall into agony. Spiritual users are prone to spiritual disorder after the age of 20, requiring the fusion and guidance of a mate to avoid the excruciating pain of being gnawed by ants. The 26-year-old third Prince Alcippe, due to excessive use of his spiritual power and the lack of a mate to soothe and guide him, unsurprisingly developed spiritual disorder, which suddenly flared up during the war, leaving him in a vegetative state. The news that Alhype had regained consciousness spread through the online meeting room at home. The Star Emperor was surprised, then thought his third brother was being pretentious. A few years ago, he refused to be urged to find a partner and often argue with him, but now that he had one, he was frantically moving things home, afraid his wife would go hungry. Alhype was the third child in his family, with 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. Except for the eldest brother, the other brothers fell into deep thought. They had heard a few days ago that their third brother had a partner. At first, they thought it was a joke, but now they couldn't laugh anymore. So that Chishu, who's been causing such a stir on the Star Network lately, is the third brother's partner? The second prince asked incredulously, has the third brother's strength dropped to F rank? The first prince shook his head. No, it's even increased. The second prince, Chapter 21. The remaining fourth and fifth princes felt like the sky had fallen. Their brother was too pitiful. I heard that third princess is a poor student? Has our family ever had a poor student? Could it be that third brother is too smart, and the AI system was afraid of threatening its position, so it found someone a little dumber to neutralize its genes? He shouldn't be too dumb. I saw he passed the test successfully. His card-making talent is 10. That's still too ordinary, isn't it? Alhype's 2 ardent fans were devastated, but their good manners prevented them from blurting out insults against the AI system. Father, have you transferred his household registration? We decide on this after Alhype wakes up. The Star Emperor calmly watched his son's devastated expressions. The eldest and second princes already had partners, childhood sweethearts, perfectly compatible both politically and emotionally, so they didn't have this worry. But the thought that Alhype, the strongest member of the royal family, had been matched with such a person still left them with mixed feelings and a sense of unease. Perhaps it was because Alhype was in a hospital bed that the quantum computer system mismatched him. They would retest him when he woke up. However, they couldn't be sure when Alhype would wake up. Despite the advanced medical technology in interstellar space, it still couldn't cure mental disorder. The stronger one's mental power, the more they suffered from mental disturbances and imbalances. The second prince was also worried. After all, he was his younger brother. Even though they often fought fiercely, he couldn't help but worry. Fifth brother, you're in the same school as him. Keep an eye on him. Upon hearing this, the fifth prince suddenly recalled a major incident Chishu had committed on his first day of school. His mind was filled with thoughts of his third sister-in-law, a truly troublesome person. He also jumped from the 5th floor today. The Empress, who had been listening from backstage, was surprised by Chishu's unexpected action. Emperor Xing, The other princes, After a moment of silence, the 5th prince said with great distress, why can't father change the law? Now third brother can only find partners, like this crazy person. Emperor Xing coughed slightly. The Secretary General said that the boy is quite normal, jumping off the building might be understandable. Indeed, looking at the waterfall in the video, it seemed plausible. At this moment, the first prince noticed another blind spot. He could easily jump down from the 5th floor, which means he's quite strong, perhaps even stronger than F rank. Let's not worry too much. That seems true. He didn't even break his leg. The foreign says his trousers were only slightly wet. The princes had been listless these past few days, unable to sleep because of the third prince's situation. It wasn't that they looked down on Chishu's background, but they felt that only the strong deserved someone like Alhype. The rumors about Chishu were probably untrue, but he might still be attacked because of the third prince's popularity. This wouldn't be good for either side. In short, don't have too high hopes. Besides, someone born with only F rank can't improve their mental strength much even with surgery or medication later. The first prince thought for a moment, then tried to say some good things about Chishu, since he felt the third prince cared about him, and perhaps he wasn't so bad after all. Although he's not very strong, his personality is alright. Even if he had to jump off a building, he would still protect the third prince's spirit, which shows he's a decent person. Yeah, the third prince is practically a vegetable now. 5th prince, just keep an eye on him at school. Don't worry about anything else. Their class only lasts 2 minutes. How am I supposed to keep an eye on him? When the 5th prince Daniel arrived today, the card-making class had already gone home. Although they don't have classes, they have a lot of activities, and can run around the whole school. Just keep an eye on him, and make sure nothing happens to him. We all owe the third prince, so helping out is the right thing to do. If it weren't for Alhype's years of fighting on the front lines, they wouldn't have the leisure to research this and that in the lab. Those old men in the council, and those crocodiles in the military are all eyeing the royal family, trying to dismantle their power, but they can't find an opportunity. They even wanted their sons and daughters to marry the third prince, but they miscalculated. Alhype never attends banquets. After the family meeting, 5th Prince Daniel looked dejected and decided to find someone to keep an eye on Chishu. He worried that with his busy schedule of writing papers and going to the lab, he wouldn't be able to manage it all. The next day, Daniel walked around campus, looking for candidates. Only the command department students seemed normal, but those who excelled in tactics were all cunning. The mecha department students were all big guys with high mental strength and handsome looks, but they shared one characteristic. Most of them were scumbags and loved to play around. These were out of the question. What if his third princess took a liking to someone else? That would be a huge problem. Mecha repair. Well, that was out too. Everyone there was extremely cunning, and they might even be recruiting people to do manual labor for them. There was also the mecha design department. The students there were even more energetic than those in the card-making department. Finally, there was the planting department. He unknowingly wandered over there when he suddenly heard someone calling for help. Hey! Hey! Help me! I'm stuck. Daniel, don't go! Don't go! Really, I'm really stuck. The stuck male student was wearing black-rimmed glasses. Daniel finally turned around and pulled the person out. Why are you stuck here? Is someone bullying you? Oh, it's the 5th prince. Hello. Actually, I just wanted to test if I still get stuck since I skipped lunch. Daniel looked away and saw the warning sign on the wall. Sometimes, he thought it was quite remarkable that he survived this long and remained a normal person. Daniel circled around but still couldn't find anyone to approach Chishu, and his guards all looked menacing. This frustrated him. He hadn't expected that in such a large royal mecha academy, he couldn't find a single person who was even remotely normal. Forget it, I'd better approach her myself. Add her as a friend first, ask her what she's doing every day, subtly inquire about her schedule to avoid any unforeseen trouble. Once I reveal my identity, she should know me, right? However, Daniel was overthinking it. The next day, under the shade of a tree in the card-making teaching building, Daniel, having successfully found Chishu, wasn't met with the third princess's surprise, but with a wary expression. The other woman hadn't even recognized him as the 5th prince by his name. He remained silent for 3 seconds, confirming that Chishu didn't recognize him at all. He was the one who was shocked. Excuse me, can we be friends? I know you're a card-making major. Maybe you could consider me when you produce a card. I'm very wealthy, I can offer you double the price. Since Chishu didn't recognize him, he couldn't very well introduce himself as the 5th prince. Being unrecognized was too embarrassing. Chapter 22. Chishu observed Daniel briefly, and found him to be more shy than Rice and Dickens. His supernatural abilities didn't detect any ill intentions in him, so he quickly added him on social media and called it a day. The little cold ball in his arms glanced at Daniel, and went back to sleep. Seeing his third brother so comfortably nestled in his partner's arms, his devoted fan brother felt incredibly conflicted. Alright, I'm off then. Chishu had just finished class, and was rushing home to make cards. He heard there was a live stream in the afternoon, and Rice's ranking had already reached 35th. He couldn't let his guard down. He and Rice were in the same boat now. Okay, then, goodbye. Goodbye. His first greeting to his third sister-in-law ended so abruptly. He'd gone for the most approachable route, even choosing the most understated hairstyle. Could it be that Chishu never intended to curry favor with the royal family? Otherwise, how could he not even recognize the person? However, the truth is, Chishu's aesthetic sense is still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic era. He's somewhat faceblind to people like Daniel, whose appearance leans towards Western features, especially since the man has blonde hair, quite common in interstellar space, and blue eyes. Chishu had only glanced at a photo of a royal member before, so he didn't remember him at all. Besides, he was a poor student. Things he hadn't consciously tried to memorize were forgotten after just one look. For now, he could only judge whether he's seen the person before by their hairstyle and clothing. The royal family is currently quite united and harmonious because the Star Emperor is in his prime and has a long reign ahead, so his sons are all very obedient, even too lazy to compete for the crown prince position. During dinner at home that evening, the queen asked Daniel how he felt about meeting Chishu. Daniel felt embarrassed but had to say, "He doesn't recognize me. Maybe he doesn't know much about the royal family." That's probably true. Not everyone knows us, the queen gently comforted her son, while also becoming fairly certain of one thing: her newly acquired third daughter-in-law seemed to have something going for her. The Secretary-General's invitation for him to stay at the palace was something he didn't want to do, and he didn't even publicize it after learning he had become a half-royal member, keeping a very low profile. His most high-profile appearance was only for revenge. The queen began to take an interest in her third daughter-in-law, realizing that the boy's mental level was relatively low and he might be afraid of her, so she refrained from secretly going to see him. After lunch, Chishu lazily lay on the sofa, watching the regional Mecha League livestream. That afternoon, Rice's match suddenly went wrong. His mecha had been tampered with by the repairman, the malfunction wasn't detected during the inspection, and the observer malfunctioned. Fortunately, he possessed a strange, high-level star card. Rice felt both frightened and embarrassed. Just as his opponent confidently unleashed a powerful attack, expecting to finish him off, the fiery red mech, visible only from his legs, suddenly crouched down. High-level star card activated, thanks to card maker Chishu's divine assistance. The mech system voice, a youthful tone, rang out, and it began relentlessly sliding, 360-degree slides, again, against the opponent's seemingly certain blue mech. The blue mech was startled by this sudden change. Each jump resembled a jump rope, nearly causing it to twist its ankle and fall. After 3 minutes of this, it not only failed to lock onto its target, but also collapsed. However, Rice's mech was completely out of control, continuing to use sweeping kicks and slide tackles on him. His mech was swept away before it could even stand up. The mech lying on the ground couldn't aim at Rice's mech, and was eventually swept off the stage. With a boom, the mech crashed off the cliff-like stage, but Rice could only turn around and continue sliding tackles. He was a little embarrassed and a little devastated. There were still 3 minutes left in the sliding tackle round, and even though the match was supposed to be over, he was still sliding. The viewers in the live stream were almost laughing themselves to death. It's hard to tell whether the mental damage suffered by the person using the star card is greater, or the damage suffered by the person being attacked. Didn't anyone hear the curse word that Blue Mech uttered before it fell? Every star card that card maker makes adds another enemy. I can't imagine that such a cool little red mech waving its arms isn't enough, it can even slide tackle. That card maker is as perverted as ever. Chishu increasingly realized the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, even the card making association couldn't access his information, so Chishu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, those people were all experts. If he had really been discovered, he might not have been chased and beaten by one person, but by a whole group. Chishu's heart pounded. He turned off the live stream, finding it incredibly exciting. This time, Rice's ranking climbed back to 30th place, getting closer and closer to 10th place. 50 million won't buy a villa. A decent, mid-range villa costs over 500 million, equipped with an intelligent security system and a small yard. It can activate a protective shield to withstand floods or fires. Chishu felt his ambition was truly growing. Rice, having won the match again, called Chishu in tears. "Why, Chishu, did you do this on purpose?" "Really not. Just a few days ago, they were calling me the ballet prince, And today they're calling me sliding slide guy. Sorry. Although he felt apologetic, he wasn't the one doing those moves, so he couldn't help but laugh. But this time, thanks to you, otherwise I really wouldn't have had a chance. Today's opponent was too cunning. He's the son of the Speaker of the Council, with extensive connections. Getting someone to do something underhanded is a piece of cake for him. I couldn't defend myself. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have really lost, and I would have only made it this far. Who told me I wasn't as despicable as others? Rice pitifully played the victim. Chishu hadn't even figured out the political system here yet. He only just learned the difference between titles, and now there was this Speaker of the Council. Was the original owner truly a poor student, or was he spoiled by the Earl? He didn't know much and never deliberately tried to learn. The Earl told him he'd go astray, so the original owner obediently tried to avoid browsing the Star Network. He was completely spoiled by the Earl. His poor grades weren't really his fault. Being brainwashed by this kind of person every day, never exposed to the outside world, what could he possibly know? Thinking about this, Chishu's hatred for the Earl's mansion grew stronger. Chishu, are you listening to me? Yes, continue. I mean, should we play the next card? I can't, because my hand is out of control. Chishu answered honestly. Okay. Rice was just asking casually. Actually, as long as they could win, what did face matter? At most, he'd be ridiculed by his family and netizens. Chishu felt a little sorry for him seeing his miserable state, but he really couldn't do it. The two chatted for a few more minutes. Chishu was a patient listener. Near the end, he tossed out another card. Rain of Pear Blossoms with Lightning. Chapter 23. Rice glanced at the special effects and thought they were awesome. He felt he could definitely regain face this time. But where did the water and needles come from? That wasn't something Chishu was concerned about. Rice was overjoyed. The thought of regaining face in the next match made him happy, and he happily transferred 1.5 million to Chishu. Chishu's account had accumulated nearly 9 million. He first transferred 3 million to the terminal the Secretary General had given him, planning to return it all after the third prince woke up. There was still 6 million left. Chishu contacted his legal team to pay that amount first. The head of the legal team was terrified and quickly returned the money, saying it had already been paid, and no more money should be transferred to his terminal. Chishu hadn't expected the Secretary General to have even paid this fee. Little Cole Ball was furious. Did Chishu really not want to spend his money? But they were partners, even if it was only temporary. He felt a little disappointed. He actually loved money because war allowed him to accumulate a lot, and he owned many planets with considerable income. He was the richest among his brothers. Chishu had no idea what Little Cole Ball was thinking. He rubbed Little Cole Ball's belly, and channeled some soothing energy into its body. Sure enough, the little guy immediately showed him his belly and paws. Only Little Cole Ball's paw pads were pink. Chishu couldn't resist reaching out and pinching them, then pressing them against his face. Small animals were indeed the cutest. Luckily, the third prince didn't know he was tormenting the other spirit like this. He squinted his eyes slightly in bliss. The black ball was feeling incredibly blissful at this moment, completely oblivious to what Chishu was doing. After enjoying the pleasure for over half an hour, the little dumpling finally came to its senses, followed by feelings of embarrassment and annoyance. It had felt incredibly comfortable being squeezed by Chishu, its mind completely blank. Chishu hadn't saved much money for himself either. After transferring another 6 million to the terminal given to him by the Secretary General, he only kept about 10,000. The table and sofa in the house were all transported from the palace by Little Cole Ball. They were brand new. He checked online. Sofas started at 2 million, tables at 4.5 million, beautifully designed, with matching chair covers, built-in heating, and height adjustment. In hot weather, the tables would automatically radiate cool air. There was also a top-grade energy stone inside, which the instruction manual said could last for 300 years. Chishu, These two items, placed in the living room, instantly elevated the villa's prestige. No wonder many card makers, despite their skill, were still poor. Cards were mostly disposable items, and everything on the capital planet was ridiculously expensive. After all, they couldn't save much money. Unless he produces a high-level card every day, which Chishu can't do right now. His ability accumulation can't keep up with his usage rate. He can't become an expert overnight. That evening, Chishu received a pure white uniform from the Royal Mecha Academy. The jacket was to be cinched with a black belt, and he wore a pair of long, black boots that looked incredibly hot. A black beret. Finally, a black badge, pinned to the left shoulder of the jacket. The badge distinguished departments. Black represented dark power, and was the badge for the card-making and chemistry research departments. Gold was for the Unified Mecha Department. Dark blue was for the Command and Combat Department and the Flight Department. Green was for the Agricultural and Botanical Department. Red indicates a single target attack. After a cursory understanding, he, as usual, didn't remember a thing. The next morning, Chishu dressed neatly and set off with his little black ball of fur. The little black ball of fur was still asleep, its face pressed against Chishu's chest in a babyish voice. He shielded the little guy from the light, muttering, "Have you gotten fat?" The little black ball of fur immediately opened its beautiful golden eyes, its gaze seemingly scolding Chishu for talking nonsense. Chishu chuckled and reached out to pinch its neck. Okay, not fat. So cute. He wondered how long the little black ball of fur would stay by his side. Chishu closed his eyes to rest for a few minutes, and before he could even sit down properly, he had already arrived at school. The class monitor sent the location of the open-air hall for the opening ceremony to the group chat. Chishu glanced at the time. It was still early. He strolled leisurely through the campus, only using his superpower to speed up when he realized it was too far. The others assumed he was using mental power, and were quite curious, feeling that Chishu's F rank was a bit different. Attending his first Interstellar University opening ceremony, Chishu was somewhat excited. He found his seat in the card-making department, and sat in the last row. It was then that he realized his classmates were all unfamiliar. A boy with long blue hair and a low ponytail greeted him. This boy had a refined appearance, and wore silver-rimmed glasses with chains. His appearance seemed to slowly overlap with his memory of his class monitor. "Who are you?" Chishu asked abruptly. "Your class monitor, Inta." Chishu, And them? They're all your classmates. Chishu looked incredulous, as if saying, "You're kidding. These handsome young men and beautiful young women were actually those beggars? Can I ask why? They're acting very strangely today." Chishu felt a little uncomfortable, especially with those pairs of eyes that seemed to want to get closer. Appearance and demeanor not up to standard, 50 credits deducted. Chishu was silent for a moment, then asked, "What's the total score?" 50. "Do you have 50 credits to deduct?" "Loan credits." Chishu, Because the opening ceremony is being broadcast live. The whole intergalactic world can see it. The students' attire represents the school's image. They can be as wild as they want normally, but at this crucial moment, they still have to put on a show. Chishu nodded, understanding formalism. At this point, Inta suddenly chuckled softly and said, "Cherish them now." Chishu wanted to say that he himself wasn't, but he didn't say it aloud. When you're out in the world, you have to be mindful of social interactions, or else you lose them. Okay. Inta seemed to enjoy sitting next to him, and Chishu didn't mind. However, the little coal ball in his arms kept fidgeting, so he reached out and pinched its tail to quiet it down. In a bedroom of a palace across a district from the Royal Mech Academy, a blush had crept onto the man's face. At the opening ceremony, why is there a competition? Chishu saw two students on the arena who had just finished fighting. "It's just an interdepartmental combat competition. It's fine, no one will choose us." "Why?" "Probably to leave a good impression on the card-making department." Just as Inta finished speaking, a blue lightning bolt struck Chishu. Chishu shielded his eyes with his arm. "Didn't you say no one would choose us?" Chapter 24. Inta laughed. "It's alright, I give you a mid-level fighting card. I guarantee you can knock his teeth out. You're new here, so you might not know, but in a fighting match, you only need to leave him alive. The medical pod will bring him back. Don't be shy. Anyway, he's coming for you, trying to cripple you, so don't hold back." Chishu, Okay then, the class monitor is right. Chishu had to stand up and put little coal ball back in his seat. "Wait for me a minute, I'll be right back. Don't run around. Promise me, raise your paw." Little coal ball hesitated, but still raised its paw and touched it with Chishu's. Fighting in a fighting match isn't allowed using mental forms, and little coal ball couldn't provide him with any help. All the students' eyes were on him. They were a little scared, a little hesitant, but still pulled out their most treasured cards. Mid-level, high-level, all sorts of cards. Some even had 10 at once for him to choose from. Chishu, What happened to not releasing a single card in a year? He now seemed to be the hope of the whole class, with pairs of bright eyes staring at him. In the end, Chishu only got one into fighting card. The other students were a little disappointed, which made his conscience suddenly ache a little, but not much. A chestnut-haired boy from the individual combat department, which was located far away from the card-making department, slightly smiled, slowly got up from his seat, and walked onto the stage. He was Chishu's ex-fiancée Slade's childhood friend. Slade had recently lost face because of Chishu, and since the opening ceremony was crowded, he bribed someone backstage to have his name appear on the screen, and then he would choose an opponent from another department. This is a standard procedure in the opening ceremonies of many universities in the interstellar space. The ceremony officially begins only after the fighting competition. The fifth prince, who was initially sulking because his third sister-in-law didn't recognize him, had no choice but to come. He knew someone was going to cause trouble. Oh, it was Alessandrum, the son of a first-level counselor, who was Slade's childhood friend. While any one of the lunatics in the card-making department was a cheat code, Chishu was different. A student who only attended 2 days of classes, what did he know? Jumping off buildings was hardly a skill. Daniel half covered his eyes, somewhat afraid to watch. Should he intervene when his third sister-in-law was about to get beaten up? But that would break the rules. Never mind, let's wait and see. Daniel's anxiety lasted only a few seconds when suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulder, a black ball of fluff. He almost cried out, but managed to lower his voice. Brother, what brings you here? The black ball of fluff patted his shoulder irritably. Daniel immediately understood. Got it, I teach that blind fool a lesson for my sister-in-law after this. The black ball of fur was satisfied, shifting its gaze to Chishu. Chishu felt like he was walking on the axis of symmetry in the seating area, surrounded by a mix of disdain, contempt, curiosity, excitement, pity, and sympathy. Regarding the fight, Chishu didn't know how to put it, because he had never fought a spaceman in close combat, and therefore didn't know the strength of either side. After Chishu went on stage, even more people became nervous. The school board was already sweating profusely, but they couldn't make an exception for Chishu unless there was a sudden hailstorm, a tornado, or a major earthquake to exempt him from the competition. But all those thoughts were just wishful thinking. The weather was pleasant today, the air slightly cool. As soon as Chishu stepped onto the arena, cheers erupted from below, some shouting go card-making department. Others go individual combat department. This concerned the card-making department's reputation for the next semester, so Chishu had to be cautious. To say he felt a strong sense of belonging wasn't really true, but the class monitor and the other students were alright, and he would do his best. Individual combat department, Alessandra. Card-making department, Chishu. The whistle blew, and his opponent's fist came hurtling towards him, fast and powerful, seemingly aiming to break his nose. Chishu tilted his head, grabbed the opponent's wrist, and gently twisted it with his special ability. An arm was unexpectedly snapped, bright red blood gushing out. He skillfully dodged, avoiding getting his clothes dirty. Ah, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect your arm to be so fragile. Ah. The man howled in pain, watching helplessly as his arm was twisted off. The seemingly weak and harmless black-haired youth stared with wide, dark eyes, seemingly studying his skeletal structure with curiosity. The students below, The fifth prince, His worries were unfounded. Little Cold Ball nodded in satisfaction. The fifth prince couldn't help but say, Brother, your partner seems a bit fierce. Little Cold Ball glanced at him sideways, thinking his useless younger brother was truly spineless. A fight that only resulted in scratches? He'd be the first to be eaten by insects on the battlefield. Only ruthlessness and decisiveness can survive. A person nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That guy didn't even use their cards. That's terrifying. No wonder he's a card maker. Is Alessandrum stupid to provoke someone from the card maker department? Damn, I don't think I can even eat lunch. Alessandrum, writhing in pain from losing his most agile right arm, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, couldn't use his mental power. Using mental power in the fighting tournament would get him expelled from school. He couldn't understand how Chishu could be so strong. Chishu didn't care about martial ethics. His raised hand wasn't an apology, but a sign that his brother still needed to train. Alessandrum's physical abilities were at least A-level. For someone with only E-level physical abilities to bully him like this, with such shamelessness, there was no point in expecting him to be polite. Too bad I can't break your neck. Chishu dodged his clumsy punch and kicked him into a pillar of the ring. His gait was elegant and composed, as if he were just trying to keep his hat on. The competition rules only prohibited the use of mental power, not supernatural abilities. Chishu, without a hint of guilt, smiled and crouched down, grabbing the other man's chestnut-colored hair and forcing his head up. Chishu, still smiling, whispered in his ear, Are all you individual combat specialists like you, unable to beat an E rank? Impossible, right? It's too embarrassing to say that out loud. You're an individual combat specialist, after all. Chishu's innocent face, with just a slight smile, sent chills down one's spine. Useless. I'm going to kill you. I shouldn't have held back. Fine, then go all out. Chishu released his grip, and the kneeling man turned to kick him. He stood up, took a step back, and as the other man stood up, delivered another high-sweeping kick. Alessander's body flew through the air again, crashing into a pillar diagonally opposite him, half his teeth shattered. The card-making students looked at Inta. Squad leader, what did you say to Chishu? As long as he doesn't die. Oh, that's good. But it feels like that person is a bit dead. Don't worry, he won't die. Inta was surprised that Chishu hadn't used the card he gave him, and Chishu's physical abilities must be at least S-rank, right? He remembered that his classmates in the individual combat department all had S-rank physical abilities, and were all elite students selected from various planets, yet they couldn't beat Chishu? Chapter 25. Inta estimated that the school would reevaluate Chishu after the match. He was also very curious about the new student Chishu's mental strength and physical abilities. On the stage, Chishu calmly stepped onto his shoulders and back, as if trampling the dignity of the individual combat department into the ground. They dared not speak out, for they had been jealous of the card-making department for a long time, but they needed his help and dared not utter a sound. After all, card makers were so rare. You, don't go too far. Actually, I admire you quite a bit. You didn't give up even with a broken hand. The boy looked down at him, but Alessandrum could only feel the other's gaze, as if looking at a dead man. If Chishu knew, he would definitely say that he had been wronged again. Most of the people he fought were zombies. He hadn't fought humans many times. With his fair complexion and delicate features, no one would have imagined that Chishu, who looked so weak and frail, would break someone's arm so easily. A medical pod could save someone, but limb regeneration is very time-consuming, requiring at least 3 months. Not only were the students impressed, but the school board was also relieved. Thank goodness Chishu won. Although Alessandrum's father would hold the school accountable, what could he do? That student brought it on himself. Of all people, why choose someone who seemed easiest to bully? And now he's in trouble. Chishu originally wanted to pretend to be a good student. Even though he was a poor student, he wanted to leave a good impression on the teachers. But someone had to provoke him. Alessandrum, who had originally wanted to embarrass Chishu in front of the entire Empire's netizens, was completely humiliated. Almost everyone present forgot about the live stream, including Chishu himself. By the time they realized it was being streamed, it was too late. Since the fight was already started, they might as well go all out. Alessander caught the remaining punches easily, ending up with a bruised and swollen face. Chishu initially wanted to break his limbs, but that was too gruesome, and how could he fight him when he was a mangled mess? So, after being brutally beaten for 10 minutes, the bloodied and mangled Alessander finally couldn't take it anymore and surrendered. The viewers in the live stream who kept calling Chishu a waste, I think I'm still half asleep today. Chishu's physical abilities are that strong? Didn't Subayan say it was only E rank? Even if his physical abilities are amazing, an F rank mental strength is useless. That guy who got pinned to the ground has an S rank mental strength. If he dared to use his mental strength, Chishu would probably be dead. How could he dare to use it? Violating the rules will get him expelled. A waste is a waste, that's all he can do, let's move on. Didn't anyone notice that he actually got into the card-making class? That's the Royal Mech Academy's card-making class. Who knows how some people got their spots? Hilarious. Does he think he can become a card maker just because he's also named Chishu? Is he trying to piggyback on the most popular guy lately? After the competition, the department head immediately took Chishu to have his mental strength tested. Same old story. F rank mental strength, E rank physical strength. The department head adjusted his glasses, looking serious. Your opponent was an S rank physical fitness student. How did you beat him? Chishu, holding little coal ball, looked bewildered, then muttered, I don't know either. Just now, I felt like our star card ancestor suddenly possessed me, and my strength seems to have increased. Little coal ball, Card maker is inherently a mystical and illogical profession. The department head frowned, thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Makes sense. Little coal ball, This works? After Chishu emerged, his ranking on the school's mental strength and physical fitness lists remained unchanged, only the recording time changed. In other words, Chishu was still a useless nobody. The reason for Chishu's sudden strength was also linked to the star card ancestor, which the school considered reasonable and flawless. The mood of people from other departments was also fluctuating. If even a useless nobody like Chishu was this strong, wouldn't the S-rank students in the card-making class be incredibly powerful? Although many people online still refuted Chishu's strength, some had already begun to question their existence. Chishu was F rank, so what were they, the S rank students? Overrated? The fifth prince was still in a daze when he returned to the palace. He thought to himself, I just ran into my third brother today. But the person he most wanted to mention was Chishu, so after washing up that evening, he pulled the whole family into an online meeting room and recounted the entire day's events. His mental strength was retested, still F level, and his physical fitness is E level. Everyone had secretly watched the video earlier that day, but they were too embarrassed to admit they'd been following it closely. After all, he was practically a new member of the family. Humans are curious creatures, so they all secretly watched the Royal Mecha Academy's opening ceremony during their breaks. He even said that the star card ancestor possessed him and saved his life. You actually believe that? But besides that, is there any other explanation? His body is perfectly normal. The fifth brother reported on Chishu's situation and then mentioned his third brother. Third brother's spirit body seems to have grown considerably since last month. It looks like he's slowly recovering. This was good news, but the others looked worried. The fourth brother asked, Chishu seems so violent. What if he and third brother get into a fight over something? And third brother has a terrible temper. He's not talkative, and when he does, it's always hurtful. Some had worried that Chishu wasn't good enough for the third brother, but after seeing Chishu's face, everyone was speechless. He was handsome and innocent looking, just a bit ruthless in a fight. In short, Chishu's reputation had spread throughout the Royal Mech Academy. Many students had previously focused on becoming top students and hadn't paid attention to online news. Most of them were children of nobles or wealthy families, all destined to inherit their family businesses or strive for success in the military. Today's opening ceremony showed them the destructive power of a pushover. That Alessandra is an S-rank athlete. It would be understandable if Chishu used a card, but this guy didn't, and he was completely nonchalant the whole time, his hat perfectly balanced, not veering off course. That's such a charade. Anyone who didn't know better would think Chishu was the one with S-rank physical abilities. Does this make sense? What kind of legendary card master is this? Only an idiot would believe that. The controversy surrounding Chishu's baffling actions continues, but he ignores it. Chapter 26. After the opening ceremony, the one who suffered the worst beating was Alessandrum. He lost his right arm and wouldn't be able to train properly for at least 3 months, a huge price to pay. He hadn't expected Chishu to not only beat him, but also to be so ruthless. Almost all his teeth were knocked out, his jaw was dislocated, his thigh was broken, and he had a broken arm. There wasn't a single unscathed spot on his body. He couldn't help but video call Slade, crying and complaining. That Chishu likes you so much, go and give him a piece of your mind, or make him come and apologize to me. I really can't swallow this. Slade, do you understand? Alessandrum, you were too impulsive. You shouldn't have acted so rashly. I was planning to talk to him privately. But now it's already happened. Can you bear to let your good brother suffer this humiliation? Wasn't he willing to do anything for you? He hasn't contacted me recently, probably because he's angry with me. I coax him a bit. I know he can't accept breaking off our engagement. So what? You're not going to help me get revenge? What? I got hurt because of you. You said you were really upset, and there's dirt on you everywhere on the Starnet. Alright, don't be angry. I get him to come and apologize to you. He really went too far today. Just a little? Slade, you really disappointed me. I advise you to think carefully before you speak, before my patience runs out. Fine, you're really something. You said everything. I deserve it, okay? I deserve it. Alessandrum hung up the call. Since he couldn't get revenge at school, he'd find a chance to kill Chishu. This guy really made him lose face in front of everyone today. Anyway, Slade was unreliable. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was the Duke's son, he would have already broken off all ties with this friend. On the other end of the line, after the call was hung up, Slade continued to enjoy Chishu's intriguing demeanor. He had never seen Chishu so violent. From childhood, he knew Chishu was his fiancé, and he had always treated him with cold indifference. Whether it was cursing him, hitting him, deliberately having people humiliate him, or sleeping with someone else in front of him, that blockhead never uttered a sound. At most, he would sulk, and a couple of days later, he would rush to appease him, crying and begging him not to let go. He was truly fed up with Chishu like this. However, from the moment the engagement was broken off, he began to regret not having taken advantage of him. Later, when this guy spoke ill of him online, he tolerated it. After all, he was the one who broke off the engagement first. He could forgive him this once. But now, how come this guy hasn't contacted him for so long? Before, if he didn't reply to messages, this guy would cry and make a scene, even pretending to be pitiful and coming to him covered in injuries. Now, almost half a month has passed, the guy's gotten bolder. Using today's events as an excuse, Slade made a video call to Chishu's terminal. Chishu on the other end was still busy making dinner. Tonight he planned to have braised beef brisket with potatoes, but the beef wasn't real beef, it was unicorn meat that resembled beef. Little Cole Ball, bring me my terminal. Little Cole Ball lay on the sofa like a king, and when he saw the name Slade displayed on the terminal's pop-up screen, he didn't want to move. Ha, a mere son of a duke, not even the heir, dares to run in front of his partner. Baby, help your brother get the terminal. Ouch. No way. Hurry up, or I get angry. Little Cole Ball looked incredulous. Chishu was already yelling at it for another man. The black ball reluctantly picked up the bracelet and handed it to him, then Chishu held it in his arms, supporting its bottom with one hand. It turned out to be a video call from his ex-fiancée. Was he asking for a scolding? Chishu calmly answered. The person on the other end had a cold face, looking like he was about to start a fight, exactly as the original owner remembered. A narcissistic, arrogant, and conceited guy. What's up? I don't usually talk to rotten cucumbers. While I still have a little free time, hurry up and start telling your story. Slade hadn't expected Chishu to not only become violent, but also so sharp-tongued, even calling him a rotten cucumber. And the worst part was, he actually understood what he meant. He was furious at being rejected. He had already prepared his words to guide Chishu to feel remorse and apologize. What crime? Don't you have any manners? Have you forgotten all your aristocratic etiquette? Or are you a commoner at heart, destined to be consumed by baseness and filth? Here we go again, the endless manipulation of the original owner. The original owner had often been abused by his adoptive father, and when he sought help from his fiancée, he only received cold indifference and ridicule. My politeness is only for those who are worthy of me. And you're nothing but a maggot-ridden creature in a glamorous shell. Your heart is rotten, despicable, disgusting, it makes one want to vomit. It's a good thing you broke off the engagement, otherwise, I never get rid of this stinking worm. Every word Chishu uttered felt like an ice dagger piercing his opponent. Slade hadn't expected Chishu to say something so infuriating. The once gentle, understanding, and pitiful guy's mouth was now so vicious. What? You're not convinced? Honestly, I really look down on someone like you. So what if you're the Duke's son? You're not the heir, you're average looking, you have 2 older brothers, your strength is the weakest, and you're an illegitimate child. Your mother just gave you your father's surname. You're worthless. The little Cole Ball seemed to hear the sound of someone shattering. It hadn't expected Chishu, who was usually quiet at home, to be so ruthless, so adept at tearing people apart. Besides, you're not still dreaming, thinking I fawned over you like before, are you? Yes, I was blind before, that's why I kept trying. But after I saw you sleeping with someone else, I developed a physical and mental disgust for you. I truly regret not knowing you were such a piece of trash sooner. You? The drawbacks of the interstellar common language immediately became apparent. Slade searched for a long time, but couldn't find a word to curse Chishu. He was furious, his face flushed red. He was actually being rejected. Chishu called him filthy. What right do you have to say that to me? No right. Do you need a license to curse? Sorry, my internet speed is a bit slow. I didn't know you needed a license to curse. Chishu smiled chillingly. Chapter 27. Thinking of this, Chishu suddenly laughed. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know, but in the food I brought you, there were some nutritious red beetles I caught for you. They're tiny, and love collecting animal droppings. Slade immediately felt nauseous and gagged. He regretted not ending the video call sooner. Oh, and one more thing, I forgot to tell you. Actually, my younger brother Subayan has several infectious diseases. You better get checked out too. Click. The sound of the video call ending rang out. Chishu chuckled, thinking that the interstellar people's fighting ability was still too weak. They couldn't even argue properly, while he was a pea shooter in the apocalypse. Having witnessed the power of Chishu's argument, little Cole Ball thought that he should give him 2/3 of the property in the future during a divorce. He was afraid of being scolded by Chishu. Luckily, he had always been virtuous. And that guy named Slade was truly awful. Thankfully, Chishu didn't fall into his trap, realized his mistake, and became clear-headed. Little Cole Ball completely agreed with Chishu's actions. If needed, he even throw the guy to feed the Zerg. The third prince, never one to show mercy, felt a surge of anger, wishing he could wake up immediately and avenge his partner. He simply couldn't tolerate it. Even though he currently only had the mind of a child, he possessed all his memories, and his thought process made him intolerant of even the slightest imperfection. Damn it! The more little Cole Ball thought about it, the angrier he became, kicking his paws on the table. Chishu's words completely broke Slade, who was separated by more than a dozen planets. He had originally wanted Chishu to apologize, but now he had completely forgotten about it. He recalled his private life, explaining why he hadn't dared to go to the medical ward for a checkup, fearing he might have contracted some contagious disease that his father would find out. After hearing Chishu's words today, he couldn't resist, and went to the medical ward to lie down, only to discover he really did have a disease. It must have been Su Bian who infected him, and it was called a worm disease, a nerve-damaging illness, incurable. No wonder his body was always itchy at night, like insects were crawling on him. Damn it! Slade was furious, and in a fit of rage, he destroyed half the house. And Chishu dared to despise him, calling him a and disgusting. Shaking with rage, Slade suffered a mental breakdown at night, injuring the Duke who had just returned home. The Duke, in a fit of anger, locked him in the fighting cage, refusing to feed him or call a doctor. Disgusting fellow, the Duke said as he left. Slade, in his mental breakdown, kept muttering the word disgusting. If Chishu knew his situation, he would definitely say serves him right. The original owner endured countless agonizing nights, while Slade only suffered a few insults before his mental state collapsed, not even a fraction of the suffering the original owner endured. He knew the original owner liked him, yet he toyed with her feelings, manipulated her, deliberately made her bring him food on a rainy day, and even showed her a scene of infidelity that nearly caused her heart to stop. The word disgusting is simply insufficient to describe this ex-fiancé. The next day, Chishu went to school, not wearing his school uniform. Seeing everyone dressed in mysterious, magic-like robes, he simply wore whatever he could find, inconspicuous but not cheap. Impeccable. After a night's rest, the gentle and handsome class monitor's hair was greasy, and his clothes were haphazardly worn. Chishu returned the fighting card to him. Thanks for the reminder yesterday, class monitor, it was very useful. The classmates, no one dared to say it, and the other dared to do it. Did Chishu know that the class monitor was second only to the professor in terms of danger? Their eyes were filled with complex emotions, but the complexity didn't last long before they returned to their lifeless state. Yesterday's handsome men and beautiful women seemed like a dream. Chishu was used to it. A beggar is a beggar, after all. Today's lesson was an outdoor activity, and the card-making professor was different. He told the class monitor to imitate his star card symbol on the ground. Boom! A bolt of lightning was about to strike the students nearby. Chishu, carrying Tuanzi, quickly retreated. Several students suffered, but because of their S-rank physical abilities, they only suffered physical pain, their hair was messed up, and their skin was tanned. Chishu swallowed hard, realizing he underestimated the card-making class. He really thought they didn't produce a single card a year. Turns out, the rumors were all a hoax. Look at the class monitor, then at the classmate who survived being struck by lightning. Alright, anyone want to come up and try? No! Today's class has only been going on for 3 minutes. It's not good to dismiss everyone so soon. The school severely criticized our class yesterday. The professor complained to the students with a pained expression. Chishu, this is completely contrary to the natural order. What kind of teacher complains to students? He quickly realized this was perfectly normal, because all the students in the class were either rich or powerful. For example, the class monitor, Inta, was the son of a marquis, like the snake man Dickens, a young marquis. Inta's mother was also the largest nutrient solution supplier in the entire galaxy. At this moment, his classmate next to him, who was smoking from being struck by lightning, exhaled a puff of smoke and immediately cursed the school. What a troublemaker. Don't worry, teacher. From now on, our classes will definitely not exceed 5 minutes. Right. Don't be afraid, teacher. We stand up for you. Chishu, Okay. The teacher nodded repeatedly in thanks, thanking him for 3 minutes, and then dismissed the get out of class. Little Cole Ball, Will it actually work? After watching the professor leave, Inta walked over to him. You were amazing yesterday. I didn't expect you to be able to break his hand so easily. And actually, you don't need to be so polite. I saw that he still had 2 teeth left. You're so kind. But don't be afraid, not many people in the school will dare to bully you anymore. If there is, Inta whispered in his ear. I take care of him for you. Chishu, this class monitor is very different. Not a class monitor in the traditional sense. Oh right, we have another class this afternoon at the East Campus. Remember to come. Inta patted his shoulder, glanced at the little coal ball in his arms, and then turned and left. The little coal ball only glanced at him, and then ignored him. Not a threat, neither a good nor a bad person. Chishu could be friends with this guy, but not with someone he could confide in. What East Campus class? Chishu didn't quite understand. He only found out when he got there that it was a class he was auditing. The card-making class teacher was slacking off. They were auditing the interstellar history class that every class had. Chishu was initially a little attentive, but then he simply slumped onto the desk and fell asleep. Inta had thought Chishu was a very hard-working person who didn't fit in with his classmates, but he didn't expect Chishu to fall asleep less than 2 minutes into the class. A minute later, Inta raised his hand. Teacher, my classmate isn't feeling well. I take him to the infirmary. Then, he carried the sleeping Chishu away. Chapter 28. Having vaguely heard the class monitor's words, Chishu finally let the monitor lead him out, then stood firm. He could even feel the envious gazes of his classmates. As expected of Chishu, you're really savvy. I'm off then. Chishu nodded. No wonder he was the class monitor of the card-making class. Even skipping class, he brought a classmate along. Little cold ball stood beside his legs, its eyes filled with worry. It thought to itself that the worst decision its father had made was sending Chishu to this class. A week of classes, and he hadn't learned anything. That teacher's lectures were like lulling a cub to sleep. No wonder Chishu fell asleep so quickly. Chishu bent down, picked up little cold ball, kissed it, and then, somewhat dazed and disoriented, walked to the school cafeteria, where he bumped into the class monitor eating grilled fish. Their eyes met, and they both chuckled. Then Chishu ordered a bowl of noodles. You're eating so little? Inta asked. Not bad, 5 meals a day. Wow, me too, what a coincidence. The two like-minded people suddenly laughed. Little cold ball didn't understand what they were laughing at. A sense of worry enveloped its entire leopard. By the way, have you watched the hottest regional mecha league lately? Yes. Have you heard of a card maker with the same name as you? Yeah, there are a few in my class, aren't there? Chishu asked. They're joking, they're not really making cards. Chishu, so you mean? The card maker who makes star cards for Rice. His name sounds similar to yours. That's quite a coincidence. Inta smiled at him. You suspect it's me? My gut feeling is it. Fine, it's me then, I admit it. Chishu said nonchalantly. Seeing Chishu's relaxed demeanor, Inta felt it was impossible. First of all, Chishu didn't meet the requirements for creating a high-level star card. His mental strength was too low. Let's watch the live stream for a while. We can eat and watch at the same time. Chishu said slowly, actually willing to come out with her just to watch the live stream. Inta glanced at him, her eyes somewhat strange, then suddenly said, Rice is only 23 years old this year, and he's already entered the regional league. Many people from our school went, and they were all eliminated. Yeah, I think so too. Chishu nodded, then pointed nervously at the screen. The one on the other side is Thor. I think Rice's blazing fire is going to be in big trouble. Also, is the person on Thor's side using a star card? High-level star card activated, thanks to card maker Inta's divine assistance. Chishu looked at Inta. Class monitor, is this you? Inta smiled slightly. How could that be? Since someone already shares your name, it's not surprising that someone shares mine. Chishu smiled back. What a coincidence, class monitor. Inta's smile became a little stiff. He hadn't expected someone to be broadcasting live next to him while he was having a meal, and he certainly hadn't expected Thor to use the card he'd given him today. Just as Rice's fiery spirit was about to be brutally beaten, he suddenly activated his star card. Advanced star card activated, thanks to the divine assistance of card maker Chishu. Thor heard this, but it was too late to dodge. There wasn't much water on site to begin with, but water suddenly appeared from all directions. They pierced Thor's mech like needles, attracting lightning that charred him black. Fire quickly scrambled to his feet and delivered the fatal blow to Thor. Rice smiled, victorious, raising his mech arm. But soon, his smile vanished as an increasingly foul stench wafted over. He couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited along with his opponent, who was using Thor's mech. Someone in the audience was cursing, saying the toilet suddenly ran out of water. Chishu, Chishu put down his fork. Inta's fish fillet also fell out of his mouth. The viewers watching the holographic livestream all rushed to vomit, returning to spam the chat with accusations against Chishu for being inhuman, some even issuing bounties. Chishu, Inta, accepting defeat wholeheartedly. I never seen such a freakish card maker. If I ever meet him, I definitely befriend him. Chishu breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't planning to fight him. He's practically wanted by the entire internet now. Luckily, neither Rice nor Dickens know who he is, and the Card Makers Association only knows his name. Little Cold Ball has started brainwashing himself. He believes Chishu isn't inherently bad, and that the Star Card ancestor must have misled him. Sigh, Leopard is really worried sick. After returning from school, Rice sent him some data. Chishu realized he was really going to be the target of a massive backlash this time, because it happened to be around many people's mealtime. Many people were watching the live stream while eating, affecting over 600 million people. Sigh, money really isn't easy to earn, Chishu sighed, but his face was actually full of mischievous helplessness and innocence. Even Little Cold Ball couldn't tell if he was doing it on purpose. Ouch. Baby, you think so too, right? Chishu picked up Cold Ball and bounced him around. You gotten quite heavy again. Can a spiritual body get fat too? Chishu searched online. The Starnet said the state of a spiritual body is equivalent to the state of its master. Could it be that the third prince has also gained weight? Chishu was full of curiosity. Speaking of spiritual bodies, Chishu felt he should brush up on his knowledge in this area. However, after reading for half an hour, his eyes started to hurt. He rubbed his eyes as he read. A line of interstellar common text came into view. A spiritual body can empathize with its master. Chishu grabbed Little Cold Ball from beside him and held it up, looking left and right, but he still couldn't make out Little Cold Ball's expression. Are you the third prince? Ah, I am. No, okay, I knew it wasn't you. How could someone as cute as you be the cold-blooded, ruthless third prince who could single-handedly fight the king insect? You're so cute, gentle, and obedient, so charming. Once in his private space, Chishu hugged Little Cold Ball tightly and wouldn't let go. Little Cold Ball sighed. Did it have to be aloof? But it couldn't be. Chishu was so clingy, he'd get incredibly sad if separated from the leopard for even a short while, and the leopard would have to coax him. What a hassle. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. Rice's cards are all used up. I make him 1 or 2 more. Chishu let go of Little Cold Ball and went to his study. Little Cold Ball didn't follow to disturb him. It obediently nestled on the sofa and slept. Upstairs, Chishu had become quite adept at making star cards, and within half an hour, he had produced 2 more high-level star cards. Rheumatism, bone pain, arthritis effect, lasts for 10 minutes, reduces the opponent's speed, turning them into a frail old person. Ironclad divine skill, leg-grabbing effect, lasts for 10 minutes, increases load-bearing capacity and pressure resistance fourfold, allowing you to grab your opponent's leg and carry them away. Still the same powerful skill. Chishu was initially incredibly shy, but now, he didn't care anymore, it didn't matter. After finishing his practice, he prepared to sleep. Chishu had just opened the study door when Little Cold Ball was already sitting at the door waiting for him. Chapter 29. He bent down, picked it up, rubbed his face against it, and then kissed its little nose. Baby, you're so adorable. How can you be so well behaved? Any other kitten would be scratching at the door. You're such an angel. How could the third prince, such a cold and aloof person, have such a cute and charming spirit? You can't be his biological child, right? Hearing Chishu's sweet words, Little Cold Ball felt like it had fallen into a honey pot. Sleep now, sleep now. Chishu felt incredibly happy. Sleeping with the cat every day was so fulfilling, but Little Cold Ball was the third prince's spirit, not a pet. He couldn't buy it, they were destined to be separated. He wanted to cherish the time he spent with Little Cold Ball. Meanwhile, the legal team had already begun their work. They came to Poolin Star to collect evidence and investigate, spending 5 days on the journey alone. They were all SS level or higher spiritualists. Without this level of ability, it would be impossible to survive as a lawyer in interstellar space. Just searching for evidence for the case would easily lead to their deaths. Just as they had expected, Planet Pranoi was shrouded in darkness. Winning the lawsuit was important, but even more crucial was crushing the Earl Sue's mansion. Finding incriminating evidence against them was no easy feat. The locals were extremely wary of extraterrestrial tourists. The locals spoke a common language with a Pranoi accent, their voices always sharp and argumentative. The lawyers had no choice but to disguise themselves as out-of-town delivering in, immediately lowering the locals' guard. They began engaging in conversation to extract information, focusing primarily on the Earl Sue's company employees. Once they were familiar with their surroundings, the nighttime activities became even more thrilling than those of espionage. Chishu also learned about the operation and provided them with clues through the original owner's memories, even revealing the password to the company's side door to the lawyers. Finally, there was the company basement, which the original owner had accidentally seen before. He felt something was hidden there, as he always heard a thump 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 sound at night. Before ending the conversation, Chishu still told them to be careful, that life was the most important thing, and to evacuate immediately if any danger arose. Chishu was unaware that they had been on far more dangerous missions. This was nothing compared to what they had experienced. On the surface, they were lawyers, but in reality, they did many other things, serving as capable assistants to the Secretary General. Chishu was very surprised to hear that their mental strength was actually at the SS level. This meant that the Star Emperor wasn't just giving him a perfunctory answer, he genuinely meant it when he said he was helping him. Chishu developed an initial positive impression of the royal family. He had always thought the royal family was a place of intrigue and deceit. In reality, intrigue and backstabbing are rampant on the capital planet, but members of the same family are generally quite united, working together against outsiders. Those who sow discord within the family rarely have a good ending, a lesson they learned over tens of thousands of years. Chishu felt that interstellar space had already developed its own culture. Early the next morning, Chishu went for a run as soon as he got up, then took a bath for a while, browsing the starnet. Just as he was about to scroll past the first page, a green crystal core caught his attention. He squinted slightly, reaching out to magnify the surface of the crystal core for a closer look. This thing looked exactly like a zombie crystal core, only much larger. His heart suddenly pounded, and he felt his blood boiling. This was his superpower agitation. He slowly calmed himself, but couldn't help feeling nervous. That thing was a beast core, found within the body of a star beast. No wonder his superpower increased so quickly when he ate beast meat. He wanted to buy 2 beast cores on the star network to try them out, but they cost 10 million star coins each. Even though he was taking a hot bath, Chishu felt the temperature dropping, as if someone had doused him with a bucket of cold water. He mailed all the cards he had made to Rice before going to school. Rice had already climbed to 21st place. One step closer to victory. His matches were only once or twice every 2 days. In the afternoon, Chishu, holding the cat in his arms, entered the classroom just in time. The professor still hadn't called roll. Inta beckoned to him, and he went over and sat down. The little coal ball changed its position and sat on his lap. Inta lowered his voice and asked him, "Is this your spiritual entity?" Chishu didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. Nodding was awkward, and shaking his head was difficult to explain, so he said, "You're mistaken, it's just a pet cat." Inta, do you think I'm blind? This isn't just not a cat, it's a spiritual entity, and a black panther at that. Can F-rank beings even have spiritual entities? It seems so, but spiritual entities are usually quite weak. This must be someone else's spiritual entity, right? The clever Inta didn't press the issue. Seeing his calm reaction, Chishu guessed he believed him, and didn't continue talking to Inta. He could only concentrate for a few minutes each day, just enough for 2 or 3 minutes. Just when he thought the class would pass peacefully, insects began crawling in through the window. The professor used a priming card. Chishu frowned and stood up. He took out a high-attack flamethrower from his spatial storage, preparing to roast the insects. Inta, standing beside him, was startled by Chishu's actions. No. Those are our seniors' graduation theses, from the Agricultural and Botanical Sciences Department. Those insects are incredibly smart. If you kill one, you be chased for life. The Agricultural and Botanical Sciences Department includes 2 majors, breeding and planting. The reason it's not called breeding and animal husbandry is probably because the names aren't elegant enough. Chishu, alright then. Chishu, who could even control zombies, was no match for tiny insects. Get lost, or I roast you all. A wave of control-type superpowers, like waves crashing in the air, surged forward. Hearing that the terrifying human was going to kill them, the insects began to retreat in fear. No more insects entered. The insects in the classroom were also terrified and kept migrating back. The students in the classroom, who had been bracing themselves for torture, thought, "Great, another day alive." The moment they saw the bug crawl back, the professor, bewildered, assumed today's presentation card had expired, so he showed them another cooling card. Chishu managed to stay upright, leaning against his clothes. Little Coal Ball couldn't take it anymore, so he stuffed it into his clothes. Inside the third prince's palace, the young man on the bed moved his fingers again, but Chishu, oblivious, even pinched little cold balls flashed through his clothes. Inta was actually a little disappointed to see the bug run away, mainly because no one was injured today. The students had all left class lively and energetic. Several students cautiously approached him, wanting his contact information. Chishu vaguely remembered these were the students who had offered to help him last time. They had many cards and were quite capable. After adding each other as friends, Chishu was immediately called for help by a senior student from the neighboring Agricultural Science Institute as soon as he stepped out of the building. Chishu wanted to pretend he didn't hear, but the senior student was about to graduate, and his graduation thesis had disappeared. Chishu glanced helplessly at Inta. Inta shrugged. He dared not say that it was done by their card-making class teacher. The professors in the card-making department and the professors in the agricultural botany department were always at odds. Chishu didn't say anything more, silently taking the transparent insect-rearing box and using his supernatural ability to summon insects. The insects huffed and puffed their way a long way, then were terrified by the information conveyed by Chishu's supernatural ability, and huffed and puffed their way back exhausted. Chapter 30. Having collected an approximate number, he calculated the time it would take back to his heartbroken senior. The senior was so happy he almost knelt before Chishu, shouting, "Junior, you're so kind. You helped me so much." Inta also helped find a few adorable little insects. Seeing the senior gratefully clutching Chishu's wrist, the leopard on Chishu's shoulder nearly bristled. This senior is the son of the director of the Animal Medical Research Institute on the capital star. Chishu suddenly understood the Star Emperor's intention. He simply wanted him to build more connections here. Other schools also had many elites, all wealthy and powerful. But the place with the most powerful and influential people was the Royal Mech Academy. This is for you. Fresh beast eggs and 2 boxes of beast milk. A sincere thank you for your help. If you have any questions about animals in the future, feel free to ask me anytime. The senior's eyes shone brightly. He seemed much more energetic after finding the insects. It seemed he really wanted to graduate. Okay, you're welcome, senior. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chishu. Inta also received quite a few eggs, which they stored in their spatial storage. On their way to the parking lot to find their car, Inta mentioned the senior they had just met. Senior Philip has been held back for 3 years in a row. You helped him a lot. You done a great service. You can ask him for help if you need anything in the future. Chishu stopped and looked at him, but ultimately, this matter is because of the professor. As for the rest, let's forget about it. Inta sighed. You have a pretty high moral compass. Chishu retorted, no, almost none. If it weren't for interstellar law, he should have conserved his energy and annihilated those who harmed the original owner of this body. Inta believed he wasn't lying. He had observed Chishu for several days. When Chishu fled, he didn't care about the lives of his classmates, nor did he show any compassion. He seemed very calm, rational, and somewhat cold. However, when his senior asked for help, he would actually help. He thought Chishu would refuse. This guy was truly unfathomable. Just before getting into the car, Inta suddenly smiled and said, "Oh right, there's one more thing. You might not know, but our school has a lot of activities. For example, next week the school will be selecting some students from each department to participate in a league of military academies on a B star adjacent to the capital star. It lasts about 3 days." Chishu frowned slightly. Squad leader, just say what you want to say. Every year, the school regularly selects a group of students with lower mental strength levels to train there. If you're not confident, I suggest you take sick leave. After saying that, Inta smiled and got into the car. Before the car door closed automatically, he waved. Well then, see you tomorrow. Thanks for the reminder, goodbye. Chishu watched his class leader, who always managed to park his hovercar perfectly next to his car, leave. He noticed that Inta had been getting quite close to him lately. Perhaps the star card used by Thor was made by Inta. Both sides suspected each other, but had no evidence. Chishu guessed that their class might be a place where hidden talents resided. The reason for his feigned madness seemed understandable now. Those with 2 good grades would be recruited. So everyone is hiding their strength. After returning home, before Chishu could even go online to check about the star beasts, he received a call from the school. It was the department head looking for him, talking about Alessandra's situation. Alessandra's father might come to talk to him the next day. Chi, are you listening? Yes, I'm listening. Is there anything else, teacher? Also, is your guardian available? Call your guardian. Little cold ball, woo. That's me. Chishu reached out and pinched its ear, smiling. Sorry, teacher, I don't have a guardian. I can go by myself. The department head, hearing this, fell silent. filled with guilt. Alessandro's father was a high-ranking member of parliament. In this school with its complex relationships, he couldn't interfere too much. At most, they could only follow the royal family's orders and keep an eye on Chishu. But if the other party really wanted to use underhanded tactics, they couldn't protect this student at all times. Okay, then, be careful. If you encounter any danger, call the alarm in the meeting room. Chishu, okay. After the conversation, Chishu rubbed the kitten's paws, then kissed them. His tone showed no worry, as if he didn't care about what he would face tomorrow. After cuddling with the cat, Chishu drank a couple of cups of the beast milk his senior had given him, and even had his robot butler, Bai Ji, make some omelets from the beast eggs for dinner. After finishing these tasks, he returned to his study, and used up all his supernatural abilities to create 3-star cards, which he then sent to Rice all at once. Rice now worshipped Chishu like a god, and now that he had received 3 high-level star cards, he was even starting to fantasize about the future. Chishu, why did you send me so many cards? I might not have time next week, so I prepared them for you in advance. I wish you good luck in your competition. Okay, what are you going to do? Can I ask? Rice looked at Chishu, who was wearing an electronic mask, on the screen with a pitiful and obedient expression. It's kind of like training. I might not be able to connect to the internet then, so I watch your next few matches, Chishu said. Rice calculated, 6 matches if there are many, maybe 3 or 4 if we can't win. The star cards you gave me are enough until you're done. Okay, get some rest then, goodbye. Okay, Angel, goodbye. Little cold ball slapped Chishu's leg unhappily. Aw. By the way, if we go to Beast Star, I won't take you with me. I have important business to attend to this time, and I might not be able to take care of you. Chishu kissed its head. Little cold ball stretched out its paw and pressed against his face in protest. Ah. I'm going too. No, you can't go. I send you back to the palace to your master. You are his spiritual body, and you should stay by his side. Little cold ball, heh. Ah. I don't care. Chishu hugged it, logged into the star network, and searched whether killing star beasts in the league allowed him to take away beast cores. The answer was, no. The collected beast cores must be given to the school to return to the Star Lord of Beast Star. Chapter 31. Little cold ball noticed that Chishu seemed quite fond of beast cores, having looked at them for so long and even asking the AI assistant if he could take them with him. If he liked them so much, he could find them himself. He had quite a few. That evening, Little cold ball went out alone to his palace, carrying the spatial key around his neck. He rummaged through his storage room for a long time, finally finding a pile of unused energy crystal cores, also called beast cores. Crystal cores are generally divided into biocrystals and natural crystals. Beast cores are biocrystals, used in medical pods, while the crystal cores used by those mechs are natural minerals, also called natural crystals. He had obtained these when hunting star beasts on the edge of the planet, but hadn't disposed of them because they looked pretty. Little Black Claw counted 15 in total. He put all the crystal cores into the spatial key and took them back to the villa. Chishu thought Little Cold Ball had gone for a walk and was about to go to sleep when a black shadow darted out and flashed in front of him. Is this the difference between a spiritual entity and a regular cat? Chishu reached out and caught Little Cold Ball. Where have you been running off to? I thought you weren't coming back, so I went to sleep by myself. Little Cold Ball froze, accusing Chishu of being heartless. It had only been gone a short while, and he was already going to sleep without waiting for it. Awoo! It stretched out its paw and pulled off the spatial button. Awoo! Here you go. For me? Chishu released some spiritual energy to probe, and what he saw shocked him. Where did you get this thing? Awoo! Mine. It's yours. Chishu was very happy, hugging and kissing Little Cold Ball, his face flushed with excitement. His superpower belonged to the dark matter of this world, which was invisible, so he guessed that absorbing the energy from those crystals wouldn't be detected. However, before that, he needed to buy a crystal detector. He would first test the energy within the crystals, and then compare the results. It took him about half an hour to collect the data before he took one out and placed it in his palm to test it. If the other energy in the crystal was also absorbed, he would compensate the person. At most, it would just take a little more time and write a few more star cards. Sure enough, the crystal contained a large amount of energy similar to that of a zombie crystal core. He swallowed hard, mobilized his remaining superpower, and began to absorb it. The invisible, continuous energy flowed from the crystal and into his palm. Little Cold Ball didn't notice any of this. He only felt that Chishu seemed to really like these emerald-colored crystals. If he liked them, he would send someone to collect them and give them to Chishu when he woke up. Chishu didn't like money. He wouldn't spend it even if given money. Let's just give these. Anyway, after the divorce, 2/3 of his assets will go to Chishu as compensation. At this moment, Chishu, standing beside it, was on a completely different wavelength. Chishu recalled the information he had searched on the StarNet. The beast cores here, like zombie crystal cores, would gradually lighten in color after their energy changed, until they became transparent. Chishu absorbed all the energy needed for the power of one crystal in less than half a minute. The emerald-colored crystal remained unchanged, not turning transparent. Afterwards, he placed the beast core crystal in the detector. The energy fluctuation data was the same as before. Chishu took a deep breath, thinking to himself that one can't get fat in one bite. A single crystal core only replenishes less than 1% of his energy. In the apocalypse, his mental control ability was top tier, like a giant battery that took a very long time to fully charge. But it was also very durable. Realizing that he could replenish energy by eating beast meat and drinking beast milk, as well as using crystals, Chishu finally felt relieved. He could find a way to acquire crystals to restore his ability level, and then get rich through card crafting. Top-tier star cards could be reused 5 times, and sold for over 30 million star coins. That was his goal. On the beast planet, without revealing his strength, he could use mid-level star cards, and sign mid-level star cards wouldn't be noticed. Since he had already used the star card Ancestor's Possession as an excuse last time, he had to choose another method this time. At most, people would think he was wasteful. The next morning, Chishu dressed and headed back to school, only remembering on the way that he wanted to meet Alessandrum's father. Actually, he wasn't afraid of this politician. Even a fool would know it's impossible for him to lay a hand on a student. Even if his son lost all 4 limbs, as a top-level member of parliament, he couldn't afford any negative actions. So many people were watching. If he did anything out of line, his rivals would immediately bring him down, and those wolves and tigers would seize the opportunity to rise to power. Therefore, in this high-tech era of interstellar travel, one must be even more cautious in words and deeds. Even if he were to be killed, it would be done discreetly. Thinking of this, after class, Chishu went to the agreed-upon place, with Inta following him. I want to go see too. I never met a top-level member of parliament before. Chishu let him have his way. Anyway, there would be all sorts of reasons to persuade him, and he guessed that Inta was only class monitor to justify his meddling. In fact, Chishu was right. Dear Chi, I don't think you have the ability to fight him. We should proceed cautiously. You should bring a recording device, in case the computer terminal gets blocked. You think others aren't on guard. Besides, there are no secrets in this world, Chishu said with a smile. Inta didn't understand Chishu, but he had played a part in Chishu severely injuring Alessandra, so he felt it was only right to go and see what kind of shameless Alessandra's father was. When Chishu opened the door, a middle-aged man who looked to be about 1.8 meters tall smiled gently. Hello, Chi. I am Alessandra's father, Dylan. The man extended his hand, and Chishu extended his hand in return, giving him a light handshake. He wondered what this man was up to. When Inta appeared behind Chishu, Alessandrum's father, Dylan, frowned slightly. Chishu said in broken common, I'm sorry, sir, my common is a bit poor. I need someone patient to translate and explain, so my class monitor came along. I'm sure you're magnanimous enough not to mind. Inta, how come I didn't know this seemingly innocent Chi student could lie so easily? Dylan, alright, sit down. He didn't know that this wandering-looking student class monitor was Inta, the son of a marquis who now commanded the 13th Legion. Dylan, despite his displeasure, still wore a gentle smile, like a very approachable adult. Chapter 32. It's like this, Chi. Please don't misunderstand. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my son. A lie, knowing your mental and physical abilities were too low, still chose to fight you. This was unfriendly and malicious behavior. I sincerely apologize to you on his behalf. He finished speaking, and bowed deeply to Chishu. For a level 1 counselor, to go to such lengths seemed quite sincere. Although everything seemed done properly, Dylan actually wanted to use this opportunity to recruit Chishu into their family. His son would have plenty of opportunities for revenge later. There was no rush. A good hunter is always patient. If it weren't for his special abilities, Chishu would have been moved by his sincerity. After Dylan finished speaking, Chishu didn't react, but instead looked at the translator, Inta, beside him. Class monitor, this gentleman speaks very quickly. Could you translate for me? Inta, Originally just a spectator, he couldn't escape the situation either. Mr. Dylan said you don't need to worry about him. His son isn't dead. Upon hearing this, Dylan's expression changed slightly. He cursed inwardly, thinking this disheveled student was definitely doing it on purpose. That's truly a pity, he's actually not dead, Chishu quickly added. He's alright, not dead. Can't you even translate? Dylan was starting to suspect these two were doing it on purpose. He could understand Chishu coming from the distant planet Pulin, but why was this guy, who clearly didn't have an accent, leading Chishu astray? Alright, let's get down to business. I cut to the chase. I want to formally invite this student, Chi, to become our family's card maker. I saw you beat even S-rank Ally in the fighting arena, so even if you only have F-rank mental strength, I still have faith in you. Inta diligently translated from the side. He said that although you're weak and even hit his son, he's still willing to give you a chance to be their slave. Don't be ungrateful. Chishu frowned slightly, that Mr. Dylan is really going too far. Dylan couldn't sit still any longer. He pointed at Inta and said, "Get out of here. Don't mislead him anymore." I didn't. I'm innocent. Isn't that what you meant? Inta felt that she had only simplified things. This Dylan was really a sore loser. Chishu angrily hugged the cat and walked to the door. Forget it. Someone as weak as me won't try to curry favor with your family. I don't have that kind of luck. Inta smiled and waved to Dylan. Goodbye, Mr. Dylan. Welcome back next time. Dylan was furious. He felt like vomiting blood. What a wasted trip. What a waste of his time. That Chishu looked so stupid, daring to mess with their family. He must have had nothing better to do. Now that he'd given him a chance, he was useless, even being led astray by that disheveled student who looked like a homeless person. Just as he was gritting his teeth in anger, his son called. Dad, did Chishu agree? No. Didn't you say you could definitely do it? Why did you lie to me? Quiet down, this isn't the place to talk. I talk to you when we get back. Back at the card-making department building, with only one last class left, Chishu was exhausted. Without his mental power or special abilities, he'd be practically dead from exhaustion. The school was too big, and he couldn't just fly around freely. Thank you, class monitor. You're welcome. I didn't do anything, just told the truth. Your honesty is truly impressive. Chishu didn't hold back his praise for the class monitor, but the black ball in his arms was smoldering. That Dylan and Duke Dant were from the same spaceship. Duke Dant was Slade's father. These two shared the same political stance, not only oppressing the people and increasing taxes, but also establishing harsh local laws in their territories. Truly birds of a feather. Class started again. This time, Chishu had the foresight to jump down when a tornado swept through the classroom, just in time for the end of class. No wonder the students are getting so sloppy every day. Even with nice hair and clothes, they can't escape the professor's clutches, right? Chishu was the first to reach the ground. Inta was still very uncomfortable having a classmate who liked to jump off buildings. Aren't you afraid of falling to your death? It's too dangerous. The stairs are too crowded. Chishu answered irrelevantly, still thinking about how to get little Cold Ball back to the third prince's side next week. He mentioned it several times today, and the little guy got really angry. The key is, the spiritual body and the master aren't even separated by a planet, right? What's the difference between this and sending a signal? Chishu rubbed little Cold Ball's head, feeling that little Cold Ball's ears were a bit too round. They felt so nice to touch, he wanted to bite them. Sigh, if only little Cold Ball were his spirit form. Inta. By the way, what about what I told you yesterday? What's your decision? I go take a look. Your grade is the lowest in the whole school, the only one. If you go there, there's no guarantee of safety. You might even encounter people from other schools trying to rob you. If you can't protect your belongings, you have wasted your time. The school will give extra credits to students with excellent grades, but it's probably very difficult to get extra credits if you want to. Chishu didn't understand. Are we short of credits? Inta looked at him. What do you think? We only have 3 minutes of class time each. How can we not be short? Isn't that all the teacher's fault? The card-making building has a facial recognition point system. If you're not in the classroom during class time, you lose points. People from other departments are the same. So we usually get credits through other activities, like volunteering, etc. Chishu, damn. Which senior from the Royal Mecha Academy's card-making department said on the forum before, you can graduate as long as you make 1-star card. They tricked him into this trap. But if he could do it all over again, he would still choose to skip classes and participate in activities to get credits. Attending classes is like chanting scriptures, going out for activities is like playing. If you perform well, you can at least get 2 points. Do you understand the value of 2 points? It's equivalent to a semester's worth of classes. Inta complained while attending online classes. Online classes also earn credits, but you need to attend 100 classes to get 2 credits. Chishu, a newcomer to Earth having to be controlled by such a terrifying credit system. It's terrifying to even think about. All 4 years worth of credits is only 50. Okay, I try my best. Good luck, you can accumulate enough credits by taking more years. You're right, Chishu nodded, yawned, and planned to go back to sleep. This kind of leisurely school life is really nice, carefree yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. Because they can't earn credits through attending classes. Previous students, in order to accumulate credits, made significant contributions to the school by switching majors to study maintenance, repairing all the mechs used for the school's exams. Some even blew up the teaching building to earn credits through rescue missions. Such things happen frequently, yet the Royal Mech Academy remained standing. Chapter 33. After returning home and taking a nap, Chishu absorbed all the remaining beast cores. Even after their dark energy was absorbed, they still shimmered. Chishu put the items back into his spatial lock and opened the electronic drawer of his bedside table, a metal contraption as secure as a safe. Little Cole Ball didn't understand why Chishu touched the stones and then locked them. Was he treasuring them so much? I know you brought your master's things here. I return the terminal and beast cores to him when he wakes up. Ah! He already said it wasn't necessary. Sigh, Chishu is such an idiot. Oh well, he explained it to him later. Little Cole Ball rolled over on the bed, then snuggled into Chishu's arms and fell asleep. The next day, Chishu watched Rice's match. He first used the hold onto the thigh card, actually managing to break the opponent's mech's leg and carry it away. The mech's pilot, unable to stand and attack anymore, broke down in tears, cursing Chishu as a freakish card maker. Chishu shook his head slightly, feeling it wasn't his fault, but rather their bad luck. Rice won again, climbing to 19th place, getting closer and closer to the top 10. The viewers in the live stream had even begun to take it for granted. Thanks, Master Chi, for showing mercy and not releasing any biological weapons today. The other side is so devastated. Who fights like that? They even took the legs off someone else's mech. It's a terrible sight. Chishu is a nightmare for the regional league. If he had appeared earlier, many mech repairmen wouldn't have lost their jobs. Today was his day off, and Chishu was at home making beast meat dumplings. He bought a lot of groceries and cooked them himself. He was dressed casually in loungewear, wearing an apron, and wielding a kitchen knife with flair. Little Cole Ball thought Chishu's behavior was dangerous and watched him intently, feeling utterly worried. Whose wife was so troublesome for a leopard? Today, the school issued a notice, and sure enough, Chishu's name appeared on the school's official website. Having finalized his itinerary, and unwilling to drink the nutrient solution, Chishu decided to eat dumplings and steamed buns for the 3 days on the beast planet, along with some fruit juice and beast milk. He also prepared some cakes. He ordered an oven, and the robot butler prepared the cakes for him. Feeling it still wasn't enough, he baked several pieces of beast ribs and fish fillets. He also prepared plenty of water and drinks, and even water for washing his face and hair. Little Cole Ball, are you going on a picnic? Chishu was even more particular about his quality of life than he was. He remembered that when he fought against the insectids before, he drank nutrient solutions. Speaking of nutrient solution, Chishu actually went to prepare some. He chose what he thought was the best tasting lychee-flavored nutrient solution, with very low saccharin content, making it refreshingly cool. After transferring most of his previous star coins into that terminal, he sold 3 cards, earning over 4 million, with Rice helping to pay the taxes. With money in hand, he certainly couldn't skimp on himself. In his previous life, Chishu was never short of food or drink. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would have had a very smooth life. After lamenting the hardships of life, Chishu handed over the kitchen work to the robot butler, Bai Ji, and then went back to his room to take a shower. The original owner's hair hadn't been cut for several months, and was a bit long, so Chishu used a hair tie to half-tie it at the back of his head. After these 2 days of hard work, his superpower had surged back to 20%, with 5% self-recovery, the rest relying entirely on those crystals. 2 days later, Chishu prepared to depart. Before leaving, he took Little Cole Ball to the Secretary General, asking him to take it back to the third prince. He felt a little embarrassed to go to the palace, as if he were embarrassed to visit someone else's home. He even often forgot that the third prince was his intended spouse. The Secretary General took Little Cole Ball. Seeing it trying to run away, he smiled, pinched the scruff of its neck, and held it close. Don't worry, we take good care of Carl. Carl, I always called it little coal ball. I'm sorry, I always forget. Chishu gently stroked little coal ball's paws, softly reassuring it. Wait for me to come back. Very soon, just 3 days. Ah! Meow. Meowing won't help. Chishu thought little coal ball had become clever. It even knew how to be affectionate now. The Secretary General was quite capable. Catching a little leopard was certainly possible. If the third prince, Alhype, hadn't been in a vegetative state, he probably wouldn't have been able to catch it either, and might have even lost an arm. Well then, goodbye. Chishu was a little reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. How could he not go out and work hard to support himself? He wouldn't have the chance to be a freeloader in this lifetime. The Secretary General smiled and waved. Have a good trip, goodbye. The little leopard was extremely anxious. This Secretary General was such an idiot. Chishu's mental strength was so low, going to the Beast Star would be like sending him to his doom. Students at the Royal Mech Academy were at least A's, and even the lowest grade at other military academies was B+. Watching Chishu get into the car, it sadly stopped waving its paws. The Secretary General took it to the Star Emperor's study. The little coal ball jumped onto the Star Emperor's desk and roared angrily. Star Emperor, your wife doesn't want you. Why are you taking it out on me? He chuckled as he reached out and pressed his hand on little coal ball's head, using his mental power to probe its current state. Soon, the Star Emperor's smile froze. Infant stage? The Secretary General squinted and smiled slightly. Your Majesty, it's very fortunate that the third prince has regained consciousness. His body will gradually recover, so you don't need to worry. You should get back to work now. The Star Emperor, After sending little coal ball back to the palace, Chishu felt an emptiness in his arms on the way to the assembly point. But if he didn't send little coal ball back, it was too dangerous outside. What if it got eaten by other beasts? Besides, the spiritual body being too far from its master wouldn't be good for its master's recovery. Upon arriving at the assembly port, Chishu was still somewhat absent-minded, worried that little coal ball was angry. Long-distance travel requires a spaceship. Ultra-long-distance travel can be done by starship. For places like this, on neighboring planets, a small starship can reach the beast planet in half an hour. A small starship can carry a full load of 100 people. The school brought out the 89 A-level students, along with him, F-level, and the remaining 10 were the instructors. Chishu almost laughed. He was the only F-level student in the entire school. No wonder they were so surprised. The classmate sitting next to Chishu noticed his slightly furrowed brows, and figured he hadn't slept. The classmate whispered, Chishu, you're amazing. You really don't seem like an F-level student. Chishu kept his eyes closed, feeling the starship's flight was similar to a plane taking off on Earth, his ears ringing. He slightly opened his eyes, and looked at the male classmate beside him. The boy was wearing work clothes with many pockets. He had defined features, fair skin, but some freckles, and seemed slightly taller than Chishu while sitting. Yes, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I really am. Haha, okay, hello, let's get acquainted. I'm from the Plant Science Department, which is next to yours. My name is Vincent. Hello, Chishu. I know your name is Chishu. You're really handsome, like a mysterious ancient Chinese, with black hair and black eyes. Thank you for the compliment, you're handsome too. Chishu smiled. Half an hour was practically a long journey for them. The starship is about to arrive at its destination. Students, please equip yourselves and enter combat readiness. Our objective is for each person to kill 20 small star beasts. If you encounter a large star beast, please run. Chishu, He was just about to fall asleep when they arrived. Chapter 34. There was a live stream by Rice this afternoon. He didn't know if Rice had won, and he wasn't confident his star card would guarantee a win. What if his opponent used a top-tier star card, constantly activating skills without cooldown? That would be disastrous. Chishu unfastened his safety buckle, and got up to go out with Vincent. Vincent asked if he wanted to come along. Chishu asked, puzzled, why come along? Don't you think I'm a burden? That I hold you back? It's okay, we go together. The other half are from the Agricultural Research Institute, and some are mecha repair and design professionals. They're not much better than us, so don't worry. Vincent's tone was relaxed and natural. Chishu felt this person was too overly familiar. His ability couldn't sense any malice from him, and he instinctively felt he should go with him. At the same time, in Star Emperor City, Fifth Prince Daniel was in his residence. He opened a room in the live stream room and pulled several princes into it, but only the first prince and the fourth prince were available. The Military Academy League is being broadcast live. At the beginning of the semester, only lower-level students participate. Higher-level students compete at the end of the semester. This situation is what's called chickens fighting each other. Why is he going too? Can't he take leave? When did your school become so strict, fifth brother? I don't know either. I just asked Vincent to keep an eye on him. Just make sure he doesn't die. He's so weak, those star beasts could crush him with one kick. I heard that last time he participated in the opening ceremony's fighting competition, he was possessed by some star card ancestor. This time, there's no ancestor he's talking about. Isn't he just going to be a lamb to the slaughter? Even though she's third brother's wife, he's worrying about her terribly. Is it possible he's playing dumb? Didn't some people manipulate their scores before? SSS in normal times, but F in tests. Impossible. Mental strength can be faked, but physical strength can't. Chishu hadn't had a morning nap and was a little tired. He missed Xiao Meichio terribly. Was life without Xiao Meichio really this boring? Vincent led the way, and many students followed one after another. The instructor only said be careful, and let them arrange themselves. There were many live-streaming spheres above this vast star beast forest. They were now in the view of the entire interstellar audience. 8 schools participated, with about 700 people. Eliminating students from other schools, and stealing beast cores from students from other schools, would earn points. Excellent performance would earn additional academic credits. Chishu had read the rules in the morning. After entering the beast star forest, besides using mechs and a fixed weapon, they could only kill star beasts using methods related to their major. For example, he could only use mechs, lightsabers, and star cards. Their classmates walked around them, all in 2s and 3s. Their group of 2 was relatively small, and since Vincent hadn't suggested adding more people, Chishu didn't bring it up either. Don't you think it's very sunny? It's alright. Chishu had plenty of experience in wilderness survival. He'd been so hungry in the apocalypse that he ate tree bark. At first, he found the chaotic and filthy environment unbearable, but he gradually got used to it. The interstellar environment was actually quite pleasant. He squinted, looking up at the sky. Mountains, forests, birds, everything seemed quite pleasant. Because the star beasts hadn't been released yet, the students were scattered throughout the forest. The beast star forest also has a large river, inhabited by aquatic star beasts, and mutated giant pythons roam the jungle. Before setting off, Chishu had looked at the star beasts' information and had a general understanding, but his memory wasn't very deep. This is as far as a mediocre student can go. There's nothing he can do. Chishu showed no fear, taking it one step at a time. Many people in the live stream knew Chishu would definitely participate in this competition, and those who most hoped he wouldn't get the star core were probably his former classmates from the Imperial Vocational Technical Academy. They never expected that Chishu, who was isolated, ostracized, bullied, and despised, could actually enter the Royal Mech Academy. Those who watched the Royal Mech Academy's opening ceremony thought they were still asleep, actually seeing Chishu at a top-tier institution. That was the utterly useless Chishu. Watching Chishu severely injure an S-rank classmate, their eyes widened, desperately trying to convince themselves it wasn't real. There must be someone who just happens to share the same name and look exactly like Chishu. However, they remembered Chishu's eyes and black hair too vividly. They couldn't even deceive themselves that Chishu was a descendant of the mysterious Huaxia race from ancient Earth, and a pure-blooded one at that. Chishu not only entered the Royal Mecha Academy, but also became a member of the card-making class. This huge disparity filled them with jealousy and resentment. Even the powerful and wealthy are divided into ranks, especially in universities. Different schools have vastly different social classes and circles. The person who was most jealous and resentful of Chishu was none other than Su Baiyan. He believed that it was all because of Chishu that he was isolated by the entire school. He had embarked on the exact same path as Chishu, constantly being woken up by insects or having his mecha vandalized. His intuition told him it was Chishu's revenge, making him publicly humiliate him that day and reveal his true feelings. Now, no one dared to play with him anymore. He was living a hellish life at school, constantly mocked and called a homewrecker and a slut. Su Baiyan had never suffered like this in his life. He felt wronged and scared. Slade hadn't contacted him lately either. He wondered what Slade was up to. He suspected Chishu was behind it all. Chishu must have gone to Slade and badmouthed him again. Su Baiyan hated Chishu to death, wishing he'd be bitten to death by a star beast. Luckily, his biological mother, the Countess, had the foresight to constantly feed Chishu drugs that suppressed his mental power growth when he was very young, the side effect being a weakening of his physique. Thinking of this, Su Baiyan sneered, thinking Qi Shu was truly overestimating himself. He was just waiting to take screenshots of Qi Shu's death. Beast star. Qi Shu felt an itch in his nose, and couldn't help rubbing it. Someone was definitely talking about him. Vincent, closely observing Qi Shu's condition, noticed Qi Shu's obvious urge to sneeze, and reassured him, "Just look at the sky." Qi Shu glanced up at the sky, took a handkerchief from his spatial storage, and sneezed. The live stream wasn't stable yet, and couldn't capture footage of all the students. It generally only captured moments of combat. Therefore, only Vincent knew the embarrassment of Qi Shu's sneeze. Chapter 35. Vincent, observing Qi Shu from the sidelines, found Qi Shu to be an unfathomable person. He initially thought Qi Shu was a self-willed individual. He first met Qi Shu at the opening ceremony, and not only him, but his entire class was terrified. After all, Qi Shu was a planting major student with little combat experience. Every move he made was arrogant, haughty, and violently aggressive. Vincent was also afraid, always feeling that Qi Shu was more than he appeared. It wasn't until his kindergarten classmate, the fifth prince, came to find him that he learned Qi Shu had a connection to the royal family, but he didn't know the exact nature of that connection. Perhaps relatives, or perhaps in-laws. In any case, protecting Qi Shu was definitely the right thing to do. But his intuition told him it was Qi Shu protecting him. "Vincent, what year are you in?" "I'm 3 years ahead of you." "Oh, so you're graduating soon?" "To be honest, I might have to delay graduation. My grades in my major aren't good enough, and I don't have enough credits. The requirements for the plantation department are very high, even stricter and more cautious than the major for the senior who raises insects. If Vincent can't grow 15 kinds of endangered plants before graduation, he'd have to repeat a year." Hearing this, Qi Shu suddenly felt that his 50 points were even harder to earn. These 50 points all depended on luck when he went out. And sure enough, luck came. A group of star beasts suddenly ran out from the depths of the jungle, like one-horned rhinoceroses, bigger than elephants. Not just one, but a whole group. Qi Shu thought for a moment, not wanting to miss out, so he shamefully took out his star card to use it. He didn't feel embarrassed when others used it, but when it was his turn, his ears couldn't help but turn red. It looks like that Bala the fairies thing. Personal use of a star card only requires activation through mental energy. Vincent wanted to pull Qi Shu away, but Qi Shu had already used the star card. An embarrassing thing happened without warning. The nearby ground was frozen solid. The star beast's feet were frozen, and his feet were instantly frozen as well. Vincent, who jumped up just before his feet were frozen, almost fell. His feet slid across the ice, nearly crashing into a tree. "Junior, are you alright?" Vincent was suppressing a laugh, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. "Help!" What was he seeing? Ha 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 ha. Qi Shu's face was flushed. He simultaneously transferred his supernatural power and mental energy to his feet, both surging outwards, gradually shattering the ice. He pulled his feet out and jumped onto a nearby tree. Then, taking advantage of the awkward moment, he jumped down from the tree and instantly drew the lightsaber from his belt, slashing it fiercely through the throat of the struggling, roaring star beast, which was immobilized. As he slayed the star beasts and casually retrieved their cores, an announcement rang out from the forest. "Congratulations to Qi Shu for achieving the first kill." The overwhelming smell of blood made him frown slightly. Vincent couldn't slack off any longer, and quickly subdued the star beasts before the star card's effect wore off. Qi Shu's name was familiar, but his first kill made some of the other competitors in the forest feel tense and incredulous. Some even suspected he was a pay-to-win player. Qi Shu had indeed spent money, which made sense. He and Vincent collected a total of 5 star cores, 2 for Vincent and 3 for him. Whoever dug them out kept them. Each star core was worth 1 point, and Qi Shu currently had 3 points, temporarily in first place. He was the only one in the card-making major. No other school had a student in such a low-level card-making class. If many people from the card-making class came, the game would basically be over. Many people thought that Qi Shu was from the card-making class, and then it made sense, very reasonable. Most people in the live stream were stunned by Qi Shu's handsomeness, and the vicious words stuck in their throats. What could they possibly say about such a spirited young man? Unexpectedly, let's see. In the imperial palace of the capital star, Fifth Prince Daniel was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Little Cold Ball suddenly reached out a paw from behind him and patted his head. "Ah! Don't laugh at other people's wives." "Ha ha ha, third brother, I really couldn't help it, sorry. Third sister-in-law is quite cute, ha ha ha." He was laughing so hard, he was practically collapsing, when he saw Qi Shu freeze him. The fourth brother couldn't help but complain, so bad. Ouch. Shut up, what do you know? Seeing how much his third brother liked Chishu, the fourth brother felt even more heartbroken. What kind of taste did his third brother have, liking such a weakling who even froze himself using a star card? It was Chishu's first time using a star card, so he was really inexperienced and bound to make mistakes. He thought it was normal, and shouldn't be taken too seriously. The netizens saw it too, right? But he hoped the live stream ball had broken. Vincent, being half involved, found it increasingly hilarious, struggling to suppress his laughter. Chishu said helplessly, "Just laugh if you want to." "Ha ha ha, you're really too funny, Junior Chi. Do you know how hard I had to hold it in? I didn't even have the strength to dig for beast cores." Vincent felt that having Chishu accompany him was the right choice. He chuckled for a moment, then suddenly stopped. Junior," he said, "how about we try again? I lure the star beasts over, then you use your star card, and we kill them together." Chishu hesitated, then asked, "Are you sure?" "Sure," he replied. "I think what we did just now was good. If it goes smoothly, we use this plan from now on." Chishu thought for a moment. He was indeed there to get beast cores, not to run around the map collecting equipment before actually working. Since he could avoid walking, he'd do as Vincent suggested. Vincent brought a large amount of plant powder to lure the star beasts, which he sprinkled on the ground. After doing this, the two immediately climbed a tree. Chishu used another intermediate level card. This time, it wasn't as embarrassing. A group of star beasts started fighting and killing each other. Chishu felt that getting a normal card was quite an achievement. This was the result of his careful selection. The star beasts fought for 5 minutes, their heads bleeding profusely, some already dead. Chishu and Vincent seized the opportunity to finish off the remaining beasts. Chishu's score had risen to 8, and he had acquired 5 more beast cores. He played with them for a long time before storing them in his spatial storage. The viewers in the live stream thought Chishu was truly a contradictory character. Despite having an innocent face, he killed star beasts without batting an eye, showing absolutely no compassion. They seemed to have finally found Chishu's weakness, attacking him relentlessly, as if they had long forgotten their own past criticism of him as a waste. Vincent's ranking followed closely behind. Their perfectly coordinated teamwork made acquiring beast cores incredibly fast. The aerial cranes transporting the star beasts for recovery circled nearby one after another. The two were busy until noon and finally got hungry. Chishu washed his hands and face and began to enjoy his lunch, delicious steamed buns. He even politely shared 2 with Vincent. If it weren't for the things Vincent had brought, finding the star beast himself would have taken a lot of effort. Vincent washed his hands before taking the fragrant, soft bun. He immediately forgot about the daily support from the nutrient solution and devoured the bun without hesitation. Delicious, delicious. Vincent thought these buns were even better than those made by their robot butler. He asked Chishu which robot made them. Chishu said he made them himself. Vincent had seen Chishu's file. He had previously studied culinary arts, but ranked last in his class. "You didn't deliberately get the lowest score before, did you?" "No, maybe I just didn't get it back then. I picked it up after leaving school." The teacher in the Imperial Vocational Technical Academy's culinary class almost vomited blood upon hearing this. What did he mean by picked it up after leaving school? It seemed like this year's recruitment was going to be difficult. The school's leaders were also distressed. Chishu's current performance was completely different from how he was at their school, as if he was deliberately trying to make others think they were blind. It was too late for them to regret it now. Who knew Chishu would change so much and even pass the talent test? Who exactly made Chishu drop out? It was the vice principal. He received a bribe from the Earl, so? It's that Earl Sue again. Chapter 36. Chishu was unaware that the livestream ball was watching him even while he was eating lunch. He assumed it was only broadcasting battle scenes. Unexpectedly, the livestream ball, based on algorithms and viewer preferences, was now permanently anchored above them. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily speechless. The guy who had just brutally dug the beast core from the star beast's head was now munching on a steamed bun? Made by himself? A replica of ancient Earth cuisine? How could he possibly eat that? Delicious. Thanks to the holographic live stream for enabling the taste editor. Oh my god, it's so delicious. Wasn't he supposed to be last? This cooking is last? I think it tastes better than what my kitchen robot makes. Why does Chishu seem like he's on vacation here? Heh, no matter what, he's still a good for nothing, only able to get first place by spending money. Who remembers that he still owes 3 billion? How did he accumulate that debt? You probably have to ask the Sue Earl's mansion. The livestream chat started arguing again. Chishu now had quite a few people speaking up for him. Although the royal family's comment control was partly to help, it was impossible to completely clear his name overnight. After eating and drinking his fill, Chishu only rested for 10 minutes. Vincent had just finished his steamed buns and drunk a vial of nutritional fluid. Compared to the steamed buns, he found the nutritional fluid incredibly unpleasant. Standing up, he was a head taller than Chishu, with a simple, approachable boy-next-door vibe. His freckles made him seem kind of cute to the viewers, and Vincent gained quite a few fans. Junior, why don't you rest a little longer? Senior, are you tired? Chishu forgot to ask this. He thought that interstellar people were all like Iron Man, who didn't need to rest and recovered quickly from injuries. If they broke an arm or leg, they could not only reattach it but also make it look exactly the same as before. They could even use cell regeneration fluid to grow a new one. No, I think you are fine. Never mind, let's go. Let's find another place to nest. Vincent, looking at Chishu's thin and frail appearance, thought he would need at least a few hours of rest. He hadn't expected Chishu to be such a resourceful person, so fearless and tireless. Despite growing up in the Earl's mansion, he was incredibly fearless, charging at star beasts dozens of times larger than humans without hesitation. You see, Chishu was a professional cook before. His ingredients were probably all prepared beforehand. How could he witness such a bloody scene? Yet, he didn't feel the slightest fear. Vincent's impression of Chishu grew even stronger. Chishu was now only thinking about getting more beast cores to restore and upgrade his abilities. After upgrading, his ability pool would expand, allowing him to store more energy each day. The two resumed their work. Vincent didn't know how many cards Chishu had left, but these star beasts were difficult to deal with. If he ran out of star cards, he would have to use his mecha. He didn't know if Chishu had a mecha, so he could only assume he didn't. If it was an F-rank mecha, it was better not to use it. A slightly stronger star beast could easily crush it. If people from other schools came to rob them, they'd probably have no choice but to hand it over. Vincent didn't even think he could get any credits, because the higher the ranking, the more people would be watching them. He only participated in this competition because he promised his kindergarten classmate, the 5th Prince Daniel, to protect Chishu. After the league, he would get the universal plant growth sap from Daniel, so that Chishu could graduate smoothly next year. Speaking of graduation, he didn't know how many years Chishu would have to study. The dramatic Vincent thought Chishu would probably study for more than 10 years. Teachers who didn't attend classes didn't get paid, and students who didn't attend classes didn't get credits. This was the insane state of affairs in the card-making class. Only the truly strong can graduate from the card-making class of this school. Are your star cards enough? Did you make them yourself? Vincent leaned close to his ear and whispered. Chishu shook his head. No, I bought them from someone else. I don't know if they're enough. Assuming Chishu's ability has 10 levels, having advanced from level 1 to level 2, he could already be free to use mid-level cards. If he used these beast cores to break through to level 4, he could do even more. He smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. He wasn't afraid of Vincent betraying him. His ability could distinguish friend from foe, and he could sense even the slightest malice. Okay, safety first anyway. Vincent found a suitable spot, and had just sprinkled the powder, when a sudden gust of wind blew, instantly returning the powder to both of them. What the hell? Vincent was dumbfounded. What happened? Before Chishu could even see who did it, Vincent released his mental energy to track them, but the person had already run far away. Run! Vincent regretted not using his mental energy to observe their surroundings in order to conserve his strength until the end, and he hadn't expected that they would be targeted so early in the morning. He turned back to look at Chishu, who had already jumped up a tree. Senior, climb up the tree quickly. Something's coming from behind you. Vincent, shoo! Vincent quickly leaped onto a branch not far from Chishu. More and more star beasts rushed over, about a dozen or 20 in total. They kept ramming into the tree where Chishu was standing. Vincent had less powder on him, and only a few were under his tree, which he could still handle. He anxiously looked towards Chishu. Chishu finally managed to regain his footing. After clearly seeing the group of creatures beneath the tree, his eyes showed no fear, but rather amusement. He clung tightly to the tree, and before it topped over, he sent the star beasts a card that would bury half their bodies in the sand. Only when the star beast's feet were completely buried did he climb down. Vincent, on the other side, was dumbfounded. This was practically a multi-purpose skill. First, he used ice to bind the star beast's feet, and now he used sand to restrict and bury them. Chishu didn't make a mistake this time. He urged his senior to hurry up. Otherwise, the smell of powder on his body would attract even more creatures, and he couldn't take off his clothes in front of the live stream viewers. Chishu had truly turned the tables, always managing to kill the star beasts with a single, precise strike with his lightsaber, skillfully extracting their cores from their brains. As blood continued to flow, Chishu felt the surrounding environment turning red. He wiped the blood from his face, and when Vincent took out the last beast core, the two exchanged a glance and immediately left. Chishu's score instantly jumped from 8 to 22, ranking first. Vincent's score rose to 18, ranking second. The broadcast above the forest blared again. Students from other schools finally couldn't help but ask the students of the Royal Mech Academy, "Who is that Chishu? Is he an A-rank student from your school?" Chapter 37. No, he doesn't have an A rank. Several students from Chishu's school, with ill intentions, said with a laugh. No A rank. In less than half a day, Chishu had obtained 25 beast cores. The cores were all half the size of the ones little cold ball had given him, and the absorbed energy was at most 0.5%, but that was still not bad. Having just absorbed all the beast cores in his hand, Chishu exchanged them with Vincent's. Vincent assumed Chishu disliked the smell of the other beast cores, while his own had been washed. So he accepted Chishu's beast cores. As they exchanged, their monitoring bracelets switched their rankings. Vincent watched a few first, and returned them to Chishu. Chishu shook his head, saying it wasn't necessary. It was what Vincent, as a senior, deserved, since he needed to extract energy from those beast cores, even though others didn't know. Vincent washed the beast cores he had acquired with detergent, removing much of the powder from them as well. Now, only 5 or 6 star beasts remained lingering around. Chishu seemed quite pleased with the beast cores, clutching them to his chest while happily chasing after the star beasts. He didn't use star cards on a few, relying instead on skill to kill them one by one. Vincent began to doubt whether the fifth prince's decision was correct. Wasn't this just handing him an excellent partner for free? He could tell that Chishu's physical abilities were only E rank, but the man never wasted a single ounce of energy, using every bit of strength precisely. His techniques for killing star beasts were also extremely skillful, making him seem like an elegant butcher. By absorbing the energy from Vincent and the newly acquired beast cores, Chishu's ability broke through to level 4, making his body much more agile. Although he still appeared thin, he could now single-handedly kill a large star beast. After absorbing the energy, he returned to where Vincent had been, smiling. "Senior, sorry." Vincent waved his hand. "It's alright, I already profited. Thanks to you, I was in first place for over 20 minutes. The person who had just dodged the monitoring spheres, Fanning, was furious, his face turning green. Even if Chishu had a star card, it was only a low-level one. How could he possibly kill over a dozen star beasts at once? And that unremarkable Vincent from the plant element, didn't everyone at school say he was afraid of blood? Which of those rumors were true? Also, why were these two switching places after taking first place? Were they showing off their collaboration? Chishu didn't know what certain shady characters were thinking. The weather was getting a bit hot in the afternoon, and catching star beasts at night would be harder and more dangerous. They needed to find shelter before dark. Vincent thought he was a caring person, but Chishu's self-awareness pleased him. He thought he was there to take care of someone, but instead, he was being carried along. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. In the live stream, Vincent's classmates, seeing his cheeky demeanor, were a little envious. "Sigh, I'm actually envious of Vincent, an A rank, being able to mooch off other people's buns. I thought Vincent was going to become a savage, but who knew he'd be carried by an F rank. The card-making class is really something else, casually producing a high-quality mid-level star card. I wonder if he made it himself or bought it from his classmates. I think getting high scores now will be very troublesome." Just as Vincent's classmate finished speaking, 5 people with A-rank mental strength walked into the live stream opposite Chishu, including a muscular man with S-rank physical abilities. Chishu and Vincent looked ahead, then took a step back, assuming a defensive stance. The group of people in front, dressed in uniforms from the 1st Command Academy of the Capital Star, approached with smiles. "Hello, Chishu." Chishu's face was widely recognized. Anyone who frequently browsed the internet knew him. Sensing the hostility and malice emanating from the group, along with their predatory intent, Chishu's eyes gradually turned cold, but he still said, "Hello. Looking at the two of you, one is F rank, the other A rank, it doesn't seem too safe. Perhaps we should protect you?" Vincent scoffed. "What? Trying to steal from your own unit? If you want to rob, just say so." Chishu turned to look at Vincent, suddenly finding his senior quite confident. He admired him somewhat. The group opposite them were stunned. They had assumed the two had some kind of protection, and were on guard, But then, they saw Vincent grab Chishu and run away. Everyone, live stream, Chishu, bewildered, followed suit, asking Vincent, Senior, we can't outrun them, can we? Don't worry, let's run and see. Vincent ran while activating a mental energy shield, protecting the two of them, while simultaneously resisting the mental energy of the pursuing group. Chishu thought Vincent could handle it, daring to provoke those tall, burly students from another school. As they ran, Vincent suddenly stopped and picked up a large rock. Chishu? ? Soon, Chishu saw Vincent smash the rock into a mutated beehive not far away. Chishu, Seeing the bee, bigger than a sparrow, about to fly over, Chishu got goosebumps all over. Vincent snapped him back to reality, and continued pulling him along in a serpentine run back. The 5As hadn't realized the danger. They froze, watching Chishu and Vincent turn back, waiting for them to walk right into their trap. Viewers in the live stream popped up messages urging them to run, but they couldn't see anything. A swarm of giant bees flew into their faces, and only then did they realize they needed to run, but it was too late. Chishu and Vincent were already far away. The 5 men screamed for help as they ran back, not even having time to use their mechs. Vincent breathed a sigh of relief and released Chishu's wrist. Chishu said, Senior, you're amazing. He had been thinking of using cards or superpowers to deal with them, but now, he didn't have to. He hadn't expected Senior Vincent to be so reliable. Of course, we steal the honey later. Chishu, I didn't expect you to be like this, Senior. They won't die, will they? They activated their mental energy shields, but they couldn't find time to get into their mechs. Those giant bees look scary, but they're not actually very dangerous. If they can't defend themselves, at most their faces will ulcerate and itch for a month. And I have insect repellent plant powder on me, so I'm not afraid if they really come. Chishu, When the group was almost driven to the brink of collapse, and their mental energy exhausted, Vincent reappeared with Chishu. Almost all the small bees had fled or died. Vincent used his mental energy to capture the remaining 2 and instantly crushed them. He ignored the people on the ground. He was more interested in the giant beehive. Even with 5 people, there are times when you can't defend yourself completely. They still got stung when dealing with the small bees. Their faces, thighs, and other places were stung. Chishu looked down at the group of people lying haphazardly. The men panicked, their faces swollen and festering, trying to dissuade Chishu from attacking them. What are you looking at? You 2 despicable bastards. How dare you try to play dirty tricks on us? Chishu smiled and said, Yes, you can rob us, but we can't fight back. He walked to their side, knelt down on one knee, grabbed their collars, smiled slightly, and with a swift chop, knocked them unconscious. After the men, who couldn't even run away, had all passed out, he happily searched their bodies and found the beast cores. Chapter 38. Meanwhile, an announcement rang out above the forest that Chishu had eliminated the students from the 1st Command Combat Academy of the Capital Star, increasing their points. Too few, right? Chishu searched their bodies, and found all the 5 beast cores. He thought these guys were really lazy. They only had 5 or 6 beast cores. Livestream, Why did the robber get robbed instead? Can't they use mechs? A dense swarm of things is flying over. Using a mech would be too late. Why does Chishu look so disgusted? It's not that they're bad. It's that they can't use the 5 million per kilogram beast attracting powder, nor can they use the 200,000 star cards. Damn rich people, I fight you to the death. Chishu. Why is this guy so lucky? It feels like God has been giving Chishu a cheat code lately. He's clearly someone who is going to wander the desolate planet, yet he can still go to school and even participate in competitions. The comment upstairs is a bit strange. Chishu just became more successful, just like most students on the Capital Star. How did that become God giving him a cheat code? Chishu gave the beast core to a senior, and kept the 5 points from the elimination. Chishu got first place with 29 points. Vincent got second place with 27 points. Vincent, who has always been very free and easy, getting second place is unprecedented. After splitting the score, Vincent sighed, It's a pity that there are still too few beehives in the Star Beast Forest. These things are hard to come by. Chishu asked, Can we take them back? The organizers only said that beast cores and beast meat cannot be taken, but they didn't say that honey is not allowed. Vincent took a small cup and scraped some honey for Chishu to mix with water. Okay, it's sweet. Chishu took a sip, thanking his senior for the gift, thinking to himself that as expected of a senior from the plant science department, he was very thoughtful. They gradually developed a tacit understanding. This honey is very nutritious. I fill half of it for you to take home. Okay, thank you, Senior. Chishu was impressed with Vincent. It was good that he respected food. He shared a piece of cake with Vincent, which served as half dinner. It was getting dark. They hadn't found a place to stay, and had been delayed a bit, but they didn't choose to go hungry. Since things had come to this, they decided to eat first. This fruit cake is also delicious. You prepared very well. Vincent had originally planned to just relax and go back, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected gain, meeting Chishu. Chishu, this junior, was so interesting to him. There was always a touch of madness about him, and he was particularly funny. Vincent felt the trip was worthwhile. Chishu ate in small bites, each bite elegant and precious. He missed little Cold Ball a little, and wondered what was in the spatial key little Cold Ball had given him. He hadn't opened it yet. Capital Star, Regional League. Rice's fiery mech almost lost tonight. The opponent used a top-tier star card. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't immediately used the rheumatism, bone pain, arthritis star card on the opponent to reduce their speed and attack power the moment the opponent used their star card, he would have been finished. At that moment, he had concentrated all his energy in a desperate gamble, and while the opponent's mech was walking like an old man, he delivered a fatal blow. The match was a nail-biter. He almost missed the top 10. He landed a perfect 10th place. Dickens, on a certain travel planet, was ecstatic. Brother, I knew it. This is so exciting. If Chishu were here, I could tell him this good news. His star card actually suppressed the actions of a top-tier star card. It's unbelievable. He still felt like he was dreaming. His brother almost lost, and he almost lost too. He bet all his pocket money on his brother's victory. He bet 50 million. 250 million star coins before tax. He also bet 3 million on Chishu. 5 times the odds. To celebrate the victory and thank Chishu for the good luck, after helping pay the taxes, he transferred an extra 15 million to Chishu. He hoped Chishu would see it as soon as he returned. The reason for the 5-fold odds was that most people favored White Tiger's mech. He was collaborating with a top-tier card maker, the son of the vice president of the Card Makers Association. Everyone thought they were a sure thing, and that Rice's blazing fire had no chance. But he won. He won. Because of this battle, Chishu became famous overnight. He could beat someone else's top-tier card with just a high-level card. Few people in this world could do that. Inta was also following the tournament. He originally wanted to bet on White Tiger to win, but then he remembered Chishu's striking contrast, and, almost impulsively, bet a month's allowance. And the card maker Chishu certainly didn't disappoint him. He was a little jealous of the guy who bet 50 million, and the guy who bet 500 million, especially the guy who bet 500 million. Did he really trust Chishu that much? Wasn't he afraid of losing? In a palace within Star Imperial City, a small black paw groped at the terminal of a quantum computer. The leopard was devastated as the withdrawn money entered its account only to be locked again. The quantum computer system detected that the operation wasn't its own, and forcibly locked its account. Its spiritual entity, the little leopard Carl, only had 10 million in its account, which was almost gone. It was truly becoming a penniless leopard. It wondered if Chishu would be comfortable on the beast planet. Having just set up a makeshift, insulated tent, Chishu crawled into his private space, but even after opening the star network, there was still no signal. He released some spiritual energy to explore the spatial ring little Cold Ball had given him. Inside, there was a spiritual energy shield ring, capable of blocking attacks from SS level and below spiritual energy. Great! Chishu took it out and put it on his middle finger. The size was perfect, and he could feel the powerful spiritual energy contained within the black ring just by touching it. There was also a large black leopard plush pillow inside the spatial ring. He took it out and smelled the same milky fragrance as little Cold Ball. Chishu chuckled upon seeing this, wondering if little Cold Ball thought he was a cute leopard. However, his laughter froze. Could little Cold Ball really be a leopard? Because his terminal bracelet detected little Cold Ball as healthy, and even after discovering it was a spiritual entity, he hadn't taken it to a vet for testing. At the time, he undoubtedly believed the little black cat was a cat. Next door, Vincent was fast asleep. He'd been coming to this perilous beast star forest every year, treating it like home. Without a second thought, he went into his tent and fell asleep immediately. Chishu, however, dared not sleep too soundly. Half asleep, he sensed a dangerous creature approaching. There were no animal footsteps, but the rustling of leaves on the ground. It was a snake. Chishu immediately got up, instantly storing his makeshift tent in his spatial storage while waking Vincent. Vincent. Still sleeping. Your head's going to fall off. Hearing that his head was going to fall off, Vincent immediately opened his eyes in fright. Coming to his senses, he quickly scrambled out of the tent, packed his things, and ran away in one swift motion. Chishu, Junior? You're about to run into a snake. Chishu stared dumbfounded at the huge black python covered in black scales. It was the first time he ever seen such a large snake. It was almost as thick as the tunnel entrance. Chapter 39. Oh! Vincent turned and ran, instantly activating his Super A-Class mecha. The power of a Super A-Class mecha is equivalent to that of an S-Class mecha. As he activated the mecha, he also pulled Chishu into the cockpit. Chishu, sitting in the co-pilot seat, hadn't even reacted yet. He muttered, "This snake is really beautiful." But actually, he had a slight megalophobia. This is a giant star beast. We can't beat it, and even if we could, it would be a waste of time. Vincent piloted the mecha, quickly escaping the vicinity of the python. The giant python merely passed by, showing no interest in the two humans who were nothing to it, and didn't want to be attacked for no reason. An S-Class mecha is over 10 meters tall, and the giant python wouldn't easily attack unless someone provoked it. Aren't you afraid? Vincent looked at him. He seemed quite concerned about the python. It was a mutated giant python. In a real fight, it could constrict an S-Class mecha to pieces. Scared, huh? A little. Chishu was also frightened by the giant snake, but not much. He was more disappointed that he couldn't post about it on social media since he was on Earth. This snake was huge, even bigger than the one around Dickon's neck. It's a characteristic of Earth to be on the verge of death, still holding up your phone to film. Unfortunately, he's broken that habit now. But you got up really fast, Senior. We almost died here because no one was keeping watch. Hey, actually my terminal bracelet would beep if there was danger, but the signal was bad just now. At most, I lose a leg, it's nothing serious. Chishu, The viewers in the live stream were speechless at their conversation. The mechs were so noisy that their movement through the forest attracted the attention of many nearby people. Smaller groups, seeing the super-grade mechs, didn't dare to act rashly. Even when robbing, they chose the weak. It was best to avoid such tough opponents. Master, is this your friend? Yes, this is a friend I just met, named Chishu. Vincent didn't give his mech's AI a perfunctory answer. Xiao, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to my cockpit. Chishu, hello. He only ever watched competitions before. Now he was finally getting to ride in a mech. Chishu hadn't considered buying a mech for himself. Operating a mech required mental energy, and an F-grade mech was better left unused. Therefore, he hadn't thought much about it. He didn't need to participate in the competitions anyway, his card would suffice. You are as dazzling as a star in the universe. It's so nice to meet you. Xiao was a shy boy, just learning how to engage in awkward small talk. Chishu, you too, Xiao, with your help, I feel much better. Vincent couldn't help but laugh. Chishu was really strange. He forced himself to chat even if he didn't want to. Throughout the screen, the little coal ball stretched out its sharp claws, and couldn't help scratching the table. Chishu actually got along so well with others. After running around in this bee-star forest for who knows how long, Chishu looked at Vincent and asked, Senior, it seems we're already 20 kilometers away from that giant snake. Vincent finally came to his senses. He hadn't used the mecha when fighting the star beasts. He used it specifically for escaping. It's safe now, let's go. The mecha reverted to its model size, returned to Vincent's hand, and was placed back in the spatial lock. Chishu surveyed the pitch-black surroundings, a sense creeping into an even more dangerous place. It seems we stumbled into someone else's territory, Vincent said sheepishly, gesturing with his chin towards a nearby flag. It's another school, banded together. Chishu nodded. Let's go then. I guess we can't leave. Vincent sensed probing mental energy coming from all directions. The Bee's Star Forest currently has nearly 700 students. It's packed with people everywhere. Even a large number of small star beasts wouldn't be enough to kill, and they dared not fight the large ones. They were all easy prey. Chishu also felt his mental energy shield automatically activate, blocking the probing attacks. Vincent looked at the new ring on his hand, and silently gave him a thumbs up. Really rich. Chishu, ? Why can't we leave? Can't the mechs run away? Others have mechs too. The bigger the target, the bigger the target. Then what do we do? I don't know either. Vincent figured the worst that could happen was elimination. Late at night, their lone figures running around attracted attention. People were undoubtedly eyeing them covetously, all with the same mindset. Grab it first, regardless of whether it contained a beast core. Soon, a group of people surrounded them from all directions. When they saw Chishu and Vincent, the eyes of the group from other schools lit up several times over, as if the two were lambs to the slaughter. Chishu felt as if his two classmates were leaving him. In this situation, he was actually determined to protect his credits, a rare feat for a slacker like himself. He took a moment to praise himself. "Oh, it's the renowned Chishu. Thanks to your online fame, we recognized you immediately." "Chishu, is that Vincent next to you? He's the one in second place." A group of people slowly approached them. Vincent nodded honestly. "It is indeed me." The two leaned back to back, looking at the people around them. Vincent also rubbed against Chishu's mental energy shield for protection. Chishu looked at the people around him, thought for half a second, and suddenly said, "I see that there seems to be an odd number of people here. If they steal us later, you won't be able to distribute them evenly, right? You can't fight each other for them. You're from the same school, so do you think the first person to get our B scores will be willing to share them with you?" Everyone, that makes sense. There are 15 of us. Whoever gets it first, can we guarantee that it will be distributed? Someone in the crowd said. Seeing everyone's hesitation, Chishu sighed helplessly. "It's not that we don't want to give them. It's just that we're worried you start fighting and kill each other." "Who's responsible then? We don't care about human lives. Dropping them and running away, scattering them for fun, is fine, but what about you? You won't turn against each other because of this, will you? Friendship is precious, but B scores are even more valuable. The key is, whoever finds them keeps them, you can't steal them. We're all working hard to collect B scores. Why should some people get more?" "Vincent, you're a waste not to be a lecturer. Fine, I give them to you. Don't hesitate anymore. After all, we're in a hurry. Should we just scatter them, or throw a whole bag out?" Chishu's right hand rested on the dark purple spatial button on his left, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Wait! Don't rush. Why not? We're in a hurry. Are we supposed to stay and let you eliminate us? That would be too much." Chishu shook his head. Vincent was trying hard to suppress his laughter. He had no idea that Chishu was so quick-witted. It seems that appearances can be deceiving. Chapter 40. "Wait, just put them out one by one on the ground, we get them later." Okay, Chishu wasn't stingy at all, but as soon as he placed one piece on the ground beside him, he disappeared. Everyone, shocked. The detection system was a bit slow in the dark, and everyone's attention was focused on Chishu himself, worried he might escape, so no one could really see who had taken it. The air instantly fell silent, but Chishu asked, "Are you going to release it or not?" "No, damn it, if I can't have it, nobody else can. Some of you are really going too far. We agreed to split it equally. Just because you don't want it doesn't mean others don't want it. Woo, stop stirring things up." "I'm stirring things up. That's just how I am. Anyway, I probably won't get a share. I'm not as ruthless as some of you." Stop arguing, stop arguing. What does a few ruthless people have to do with us? Stop your whining." Wu's group was furious. The other groups were all hastily formed, all from the same school, some even with grudges. How could they possibly split it equally? "Shut up. This is none of your business. Get lost." "Haha, that's hilarious. Where do you think this is? Your home? You think you can just tell someone to get lost? Who do you think you are? You want to fight? Do you have enough credits to lose? Ridiculous, a senior who's repeated 4 years. You call me old? Damn it." A fight was about to break out around them. Suddenly, the group started fighting. The rational ones tried to break it up, while the very rational ones just watched. Chishu had somehow produced 3 mushroom-shaped hallucinogenic cards and, in a moment when no one was looking, tossed them into the crowd. Something seems to have fallen. Is it raining? It's not raining. Ah, someone's dead. Who's dead? Ah, a snake bit me. No, I'm not a third party, go away, I'm not. You mistaken me for someone else. The fighters were starting to get dazed. Chishu, like the wind, quickly pressed the elimination buttons on their wristbands, simultaneously taking out their B scores. Senior Vincent, hurry! These 3 cards only last 3 minutes. Vincent was dumbfounded. His heart pounded as he eliminated the fighters, his movements much slower than Chishu's. He seemed to see the extra credits beckoning him, and somehow managed to eliminate this group, even stealing their B scores in the process. A 2-on-15 comeback was impossible, but with Chishu, it was utterly effortless. Chishu's words sounded so convincing, he almost believed him. Vincent's hand speed simply couldn't keep up with Chishu's fluid movements. In just 3 minutes, Chishu eliminated 10 people and collected 9 B scores, some of whom received none. Vincent, on the other hand, was luckier, managing to collect 7 B scores from the 5 people he encountered. A loud announcement, delayed by a few minutes, rang out over the forest, this time completely silencing everyone. Many people were discussing Chishu's background. Eliminating 10 A-rank individuals in a row, was that even possible? Some even said Chishu was just an F rank, but a card maker who had acquired numerous star cards, reaching the top through spending money, and that was indeed true. The group that was eliminated, by the time they came to their senses, had already been led away in rows by instructors wearing butterfly wing exoskeletons. They cursed Chishu, calling him a despicable scoundrel, all the way. The dozen or so people finally united against a common enemy, but it was too late. Chishu and Vincent had already run away. Vincent laughed as he ran. He never seen anyone like Chishu in his life. Junior Chi, you're so cunning. A role model for us all. Chishu was tired from running. They reached the spot where the other school's flag had been planted, found a rock to sit on, and then chugged a bottle of water. He said leisurely, "You really have to be a senior. You know, nothing ventured, nothing gained. You're really something, senior." Vincent laughed like a thug who just returned from a robbery and rape. "Look at what you're saying." The 5th prince, who had stayed up all night watching the live stream, he'd been so worried about these two, and they escaped again. He'd rather have been eliminated directly. He wanted to get a good night's sleep. And Vincent is right. Isn't his 3rd sister-in-law too cunning? First, she sowed discord among them, causing infighting, and then reaped the benefits. Not only brutal, but also treacherous and cunning. She thrived, and even managed to corrupt his kindergarten classmate Vincent. Chishu, who narrowly escaped death, has risen to 48 points, ranking 1st. Vincent has risen to 39, ranking 2nd. Those who were originally eager to target Chishu are now hesitant. They don't know Chishu's fighting style, but they know that Chishu and his teammate can eliminate 15 people at once. They can do it in just a few minutes. The most popular live streams recently, besides the regional league, are the College B Star League live streams. The biggest highlight is Chishu and Vincent, whose mental strength is F level and physical fitness is E level, yet they always manage to escape death. A team of only 2 broke the record in just one day. No card-making students had ever come to the beginner-level B Star Forest before, because they were all S rank or higher, with F rank mental strength, except for Chishu. When everyone underestimated him, Chishu repeatedly defied their expectations. Chishu showed everyone what true cunning really meant. He moved through the B Star Forest like a bug, and with Vincent, a plant-type student, on the other hand, it was simply a perfect duo of scoundrels. They were arrogant wherever they went. The 3rd day of the competition ended. Chishu scored 150 points, firmly in 1st place. Only 55 of these points contained B scores. The majority were earned by eliminating students from other schools. Vincent also scored 125 points, firmly in 2nd place. Only 45 of these points contained B scores. The rest were also earned by eliminating students from other schools. Those who scored over 100 points on B Star Forest received an additional 2 school credits. Many viewers in the live stream were pessimistic about Chishu's chances, but Chishu defied expectations. The overwhelming mockery had no effect on him. He and Vincent surged ahead, silencing everyone. "It's fake. I don't believe it. Damn it, what a terrifying combination these two are. One's responsible for seduction, the other for restraint. It's fake, it must be fake. That's just trash Chishu. Is this reasonable? Where did he get 50 star cards? Is he crazy? These are the competition rules, and Chishu is an F rank, so what if he brings a few more star cards? If the S rank card maker from the card making class went, they'd probably get 1,000 points. Inta, an SS rank card maker, No, don't overestimate them. They really couldn't have gotten that many. In a battle of equal strength, they might not even be as good as Chishu. Chishu's intermediate cards were practically high-level cards. Where did he get so many cards? Where did he buy them? This time, he was truly envious. Chishu actually brought back 4 points. He even managed to snag the bonus points. Vincent, who was teamed up with Chishu, felt like he was floating. No student at the Royal Mech Academy didn't know the value of those 4 points. It wasn't until they boarded the small starship for the return journey that Vincent understood where Chishu's nonchalant attitude came from. It turned out this guy had been acting the whole time, possessing nearly 50 intermediate star cards. Every time danger arose, Chishu even tensed up with him. His acting was so convincing. It turned out that he was the only one who was tense from beginning to end. Chapter 41. Chishu closed his eyes to rest as soon as he boarded the starship. Vincent couldn't help but sigh. Luckily we're not traveling back to school with students from other schools, otherwise we'd both get beaten up. Chishu's slightly upturned lips gradually froze, and he slowly opened his eyes, asking, "Won't those classmates trip me up later?" "They won't, right? We're not from the same school. Don't worry, they take turns beating you up. They come at different times." Vincent reassured him, then gave a bitter smile. "I might have to be careful too." Chishu, Having finished his journey to the B star, Chishu received over 20 million after taxes on his terminal. He was much happier on the way to the palace, and he even went home to take a shower before picking up his adorable little coal ball. The Secretary General told him to go directly to the third prince's palace to pick up his cub. Star Emperor City had already granted him passage. The Secretary General suggested he also visit the third prince. Out of courtesy, he should indeed visit his nominal partner, and he brought a bouquet of flowers resembling interstellar carnations. These flowers symbolize blessings, peace, and health, but in reality, they resembled pink roses. The most immediate impression the third prince's palace gave him was one of coldness and technological sophistication. "Welcome home, little master." The saltwater blue walls, every inch of space lit up with his arrival and dimmed with his departure. If it weren't for the robot guiding the way, he would have truly gotten lost. And is this robot butler malfunctioning? What, little master? Who made it call that? Suddenly, a black shadow darted out and jumped into his arms. Chishu caught it with a smile. "Baby, slow down. You flattened the flowers I was going to give your master." "Little coal ball, wow. You sent me flowers. Tisk, then I forgive you for not taking me to the beast planet for now." Little coal ball isn't in as much pain as before, and he's much better. He knows it's probably because Chishu has some kind of energy he needs. If he can wake up because of Chishu, he give all his money to Chishu in the future. He can always earn more if he runs out. "Baby, you seem to have gotten heavier." Chishu felt like he couldn't even hold him with one arm anymore. When they finally reached a brighter spot, he noticed that little coal ball had grown bigger, and his ears were rounder. He swallowed hard and asked softly, "Baby, you're not a little leopard, are you?" "A what? You only just realized?" "Chi-Chi is such a fool." "Really?" Chishu didn't believe him and tried to identify him with his terminal, but because little coal ball was too dark, it couldn't be recognized. "Never mind, leopards are felines too, so rounding it up, you're basically a kitten, baby." It was Chishu's first time visiting the third prince, and he was a little nervous, but not much. After all, it was just lying in bed. He wasn't afraid of the zombies roaming the post-apocalyptic world, so he was even less afraid of a living person lying down. After the robot opened the heavy door, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted out. The decor of this spacious bedroom wasn't as cold as the outside. Instead, it was somewhat cozy. And the owner of this bedroom was lying on the bed, not too far from the French windows. Under the smooth, light blue blankets, a young, handsome man lay with his eyes closed, his thick, black hair scattered across the pillow. His features were delicate and sculpted, his eyes deep-set. A thin silver chain inlaid with a violet gemstone adorned his long, fair neck. The gemstone was small and inconspicuous, yet its color matched the color of his eyes, which hadn't been opened in a long time, beautiful, mysterious, and elegant. The impact of the real-life third prince Alkype on Chishu was even greater. Chishu felt that the flowers he had brought paled in comparison. But at the same time, it was easy to sense Alkype's aura as a humanoid weapon, cold, unapproachable. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if he had just had a bad dream and was feeling unwell. "Baby, where do I put the flowers for your master?" The little coal ball covered its face with its paws, scratched its head, and then gave the command to the robot butler. The robot butler quickly brought over a vase. Chishu thought the little coal ball was really clever. After placing the flowers in the vase, Chishu found a chair and sat down beside the third prince's bed without saying a word. He had previously said his visit would be for 30 minutes, to just take a quick look and leave would be too heartless, especially since he was nominally his partner. Besides, this guy was so handsome, he was there to feast his eyes on. The little coal ball was also happy to see that Chishu didn't get up immediately. It had just been worried that Chishu didn't like its appearance. If he didn't, it would definitely be sad. Chishu had no idea what the little darling in his arms was thinking. He was quite tired after returning from the B-Star Forest today, and wanted to take a nap on the bedside table. "Little coal ball, wake me up in half an hour." Little coal ball, ah! Little coal ball unknowingly drifted off to sleep as well. Having not seen Chishu for several days, the other's body was still warm, carrying his favorite scent. At some point, his consciousness returned to his own body. His spiritual power, as if uncontrollably, slowly approached Chishu's face, then clung to him, seducing his spiritual power. It felt like spiritual power, yet not quite. He didn't know what it was. Later, his mental energy and the other's energy became increasingly intertwined. Alhype didn't know why, only that his head didn't hurt as much anymore, but his consciousness gradually drifted off to sleep. Chishu, who didn't know how long he had slept on the table, woke up feeling refreshed, as if he had slept for a very long time. Little Cold Ball was already awake. He licked Chishu's face. Chishu looked up at his terminal, and saw that 3 hours had passed. Heavens, Little Cold Ball, why didn't you wake me? Little Cold Ball, not yet possessed by its master's consciousness. Question mark. Never mind, it's not your fault. I didn't pay attention to the time. You must have already woken me. Before Little Cold Ball could retort, he was logged into again. Alhype's mind was much more mature than before. He remembered what he had done before, and he didn't know how to defend himself. How childish, but Chishu pinching his paw like that, although a little annoyed, he still endured it. After all, he was his partner, and he could tolerate this level of behavior. Let's go back. Then Alhype watched as Chishu led him back to his house. He remembered this villa, it was in his past memories. The Little Cold Ball jumped to the ground, intending to patrol the territory and check if any danger had sneaked into the villa while he was away. Chishu didn't notice the Little Cold Ball's actions. He was thinking about what had happened at the palace earlier. Why wasn't there anyone to take care of the third prince? Could it be that the third prince was out of favor? Or was it enough that just one robot butler was taking care of him? The vegetative state patients here don't develop bed sores unless they're turned over, right? However, the third prince didn't seem too badly off. His face and body weren't as thin as he had imagined. He still had some color in his skin. He shouldn't have been abused. Chishu was somewhat relieved. Chapter 42. Unbeknownst to Chishu, his visit to the third prince's bedroom, while he slept soundly nearby, was captured on surveillance cameras. Secretary General, the third prince's consort isn't being rejected by the third prince's mental energy, which is a good sign. What do you think? The Star Emperor had originally wanted to retire early, but his most suitable successor, the third prince, had become a vegetable, forcing him to work diligently. Dr. Parker said that the third prince's current condition is mostly due to mental disorder. I think it would be better to bring the third prince's consort into the palace, or send the third prince to her side. This might help him recover faster. After all, the 100% compatibility rate is. The Star Emperor rested his head on his hand and thought for a while, finding it feasible. Okay, go ask the child's opinion. However, the child's mental strength is too low. He could easily be accidentally injured by the mental energy released by the third prince. Send the robot modified with the mecha system to him. The next morning, upon receiving the message, Chishu couldn't help but exclaim "Aw!" as if he suspected the Secretary General was joking. Living in the palace is too troublesome. It's too far to walk every day. Also, the third prince's precious body isn't suitable for living here, is it? The furniture here is a bit old, and the bed is too. You don't need to worry about that. The Star Emperor has granted you permission. You can stay in a villa closer to your school. It's an elegant and beautiful estate with flowers blooming in all seasons. You can plant your favorite plants if you wish. The third prince hasn't woken up yet. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chishu frowned slightly. This estate belongs to the Star Emperor. He heard that the third prince's consort enjoys natural cuisine, so he has arranged for fresh, precious ingredients to be sent to you daily. If you can share a bed with the third prince for 3 months, this estate, worth approximately 2 billion star coins, will be yours. Just call me Chishu. Mr. Chi, what do you think? Chishu felt the secretary was becoming increasingly polite, so he cut to the chase. You might as well tell me the reason. I can accept it more quickly. Ultimately, the secretary told Chishu about the third prince's condition. Upon hearing this, Chishu frowned, his tone tinged with confusion. That serious? He thought that in the interstellar era, curing a vegetative state wouldn't be a problem. After all, being immersed in a medical pod could even regrow a severed limb. It's not so serious now. You don't need to worry. The secretary smiled in the light screen. If you don't believe me, we can prepare a contract for you here. No need. You helped me with the lawsuit, so it's only right that I help take care of the third prince. I can move into the manor, but there's no need to transfer it to my name later. Please thank the Star Emperor for me. The secretary's half-closed eyes slowly opened. He realized he had underestimated this child. He hadn't expected the boy to be so indifferent to houses and money, A rare quality. Are you sure? Yes, there's nothing more to say. Besides, the third prince's spirit has been with me for a while, and I'm very grateful to him. Okay, we move you out as soon as possible in the next couple of days. No need to move, I don't have much stuff. After ending the conversation, Chishu sighed. This was the third time he moved. Cole Ball, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, had assumed his father and secretary were going to bully his partner. He and the secretary were equally surprised that Chishu was so principled. How stupid of him, not even thinking to ask his father for an exorbitant price. The school gave those going to the Beast Planet a 3-day break, which was perfect for moving. They could just drive their hover cars there. Although Chishu had already said he didn't want the manor, the Star Emperor was still puzzled. He insisted that the secretary send 2 top-of-the-line luxury hover cars for him to alternate driving. Not only that, the Empress, who hadn't made a sound, also sent over a lot of new furniture. Hearing that Chishu liked to cook, she even sent a complete set of kitchen utensils. Chishu was somewhat flattered. This was so different from the novels he read to pass the time during the apocalypse. Shouldn't royalty be scheming and plotting? He had mentally prepared himself to stay out of the mess, but who knew the royal family wouldn't play by the rules, leaving him completely bewildered. Looking at the brand new furniture and the beautiful, perfect, and handy kitchenware, Chishu took a deep breath. Forget it, he thought, they're not short of money. All this calculating will only annoy them. So, Chishu made some dumplings and steamed buns for the 2 elders, along with some palace pastries he learned to make from his grandfather, and had the all-knowing super robot Deshawn deliver them. Chishu was quite adept at reciprocity. He hadn't really wanted to get closer to them, but it would be strange not to offer anything. Well, since we met, I give them both a set, he thought, and sent a set to the Secretary General as well. Finally, for little Cole Ball, he made some dried fish for him. Small fish that are so hard to find. Online supermarkets almost never have fish that small. Most fish in interstellar space are larger than adult arapaima on Earth, so finding food for a kitten is no easy feat. Al-Hype has gotten used to it these past few days. Chishu is someone who enjoys the moment. Also, Chishu truly treats everyone he knows with sincerity. It resisted drooling and leaned over to lick Chishu's cheek as a thank you. Chishu smiled and pinched the little Cole Ball's bottom. Pervert! Annoyed by the teasing, yet unable to resist eating the dried fish, the little Cole Ball simply refused to look at Chishu. The houses he moved to were all bigger than the last, and Chishu escaped unscathed time and time again. No sooner had Chishu moved than the Card Makers Association found his old villa. Since Chishu had never met his neighbors, no one knew what he looked like. However, Chishu didn't know this. He was now directing the combat robot Deshawn to help develop a small vegetable garden. He wanted vegetable freedom, and wanted to install a temperature-controlled greenhouse. Lacking knowledge in many areas, he sought advice from Vincent, who readily answered all his questions. However, Chishu only remembered half of it, the rest he had to figure out slowly. That feeling of knowledge not processing properly returned. The half he remembered was quickly forgotten again. So he simply handed over the task of farming to Deshawn. Deshawn, Little Cole Ball, sleeping in a tree far away, wasn't interested. It hadn't been clinging to Chishu much lately, but it still stayed where it could see him. Chishu beckoned, and it lazily followed. Meanwhile, the Star Emperor and Empress had received pastries, dumplings, and steamed buns from their daughter-in-law, all replicas of ancient Earth delicacies. The Empress, having just finished training and starving, quietly took a picture of the pastries and buns her daughter-in-law had brought before savoring them. This is different from what the celebrity chef makes. It's more flavorful and tastier, with a richer texture, just like the steamed buns described in history. It has this feeling of how steamed buns should be. She was somewhat surprised and wondered if the school this child had gone mad, expelling such an excellent student. How could this be last place? She felt that anyone who could replicate ancient Earth cuisine must be incredibly talented. Chapter 43. The Star Emperor was somewhat questioning his life choices. The delicious food made him feel that 2 hover cars were not enough, but the boy was so polite and sensible that he didn't know what to give him as a gift. Compared to his stubborn son, Al-Hype, the Star Emperor could only remain silent. The Secretary General hadn't expected to receive a share, but social etiquette dictated that he eat it quietly by himself, so as not to let the Star Emperor find out. He was increasingly finding Chishu to be a well-behaved child. The well-behaved Chishu returned to school the next day and was met with stares. He earned 4 credits in one go, making him the envy of everyone at school. Even Inta exclaimed, "You're so lucky." Chishu asked, puzzled, "Don't you experts participate every year? You could do it too." Inta sighed, it's different. Those people are all S rank and SS rank. They can't be eliminated as easily as you newbies. Chishu, I get it. You mean I slaughtered the whole village in the newbie zone? Inta paused, then nodded, pretty much. Besides, those in the beginner zone are all lacking in mechs and physical abilities. Those who are lacking, you can suppress them with star cards. They won't be able to move an inch. Oh, by the way, where did you get your star cards? Didn't you say you didn't know how to make them yet? Chishu paused slightly, then secretly whispered in his ear, actually, I bought them from someone else, don't tell anyone. Inta also answered him in a whisper, oh I see. Then he raised his voice again, excitedly saying, you know what? Rice won again. He just barely made it into 10th place, and now the top 10 contestants will have to decide their final positions. Chishu's eyes widened as well. That's a really exciting moment. Oh, by the way, last time I bet 10 million on Rice, 5 times the odds, Inta said smugly. Chishu looked on with envy. You're so lucky. Inta's lips curled into a smile, but the thought of finding the feeling of winning against someone at the F rank level dampened his joy. 50 million was nothing compared to 4 credits. Even Vincent was now the envy of everyone. At this moment, Vincent was meeting with the 5th prince, Daniel, in the grove. You did a good job. Here, take this growth fluid, use it sparingly. Daniel handed over his precious possession with a pained expression. Vincent couldn't stop laughing. Daniel, I didn't expect this surprise to come from you this year. Thanks to you, I met a very interesting junior. His rank is indeed low, but he's hardworking, diligent, and intelligent. He's really helped me a lot. Daniel, Stop talking, stop talking. Who hasn't been heartbroken over credits? Vincent returned to class, looking completely calm and collected, as if blessed by God. Because of his always cheeky demeanor, unsurprisingly, he almost got beaten up, but luckily he ran fast. When Vincent saw Chishu again, Chishu jumped from the 5th floor. Desks and chairs behind him flew out of the window, nearly hitting him, but thankfully, his mental energy ring protected him, and he was unharmed. Vincent hid behind a tree, waiting until nothing more flew out of their classroom before approaching Chishu. He couldn't help but say, it's really tough for people in your class to survive. Yeah, but it's alright. The class monitor said the teacher is much gentler now. Vincent's eye twitched. You call that gentler? Yeah, senior. Did you need something? It's nothing, I just came to see you. Our plantation is quite fun too. It's to the right of your teaching building, just walk a kilometer. Chishu nodded. Okay, I definitely go next time. They chatted for a few more minutes before saying goodbye. On the way back, Chishu touched the little coal ball in his arms. The little coal ball had gained a lot of weight recently, feeling like it weighed almost 10 kilograms. Was it probably a leopard? Chishu quickly accepted the fact. It was normal for Alshibe's spirit form in SSS Plus to be a leopard. Thinking that Alshibe would be moving into the manor tonight, he needed to go back early to make arrangements. With Deshaun there, he didn't need to worry about anything else with Alshibe. It was just sleeping together tonight. In his previous life, he had never been in love. He had been confessed to by young boys and girls, but remained unmoved because he was not only attracted to good looks, but also hoped his other half would be a soulmate. Now, he had met such a handsome partner, but they were not a good match. Chishu didn't plan to continue the relationship because he couldn't offer him any support. He can just live his own life. There are still over 400 years to go. He can wait patiently, no rush. After completing a series of checks at the palace, Alshibe was escorted to the manor, accompanied by his adjutant, Hein. Hein was a man with a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, dressed in a black uniform with a leather belt around his waist. He had recently learned that Chishu was the 3rd prince's match, and he felt as if the world was shrouded in a strange force. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? One is SSS Plus, the other is F. This just doesn't seem right, does it? Chishu didn't know what Hein was thinking. Hein didn't dare look at him. The other man only introduced himself, and seemed a little awkward. Chishu simply nodded. Guards will be coming in a couple of days. They're under the 3rd prince's command, with strange and volatile tempers. If they offend you, just complain to your superiors. Hein's expression was complicated. Chishu understood. After all, he was now outwardly F, and these people definitely had their opinions, but they could only keep them to themselves. Actually, since returning from the B star, Chishu had felt his mental level increase along with his ability level. Now his ability level was 7, so his mental level, hard to say, he had to test it to find out. After all, the quality of the two energies was different, and so was their intensity. I understand. Chishu nodded, his tone neither warm nor cold, and carried the heavy coal ball back to his room to check on Alhype. His complexion had improved considerably, his lips were slightly red, and he lay quietly on the bed, like a sleeping beauty. Chishu couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Sleeping Beauty. Zhong Meichio jumped down to protest. I wasn't laughing at your master, don't misunderstand, I was just thinking about something else. Zhong Meichio was still unhappy. How could Chishu think of someone else while he was with him? Chishu glanced at the third prince. Seeing no problems, he left. Haiyan was waiting at the door. Chishu? ? Haiyan scratched his head, glanced at him, then immediately lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed and apologetic. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. I won't do it again. I hope you won't take your anger out on the third prince. Chishu was speechless. Me? Do I look that vicious? Haiyan honestly said, we saw the video of your opening ceremony, and the highlight reel of your kills on the Beast Star. Although you're only F rank, we can't ignore your efforts. Chishu suddenly sneered. So you know your superior is in my hands. Haiyan was stunned. You wouldn't harm the third prince, would you? Domestic violence is illegal in the Empire. It depends on my mood, and on your performance. Chishu thought that using the Emperor to command the princes wasn't bad either. Chapter 44. That evening, Chishu's words reached the ears of the third prince's guards. They were incredulous. How could the third prince's consort be so villainous? Threatening them. Chishu, who seemed like a villain, had just created 2 top-tier star cards. They truly lived up to their name. It took a lot of effort. Although Rice still had 2 high-level cards, Chishu felt that in the upcoming matches, using useless ones was pointless. Their opponents were already using top-tier star cards. They had only narrowly escaped death last time. They couldn't afford to sit idly by. Top-tier star cards could be used 5 times. If they couldn't suppress their opponents with star cards, they would be defeated. The top-tier star cards Chishu created tonight were still the same old thing. He wasn't even surprised. The first one was Floral World, Dazzling Butterfly Knife. Effect: makes the mecha believe it's in a world of flowers and plants. Butterflies will attack the mecha when it's not paying attention. Side effect: the user will also experience hallucinations. What a Pyrrhic victory! The second one is even more outrageous. Mech Match 3, come on if you're sick. Effect: creates a mech clone that the opponent cannot select. Side effect: the user will actually become sick. Chishu's 2 top-tier star cards appeared in Rice's hands half an hour later. Rice was practically begging Chishu to be his father. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, watching from behind the screen. What if I get caught in the butterfly card myself? Chishu thought for a moment. Your mech can fly, right? Then dodge it. Rice: okay. I can't guarantee that. He worried for 2 seconds, then quickly brought up the second card. What kind of illness is this? Is it serious? I don't know, can't the medical pod cure it? It should be temporary, right? Rice felt wrong but dared not say it. At the same time, he felt he could give it a shot. A top-tier star card could be used 5 times, while Chishu's card could be used for 10 minutes at a time, twice as effective as his opponent's. Finally, Rice consoled himself, successfully cheering himself up. He now represented his family, standing in this position, and his father had even transferred a large sponsorship fee as encouragement. He felt he was the hope of his entire family and Chishu. He wanted to climb higher, ideally into the top 3. Third place had a prize of 300 million, second place 400 million, and first place 500 million. The competition was in 2 days, and Chishu was no longer involved in tactical discussions. After hanging up, Rice paid him for 2 top-tier star cards, totaling over 50 million after deducting some taxes. Adding to the 30 million Dickens had transferred to him earlier, Chishu now had approximately 80 million on hand. Making a fortune through card manufacturing was no longer a dream. At this rate, Chishu could even afford a villa, complete with an estate. A home earned through one's own efforts feels more secure. Before he fell asleep, the lawyers on the remote planet Pulin finally sent back a message. The clues he provided about the basement had led to an investigation, potentially connected to Duke Dante. There was an artificially created psychic in that basement, still in its infancy. They dared not act rashly yet, waiting for the secret armed forces to arrive and provide support. The head of the legal team, Yu Dafu, remained silent for a long time before asking Chishu, "What are your thoughts? Don't touch what can't be touched yet. Focus on the lawsuit first, lower their guard, and I hope you all stay safe." "Okay, thank you for your concern. I will pass it on to my other colleagues and do as you say." Actually, they thought the same thing. There's one more thing. We investigated and found that your biological parents were the former richest people on Poolin Star. Due to local policy issues on Poolin Star, their company suffered severe losses and eventually went bankrupt. Chishu knew about this. Then please help me investigate and gather evidence about Su Bayan's living situation with my biological parents, as well as the expenses for education, living expenses, and other costs. Also, please spread this information. Oh, and check that loan company too. Don't worry, we're already following up on that. Okay, thank you for your help. Thank you for allowing me to study here in peace. You're welcome. It's our job. After the conversation, Chishu could finally sleep. He seemed to have forgotten that there was such a handsome person lying next to him, while Zhong Meichio next to him had a cold expression, but Chishu didn't notice. Little cold ball has now grown into medium cold ball, getting bigger and bigger, almost the size of a puppy in its awkward stage. But medium cold ball can't go back to being like that. Helplessly, it can only curl up next to Chishu to sleep, but feeling a little wrong sleeping alone, it can't help but sneak into Chishu's arms. The next day, Chishu woke up groggily and, seeing the handsome man beside him, froze for a moment before slowly withdrawing his hand from the other man's body, then sat up to process what he had done. Yes, they'd been living together since yesterday. Chishu felt a little guilty. He had not only kicked the blanket off the bed, but also taken the other man's blanket, and even slept with his arm around the other man's waist. This isn't his fault, he's always been a restless sleeper. Blame the Star Emperor, it was his idea. Chishu got up, washed, and changed his clothes before opening the door to let Deshawn in. As an all-around robot, Deshawn also took on the nursing duties. Several guards came over this morning, but Chishu didn't have time to meet them. SS-level guards possessed a powerful aura and a fierce appearance. Combined with the inherent savagery and physique of the Edge planets, low-level people or those without spiritual power would usually tremble in fear at their sight. But today, they failed to frighten the third prince's partner. Chishu sat in the dining room eating, his eyes scanning messages from his friends on his terminal. Dickens said his trip was coming to an end, and he was preparing to return to the capital planet, inviting him to dinner. Chishu said he'd talk to him later. Rice had been busy repairing mechs and training these past few days, but managed to sneak a message saying he was nervous. And Inta said there was a training session today and told him to prepare his combat suit. Chishu asked, puzzled, do card makers also fight? Inta replied, to escape. Chishu, Inta added, after training, you can run faster when you're being attacked. Chishu, After the meal, Chishu returned to his room, packed his things, and put on his black training clothes and black boots. His fair skin made him look weak and easily bullied. The guards looked at the third prince's consort, who seemed like someone who could be killed with a single punch, their eyes filled with pity for a weak creature. Chishu didn't sense any malice, but he felt that these people looked down on him. Whether in his past life or this one, his frame was relatively small, and he was tall and thin, but he didn't feel inferior, nor did he deliberately develop a muscular physique. Firstly, it wouldn't be suitable, and secondly, a lighter build would allow him to escape more nimbly from hordes of zombies. The guards were puzzled when they noticed that Chishu ignored them. Could it be that Chishu's mental strength had weakened to the point that he couldn't sense the oppressive feeling emanating from their powerful mental strength? Chapter 45. Chishu didn't have time to guess what these big oafs were thinking. Last night, he had already had the hovercar Rice had given him returned. The one he was driving now was a limited edition interstellar model gifted by the Star Emperor, supposedly worth a luxury mansion in the capital's central area. It had a built-in superpowered attack system, could become invisible, and could even disguise itself as an ordinary hover car. Haven't seen Zhong Meichio this morning. Chishu hadn't brought him along and selected autopilot after getting in the car. Upon arriving at school, before Chishu had even stopped, he saw the class monitor's ice blue hover car parked next to his usual parking spot. The car's color was the same as Inta's hair color, like a blue ice cube. Good morning. What are you doing here, class monitor? Waiting for you. Let's go to the training room together. Inta's voice sounded like he had just woken up, with a slight nasal tone, indicating his laziness. Chishu wasn't a lone wolf. Having someone nearby was fine. Besides, Inta was like an NPC issuing quests. He always received messages immediately. Alright, let's go together then. Chishu felt a little guilty. He hadn't brought Cold Ball along today, and he'd definitely have to coax the little guy when they got back. He asked Inta's spirit what it liked most, and Inta said it liked its master's partner's spirit the most. Chishu, He didn't have one. He was truly sorry. Transmigrating from the apocalypse to interstellar space felt like a real dream, and Chishu occasionally felt that even dreams have an ending. But every day he woke up the same way, he was still in interstellar space, and it was all real. Facing this new life, he couldn't admit that he was the card maker Chishu, hated by everyone online. Most of the matches that made it to the end were players sponsored by nobles. It was far more exciting than being hunted by ordinary people. Oh right, we need to retest your mental strength before class. Chishu, no way. He could feel his mental strength increasing, but it was harder to control than superpowers. It felt unfamiliar, like a prosthetic limb that didn't belong to him. The stronger the mental strength, the greater the range of motion of the prosthetic limb. He suddenly felt a little hesitant, mainly because he was worried about his credits. What if the test showed a grade higher than A? Would he be accused of falsifying his mental strength? Chishu was currently in a difficult situation. Inta took a few steps and noticed Chishu hadn't followed. He stopped, turned around, and looked at Chishu standing there blankly. He tilted his head and looked back at him. What's wrong? If my mental strength suddenly increased, will I lose credits? Chishu's voice was a little hoarse. He didn't know why he had to go to school. But everyone else was going, so he was too. What to do after class? He swallowed hard, wondering if it was too late to drop out. Soon, he encouraged himself, thinking that graduating from the academy would open up many jobs requiring a degree, and maybe he'd even find the work he wanted to do. Bullshit! The worst part was, he already come all this way, attended so many classes, he couldn't just give up halfway, could he? Even though the total class time was less than an hour, getting up early every day to get dressed and come to class was still an effort. Chinese education, utterly idiotic. Even a slacker could brainwash themselves. Go to school, what else would you do? Chishu appeared expressionless, but was actually raging with complaints, even engaging in self-deception. Second awakenings aren't impossible. If you feel your mental strength has increased, that's a good thing. As for credits, the school won't deduct them. Your grades have nothing to do with your mental strength. Most mental energy is used to attack people or mechs, but what you're using is a star card that anyone can use. Indeed, anyone can use it. Those without mental energy can use a card reader that stores mental energy to swipe star cards. Inta's words calmed Chishu down a bit, his stiff legs returned to normal, and his mood instantly improved. That's true. In fact, Inta wasn't entirely calm. Second awakening people are extremely rare. Once someone awakens a second time, it might be followed by a third. Chishu has some luck. When Chishu arrived at the training room and saw everyone was clean and tidy again, he thought he entered the wrong room. Wait, isn't this physical training? What does it have to do with mental energy? Chishu asked Inta. Of course it's related. Generally speaking, as mental energy increases, physical fitness also increases. The school tests it almost every month, sometimes twice, to prevent sudden spikes in mental energy that could injure classmates. Next, Chishu, a first-year card-making student. The intelligent detection robot spoke like a stern teacher, its tone crisp and decisive. Chishu thought to himself, thankfully his superpower had only recovered to level 7. He walked to the round robot, reached out, and grasped the black, circular sensor, then closed his eyes. A current surged through his body from the sensor, causing him to tremble slightly. Actually, he was a little guilty, afraid someone would beat him up. But this was just a coincidence, he thought. He needed a doctor's certificate to prove he wasn't himself. To prove that card maker Chishu had appeared before him, and that his mental strength had just increased. He wasn't him. When he was being chased by the Earl's men, he wasn't afraid, but facing those experts piloting Super S-Class mechs, he was still a little scared. How could anyone not have something to fear? Beep. Name, Chishu, age, 20, detection result, mental strength level, A, physical fitness, B, decrease. Chapter 46. Chishu is A level now? The classmates standing behind Chishu looked surprised. Chishu's F level had actually increased? Could he be another genius at controlling his score? Impossible. I don't think Chishu ever did that before. Second awakening? 1 in a billion chance. Rare. I have a feeling our Chishu will dominate the talk show tomorrow. A group of students in the card-making class, all with mental strength around SS level, wore serious, almost academic expressions, their seriousness tinged with a touch of humor. In their eyes, the F-level Chishu was like a child. They tease him occasionally, and he politely smile and respond. Now, this machine was telling them that Chishu might be a hidden master, which made them all curious and start discussing it animatedly. Chishu didn't care what they were chattering about. When he saw his mental strength level had stopped at A, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before the physical education class even started, Chi-Shu was notified by the school to go to the school clinic for another test and examination. Inta was incredibly envious. Chi-Shu didn't have to attend classes. Damn it, why wasn't he an F? He needed a second awakening too. He followed him. Chi-Shu, I stay with you, don't be afraid. Chi-Shu smiled and said goodbye. My mental strength level has increased, not that I given birth. Class monitor, focus on your studies. Inta watched him leave with longing. Chi-Shu knew that in this class, besides him, only the class monitor loved to slack off, but the class monitor had the highest talent in the class. He couldn't quite gauge the strength of the other students. They always looked silly, not at all like SS level. News of Chi-Shu's second awakening spread throughout the school by morning. Such a big event. Some students in the school immediately wanted the school to cancel Chi-Shu's academic credit reward. They couldn't get it, and they didn't want any other students to get it either. Sour grapes. They felt regret and pity upon seeing the A-level rating. How could this be? Could Chi-Shu possibly still make it to the advanced competition at the end of the year? Impossible. Faced with a barrage of questions from doctors, Chi-Shu answered every question with a smile, using his special ability to control and avoid sensitive topics. Finally, the system and the doctors together assessed Chi-Shu's mental strength level and abnormality. Active second awakening, mental strength level A. Awakening is divided into active and passive. Active awakening is the result of natural physical upgrades, while passive awakening usually occurs after mental strength upgrade surgery. However, such surgery is very risky. Even if the surgery is successful, the patient won't live for many years. That night, Chi-Shu inevitably became a trending topic. His voluntary second awakening was extremely rare for the Empire, making him a prime example for research. In interstellar history, those who voluntarily awakened had a high probability of reaching SSS rank. Mental strength research institutions were also paying close attention to Chi-Shu, as he was the only person over 20 to have voluntarily awakened again. Some people on the StarNet questioned Chi-Shu. They never imagined he would level up, and were used to calling him a waste, finding a sense of accomplishment and proof of their own power in the plight of the seemingly useless. Only when Chi-Shu was struggling could they prove they were no less capable. Now that even the most useless person could achieve such a feat, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Before the online controversy surrounding him intensified, Chi-Shu also took advantage of the buzz to implement a plan he had previously discussed with his legal team. He logged into his previously used StarNet account and edited a message to send to Starblog. I don't know how my mental strength increased. My foster mother fed me many mental strength boosting potions before, but they didn't work. How come it's increased now? I guess it might be because I hunted a lot of star beasts recently. By the way, the doctor said my strength will continue to increase, but I don't know if that's true. The above is Chi-Shu's mental strength test report. Chi-Shu's performance in the Star Beast Forest Beginners Arena was not fabricated, it was just a coincidence. He only spoke a few sentences, but the deeper netizens pondered his meaning, the more frightened they became. It was clear there was more to the story. Chi-Shu meant that his low mental strength was due to drugs his adoptive mother had given him. I initially didn't believe the Earl's mansion would do such a thing, but Chi-Shu has only been out of their control for less than a month, and his mental strength has increased to this level. Can I suspect this is a conspiracy by the Earl's mansion? In Su Baiyan's last video, he mentioned that his former father was the richest man on Pulin Star. I was initially a little jealous of Chi-Shu, but now I only feel sorry for him. He's been abused, misunderstood, and burdened with debt. Lying in the medical testing pod, Chi-Shu organized the documents his legal team had sent him to his terminal a couple of days ago. They contained before and after photos of Su Baiyan's plastic surgery at a certain optical magnetic surgery hospital, records of his daily expenses at the former richest man's house on Pulin Star, and most of his luxury purchases. Because the Earl's mansion was acting so cautiously, it was difficult to contact the legal team. While the iron was hot, Chi-Shu put all the evidence on the large plate, which also had the seal of authentication on it. In interstellar space, extracting someone else's spending records is illegal. However, Chi-Shu is the couple's biological son, so strictly speaking, obtaining these records isn't illegal. The Earl's mansion has the right to recover the star coins they spent on Chi-Shu, and the same applies to Chi-Shu. Once Chi-Shu completes the DNA comparison with the former richest couple, and it's confirmed, the star coins the deceased richest man spent on Su Baiyan can also be recovered. But will the Earl's mansion still have any money left? Just when they thought Chi-Shu had stopped causing trouble, Earl Su saw the news online, and became so angry he felt dizzy, vomiting black blood. His body couldn't withstand such a shock due to long-term use of experimental drugs, and he fainted on the desolate night of planet Pulin. After the Earl's collapse, the Earl's mansion was thrown into chaos. Companies that had previously cooperated with Earl Su were no longer calm. What Chishu exposed looked like a meticulously planned conspiracy. People online, who were initially questioning Chishu's mental strength level, have now largely shifted their attention to the connection between the Earl's mansion and the former richest family. Su Bian changed his name immediately after the former richest man's bankruptcy, from Yang Bian to Su Bian, from the former richest man's son to the Earl's biological son. Who would believe such a thing as a coincidence? And why? Netizens have begun analyzing the situation. How could such a fresh and explosive story not attract the attention of popular accounts on the Starnet? They analyzed it. Chapter 47. Many people seemed to suddenly wake up, agreeing with what others said, and they followed suit. Looking at the details, Su Bian must have spent even more at the former richest man's house, right? It must have exceeded 3 billion. Su Bian, doesn't your conscience hurt? Creating a sickly, innocent persona to make us sympathize, but that persona is all fake. All those things Chishu did to you probably were fake too. At Imperial Capital Star Headquarters, Star Police thoroughly investigate the Su Earl's mansion. This must be a conspiracy. Chishu is so pitiful. His biological parents died without ever knowing they were raising the child of the people who bullied him. Hopefully the Empire can give Chishu justice. The middle cold ball and the little cold ball had different ideas. It directly opened the terminal on the vegetative Alhive's hand and connected directly to its father's terminal to complain. Woo-woo gurgling. In the middle of the night, the Star Emperor, who had just finished his work, received a communication request from his son and thought he had woken up. With a mixture of surprise and delight, he opened his personal terminal and found that the little leopard had grown several times its original size. Although not awake, it had recovered quite well. Calm down, just say what you want to say. Roar. What a foolish Star Emperor. Doesn't he read the news? Don't you love slacking off at work? It extended its dark paw and clicked on the remote control request. Star Emperor saw the remote control request pop up. He then saw the large black ball of fur on the other side, grumbling angrily, its throat suppressed. It was clearly very angry. After Star Emperor approved the request, it took control of Star Emperor's Star Network homepage, directly clicking on the headline about Chishu and zooming in for Star Emperor to see. Star Emperor looked at it intently for a while, his previously lazy gaze suddenly turning serious. Don't worry about this. Rest well over there. Don't think too much. I hope you recover soon. Chishu returned in the early hours of the morning. He had spent time in 3 testing rooms to ensure his mental state wouldn't be disrupted by this second awakening before going home. The Earl's mansion was undoubtedly in chaos, busy dealing with the outside world, and had no idea that his trip to the basement would be discovered. The former richest man on Pulin Star went bankrupt due to local economic policies, and the Pulin Star governor had no idea that Chishu's affairs would indirectly affect him. He was busy seizing the former richest man's assets, and had no idea where the couple's child had gone. He couldn't find him anywhere. He also didn't expect the child to be the son the Earl had just found. He had been running around right under his nose for so long. Fortunately, the royal family hadn't intervened, and Chishu was alone. What could he possibly do? Dealing with a kid was easy. He hired a large number of online trolls, and bought trending topics to suppress the matter. Chishu wasn't unaware that the Pulin Star governor was the one who caused the original owner's biological parents' misfortune. After all, in such a large-scale operation, no one would be truly blind to it. The upper echelons of Pulin dared not speak out. Far from the Emperor's reach, in such a remote place, if Chishu were to remain on that planet, he would likely be devoured without a trace. The planet was rife with local tyrants. Even Earl Su, a man of noble rank, couldn't do anything to the powerful Star Governor who possessed armed forces, despite suffering losses there. He knew perfectly well that their efforts over the years had been in vain, yet he dared not speak out. The reason was the immense power of the Pulin Star Governor. Even the Star Governors of neighboring planets were on his side. Even if the higher-ups wanted to mobilize an army to suppress the rebellion, they had to consider the local populace. Chishu had already anticipated that he might be wanted for anything he did from now on. The Earl Su's laboratory also involved Duke Dante. This complex web of relationships made Chishu take a deep breath. He could choose to ignore everything, of course, but he had used the original owner's body, and even if he became the target of public criticism, he wanted to seek justice for the original owner. He wasn't a particularly righteous person. Sometimes he would even back down to protect himself. But his grandfather had always told him not to owe others anything, and since he had used the original owner's body, he should repay it. The series of events triggered by Chi Shu's increased mental power made the remote planet Pulin one of the most talked about events in the Empire overnight. Even the regional league on the capital planet could only rank second. The death of the former richest couple on Pulin, was it man-made or a coincidence? This headline remained firmly at number 1 overnight, and no amount of pressure from the various factions could suppress it. Chi Shu's past doesn't even need special whitewashing. Netizens have already started to defend him. Chi Shu pushed someone off the hover car? Chi Shu was only F rank back then. Could he have done that? If everything Su Baiyan said is false, then we could all think about it the other way around. It's clearly Chi Shu who suffered. I can't imagine how Chi Shu has survived this long. Poor Chi Shu, still being cyberbullied by some people's brainless fans. And he was jilted. Good riddance. I think that Duke's son doesn't deserve him. He's filthy. I heard he's a playboy. Who knows if he's sick? I searched all night last night, and I found a bunch of people who criticized Chi Shu the most, and sent them to his private messages. I hope Chi Shu sues them to death. Just Su Baiyan's plastic surgery report and a stack of receipts have revealed so much, and there are even deeper secrets yet to be uncovered. Netizens have spontaneously tagged various star police, and the news has even reached the Federation and the Zerg. After instructing his secretariat and the 16th Legion to prepare last night, the Star Emperor dared not sleep too soundly. The next morning, the 16th Legion confirmed it would take over the investigation of the former richest man on planet Pulin. The reason they couldn't send Star Police was that armed suppression might be necessary at any moment. Upon seeing this news that morning, the planet Pulin commander was terrified and wanted to flee to the Federation immediately, but the Federation was also monitoring the situation. Besides, if he ran, he wouldn't be able to take anything with him. He would lose everything. The anonymous computer's deposits couldn't exceed 100 million. Even transferring to hundreds of anonymous accounts wouldn't be enough time. He hadn't expected this day to come so suddenly. It was all because of that brat Chi Shu. He was furious. After much deliberation, he decided to calmly accept the investigation. He made sure everything was handled flawlessly, so no one would discover anything. If anything went wrong, he would push the deputy planet commander to take the blame. The seriousness, panic, and anger that had gripped the internet were palpable by Chi Shu's reaction. Back home, he took a shower, climbed into bed, checked the third prince's breathing, and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. He was completely unaware that the lump of coal beside him had been staring at his face, eventually moving closer to him and sleeping beside him. Chapter 48. Chi Shu really worries Leopard. He refuses to ask his father for help when things go wrong, insisting on facing everything alone. What an idiot! The legal team is currently hiding in the shadows. From beginning to end, only Chi Shu has stood up to those people from Pulin Star. Some people online have said Chi Shu is weak, but how could Chi Shu be weak? When Chi Shu jumped off the high building with his spiritual body in his arms, it knew what kind of person Chi Shu was. Dashing, flamboyant, handsome, sometimes seemingly cowardly, very polite, but actually quite cunning and humorous. If only he could wake up soon. It doesn't want anyone to bully Chi Shu. After all, he's its partner. Chi Shu doesn't know what Zhong Meiqiu is thinking. In his sleep, he felt his chest was too hot, so he let go of Zhong Meiqiu, turned around, and hugged the somewhat cold body of the third prince, like hugging a large pillow. Comfortable. Zhong Meiqiu, The next day, when Chi Shu woke up, Zhong Meiqiu was gone again. After washing up, he went to the dining room for a meal, logging onto the StarNet as he did so. The guards patrolling his home looked at him differently. Their expressions were complex, yet none dared to speak to Chi Shu. Those in a vulnerable position do indeed garner sympathy. Chi Shu could sense their regret. They were surely thinking about how they had looked down on the pitiful third prince's consort. Having just logged into his account, Chi Shu raised an eyebrow slightly. He thought to himself, Su Baiyan's fans aren't all that great. They can't even beat him? Now, even Su Baiyan's die-hard fans dared not show their faces. They'd been thoroughly exposed by others on the StarNet, their home addresses and schools revealed. Those who had once cursed Chi Shu and told him to die were now hiding at home, too afraid to even step out. Su Baiyan was reduced to ruins, and the Duke of Dante's mansion immediately announced the annulment of the engagement. Overnight, Su Baiyan became a pariah, too ashamed to even go to school. His classmates, knowing where he lived off campus, sold him to a reporter from StarNet. He called home, only to hear his mother crying and telling him to stay in their house and not go anywhere. His father was unconscious and still unconscious. The Earl's mansion was in chaos, and so was the company. Many business partners had canceled their collaborations and severed ties. What devastated him most was that Slade was ignoring him, and had even broken off the engagement. He knew it was the Duke who wouldn't allow Slade to be with him. But why wouldn't she even answer the terminal? Seeing this, he could only shut down his terminal. He didn't even dare look at Starnet anymore. Everyone there was cursing him, calling him disgusting, a homewrecker, a fraudster, and his whole family villains. Their family might soon be under investigation. Would his previous attempt to assassinate Chishu be discovered? The thought filled him with dread, a fear so profound it felt like being pushed off a cliff, his heart sinking with each step. He was terrified. If only he had just killed Chishu back then. If only he had, none of this would have happened. Thinking this, he resented his mother for being too soft-hearted and concerned with saving face, and he also blamed his father for not being more clean in his dealings. Bang! 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 Get out here! You disgusting bastard! Get out here! Subayan, you inhuman thing! You cheated us so badly. And now we've been exposed on the Star Network. Liar! Fraudster! Son of a human trafficker! Your Earl's mansion has done so many evil deeds. You will surely be punished by the Star God. If you got the guts, then don't come out. Even if you activate the security system, we still smash this house to pieces. You *****, who never tells the truth. You completely fooled us. He's a piece of trash himself, yet he cries stop thief, and slanders Chishu. He even claims to have returned from the desolate star. I want to tear your mouth off. How can someone as disgusting as you exist? Subayan trembled with fear as he pulled out his terminal to contact the security office, but no one paid him any attention. The neighborhood security robot seemed to have vanished. His face was deathly pale, his body hunched over, trembling with fear as he hid upstairs, biting his lip tightly, afraid to utter a sound. He felt no regret, only hatred for everyone else. If his adoptive parents hadn't been so useless and easily manipulated, how could he have ended up like this? He could have been the son of a billionaire, but now he had to endure this torment. He desperately wanted to kill everyone outside, but he didn't dare. He could only harbor a vicious, resentful hatred. The clamor and resentment outside filled him with panic, unease, and resentment. Finally, silence fell. Subayan assumed Slade had sent people to rescue him. He knew Slade wouldn't abandon him. He walked happily to the first-floor entrance, but seeing a group of uniformed people outside the screen above the door, his heart skipped a beat, and his legs began to weaken. Star Police, it was the Star Police. They come to arrest him. No, he must be mistaken. Chishu didn't know how many people hadn't slept last night, but he had rested quite well, and had sent a message to his legal team to be on their guard. Now, interstellar legal teams are like Earth's special agents. Their identities are flexible, and they do a little bit of everything. Chishu, having finished breakfast, was about to leave the villa when he was stopped by a tall guard. Chishu? ? Lim was socially awkward. Despite his fierce appearance, he was the most timid member of the guard team. The others had asked him to remind the princess consort. They considered the burly Lim with 2 scars on his face the most harmless looking in their team. Chishu, what do you want to say? Lim, princess consort, for your safety, you cannot go out today. The queen said security at the manor will be strengthened, and guards will be sent for you. Your guards haven't arrived yet, so we're reminding you first. Oh, no classes? I understand. Chishu nodded, turned, and went back inside. He thought to himself, as expected of the royal family with its upright traditions, the queen is very kind. Lim? ? Lim was prepared to reluctantly persuade Chishu not to go out, but Chishu actually was thinking about skipping class? Wait, why is the crown princess skipping class so brazenly? Chishu returned to his study and glanced at the royal family's statement on the Star Network, saying they would investigate thoroughly and punish severely. The royal family usually wouldn't intervene in such matters, especially on a remote planet. Chishu was somewhat surprised that the Star Emperor was so kind, even sending the 16th Legion. In the novel, the protagonist got promoted and received a raise because of Subayan's case. Chishu wasn't going to consider the protagonist's feelings. In the book, the protagonist only found the tip of the iceberg. With his authority and strength, he could only let the others in Earl Su's mansion escape. Earl Su later secretly found a substitute for Subayan to go to jail and be executed. Chishu, though not in class, wasn't idle either. He started in his study, brainstorming with his legal team about any details he might have overlooked. He had unwittingly offended the ruthless and cunning Duke Dante, ruining his and Earl Su's plans. The days of adrenaline rushes were numbered. Live on, one more day at a time. Chapter 49. Chishu didn't even watch the Regional League livestream today. Rice had a match today. Before going on stage, he sent a message to Chishu, but received no reply. He wondered what Chishu had been doing these past few days, curious but too afraid to ask. Today, he held the top-tier star card Chishu had given him. He was a little scared. The cards he used in the past had always made him feel ashamed, but this time he felt fear and dread. Everyone else used their star cards with boundless confidence, but he became increasingly trembling and cautious as the match progressed. Who taught Chishu to create such a self-destructive star card? Rice forced a smile as he stepped onto the stage, a smile that looked rather bitter. He didn't understand the symbols on the colorful world, dazzling butterfly knife star card. He only knew that a slight misstep would mean his own demise. And that was indeed the case. When Rice released Chishu's star card, he dodged and weaved in the air, finally managing to escape most of the butterflies after reaching a certain height. The flightless mech spun in circles in a fantastical, flower-filled world, surrounded by trees, flowers, and beautiful butterflies. The pilot initially thought space-time had been distorted by a wormhole, and he'd been sucked onto some beautiful planet. To his utter surprise, the beautiful butterflies swarmed and attacked his mech in that fleeting moment of distraction. They seemed so harmless. He only relaxed his guard for half a second, and he was attacked. His mech had excellent defensive capabilities, but gradually, the butterflies scratched and mangled its exterior, even emitting a piercing sound. These tiny butterflies were ubiquitous, even burrowing into the mech's joints, relentlessly attacking the most vulnerable parts. Once the control circuitry was damaged, they spread like parasitic insects throughout the mech. When the butterfly somehow slipped into the cockpit of the Azure Ox mech, the pilot shouted his surrender. It was then that he remembered the butterfly was created by the star card in Rice's possession. He huddled in a corner, his head in his hands, his face filled with fear and dread, his mental shield activated. His top-tier star card only increased speed and defense. He thought he was invincible. But now, this damned butterfly was completely useless against him. How could this be? This was the first time he ever seen such a powerful fantasy card. It was terrifyingly strong. He used to think the Star Card Association was strong, with a wide variety of star cards, until he encountered Chishu. Compared to that terrifying genius card maker, Chishu, the people from the Card Association would probably be utterly annihilated. Chishu was too terrifying. He was already worried he'd develop a psychological trauma. Afterwards, Rice also breathed a sigh of relief. When the time was up, he paused the use of his star card, and waited until the butterfly disappeared before flying down. His face showed little joy at victory. He just felt like he lived another day. That butterfly knife is truly terrifying. It looks so beautiful on the outside, yet it can devour even mechs. Thinking about it, goosebumps rose all over his body. Then look at the Super S-Class mech Iron Bull, worth hundreds of millions, riddled with holes, not a single part of it recognizable. He couldn't even tell that this yellowish-white mech was originally cyan. Rice was thankful he could fly. Most butterfly knives can't fly very high, otherwise, even blazing fire wouldn't have escaped its fate. Livestream. Rice, you worked hard. Chishu is a nightmare for mech pilots, and even more so for mechs. Can't we restrict Chishu from participating? Is there any point in playing like this? I'm already scared for the future contestants. Do you guys think it's possible that the card maker Chishu is the same Chishu from last night's news? Impossible. It can't be that Chishu. He just reached A rank, while the requirements for making top-tier star cards are at least S rank. Don't even dream about it. With 2 matches left, Rice's points have already placed him in 5th place. Could the Blazing Fire Light mech really take 1st place? Impossible. The current number 1 mech is Winged Tiger. It can fly, fight, and withstand attacks. Even Chishu's card might not be able to suppress it. Chishu knows that many people want to kill him, such as Duke Dante Earl Su, and Chief Pulangsing. Fortunately, these are the only ones for now, and he can still handle them. Too much of a good thing wouldn't work. He tried his powers before. They couldn't break through mental energy shields. If the opponent was on guard and activated their mental energy shield to counter him, his powers were temporarily useless, unless his mental energy level was far superior, allowing him to overwhelm them with sheer mental power. In short, the identity of card maker Chishu couldn't be revealed, otherwise he really wouldn't dare go out in the future. After sorting everything out, Chishu rubbed his temples, realizing that the side effects of increased mental energy were headaches from overthinking and a destructive urge. He was only an A rank and already like this. He wondered what life was like for SSS plus Alhype. Chishu was spacing out when Zhong Meichio jumped in through the window, walked to Chishu's side, and rubbed against his trouser leg. Sitting in his chair, Chishu gently curled his lips, then bent down slightly, and reached out to stroke Zhong Meiqiu's fur. It was fluffy and soft, pinching its flesh felt wonderful. He squinted his eyes in enjoyment. What a pity you've grown so big now, I can't carry you anymore. Actually, it wasn't that he couldn't carry you anymore, it was just that Qi was lazy. As he spoke, he took out dried fish from his spatial storage and fed them to Zhong Meiqiu one by one. Zhong Meiqiu ate with gusto, its tail swishing. He reached out and scooped up Meiqiu's tail, and unable to resist the temptation of the big cat, he gently bit the tip of the tail. Because of the delicious dried fish, Zhong Meiqiu lowered its guard and felt its tail was a little wet and slightly stinging. It turned its head and instantly bristled, refusing to eat the dried fish anymore. It growled resentfully at Qi, looking at him as if he were a womanizer. Qi found it amusing. How could a cat be so adorable? Even leopards are big cats. After its protests went unanswered, Cole Ball angrily jumped out of the window again. Qi didn't chase after it to coax it. He figured Cole Ball would forget about it soon, or he could just coax it easily. After finishing his work, Qi returned to his room to take a nap. He's seen Alhypii a lot lately, and he was now immune to the other's beauty overload. He lay flat on Alhypii's right side without batting an eye, completely unaware that the vegetative-looking person next to him had turned red in the ears. Meal Ball, on the other hand, was both helpless and angry. Qi always teased it like this. It had feelings too, and it knew shame. Its tail couldn't be touched by just anyone, only its mate could touch it. Thinking of the word partner, Zhong Meiqiu couldn't help but sigh again. It was legal for Qi to touch its tail, so what else could he do? Qi had no idea what the little dumpling was thinking. After waking from his afternoon nap, he remembered he didn't have to go to class. He struggled for a moment, then helplessly lay back down on the bed, hugging his Black Panther pillow, and sighed, the bed is still the most comfortable. It was only a matter of time before Pulin Xingchang and the Earl were captured. All he could do was give them some clues, not cause trouble. What if he got captured? Wouldn't that just make their work harder? Until his supernatural abilities and mental strength grew stronger, he needed to play it safe and avoid going to the enemy's headquarters for the time being. Chapter 50. Meanwhile, inside the manor gates, the Queen had transferred Cord and Landon from the Black Hawk team to protect Qi. Qi didn't know the origins of these temporary bodyguards, but Lim and the others did. This 5-man Black Hawk team was capable of wiping out a pirate crew of over 1,000. Their team members all had SS-level mental strength and SS-level physical abilities. Several were around the same age as the third prince, and because of their youth, they were impulsive and prone to mental breakdowns, occasionally going berserk, their spirits and bodies contorting, wanting to tear everything apart. Lim believed that these people were the most dangerous, when Qi wasn't in immediate danger. Landon, led in by the robotic butler Dashan, excitedly asked upon seeing Lim and the others, "Hello, where is the princess consort?" Lim nimbly took a step back, clearly afraid of this kind of bully. "Upstairs, rest." "Wow, resting so early? What a pity." Langdon was on duty alone. He and Cod took turns. While the Black Hawk team wasn't as strong as Alhypes, they were all ruthless, twisted, and madmen. Lim was worried. Wouldn't this corrupt the princess? "Yes," Lim replied woodenly. Langdon sighed, finding these guards incredibly serious and boring. Actually, when he received the mission to protect the third prince's wife, Langdon was shocked that the cold-blooded, ruthless Alhype, who treated his colleagues like insects, actually had a partner. It was too unreal. Alhype was someone who could easily defeat their entire Black Hawk team, and what's more, does that guy even have human emotions? He actually has a partner? When did this happen? I hadn't heard a thing before. What made Landon even more incredulous was that the person involved in the news that's been making headlines on the Starnet these past few days is actually the third prince's partner. These two seemed completely unrelated, yet they're partners. He felt this world was incredibly strange. That was Qi, who was being universally criticized online just last month, and now he's a princess consort. Landon was very curious about what kind of person Qi was in real life. He's seen that opening ceremony thing. Qi seemed to share the same ideals as the third prince, equally ruthless. Judging from that, they truly deserved to be a couple. Back then, Qi was only F rank and already so violent. Landon couldn't imagine if Qi, now in A rank, would secretly strangle the third prince. Lim and his men had considered this very issue. Last night, after learning of Qishu's second awakening, their biggest worry was actually the third prince. If the third prince were abused, they wouldn't be able to do anything about Qi, because they feared being strangled by the mental blades emanating from Alhype in his vegetative state. Therefore, they dared not go upstairs, only patrolling downstairs at most. Even the bolder adjutant, Hein, only dared to peek while maintaining his protective shield. Currently, only Chi-Shu, with a high compatibility rate with Alhype, could approach him. After all, they were partners, and the higher the compatibility rate, the safer the partner. Also, SSS Plus is no joke. Currently, Alhype was the only one in the entire empire. Even the Star Emperor wasn't his match. However, that was before. Now, with Chi-Shu, this bug in the system, they couldn't help but worry about Alhype's safety. Bored, Langdon asked in a low voice, "Do you think the third prince's wife likes the third prince?" "On the way here, I heard they share a bedroom." Lim didn't understand either. He shook his head. "Don't like him?" "No, I don't know. Please don't overstep your bounds and pry into the third prince's wife's affairs." Lim wished Langdon would leave quickly. These talkative people were truly terrifying. All right. Langdon, a member of the Black Hawk squad with nothing to do, was currently speculating wildly to pass the time. They didn't need to stand guard. They could stay anywhere in the manor, their mental energy covering the surrounding area. But they dared not cover the upper floors. They wanted to live a few more years. The major events surrounding Chi-Shu naturally spread throughout the palace. The most unexpected thing was that Chi-Shu had actually awakened a second time, meaning that he might one day be able to rival the third prince in strength. No wonder they were matched up. Daniel had initially looked down on Chi-Shu, thinking that a mere F rank. Now, he remained silent, afraid of being proven wrong. Chi-Shu hasn't met anyone else in the royal family yet. More than a month has passed since he was matched with his third brother. He heard it was his third brother who came back to complain, getting their father to bypass the cumbersome procedures and issue a transfer order, sending someone to Poolin Star. He thought that Chi-Shu didn't actually need to rely on anyone else in the royal family. If he just got his third brother on his side, he have everything. Daniel hasn't dared to contact Chi-Shu since adding him on social media, afraid his third brother would find out and misunderstand. How frustrating. Chi-Shu and his third brother's relationship isn't even public yet, but Chi-Shu's name is everywhere online. After it's public, he doesn't even want to think about it. Even though Chi-Shu is currently being pitted, once this matter becomes public, many people will be unhappy with him, especially those who originally wanted to marry into the royal family. Will Chi-Shu run away from his third brother due to the immense pressure? Even before this happens, the sentimental Daniel is already worried for Chi-Shu. Just as Daniel handed the growth repair fluid to the robot, the Empress gently patted his shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. "Thank you, Daniel. Everything's alright now, you can go back." The Empress, dressed in a black uniform, looked dashing and elegant, her high ponytail making her appear like a woman in her 20s, as she entered the training room again. Okay. Daniel knew his mother planned to avenge his third brother. She wanted to wipe out the Zerg in the western part of the Randall Star system of the Empire, and she estimated she would depart in about a week. Daniel couldn't persuade his domineering mother, so he turned and returned to his residence. He didn't know when his third brother would wake up. The doctor said there was a possibility he might never wake up. Even though he was recovering well now, they still had to prepare for the worst. How long could the royal family's glory last? The news of his third brother's vegetative state hadn't spread yet, but if someone with ulterior motives found out, it would likely create panic. 3 of the 8 dukes were aligned, their political stances opposed to the royal families, and each commanded several legions. They were also in contact with the Card-Making Association, and a rebellion by the association was highly probable. The association's vice president was a man of Duke Dant. If the Card-Making Association members betrayed them and became their servants, the current balance and peace would likely be shattered. If they knew his third brother was in a vegetative state, they would use him as a point of attack against the royal family. Daniel hadn't thought the empire couldn't function without his third brother, but now, he was slowly realizing how powerless his eldest and second brothers were. After all, the royal family controlled half of the empire's legions, and suppressing those below them was a difficult task. His third brother's prolonged absence would arouse their suspicion. After all, there were too many people opposing the royal family, too many who wanted to divide the empire. Daniel, whose thoughts were drifting away, suddenly stopped and smiled. Actually, thinking too much was useless. The world was never peaceful all the time. Chi-Shu, who slept straight until the next day, didn't see Langdon when he woke up. Today's guard was the taciturn but ruthless Cod, whose appearance was very upright, looking like a history teacher with glasses. But in reality, this guy was an absolute madman. The third prince's guards had also changed today. Seeing Cod's arrival, the group fell silent. He really was from the Black Hawk team. Chapter 51. Chishu rested all day yesterday and felt more relaxed than ever before. He didn't know why, but being near the third prince made his headache disappear. It was incredibly comfortable, like resting in the wilderness. Anyway, it was very subtle. He couldn't describe it, but he guessed it was because of the 100% compatibility rate, creating a mental connection he only half understood, too lazy to look up the information, relying mostly on guesswork. He couldn't skip class again today. Although the card-making class wasn't strict, everyone had to be present. Before leaving, he saw the unfamiliar face, Cod, in the living room. He was most likely the guard sent by the Empress. One was just right. Any more would be conspicuous. Cod didn't say anything to Chishu, only nodded slightly in greeting, then drove his hover car, followed Chishu's car, and escorted him to school. Because his residence and travel were secure, Chishu hadn't yet been detected by the media's surveillance cameras. They didn't know his whereabouts, and could only stake out the area around the Royal Mecha Academy. They even mistook him for someone else a few times, but eventually, they finally caught him. Although Chishu's hover car was disguised as an ordinary cars still have a skin, and his vehicle had been photographed several times by certain shady characters at the school, and then sold to the media. 2 days had passed since Chishu's comments on the Starnet, and his popularity remained high. Netizens were all paying attention to him. Some were worried about his safety, fearing he might accidentally get into an accident. Others were there to make money, wanting to obtain more controversial information from Chishu to gain traffic. These were the reporters currently following his vehicle. Chishu's hover car was nearly blocked several times. The reporters, unaware that Chishu was now a member of the royal family, only believed he was isolated and helpless, relying on the internet to gain the empire's attention. Despite being motivated by self-interest, they considered themselves righteous, wanting to help Chishu and rescue a helpless young man. Chishu's hover car was gradually surrounded, with Cod's car following at a respectable distance. As long as Chishu didn't leave the hover car, everything would be fine. Cod's eyes gleamed, a smile slowly spreading across his face as he prepared to unleash a devastating attack. He wanted to give his employer a spectacular surprise on his first day at work. However, once the hover cars got close enough to Chishu, a bizarre scene unfolded. The hover cars that had been risking their lives to block Chishu's car all drove off. Cod couldn't sense whether Chishu was using his mental powers. He cancelled his attack, watching as the hover cars that had been pestering him suddenly collided uncontrollably, sparks erupting in the air with deafening roars. Although the reporters were ejected from the safety pod and descended in their hovercraft, they were still exposed to the flames, with the most severely burned suffering extensive burns to their skin. Cord's smile froze, his eyes widening slightly. After watching Chishu leave without pausing, his smile grew increasingly sinister and manic, as if he had discovered something shocking and intriguing. Ignoring the group, he quickly caught up with Chishu's hover car. Having already registered, Coder successfully landed beside Chishu's hover car, acting as a quiet bodyguard. He also wanted to be closer to Chishu to observe him better. But remembering Alhype, who was even more ruthless than him, he decided to keep his distance for the time being. Chishu was thankful that he was only an A-level, allowing him to do many things without arousing suspicion. For example, today, thrill-seekers deserved a fervent response, so he unreservedly used his abilities to control their minds, making a group of people ride bumper cars. When Inta saw Chishu in class, his eyes showed slight surprise, and the other students' gazes also focused on him. "You actually went out? I thought you would at least be concerned about your safety and stay home, reducing your outings." Inta didn't want to mention the Starnet incident, but seeing Chishu acting as if nothing had happened, he couldn't help but whisper in Chishu's ear, "If you need anything, you can ask me for help. My family has a legal team, very professional. I specialize in rescuing troubled youths." As he spoke, Inta suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but shiver, instinctively pulling away from Chishu. When he sensed danger, he couldn't help but release his mental energy to investigate, only to discover an extremely powerful mental energy imprint on Chishu. Inta paused for a moment, then, driven by his instinctive will to survive, he dazedly walked to a seat one place away from Chishu and sat down. Damn, that scared him to death. Which madman was targeting Chishu? Could it be that Chishu has a girlfriend? Impossible. Chishu doesn't look like someone in a relationship. Chishu was about to speak, but seeing Inta suddenly sit down absent-mindedly, although he didn't understand what was wrong with the guy, he didn't ask, because everyone in their card-making class was acting normally all of a sudden. He was now a member of this class, so naturally he had to accept the madness of his classmates. In his eyes, only he was normal. He'd just forgotten what normal people had just done. After seeing the professor use a binding card, Chi-Shu was forcibly bound for 5 minutes. Everyone was motionless in their seats, but while their bodies were bound, their mental energy couldn't be restrained. The students began sparring and testing each other's skills. It was rare for a class to be almost entirely composed of SS-level powerhouses. Even card-making classes in other schools might not have so many. They all consciously avoided Chi-Shu, the A-level, to prevent harming the weaker students. Only Inta was now filled with complex emotions. He found that the closer he got to Chi-Shu, the less he understood this student. He felt that this person was hiding something very, very deep. Even the spiritual power overflowing from the spiritual imprint he wore was terrifyingly strong. That madman's strength was definitely at least SSS. Chapter 52. Chi-Shu didn't have time to guess what Inta was imagining. He didn't know that he and Alhype had only slept an extra half day, yet they had unconsciously imprinted each other with mental energy in their sleep, and he was even less aware of how tightly their mental energy was intertwined while he slept. The original owner of this body, who had been subjected to long-term PUA and disliked the internet, naturally didn't understand these things, nor did his early education robot teach them. Chi-Shu, who came from Earth and had only read one interstellar BL novel, with the rest being male-oriented wish-fulfillment novels, had no concept of this at all. The most important aspect of this interstellar BL novel was the plot, not the romance, so such descriptions were extremely rare. Now, he was parading around with his partner's powerful mental energy imprint, scaring Inta, who was closest to him, into being as docile as a quail, afraid that even glancing at Chi-Shu would attract attention. When the 5 minutes were up, the constraints in the classroom ended. Some students, pale from the mental energy torment, were still laughing happily. Only their card-making class dared to do something so reckless. Chi-Shu was the only one who didn't participate in the melee. Despite his astonishing talent in fighting, in the eyes of his classmates, he was actually very fragile, like a little chick, weak and endearing. After leaving the classroom with the rest of the class, Chi-Shu walked at the very back. Kudo was waiting for him not far away. He hadn't expected Chi-Shu to finish class so quickly. He logged onto his terminal to check Chi-Shu's information again. Oh, the card-making class. That wasn't surprising. Chi-Shu couldn't return to the manor immediately. In his eyes, credits were more important. He went to the library to look through materials. Although the electronic library was more convenient, there were many things that hadn't been entered offline. He wanted to find the hidden points of the Royal Mech Academy. No undergraduates from this academy are all big shots in various fields. It seems they were forced into it by this school. Chi-Shu accepted this fact calmly, and spent an entire day in the library studying materials. This was the longest he had ever read a book. What surprised him was that his eyes weren't tired, his head wasn't aching, and he wasn't even sleepy. In fact, the more he read, the more energetic he became. Cod also sat in the library's study room for half a day, arms crossed, looking at the news on his terminal. The next second, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Because this wasn't good news. Perhaps the events on planet Pranoi really would involve many things, so someone used another news item to overshadow the events on planet Pranoi. The news that the third prince had become a vegetable had been revealed, and now the royal family was facing enormous public pressure. Although the royal family had been preparing, Alhype was a source of reassurance for the people of the Empire, and it still caused panic among the people of the Edge planets. Some people even began to flee the Edge planets, afraid to develop or work there. Once the Zerg army advances, it will quickly occupy an entire planet, or even a whole region of planets. Now that the god of war has fallen, and is in a vegetative state with no known awakening, they are panicked and terrified. Even with so many high-ranking individuals swearing to defend the border to the death, they still feel that if the third prince can't defeat the Zerg, then what about the rest? The royal family tried to suppress the trending topics all afternoon, but clearly, the dukes were relentlessly pushing it to the top, spreading the information across every corner of the StarNet at lightning speed. Chi-Shu received the message after leaving the library. Inta had sent him a link along with a string of sorrowful emojis. After opening the link, Chi-Shu was stunned. It truly reflected the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Alhype was human, not a god. What were these people doing? Alhype had dedicated himself to the Empire, and now, after only a short 6-month rest in bed, these people were already eager to kick him while he was down, causing public panic. Of course, those without spiritual power, or with excessively low spiritual power were indeed powerless against the Zerg. Through this incident, Chi-Shu guessed that the problems on planet Pranoi were probably more complex than he had initially thought. Suppressing the attention on planet Pranoi was one thing, but it was also possible that certain forces were provoking the royal family. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been those comments about the Yin-Yang third prince on the Starnet, with some even saying that the third prince's SSS level status due to surgery made him so vulnerable. After all, not many people become vegetative due to excessively strong spiritual power. At most, they be confined to a sanatorium and driven insane. A segment of netizens has begun attacking and smearing the royal family, as if they finally found a weakness and are trying to take a bite out of him. The regional league on the capital planet is barely surviving. They finally reached the finals, and the rankings are about to be determined, but suddenly the hype has been diverted. So they postponed the matches, hoping to wait until the storm is past and the hype has returned before resuming. The news of the postponed match for Rice also reached Chishu, who didn't even have time to reply, as he was driving his hovercar towards the manor villa. While this was likely a power struggle between the royal family and certain factions, he also had his reasons. He wanted to help. Even with a low success rate, he wanted to try. Star Imperial City. The atmosphere was tense tonight. The Empress was originally scheduled to depart for the border next week, but due to today's events, she had to postpone it. The Star Emperor and his secretariat held several meetings. The first and second princes, who had been away on the battlefield since last week, also needed to find time to discuss the online situation. The incident on Pulin Star was actually just a pretext. Chishu couldn't be blamed. They thought that as long as they exposed the third prince's affair, they could not only suppress the trending topics, but also divert attention and make the royal family resent Chishu. A clever scheme. Daniel didn't expect his third brother's affair to be exposed so quickly. Alhive hadn't appeared for so long. Many people were digging for information. No matter how much they tried to prevent it, it was impossible to keep it completely secret. It was only a matter of time. Even so, everyone felt extremely heavy-hearted. The royal family hadn't faced a crisis in a long time, and their approval rating had consistently been over 70%, but today it had suddenly plummeted to 67.1%. Daniel, after reading the online comments, angrily exclaimed, "Who knows what kind of people third brother is protecting?" When something goes wrong, they blame third brother for not protecting them, and some even say he had surgery to reach SSS+. Third brother spent 6 whole years on the border for them, and this is the result he gets. The first prince, far away on the border, said in a deep voice, "Daniel, don't get agitated. Your sister-in-law will handle the online issues. Don't worry too much. Go back to your studies. If you don't graduate next year, you can just wait to die." Daniel sobbed. Chapter 53. The Star Emperor held 5 meetings in one day, his face etched with exhaustion. He knew being a Star Emperor was tiring, and it was all because the previous Star Emperor only had one son. Alright, don't overthink it. Let the panic be. It's good for the people to have a sense of crisis. At this moment, they should understand that no one will always stand in their way. It's just a bit chaotic, which will boost consumption. We can buy them back when those planet lords sell off their planets at low prices. The edge planets have the most natural crystals. Several princes fell silent upon hearing this, their lips twitching slightly. Daniel sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Father, you're too ruthless. Those who leave their planets don't lack star coins. Not many people on the edge planets have enough star coins to buy spaceship tickets to leave. The population loss won't be significant. Crisis is opportunity. Public sentiment is important, but it can also take a back seat." The only ones who needed reassurance were the third prince's subordinates. Needless to say, the more harshly the third prince was scolded, the more united his passionate followers became, sharing Alhive's feelings. The Star Emperor's words completely calmed everyone down, but the first prince still said with some disappointment, if only the third prince could wake up, even just for a moment, instead of remaining a spiritual entity. Back then, Alhive had gone to the western border in his place when he was too busy. If it weren't for him, his third brother wouldn't be bedridden all this time. He could never forgive himself. Even if he only saw a glimmer of hope, he could focus on clearing out the insectids here. At this moment, Chishu was unaware of what powerful move the heartless royal family was brewing. He was in his study researching how to use his control abilities to wake up the third prince. He only had experience controlling zombies, not controlling a person in a vegetative state. If successful, he would manipulate the third prince into connecting with the Star Emperor via live stream, letting the Star Emperor know that the third prince had only been awake for a brief moment and could still manage a live stream, though that wouldn't guarantee public support or anything more. But his wicked intentions also surfaced. He wanted to cause trouble, to scare those lurking in the shadows to death. He watched Alhive's interview, not only trying to imitate the man's speech, mannerisms, and eye contact, but also perfectly capturing his expressions. At this point, He was only level 7 and dared not take too many risks. He needed to practice more. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned man finally unblocked the damn quantum computer system's account. He immediately sent a message to his adjutant, instructing him to quickly compile the data on the abandoned, mining planets on the edge of the world before making his move. His partner liked brightly colored crystals. He needed to buy a lot. They're all mentally marked. Although it was an unintentional result, he wanted to offer Chi more compensation. That way, if they divorced later, he wouldn't feel so guilty. He remembered what he would be like when his mind was fully mature, cold and ruthless. Zhong Meiqiu was very worried, so he wanted to prepare everything beforehand. The adjutant, Haiyan, who received the message, wrote, ? Could it be that the third prince has woken up? He sent a message asking, and the black ball of fur typed a message and sent it. Don't make a sound. Haiyan was grieving 1 second, and the next he was almost laughing through his tears. His third prince was still so greedy for money. He fought to earn star coins to buy planets, and bought planets to buy even more planets. The guilty first prince had no idea that the third prince had deliberately chosen to go to the western border, where the profits were higher, and they could reclaim many planets. Assuming Alhype were awake now, he immediately buy a planet instead of clarifying things online. Having read so much about Alhype's deeds, Chishu's impression of him had transformed from an unfamiliar Alhype to the great hero Alhype. Perhaps out of admiration for a hero, he couldn't help but check out the attacks on Alhype on the Starnet. After all, Alhype was the owner of his coal-producing home, so it was normal for him to defend him. So Chishu created several accounts to rant and rave. His rants were highly sophisticated and avoided sensitive interstellar terms, so the system couldn't recognize them or block his accounts. Later, he got increasingly enjoyable with the insults, neglecting his practice and dedicating himself to being a troll in his study. Because some insults weren't satisfying enough, he adjusted his approach, changing the direction of his attacks until he completely broke someone's morale before happily moving on to the next. After seeing Rice's announcement about the match being postponed, Chishu even dragged Rice along to find and attack the most upvoted negative comments on the Starnet. After seeing Chishu thoroughly humiliate someone, Rice weakly asked, "You didn't study archaeology in college, did you?" It said only the ancient Huaxia people of Earth possess such formidable fighting power. Oh, I forgot. You seem to be Huaxia. This is probably a racial talent. The Huaxia are a mysterious and powerful race. It's said that even before humans developed mental powers, they were renowned for their fighting prowess. Not only that, their insults are also incredibly skillful, capable of elegantly sending someone to the hospital. Chishu, not archaeology. Some trolls on the Starnet, having been thoroughly humiliated by Chishu, couldn't help but use what they considered the dirtiest, even organ-related, language. As a result, the quantum computer system detected it, and immediately banned their accounts for 100 years. They were furious. Now, they dared not speak out against Chishu's alt account, and instead flocked to the forums to vent. How could Alshype have such a crazy fan? He insulted my entire family, he even attacked my turtle. He looked at my profile, and called me ugly and pretentious. I'm so angry. He actually resorted to personal attacks. Come on, that's nothing. That person not only insulted me, but also cursed me to be cuckolded for life. I'm even more devastated. He said my mouth smelled like I'd eaten poop. Is that something to say? How could he be so uncivilized? That person not only insulted me, but also found my mother's account on my profile, sent her screenshots, and said she raised a heartless bastard. Now my whole family is chasing after me and cursing me. I never dared to make any random comments about the third prince again. I was just following the trend. Chishu and his followers argued all night, staying up all night, and the next day his face showed a slight weariness. He didn't even have the energy to acknowledge Landon, who was on duty that day. Unlike Cod, Langdon was very close to Chishu, so he immediately noticed the mental energy mark on Chishu. Langdon, His smile froze, and his desire to talk to Chishu completely vanished. His feet felt nailed to the ground, and he dared not move until Chishu got into the car. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, turn around to drive his own hover car, and couldn't help but complain about Alhype's behavior. Even in a vegetative state, his possessiveness was still so strong. He even managed to mark Chishu. Has there ever been such a case in interstellar space? Because the mark was very new, it couldn't have been placed before Alhype's accident. Only Alhype could scare someone away with a mental energy mark. It couldn't have been placed by someone else. It seems Chishu really does get along well with the third prince. Chapter 54. Landon had heard from Cod yesterday about something very strange. The reporters, who were pestering Chishu suddenly launched a self-destructive attack on each other, resulting in the destruction of their hover cars, with 10 seriously injured and 3 slightly injured. COD contacted the air traffic control station that had been conducting the investigation, and they said there were no signs of any use of mental energy. It was purely an accident caused by a struggle for an interview with Chishu, and had nothing to do with Chishu. Landon also found it very coincidental, but Chishu hadn't done anything, so what the reporter said should be true. COD was really paranoid and prone to overthinking. Landon followed Chishu's car in his hover car, even more enthusiastic than COD, staying very close. Chishu yawned in his car, sprawling out in the seat like Guyu. He noticed that Cold Ball hadn't been touched much lately, especially these past 2 days. It had even hidden itself away. Oh well, Cold Ball is already a medium-sized leopard old enough to go to school. It has its own private space, and he wouldn't disturb it. Just a fluffy thing. He can just grab Zhongwan and suck his guts when he wants to pet it. With his current strength, why would he be afraid of a fluffy thing resisting? Chishu closed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. He hadn't even had enough rest before he arrived above the school. Because of the accident with the reporter yesterday, many people didn't dare to gather together to ambush Chishu. They could only keep their distance, planning to follow him after class and find an opportunity to interview him. Among them were people sent by Alisandum to teach Chishu a lesson. It just so happened that Chishu had offended many people, so they could take advantage of the situation. Chishu was also very self-aware. What goes around comes around, so he was giving those people a chance to get closer. Upon arriving at school, Chishu told Langdon not to get so close. Langdon didn't understand. Why? Aren't you afraid someone at school will hurt you? As far as I know, not long ago, you had the lowest mental strength in the whole school, F rank. Even now that you've risen to A rank, you still can't use it skillfully, right? Chishu lifted his eyelids to look at him, a faint smile in his eyes. My classmates are all very kind to me, don't worry. Langdon was a boy with long silver-gray hair. His silver-gray eyes quietly observed Chishu's innocent and naive appearance, feeling that this person was very different from the outspoken and bold Chishu on the Star Network. A bit of a split personality. In the interstellar era, good and bad people are not absolute. Some good people kill, and some bad people help others. Their good or bad is entirely at their own discretion, but interstellar law isn't completely powerless against them, so they occasionally need to restrain themselves. Some madmen can even simulate the mental state of normal people for extended periods. They can bypass the school's mental state tests and lurk among ordinary people. He didn't understand why Chishu was so certain. Chishu didn't understand why the long-haired guard was suspicious. He wasn't averse to people who were hostile towards him. It was just that he sometimes acted without restraint. Chishu's appearance was somewhat deceptive. He seemed thin and fragile, yet he always managed to impress people. His smile sometimes seemed incredibly innocent. Most of his classmates thought he was just a pretentious brat, and most people in the school didn't consider Chishu a threat. Chishu getting 4 credits was just good luck. After all, he had a stack of star cards he couldn't use up, and it had nothing to do with his actual strength. Even now, having awakened to A rank for the second time, they didn't believe an F rank could climb very high. That kind of meteoric luck wasn't something everyone possessed. Perhaps some might value Chishu, but the students in this school were almost all high-level monsters. The only thing they envied was the 4 credits he easily obtained. Besides, Chishu's extraordinary performances always had a reason, not his inherent ability, so they cared even less. Today, Chishu had an extra bodyguard, which surprised and intrigued his classmates in the card-making class. Although they were far away, they could still hear Chishu's words of trust towards them. They couldn't help but recall the occasional online comments criticizing Chishu for being harsh and cold. Those were utter nonsense. Their little Chi was clearly a sweet beat. The students were deeply moved and silently walked away. They didn't want to scare Chishu, who was still in his growth period. Chishu glanced at the time and quickly hurried to the classroom. Langdon had assumed Chishu would be looked down upon at school. He had already imagined all sorts of scenarios: bullying, passive-aggressive behavior, isolation, and even being ganged up on. But surprisingly, Chishu was doing quite well at school. People even greeted him from afar on the street. Chishu politely nodded back. Langdon, ? This isn't right, is it? On Moseley, a planet halfway across the Randall star system from the capital star, a refined-looking, gentle-mannered middle-aged man was admiring a set of exquisite handcrafted art. Its unique shape, upon closer inspection, revealed that it appeared to be carved from the bones of some kind of animal. His assistant was reporting feedback from the StarNet to him. Duke, Should we intensify our efforts regarding the StarNet matter? Duke Dante, It's been over 3 months. The third prince probably won't wake up forever. As for Chishu, should we have him dealt with? Otherwise, if he awakens 3 or 4 more times, I'm afraid. Go. Chishu finished class smoothly, as usual today. He borrowed the book he hadn't finished reading yesterday from the library, and went to the school administration office to get the key to a training room. Langdon had no idea what Chishu was up to. He even started to feel bored and regretted scrambling to take on the mission, only to find that the third prince's consort was an ordinary person who would be easily lost in a crowd. Chishu was considered a relatively low-key person at school, not actively causing trouble, but he wouldn't let any good opportunity pass him by. Now he knew what to do next to increase his credits. After getting the key, he planned to go home first and finish what he had done yesterday. Unfortunately, someone didn't want him to go home smoothly. As they flew over a forest in an uninhabited radiation zone, 7 or 8 hover cars suddenly appeared, surrounding Chishu's hover car. Langdon, following Chishu's instructions not to get too close, wasn't overly panicked despite the imminent danger to his protected target. After all, Chishu's hover car was different. In extreme danger, it would passively trigger a combat mode, activating self-protection. Langdon smiled, just activating the hovercar's attack mode, but his smile quickly froze on his face. Because he saw the group force Chishu's hovercar to a stop, then use a wider, larger hovercar to drag it away. Their vehicles, sensing Langdon's attack, immediately activated their defenses and retaliated against Langdon's hovercar. Langdon's smile was somewhat sinister. He had originally planned to leave these people with a complete corpse, but now it seemed unnecessary. Someone was actually trying to abduct someone right under his nose. How novel. Chapter 55. The distance between Chishu and Langdon gradually increased, and Chishu slightly curled his lips. The group of people who had kidnapped Chishu felt that something was wrong. Chishu's hover car didn't even put up a fight. Even ordinary hover cars would have self-protection capabilities. But Chishu did nothing? Was he calling for help? No, that was impossible. They had already blocked the signal on Chishu's hover car. Although the leader had doubts, he didn't pay much attention. They took Chishu to the once contaminated no-man's land on the capital planet. After the hovercar came to a stop, the intelligence system still asked Chishu if he needed to fight back, but he refused, and was dragged out with a shocked and panicked expression. A-level, can your mental shield last 2 minutes against an S-level attack? This guy actually has a mental imprint. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't attack him with mental power, it won't work. Once you handcuff him with mental power handcuffs, you can torture him as you please. Upon hearing this, Chishu not only didn't resist, but also obediently let them put on the handcuffs. This guy's too scared to say a word. Ha ha. A burly man, with a slightly melancholic, interstellar vibe laughed, and then slapped him hard across the face. Smack. To everyone's eyes, Chishu's face was turned to the side by the slap, blood gradually trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his cheek swelling up. In reality, the blow wasn't delivered. He had already taken a step back, quietly retreating to a blind spot in the hovercar's dashcam's view. His kidnappers were laughing, mocking his weak, pitiful, and helpless appearance. They were using their terminals to try and record the torture of Chishu. Seeing that Chishu showed no reaction other than terror, another man kicked him hard in the shin again. A cracking sound rang out as his leg bone broke. Chishu seemed to lose his balance and fell to the ground. His eyes gradually became blank and fearful, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he endured the pain. But in reality, it was all an illusion. Seeing these thugs looking like they were about to commit all sorts of evil, he found it amusing. He had initially intended to go easy on them, but now it seemed he should return the favor and not treat them unfairly. Besides, he should thank them for making him a complete victim. It was only reasonable for him to do something excessive, right? What do you want to do? What can we do? Of course, we send you to see the star god. But now is not the time. We want you to enjoy the pleasure of being tortured before you die. We also cut off your limbs and send them to that. The man with the melancholy air laughed like a sinister pervert. He thought that by saying this, Chishu would be afraid, tremble, and beg for mercy. But the truth is, while Chishu outwardly feigned terror, saying, "That's cruel," his tone betrayed no fear whatsoever. Instead, it sounded like mockery, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and madness, unnoticed by anyone. As everyone remained oblivious to the danger, Chishu's power instantly seeped into their minds. He pondered. Last time, the script for the reporters was one of mutual slaughter. This time, the same formula wouldn't work. How could he make these people happy? While feigning fear, Chi-Shu manipulated his power, like a cold, venomous snake, to roam freely within their minds. All of them were S-rank, completely unaware that something terrifying had already ensnared them. They continued to laugh arrogantly, mocking Chi-Shu for breaking his leg with a single kick. Chi-Shu narrowed his eyes, thinking that with his guard Landon being held back by several SS ranks, and Zhong Meichio not around, he could finally let loose. As Chi-Shu's fearful gaze gradually turned into a chilling smile, the man who had just slapped him, the one closest to him, suddenly froze. It wasn't because Chi-Shu was handsome, but because he vaguely felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by something dangerous. You. The man, who had just sensed something amiss, hadn't finished speaking when he fell heavily backward. The sounds of people falling echoed, and fine dust was instantly kicked up and scattered in the air. The 7 or 8 people lying on the ground seemed to be crushed by a massive boulder. Their necks felt like they were being choked, making it difficult to breathe. Their vision blurred, but they still noticed Chi-Shu watching them with a hint of a smile in his dark eyes. He seemed to be watching their contorted bodies and struggles with amusement. So, they had been tricked by this skinny, harmless guy Chi-Shu? How could this be? They didn't want to believe it, but under immense pressure and torture, they clearly realized that Chi-Shu was alone. Who else could it be but Chi-Shu? Belatedly, they tried to kill Chi-Shu, frantically unleashing mental energy attacks, but to no avail. It was then that they noticed a black ring on Chi-Shu's finger. Suppressed by some powerful force, everyone on the ground began to feel regret and fear. They regretted obeying Alisandum's orders and provoking Chi-Shu, this seemingly harmless madman. At first, they could still attack Chi-Shu, but gradually, they became overwhelmed, their bodies writhing uncontrollably, unable to utter a sound, their faces turning purple, their necks flushed red, and veins bulging. Chi-Shu sat on the ground, bored, counting the time, wondering when Langdon would arrive. Meanwhile, those cocoon-like creatures began to tear themselves apart. With their S-level physical abilities and immense strength, self-destruction was a piece of cake. And this was, conveniently, a high-risk radiation contamination zone. Wasn't this a convenient excuse? Chi-Shu quietly watched the blood on the ground. After a minute and a half, Langdon finally arrived with a group of Star Wars officers. Chi-Shu then huddled in a corner, half his face swollen. In the blood-soaked environment, he was bound by mental shackles that even SSS-level experts couldn't break. When Langdon and the Star Police arrived, they saw the pitiful yet resilient Chi-Shu. Although terrified, he didn't show any signs of collapse or panic. "You come." Chi-Shu forced a smile, his superpower once again employing its old trick to make everyone believe he was injured. Seeing Chi-Shu like this, Langdon's heart sank. He knew it was all over. His first escort mission had ended in disaster. Looking at the resilient third prince's wife, he could almost foresee the bloody scene of the third prince waking up and hacking him to pieces. "Why aren't you staying in the hover car? They said they were going to smash my car, but it was a gift from someone," Chi-Shu said slowly, as if money was more important than people. He added at the end, "I'm sorry, Guard Langdon. Don't say that, it's my fault." Langdon glanced at Chi-Shu and, aside from his face and feet, felt a sense of relief. A Star Cop approached Langdon to ask what had happened. Chi-Shu shook his head. "I don't know either. Why don't you check their hovercar security footage?" Chapter 56. Not long after arriving, the Star Police, controlled by Chi-Shu's powers, completed the formalities and assessed his injuries on the spot. Chi-Shu then got into his hover car and returned, this time driven by Langdon. Langdon, in the driver's seat, said with a complex tone, "You're really bold, aren't you? Are you courting death?" Lying in the hovercar's medical pod, Chi-Shu had no rebuttal. "But don't worry, although those people almost died from blood loss, they were saved by the medical pod, which is a bit of a pity. However, we should be able to get some information out of them." Just as Langdon finished speaking, a communication request came in, saying that the group that kidnapped Chi-Shu had become violent like star beasts after waking up, indiscriminately attacking people. They had been brought under control, and it was suspected that the radiation zone had caused a collective mutation in those with high mental strength. Such examples weren't uncommon. If one person is infected, once the infection spreads, it becomes a carnival for a group. After hanging up, Langdon used his mental power to examine Chi-Shu in the back, as if trying to discern something. But unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. In his gaze, Chi-Shu's face was swollen from the beating, the purplish bruises slowly fading under the medical pod's protection. Langdon recalled finding Chi-Shu in the contaminated zone. The man's hands were bound by mental shackles. Even if Chi-Shu's hidden strength reached SSS level, he couldn't unlock the shackles on his own. Therefore, The person who tortured the kidnappers couldn't be Chi-Shu. The Star Police arrived at the scene and reviewed the surveillance footage. Chi-Shu hadn't appeared at all, but the insults directed at him from the group were heard. He didn't need to look to know that Chi-Shu was lying on the ground, like a pitiful sapling that would break with a gust of wind. In short, Chi-Shu was an unfortunate victim from beginning to end, and even his retaliation was perfectly reasonable. Imperial law wouldn't hold him accountable. Chi-Shu, using the medical pod as a bed, was incredibly tired. He vowed he wouldn't stay up all night, otherwise he'd be a dog. Chi-Shu fell asleep in the medical pod. Landon didn't dare move Chi-Shu, letting him wake up lying there. As soon as the hovercar arrived home, Zhong Maikia saw Chi-Shu lying in the medical pod, and its heart clenched. It had just heard from the guards that something had happened to Chi-Shu. Zhong Maikia was frantic, anxiously pacing back and forth. It had finally waited for Chi-Shu to return, only to find him unconscious. Chi-Shu must have been terrified. Zhong Maikia, its small, dark face etched with worry and seriousness, stared intently at Chi-Shu, its heart aching with unbearable pain. Knowing full well, it had been glued to Chi-Shu's side the whole time he was out. It wouldn't leave his side for a second. Chi-Shu's medical pod was opened, and Zhong Maikia had the robot Dashin come and take him back to his bedroom. Landon stood by, not daring to utter a sound. He already had a guess in his mind, but dared not speak it. Perhaps the third prince had already woken up, but in the body of this Black Panther. If that were the case, then everything seemed to make sense. Chi-Shu was brought to lie down next to the vegetative Alhype. Zhong Maikia, looking at Chi-Shu's unconscious face, angrily turned and went to find a terminal to complain to his mother. Landon dared not defend himself, fearing Alhype would beat him if she woke up, so he readily admitted his mistake, promising never to do it again. The queen's punishment hadn't been given immediately. She wanted to hear Chi-Shu's response. Chi-Shu, who had slept from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., gradually awoke, feeling a little uneasy lying next to Alhype without showering. He'd deliberately fallen yesterday. His clothes must be quite dirty. Actually, Chi-Shu was a very resilient person. Injuries were commonplace for him. In the post-apocalyptic world with its limited medical resources and no medicine, the way to cope with pain was to endure it. However, he hadn't actually been injured yesterday. His act was quite successful. Besides, post-apocalyptic abilities heal very quickly. He wouldn't need much time to recover. At Alessandrum's home, located across most of the capital planet from Chi-Shu, Alessandrum had been punched hard by his father, falling to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. The Star Bureau investigated the recent location data of the hover car that kidnapped and beat Chi-Shu today, and traced it back to the Dellen family. Those idiots they sent were so arrogant, they didn't even delete the records. You useless piece of trash. Do you know how hard I worked to get to where I am today? Do you know how many people are watching? And you had to do this at this time. If you wanted to kill him, there were many ways. Why did you choose this? I was anxious. I couldn't bear to see him safe and sound. But he doesn't go out much, and he rarely talks to anyone else at school. What could I do? I just couldn't swallow this insult. No one has ever dared to mess with me like this since I was a child. I just wanted to kill him. Did you succeed? Did those people you sent succeed? They even stupidly went to a high-risk radiation zone. And they all ended up self-harming. Also, the 4 SS-level people the family painstakingly trained were killed on the spot by the people protecting Chi-Shu. Dellen knew someone was protecting Chi-Shu, and that person was of high status. Otherwise, the royal family wouldn't have spoken up for Chi-Shu, let alone get him into the Royal Mech Academy. Alessandrum couldn't understand it. Chi-Shu was at most an A rank, yet sending 8 S rank and 4 SS rank individuals wasn't enough. Who's protecting him? He's an SS rank. Don't you understand? How many times have I told you not to casually touch your family members? These 12 people have been wiped out by you. Although the remaining 8 aren't dead, what's the difference between them and them being dead? Dellen was currently smoothing things over. He didn't know his opponent had already learned of this. Nor did he know that everything he had worked so hard for over the years would be destroyed by his doting son. The black ball of fur didn't seek help from the Star Emperor again. Its father must be very troubled by his recent coma, so it opened its terminal and instructed its adjutant, Hein, to send all the findings to Dellen's opponent. Twilight fell. Under the cover of night, it hailed a hover car and infiltrated the Dellen family compound. It scratched the face of the culprit, Alessander, and used mental pressure and mental blades to dislocate his legs. Wherever Chi-Shu was injured, it attacked. It originally intended to eliminate all these people, but simply killing them would be too lenient. Zhong Maikia, engrossed in revenge, was completely unaware of what had happened at home. Chishu woke up, took a shower, and found Zhong Meichio not home, assuming the little guy had gone out to play again. So he began using his powers to control Alhype through a wall, and after several attempts, finally succeeded. The puppet-like Alhype remained as beautiful as a god descending, his violet eyes gradually regaining their luster. He slowly got out of bed, and his first action was to request a video call with Xinghuang. Xinghuang, still thinking it was Meichio's doing, was startled when the video call connected. He thought his son had risen from the dead. Chapter 57. The Star Emperor, not yet 100 years old, jumped to his feet in fright, peering through the frame of the light screen to see what was wrong with Alhype. "Why did you call me immediately? I thought you call your mother and elder brother first when you woke up." Alhype, "Father, my time is running out. I feel like I fall back into a deep sleep. If there's anything I need you to do, just say so." His face was expressionless, his tone weak and cold. The Star Emperor sighed. His son was still as expressionless as ever. "Rest, this is none of your business." "No, you do. Then go and nurture your relationship with your partner." "Partner?" Alhype pretended not to understand, his hoarse voice changing the subject. "I slept for a long time. I must have a lot of things to take care of." "Did you go crazy from sleeping?" Star Emperor felt something was different about his son, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Had his son ever been this proactive before? He glanced around Alhype's surroundings. He was in an elegantly decorated bedroom, alone, and Chishu wasn't there either. "I don't have much time left. I feel like I continue to sleep." Alhype's voice was pleasant, repeating the same sentence. But Chishu didn't have time to listen. He was trying his best not to let Alhype's eyes become empty. Star Emperor had recently gotten used to Cold Ball's mischievousness, but now, facing his cold son, he couldn't help but sigh. His cub-like son was still the cutest. "There is indeed something I need you to do." Xinghuang felt something was amiss. Shouldn't he have called the doctor immediately after his son woke up? But then he thought, this guy must have found out about what happened online through his spiritual form, and woken up in a panic. Alhype kept emphasizing handling things, refusing to say it directly. Was it because he was afraid he exposed his act of stealing fish in his spiritual form? The Star Emperor suddenly chuckled. "The news of you becoming a vegetable just broke online. You woke up just in time, so record a video to let the people of the Empire know you're safe." Alhype, "Okay, send me the content of your speech." I get up and change my clothes. Because he received daily treatment in the medical pod, Alhype's leg muscles, despite being in a vegetative state, hadn't atrophied, and he could manage simple walking and standing. When Alhype wakes up later, this memory won't remain in his mind. Even if he sees the video online, he only think he has amnesia. Anyway, his personality will remain largely the same. No one will know. Controlling an SSS Plus level powerhouse is indeed very strenuous. Chishu felt his abilities being rapidly depleted. Fortunately, after the upgrade, his abilities would return after a nap, so there was no need to worry. Given Alhype's personality, everything he does is reasonable, he is rational, and doesn't do anything unnecessary. Of course, this information was obtained online. The robot Dashan outside the door detected its master's terminal status, and learned that its master had woken up. However, it couldn't immediately go in and disturb him. In its chip memory, its master would only call it when needed. It had to learn to be quiet and wait, obeying its master's commands, otherwise, it would be dismantled into parts. Chishu controlled Alhype as he dressed, and from the other's perspective, he dared not watch any longer. Even from just a silhouette, he could tell how good the other person's physique was. After all, he slept with him like a pillow every night. After changing Alhype's clothes, washing his face, and tidying himself up, Chishu, following the instructions sent by the Star Emperor, got up and went to the study. Immediately afterwards, Alhype, as always, recorded a video with his familiar cold tone and a cold expression, and posted it on his personal account. After doing all this, Alhype's eyes became vacant again. He got up, went back to his room, changed his clothes, lay back down on the bed, and pulled the covers back up. Everything that had just happened seemed as if it had never occurred. Alhype was still a handsome, vegetative state patient. The Cold Ball, who had just returned home, perfectly missed this scene. It went straight to Chishu upon returning, only feeling relieved after seeing that his face was healed and his legs were alright. "Ah!" The Cold Ball took out the dried fish from its spatial storage. Chishu accepted Cold Ball's offer of kindness, reaching out to hug it, and nuzzling its neck in a perverted manner. "It smells so milky. My Cold Ball is such a milky-scented baby." Cold Ball blushed, and its heart raced again at Chishu's teasing. It couldn't resist the urge to slap Chishu's cheek, but fearing it would hurt him, it immediately withdrew its claws. its pink paws pressing against Chishu's face. Chishu paused for a moment, then finally couldn't resist picking Cole Ball up, placing it on the desk, grabbing its two front paws, and burying its face in Cole Ball's belly. "Aw, baby, you're so cute. Pervert." Cole Ball resisted for a moment, then fell silent. Oh well, it's its partner, what else can it do but spoil it? While Chishu was frantically ravaging the Cole briquette, the Starnet was once again in an uproar. Alshipe, dressed in a well-tailored uniform, his hair meticulously styled, his cold eyes as icy as ever, delivered a 2-minute video detailing his recent situation. The gist was, he was currently on vacation on a primitive tourist planet, and his terminal had no signal, so he only just learned about the outrageous rumors circulating online. Alshipe stated he would hold the rumor-mongers accountable, adding that he was simply using up his accumulated vacation days, and hadn't expected netizens to be so absurd. He hoped everyone would refrain from making wild guesses. Alshipe's video was verifiable. It wasn't a fabricated video. His mental state was even better than before. The resentment that had been tormented by mental exhaustion had diminished considerably, indicating that his vacation had indeed been quite enjoyable. This should have been good news, but the planet owners, who had just transferred their mining planets in the outer star systems, were dumbfounded. They were completely off guard. If only they hadn't sold their planets. And at half price. They had signed immediately effective terminal photon contracts, fearing the buyers would renege. The planet owners, filled with regret, couldn't help but pound their thighs. They hadn't even developed 1% of those resources. They were the ones who distrusted the Empire and abandoned their planets, and now they hated those spreading rumors online. The wealthy people who fled the outer stars were also filled with remorse. They had almost sold off their properties. They hadn't expected the online rumors to be false. No wonder the royal family hadn't responded. No, they responded now. The royal family officially stated that they simply hadn't found the third prince, and couldn't provide sufficient evidence to confirm his condition, so they couldn't respond immediately. Besides, even if they had said the third prince was alright, no one would have believed them. The royal family's approval rating returned to around 70%, enraging netizens on the Starnet, who had been living in fear for days. They launched attacks on the Starnet accounts spreading rumors. At this time, few knew that this power struggle between Duke Dante and the royal family would increase the royal family's assets by a full 5%, with a large number of peripheral planets being acquired and brought under their control. Duke Dante had originally planned to wait until the planetary owners on these peripheral planets dropped to around 30% of their original value before buying them, but someone beat him to it. The investigation revealed it was the royal family, and, most surprisingly, Alshipe had actually woken up. How could this be? Chapter 58. You're saying that the Zerg Queen poisoned Alshipe, so he never wake up? Dante's voice was like a gentle knife, his gaze fixed on the person on the other side of the screen. That's right, even the doctors and medical pods couldn't detect the toxin, and it just kept accumulating. That's clearly it. Duke Dante chuckled softly, then fell silent, the murderous intent in his eyes vanishing in an instant. Originally, he wanted to use Alshipe's vegetative state to poach some wavering members of the royal family, but now it seemed the royal family was even more vigilant than he imagined. Duke Dante, who had hoped to kill two birds with one stone with this, had instead done the royal family a favor, which angered him, but he was a very patient man. Time was still long. The Empire would henceforth be nothing more than a historical symbol. Then, after this period, spread the word about Chishu's relationship with the royal family. Can't we do it now? No. Chishu currently enjoys public sympathy due to the deaths of his biological parents. Spreading the news would only increase public attention and accelerate the progress of the Poolin Star case. He never expected that the guy who almost became his daughter-in-law could actually get close to the royal family. It's laughable, no matter what, he's just a weakling, only good for showing his immature fangs in public. But Chishu is always a variable in his eyes, and a variable must be eliminated eventually. Zhong Meichio only found out about his online speech when he woke up the next day. What the hell? It checked the surveillance footage and confirmed that his body was indeed doing those things. Zhong Meichio's mouth gaped slightly, its black paws trembling. What was going on? Could his consciousness be split in two? It panicked and shrank its paw pads, confusion and fear gradually appearing on its little black face, but no one noticed. Chishu was still unaware of what had happened to the leopard at home. When he woke up that morning, he refused to let Zhong Meichio come to school. Because it was too dangerous around him, and the third prince's spiritual body couldn't be harmed, he had to coax and cajole Meichio to calm it down. It was indeed quite difficult. Today, Chishu's spiritual imprint had faded somewhat, which was why Yinta dared to approach him. Finding Chi-Shu in good spirits, they went to class together. I heard you had an accident yesterday, are you alright? I'm fine. That's good. Oh, by the way, don't you like watching the Regional League live stream? Did you know the stream was suspended? Chi-Shu nodded. I know, but I heard it resumed today. He seemed quite pleased, as if he, like other mecha fans, really enjoyed the stream. There are only 2 matches left to determine the winners. I'm planning to use all my pocket money to bet. Inta's comment reminded Chi-Shu of his money-making plans. These past few days he focused all his time and energy on Planet Pulin and the Third Prince, almost forgetting his grand ambition, buying a villa. For retirement, whether Rice comes in first or not, his prize money won't be small. Rice is currently unsurprisingly in 5th place. I don't have much money, probably not much. It depends on your situation, I'm not suggesting you do this. Inta then remembered that Chi-Shu came from Planet Pulin. Wait a minute, if Chi-Shu were poor, how could he produce 50 mid-level cards at once? How could he wear a mental defense ring worth hundreds of millions? How could he drive a seemingly ordinary, but actually limited edition luxury hover car? Inta then realized, Chi-Shu has no money whatsoever. He wasted 2 seconds feeling sorry for this guy. Wait, where did Chi-Shu get his money? Inta was currently in a mental whirlwind, so distracted that he didn't even respond when Chi-Shu called him. It wasn't until after entering the classroom that he cautiously asked Chi-Shu on his terminal, "Are you?" Before he could finish, his hand trembled and sent the message to Chi-Shu. Chi-Shu raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering if Inta was already starting to suspect he was the card maker Chi-Shu. Inta hesitated for a moment before resending the message. I sense a very strong mental imprint on your body. It seems you have a partner, right? Chi-Shu didn't refute yes. What was a mental imprint? Did it mean his and Alhybe's mental powers had become intertwined? Anyway, Inta didn't know who it was. It was possible that even after he and Alhybe divorced, no one knew they had ever been in an arranged marriage. Originally, they were supposed to be inseparable, but a certain couple in the Empire had refused to submit, ultimately leading to the abolition of the marriage law concerning them, a result that took over 100 years to achieve. The predecessors planted the trees, and the successors enjoy the shade. Therefore, Chi-Shu now had the opportunity to become single again. Inta, I knew it. Your partner must be very rich. Chi-Shu, maybe. Inta was startled, and then he remembered the guy Chi-Shu often held in his arms. Could it be his partner? He silently wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, he and Chi-Shu maintained the normal distance between classmates. There was no ambiguous atmosphere. He was simply curious about this strange guy Chi-Shu. That's good. Someone is taking care of you and protecting you, Inta said sincerely. Chi-Shu remembered that the royal family had indeed treated him very well. The Emperor and Empress were both very kind. As for Alhybe's other brothers, he hadn't met them yet, and didn't know what they were like, so he wouldn't comment. When this topic came up, Inta noticed that Chi-Shu's expression was normal, which meant he was getting along well with his partner. It seemed that Chi-Shu had met a good person this time, definitely better than that ex-fiancé Slade. Inta didn't ask any more questions, but instead began to speculate about the identity of Chi-Shu's partner. He was genuinely curious. Could there be someone in this world with mental power as strong as the Third Prince? At first, he thought the mental power overflowing from Chi-Shu's mental imprint was at least SSS level, but after thinking about it again, he realized it might be more than SSS. Inta's mental power level was also SS level, so he could sense it. If Chi-Shu's partner was the Third Prince, then Chi-Shu would definitely be the most popular card maker online recently. However, that was impossible, wasn't it? The two were completely unrelated, and Chi-Shu couldn't possibly be Chi-Shu. Chi-Shu also showed respect to his teachers, and attended class diligently today, with Cod and the newly arrived Jess following nearby at a respectful distance to protect him. After the last incident, the Queen added 2 more guards to Chi-Shu's repercussions. Chi-Shu had explained to the Queen that being kidnapped was his own fault, not Langdon's. He didn't like people following him too closely, which allowed them to succeed. Langdon hadn't expected Chi-Shu to take all the blame. Since the Queen wouldn't punish him, he had to punish himself by donating a quarter's worth of bonuses to the Empire's construction fund, just to avoid being beaten to a pulp by Alhybe when he woke up again. Chi-Shu ignored the guards following him, took the training room key from the school, and went to practice his A-grade mecha. At first, he was a little unaccustomed to it, needing to use his mental power to control it, and fell several times. Later, he gradually learned to run and jump, and even learned to use simple attacks. His ability was now at level 7, and his mental power was A-grade. He could go to higher-level desolate planets to kill the rampant wild star beasts. It was more dangerous there, But the harvest of beast cores was also greater. Not only could he get beast cores for free, but he could also increase his academic credits. It was practically killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Increase his ability, increase his mental power, earn money by selling beast cores, and gain academic credits. Although it was dangerous, it was well worth it. Chapter 59. However, the trip to the Desolate Star will have to be postponed until after Rice's competition. In the afternoon, Rice stepped onto the arena again, facing the mecha Pegasus. Pegasus is a medium-sized mecha with a pure white exterior. It can fly, defend, and is also very powerful. It's a true all-rounder. What's even more nerve-wracking is that the person piloting Pegasus is partnered with Mingrui, a master of the Card Makers Association. Mingrui joined the Card Makers Association last year, becoming a full member. He has been learning to make star cards since childhood, possesses a talent level of 30, and graduated from the First Comprehensive Academy on the Capital Star, ranked 10th in the Empire. He was also the winner of the #1 card maker title in the Capital Star Regional Mecha League 4 years ago. Pegasus is currently ranked 3rd. He's very fortunate to be partnered with Mingrui, otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to face Rice. Even less confidence to face his super powerful cheat, Chishu. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. He still vividly remembered how badly his previous opponent's mech, the Azure Ox, had been bullied. Chishu's star cards were strange. They were all unique, unlike anything seen before in the entire interstellar space. Compared to the well-known speed-enhancing, strengthening, and energy-boosting star cards, Chishu's star cards were flashy and unpredictable. Not a single card was reused. He couldn't afford to be careless. The two fought fiercely from the start. Rice was thankful his mech was fast, otherwise, Pegasus's relentless attacks would have been very difficult for him. Moreover, Pegasus's pilot was extremely talented. He excelled at using the most unorthodox tactics, always going against the grain. Rice's counterattacks mostly missed. The holographic live stream was incredibly immersive, and the viewpoints could be switched. Chishu, using Rice's perspective, could feel the urgency, but Rice's eyes showed little fear, almost entirely passion and madness for the match. The push to the limit blazing fire was also draining Pegasus's energy. Rice also had his strengths, dodging. This frustrated Pegasus's pilot, as he missed even more times than Rice. The match reached a fever pitch. After Rice provoked his opponent, Pegasus unleashed Mingrui's top-tier star card. Rice felt the temperature inside the arena rising rapidly, as if it were about to cook him. He quickly activated the cooling mode for blazing fire. He hadn't expected a competitor to use a temperature control card on him, and even target his strongest point. His once proud cooling system proved incredibly fragile under the excessive heat. Rice couldn't take it anymore. His mech felt like it was burning up, while Pegasus remained perfectly fine, seemingly unaffected by the user. After his initial test, Rice gritted his teeth and used Mech Match 3, come on if you're sick. The circulating air in the mech's cockpit grew increasingly hot, and he finally succumbed to his illness, his head throbbing. But soon, he was overwhelmed by schizophrenia. His mech began to create clones. Top-tier star card activated, thanks to card maker Chishu's divine assistance. A familiar youthful voice entered the live stream. The blast of heat caused Chishu to deactivate his holographic perception and switch to 2D live stream mode. Then he saw Rice's distraught mech instantly take flight, activating several clones that simultaneously attacked Pegasus. The effect was good, but it's unclear what will happen to Rice after he comes down. Winning definitely doesn't mean you can just lie around. Rice has truly put in a lot of effort for this match. Before the viewers in the live stream could even process what was happening, they saw Rice use Chishu's fantasy card, and everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Chishu, how many more star cards do you have that we don't know about? A clone? Holy crap, a clone? I think I'm still half asleep? I think I heard Rice muttering something to himself. Could it be another side effect of the star card? Pegasus. Run! I didn't expect Rice to win this round, damn it, I bet on Pegasus. That's Mingrui's top-tier star card. And he still can't beat Chishu? I can feel Rice's busyness, his body temperature rising, muttering to himself, and fighting all at the same time. Sure enough, it's another Chishu star card, and he even has a clone mecha? The pilot of the Pegasus was overwhelmed, unable to select any, and had no idea which one was the real blazing fire. He was panicking. After several attacks that missed and passed right through the clone mechs, he felt a sense of despair. There were at least 15 clones. And the more he attacked, the more there seemed to be. The crucial point was that Chishu's top-tier star card lasted for over 10 minutes. It was ridiculously powerful. Could Mingrui really not beat them? As the blazing fire clone match pressed against his face, the Pegasus system collapsed. It was pierced by a light blade drawn from the real blazing fire, completely destroying the energy pod, and the cockpit followed suit. Rice, aren't you hot? Hot my ass. I'm having the time of my life. Sweat beaded on Rice's face, his voice booming like that of someone completely insane. Indeed, Rice was like one of those people enjoying a sauna on ancient Earth, but his mental state was terrible. His clone mecha was draining his mental energy. He was practically split in two. He only stopped after eliminating Pegasus, then completely passed out. The viewers in the live stream were once again unsure who to feel more sorry for. Poor Rice. What's so bad about him? If he can win, this damage is nothing. Damn, I'm really impressed. Chishu is still as monstrous as ever. Too strong, terrifyingly strong. What the hell is that mecha clone? I never seen a fantasy card like this before. It's terrifying. From Pegasus's perspective, that feeling of being unable to be selected is so uncomfortable. So frustrating. Pegasus's pilot was also dizzy and vomited after leaving the cockpit. Chishu guiltily turned off the live stream. Perhaps, when his powers fully recovered, he'd be able to control himself more normally. He really didn't mean it. At this moment, Zhong Meiqiu was sitting beside him. He didn't know what was wrong with the little guy. He kept spacing out. Zhong Meiqiu is currently questioning his existence. He even suspects he's possessed. He knows his consciousness can't possibly split in two, but why? Why is his body standing up? Exactly the same as usual. It's a completely different person. From the eyes to the pauses in his speech, everything is the same. This can't be a split personality, can it? Zhong Meiqiu suspects Bao Sheng, but he's never doubted Chishu. Chapter 60. Seeing Rice's ranking jump to third, Chishu got up and went downstairs to the cooking room. He had been a little nervous, not because he was worried about losing, but because he was worried about how many star coins he would lose if he didn't get first place. He almost started aiming for first place, but he quickly stopped hoping, because the more you want something, the less likely you are to get it. He relaxed, opened the freezer compartment embedded in the wall of the cooking room, and took out the ingredients. This time, he planned to make fried meatballs, crispy fried pork, and various other fried foods. He also wanted to send some to the two people in the palace to repay them for their help. Perhaps because the ingredients were plentiful, Chishu made quite a lot. He distributed some to his guards and Alhype's guards, and had Deshawn send 2 large boxes of crispy fried pork, French fries, and fried meatballs to the palace. Interstellar cuisine is mostly light, because they drink nutrient solutions regularly, and their stomachs are not suitable for eating spicy food frequently. The fried food can be ordered by flavor. He divided the top layer of the box into 3 compartments, with dipping sauces, including chili powder and sweet and sour. Finally, there was the sauce for his adorable Zhong Meiqiu. He fried several fish larger than his palm for it. Spiritual beings are different from real animals. They can tolerate spiciness or a little salt. Smelling the aroma of the fish and seeing the fried fish Chishu had prepared especially for him, Zhong Meiqiu couldn't help but sigh. Even though Chishu was so good to him, he would still divorce him in the future. He didn't possess the qualities of a good partner. Violence and mania were symptoms that would accompany him for life. At the same time, Zhong Meiqiu was also a little shy. Chishu truly loved it as a spiritual being. He always kissed it, called it baby, stroked its tail, and kissed its belly. It's not that there aren't fried delicacies in interstellar space, but the flavors are all rather strange. This was the first time Cod and Jess had ever tasted such delicious fried meat. And the fried meatballs were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with juice with every bite, so delicious. They were immediately captivated by the aroma, but their professional ethics wouldn't allow them to ask the princess for food. Surprisingly, Chishu had even prepared some for them. Chishu wasn't exactly a kind person. Food spoils easily, and the taste deteriorates if left out too long. The palace sent so much food that he and Cole Ball couldn't possibly finish it all. Since Rice had won today, he was in a good mood, so he prepared a lot. Good food makes people happy, you know? Chishu patted Cole Ball's head, comparing it to his own hand. Cole Ball's head had indeed grown even bigger. Baby, you're not still growing, are you? Woohoo! Of course. Isn't that common sense? Even spiritual beings have growth periods. No wonder my academically challenged wife doesn't know that. Chishu was a little excited. If the baby grows to 2 or 3 meters tall, can I sleep on the baby's belly? Zhong Meiqiu aw. If it refused, Chishu would definitely be sad, right? Oh well, if it's still awake by then, it can take Chishu out to play. They've been partners for so long, and it hasn't taken Chishu on any trips, not even to the palace. The palace is crowded and noisy. It's just afraid that if the news of their pairing gets out, someone will bully Chishu. At least until he wakes up, it can't let the danger around Chishu increase any further. It stopped eating its fish, turned around, and snuggled against Chishu's trouser leg, its thick black tail unconsciously wrapping around Chishu's waist. I take that as a yes. Chishu happily reached out and picked up Zhong Meiqiu. Heavy, as expected of a coal treasure. Zhong Meiqiu, ouch! Inside Star Emperor's city. The Star Emperor wanted to take out the delicious food, whose aroma couldn't be contained even in the box, and enjoy it in his study, but the Secretary General stopped him, suggesting he move to the lounge to eat it. The Star Emperor loved the food his daughter-in-law had made for him. Accustomed to the bland food prepared by the Star Chef, the pungent aroma made him barely maintain his imperial demeanor until he entered the lounge, where he eagerly opened the box. The overwhelming fragrance made his mouth water. Similarly, the queen also received a gift of food from Chishu. She was now very satisfied with this daughter-in-law she had never met. Chishu was different from what she had initially thought, and completely contrary to the information she had gathered. Mother, what smells so good? Daniel's palace was closest to the queen's palace, and he came following the scent. Empress, I ran into Dashan when I came out. Did Dashan bring this? Empress, yes, this was made by your third sister-in-law. You should try some. How could I? He was so shameless. Daniel was truly overwhelmed by the aroma. Sister-in-law is indeed a culinary major. She must have been faking it all before, playing dumb to fool everyone. The principal of the Imperial Vocational Technical Academy is truly blind, actually making her drop out. Now look what happened. They missed out on a genius star chef. Ever since the third prince woke up once yesterday, Daniel completely regarded Chishu as his third brother's lucky star. He thought that a 100% match rate could save a partner only existed in legends, but he never expected that his third brother could actually wake up. Even if it was just for a moment, they all saw hope. Perhaps it was just a fleeting moment, perhaps there would never be another opportunity like this, but as long as there was hope, it could uplift those around them, restore their confidence, and prevent them from falling into such despair. Moreover, third brother's awakening was truly timely, making the royal family a huge profit this time. Daniel had completely forgotten how he used to look down on Chishu for being an F. Now he felt it didn't matter if Chishu remained an A forever. So delicious. Me too. The queen shared some. You can send some to your fourth brother later too. Mother, this is too much. He's working very hard at the research institute. Go see him. 2 days later, Chishu saw a surprising news item on the Starnet about Alessandrum, claiming that his legs had been sawed off at home. Now, his hands hadn't fully grown back, and he was missing 2 legs. But that wasn't the worst of it. Alessandrum's father, Councillor Dellin, was also in crisis. Someone revealed that his son had hired someone to commit attempted murder, resulting in 4 deaths and 8 serious injuries among the men sent out. All those who died were elites with SS-level mental strength. Chishu's name wasn't in the news. Chishu knew the royal family was protecting him, preventing him from getting embroiled in further controversy. In short, Dellin was out of the parliament this time. His rivals would soon take his place. Chishu didn't know what Landon had done before, yet he managed to take on 4 SS-level opponents single-handedly. Wasn't that too strong? But this also showed how much the royal family valued him, and of course, it couldn't be ruled out that his 100% compatibility rate was truly effective for the third prince's illness. Shut down the terminal, and after resting, Chishu prepared a star card for Rice's final battle. He thought that once his ability reached level 7, he could control it, but the result was the same. His hand involuntarily fell to the paper. My dying lover, I will keep you here. Effect. When the mech's energy and defense reach their limits, it will recover to full health, triggering a 10-minute duration effect. Requires pre-use. Top-tier star cards can be used 5 times. In other words, Rice's raging fire had been in a state of near unhindered energy and impervious to death for almost an hour. Upon detecting this, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed Chishu's eyes. Wasn't this the resurrection armor from the game he played before the apocalypse? Chapter 61. Chishu was somewhat pleased, as this card reminded him of the happy times he had on Earth. However, his smile quickly froze. The side effect of the star card was that the user's mental energy would be depleted, leaving them feeling completely drained and in a state of kidney deficiency for 10 days after the event. In other words, whether Rice won first place or remained in third, he would still have to go on stage to receive the award looking like he had kidney deficiency. Chishu, Rice, who quickly received the card, A long silence followed. Rice, who had just recovered from the split personality caused by the previous star card, was being questioned by his entire family about his mental state, why he wore his underwear over his head, why he was wandering around in women's clothing, and why he was digging holes in the house. But compared to this kidney deficiency card, the fantasy card was much better. At least it wouldn't diminish his dignity as a man. Chishu asked embarrassedly, "Are you better?" "I'm better, but I feel like I might go crazy after the regional league ends." Rice gave a bitter smile. Rice, the son of the Empire's richest man, known as a pampered young master, now has a host of nicknames on the StarNet. He won the competition, but lost his real name. Having suffered so much social stigma, Rice actually thinks he's immune. He feels that winning might cost him his right to choose a partner in the future. The cold ball saw Chishu raise an eyebrow slightly, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes, and silently shut down its communication. What happened to the innocent and naive partner he was promised? He seemed so cunning, however, it wouldn't say anything. A ruthless heart is the only way to protect oneself and avoid being bullied. Meanwhile, on planet Pulin. Recently, due to the events involving Chishu, the former richest couple, and Count Su, the entire nation is on edge. The planetary governor has been imprisoned and placed under guard. The reason is that he maliciously suppressed the acquisition of local businesses using unreasonable policies, and is suspected of hiring someone to murder the former richest couple. Through the 16th Legion's in-depth investigation, and the clues and evidence obtained beforehand, Count Su and his family have also been imprisoned. Count Su, who hid everything immediately, thought he had escaped unscathed, but unexpectedly, it was discovered that his basement contained several large laboratories, housing nearly 1,000 illegal artificial psychic beings, children who had gone missing from orphanages. Some were over 16, and the youngest was only 9. Children whose surgeries had failed were kept in cages, fed like dogs, and then subjected to further experiments. Count Su had no idea how this had been discovered. Count Su's body, weakened by long-term medication use, couldn't withstand the shock and fainted again. When he awoke, he and his wife, the Countess, were locked in a cell with 4 walls. Collapse, despair, and a suffocating feeling overwhelmed him. Wasn't the 16th Legion supposed to send only a small squad? How come they sent so many? Su clutched his chest, gasping for breath. The Countess helped him sit up. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Only then did she realize. It must be because Chishu found someone rich and powerful as a partner. Maybe it's because he can't afford the single tax. Hearing this, Su slowly turned to look at her. "What did you say? You didn't pay his tax?" "At the time, I thought he already been kicked out of his house. What did it matter to us whether he lived or died? It would be best to match him with someone even worse off than him. Now that I think about it, it must be because that's the only reason. Otherwise, how could someone like Chishu, who has no friends and no money, have those people online, even the royal family, speaking up for him?" The Countess felt her suspicions were becoming increasingly plausible. And he got into the Royal Mech Academy. How did he get in? Without someone helping him, how could he have such resources? She gritted her teeth in hatred. If I known, I would have thrown him onto a desolate planet to feed the star beasts. Count Su took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his anger. Why didn't you say so sooner? How could I say it? You wouldn't let me. You told Shaoan not to worry about him, and you never consult me about anything. The Countess was now filled with resentment and bitterness. She hated everything and everyone except herself for not treating Chishu better in the first place. Now, she resented not killing Chishu sooner. If we hadn't kept him around for a marriage alliance, he should have died long ago. Count Su's face darkened, unable to hide his anxiety. He said in a deep voice, "There must be a way. As soon as Duke Dante's people arrive, we can get out. Don't be afraid." "How can I not be afraid? Shaoan has been arrested for intentional homicide. He's still on the capital planet. I don't know if his friends can help him." "Help? He's stupid. He's offended a whole bunch of people. Do you think his friends will still help him? It's all because of your stupid son. If he hadn't been the one plotting and stirring up trouble, kicking people out, would this have happened? It's all your fault for indulging him." The Countess was disheveled, her makeup ruined by tears, looking like a ghost. Hearing the Count's words, she couldn't help but sneer. Anyway, it's all you're doing. It has nothing to do with me. Those laboratories too. I only found out about them today. Don't even think about dragging me down with you." Su looked at the once gentle and charming woman, now her face contorted with a gloomy, mocking expression, and felt a chill run down his spine. "In the end, it's all your and your son's fault. If you hadn't driven Xiaoshu to such a desperate situation, he wouldn't have turned against the family. He used to be so obedient and well-behaved, never uttering a complaint even when he was beaten. Now, Xiaoan has bullied him so much that he's afraid to even leave the house. Only then did Earl Su remember that he had lost his obedient son. Compared to Qi Shu, Su Baiyan was a cursed fool, a scoundrel who didn't know how to be discreet and always caused trouble. His future was originally so bright, he could have used his achievements in the laboratory to ride on Duke Dante's coattails, but now it's all ruined. He owed those 3 billion. Wasn't that something you agreed to? What are you pretending for? Husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. The Countess, no longer bothering to pretend, tossed her disheveled hair aside and tossed the groggy Earl against the wall. I get out of here. I take everything I brought for my family and leave you 2 cannibals, she declared. The Earl, amused by her outburst, scoffed, You want to sever ties, abandon your husband and child? That's a good idea, but don't forget, you're the one who gave Qi Shu the mental energy suppressant, keeping his mental energy at F. The Earl's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the Countess, who was determined to distance herself from the Earl's family. Her heart sank. She clutched her head in despair, muttering, Impossible, this must be a dream. If it were real, she truly regretted it now, regretted not paying Qi Shu's single status tax. Giving him another way to turn things around. The couple, consumed by remorse, blamed each other in the detention cell, eventually resorting to physical violence. Chapter 62. At this time, Earl Su was unaware that the people Duke Dant had secretly sent to transfer him had been intercepted outside of planet Pranui. On the surface, the royal family only dispatched the 16th Legion, but in reality, 5 lawyers had already scouted ahead, and later, armed forces from other legions entered the outskirts of planet Pranui, rigorously inspecting the starport and sealing off the entry and exit of everyone on planet Pranui. All of this caught Duke Dant completely off guard. Even the planetary governor's attempt to hide all the accounts of the former richest couple was too late. Upon learning that his men could not enter planet Pranui, Duke Dant immediately ordered the person in charge of the handover to sever all contact with Earl Su. He would take back everything he had lost from Qi Shu later. It was truly laughable that he had been tripped up by such an arrogant brat. He gritted his teeth and smiled, getting up to go to the annex of the villa and releasing Slade, who had been imprisoned for an unknown period of time, from his cage. I'm giving you a chance to win Qi Shu back. He's suffered a lot lately. Everyone in the Earl's mansion is hurting him. Only you can bring him back. She's the daughter-in-law I chosen. She shouldn't have to suffer like this outside. Slade, squatting on the ground, looked up at him. Father, you forgiven me? Yes, you just had a mental breakdown. It's not your fault. Duke Dant reached out and patted his head, like a gentle father. He smiled and said, Go, Slade. You are the pride of the Duke's mansion. Your brothers can't compare to you. You are my most outstanding son. Despite his womanizing ways, Slade's grades weren't bad. He was an excellent student at the first comprehensive academy on the capital planet, majoring in mecha manufacturing, which perfectly met the requirements for transferring to the Royal Mecha Academy. The royal family cannot interfere with school admissions, especially for ducal families with available spots. But Qi Shu insulted me. He said I'm dirty. He doesn't like me anymore. That's because you haven't tried hard enough. He hasn't forgiven you yet, and you did make mistakes in the past. It will take time to win him back. Starting tomorrow, you return to the capital planet to enter the Royal Mech Academy. Our family has one more spot, so we won't give it to your younger brothers. The paperwork is already done. Slade's mental strength level is above his brother's, reaching SS rank. This is why Duke Dant always lets him cause trouble outside. He prefers a reckless, brainless heir to a clever one. Everything will be under his control. I'm afraid, he insulted me. Slade has nightmares whenever he thinks of Qi Shu, dreaming that Qi Shu calls him a filthy, terrifying insect. Even though the Duke had recently brought in a Federation doctor to completely cure his ailment, he's still terrified. Every word Qi Shu says pierces his heart. He had always been the center of attention in the Duke's household, but Qi Shu actually claimed that his father had only bestowed upon him the name, and that everything in the Duke's family had nothing to do with him. He couldn't help but question his existence, because he was indeed an illegitimate child. He had 2 older brothers, and several illegitimate younger brothers, yet he was clearly his father's most powerful son. Don't be afraid. He was originally your fiancé. There was just a misunderstanding before. Go and bring him back. It's all right. You only temporarily lost your way. Duke Dante hadn't expected his foolish son to be so scolded by Qi Shu that he dared not leave his cage. What could Qi Shu, A boy brainwashed by the Earl's mansion since childhood, possibly say? It's likely everything is controlled by the royal family. Chishu's online statements might even be at their behest. The royal family is truly playing a grand game. Hearing this, Slade, who had hesitated for a long time, couldn't help but ask, but what about Su Bayan? He's already helped you break off the engagement. Really? Excited, Slade was surprised that his father would actually listen to him and break off the engagement so easily. Yes, it just so happens that something happened to Earl Su. Since you hate Su Bayan so much, you don't need to force yourself. Great. That's wonderful. Chishu contacted the legal team sent to Planet Pulin. They explained the situation regarding the original owner's biological parents and collected relevant evidence. According to imperial law, the planetary governor of Planet Pulin did indeed commit serious illegal and criminal acts. He colluded with other local nobles to swindle the assets of the former richest couple and concealed many facts. Regardless of whether the former richest couple was killed by the planetary leader of Pulin Star, in the absence of a will, the assets originally seized by the planetary leader would eventually return to Chishu's hands. The results of the DNA comparison between Chishu and the former richest couple have come back, confirming a parent-child relationship. The unfortunate thing is that the planetary leader has already used most of your biological parents' assets to pay off debts. The only compensation he can give you is the planet Pulin Star. Chishu, This stuff belongs to the original owner's parents. Even if it's inherited, it should be inherited by the original owner. He hasn't forgotten that he's an outsider. After thinking about it, he decided to donate it to the original owner's parents, and for the original owner to accumulate merit. Then please help me sell this planet. Donate half to an orphanage on a poor planet to sponsor their schooling. Use the other half to cover the power supply costs for the 16th Legion and other legions, and distribute the remainder among them. List my biological parents' names and my own name as the donors, and also include my birthday in the remarks. The lawyer on the other end paused, somewhat disapproving. Are you sure? Planet Prem is one of the top 20 mineral-rich planets in the Empire. Yes. Okay, also, starting next month, your account will be cleared of all debt. Congratulations in advance on your liberation. Chishu was somewhat surprised by how quickly these people acted. So fast? Not really fast. The head of that loan company has been arrested and given a detailed account of the entire contract signing process. You were drugged and signed the contract while in a dazed state. According to the Imperial loan law, your 3 billion debt is invalid. Not only is the head of the loan company punished, but Earl Su will also be punished. However, they don't have much asset left. Almost all of it has been invested in experiments. The compensation they can give you is probably not much. If there is any, donate it too. Donate it to the children who were harmed in the laboratory. Chishu decided without hesitation. The black ball next to him looked at Chishu's profile, confirming that he wasn't joking. A person who is clearly short of money, faced with such overwhelming wealth, just donates it like that? He had never seen many people donate a planet overflowing with wealth. He couldn't quite understand Chishu. He was usually quite cunning. Ouch. Are you an idiot? Don't you keep any for yourself? In the black ball's view, Chishu had suffered a lot of torment and harm over the years and deserved compensation. Chapter 63. Since it was Chishu's decision, it had nothing to say. Its assets and Chishu's hadn't been merged yet, so it couldn't interfere with Chishu's donation. Once the risk in Chishu's account disappeared, its account balance would also be displayed on Chishu's end, and Chishu could spend its money. The cold ball's tail unconsciously curled around Chishu's hand, feeling like it wouldn't want to go to work after waking up. It loved this lazy life. With a bunch of things progressing simultaneously, and the results known, Chishu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was Chishu's way of giving the original owner an explanation. After Rice's last match, he could go hunt wild star beasts to upgrade his ability. After reaching the maximum level, the number of top-tier star cards he could create would also increase. Although he could buy them directly, he was currently short 60. 60 multiplied by 10 million was 600 million, and both the buyer and seller of beast cores had to pay taxes. Chishu thought it over and decided that hunting wild star beasts was more worthwhile. He could also make a profit on the side. If all went well, he could buy a villa when he returned. If things don't go smoothly, that's a different story. Chishu hugged Cold Ball, pretending to bite its ear fiercely. Seeing the little guy's ears turn into airplane ears, he became even more excited. This sweet burden made Cold Ball's heart pound wildly. It couldn't resist turning its head and licking Chishu's cheek, its pink yet rough tongue making Chishu feel a ticklish sensation. Its voice was somewhat lazy and tender. Baby, when is your master waking up? It's been so long, I think his mental state is almost completely recovered. Cold Ball didn't know either. It felt its energy increasing rapidly recently, and even Carl's body was slowly growing along with it. Maybe he wake up soon, and then, what will he do then? Chishu has gotten used to hugging him like a pillow. When he wakes up, will he still have to sleep in the same room as Chishu? Cold Ball doesn't know the answer to this question, but the thought of Chishu always kicking off the covers makes it very worried. The most terrifying thing is that his body is acting like it's possessed by a ghost, getting up on its own to make video calls to his father, and the ghost is mimicking him incredibly well. Cold Ball is terrified. When it saw the surveillance footage that day, it was so scared it was practically freaked out. Luckily, it's been watching closely these past 2 days, and that terrifying ghost hasn't possessed him. It probably ran out of energy. I can't believe there are still ghosts in the interstellar age. Aren't ghosts supposed to only exist on ancient Earth? Thankfully, that ghost didn't take advantage of its partner, otherwise it would be really helpless. It can't even beat itself up. Thinking about this, Cold Ball is extremely worried. Chishu, the instigator, is unaware of Cold Ball's worries. After snuggling with Cold Ball for a while, he gets up and logs onto the Interstellar Network. As expected, interstellar speed is fast. The 16th Legion's official website has already updated the case's progress and the heinous crimes committed by Earl Su. The incident on planet Pulin has enraged the people of the Starnet. Raising a child is incredibly difficult. Earl Su is simply a monster. They have begun to condemn the star governor of planet Pulin and Earl Su's family. Fortunately, Chishu had already been removed from the Earl's household register. Although he was also a victim, being raised by Earl Su was seen as wrong by others. This matter has surpassed the popularity of the case involving the former richest couple on planet Pulin. Thousands of children without spiritual power had undergone surgery, potentially causing numerous terrible side effects and possibly ruining their lives. The Imperial Youth Protection Association intervened to investigate and help these children. The death of Earl Su was necessary to quell public anger. Chishu suspected that because this matter might be related to Duke Dante, Earl Su's death would only be imminent. Another piece of news was released simultaneously. Su Bian was to be exiled to a desolate planet for 200 years for attempting to assassinate Chishu. Chishu wasn't satisfied when he received the news. Exile to a desolate planet meant little to him. The original owner of this body was dead. How could Su Bian live on with degraded spiritual power? So he planned to visit him in prison. Before Su Bian went to the desolate planet, he wanted to get him a big gift. Today, Cod and Jess escorted Chishu there. Chishu could originally ride alone in a hover car, but because of what happened last time, he lost the right to have the hover car all to himself. Cold Ball went out with him today. He almost forgotten how long it had been since Cold Ball had gone out with him. Hearing that Chishu was going to see Su Bian, the one who almost killed him, Cold Ball was worried. It was extremely concerned that Chishu might suddenly soften towards that liar, malicious, and manipulative Su Bian, so it had to keep an eye on him to prevent Chishu from making a rash decision and choosing to forgive him. Chishu sat quietly in the back row, holding Cold Ball, closing his eyes to rest. A while later, the visit was scheduled. Normally, there was a series of procedures, but with Cod and the other person present, the procedures were practically meaningless. In 3 days, Su Bian would be exiled to a desolate planet. He was terrified, but no one was willing to help him, not even Slade. That day, when he received Slade's video call, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Their online visit was being supervised by the star guards in the prison. He thought Slade would comfort him and save him, but the other man actually said he got sick because of him. What illness? He wasn't sick at all. Otherwise, how could he not feel anything? Slade not only slandered him, he even called him a slut and a vixen, saying he ruined his relationship with Chishu. Now he knows to talk about relationships? Where was he before? Slade himself is a heartless scumbag. He didn't care about him after the incident, and now he's slandering him and shifting the blame onto him. He was furious. His situation was already so bad, and now he had to go to a desolate planet to reclaim wasteland for 200 years. 200 years was such a long time. He didn't want to go, and he didn't want to suffer the hardships of being exposed to the wind and sun. Just 2 months ago, he was perfectly fine. Clearly, Chishu was the one who deserved to die, the one who should have gone to the desolate star. So why did it turn out to be him? He hated Chishu to death. Why? Why did everyone side with Chishu? He was clearly the most handsome one. Why did that weak and incompetent Chishu have a group of people protecting him? He still didn't understand how Chishu had managed to turn the tables. During his time in the star prison, he endured constant torture. The people in the star prison bullied and beat him. Now his face was bruised and swollen. There wasn't a single spot left to look at. After they learned he was released for hiring a hitman, they beat him even more severely. Every night, he couldn't sleep because of the pain all over his body. The star prison didn't provide medical pods for prisoners. Only those who behaved well or were near death had the opportunity to use them. All the suffering he endured was because of Chi-Shu. If it weren't for him. Number 083424, 10-minute visitation. Visit? Who was it? Did his friend come to see him? Chapter 64. A glimmer of hope gradually ignited in Subayan's eyes. He struggled to raise his hands, bound by mental energy shackles, and tremblingly tried to straighten his hair, but the wounds on his face were too much to conceal, making him appear utterly wretched. Worried that the other party couldn't wait, he could only pitifully and helplessly go out with red eyes, hoping to gain their sympathy and be taken away as soon as possible. He had so many fans and friends from the past, surely someone would come to rescue him. Chi-Shu was just a commoner now, not a privileged noble. What could he do to him? As long as a powerful and high-ranking noble helped him, they could definitely rescue him. Just as he opened the door to the visiting room with anticipation, he saw the face he least wanted to see. Instantly, his face turned purple and blue, his eyes blazing with fury, as he shouted angrily, "What are you doing here? What are you doing here? To laugh at me? You lowly. You guessed right, I'm here to laugh at you." Chi-Shu's voice wasn't loud, but it interrupted Subayan's tirade. He sat in the chair, calmly observing Subayan, whose head was swollen like a pig's, separated from him by a layer of special transparent glass. Subayan wore a stained white prison uniform, his face filled with anger and resentment, yet also looking as disheveled as a homeless man arguing with a shopkeeper on the street. "You? Looks like you're doing well in there. But you probably don't know yet, do you? Your parents have been arrested. You probably won't even see them again. Escaping from this desolate planet will probably be difficult." Chi-Shu's eyes, as dark as the night, held a hint of a smile. His nonchalant demeanor contrasted sharply with Subayan's imprisonment in the star prison. Upon learning from Chi-Shu that Pulangsing's scheme had been exposed, Subayan was stunned. A wave of immense panic washed over him, engulfing him and leaving him nowhere to escape. His legs went weak with fear, and he collapsed to his knees, screaming hoarsely, "Impossible! Impossible! You're lying to me! You liar! How could this have been discovered? Those basements were all well hidden, perfectly concealed. How could this be?" He couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe Chi-Shu's words. But Chi-Shu's expression didn't seem feigned. As the only son, Subayan naturally knew what dirty deeds Earl Su had been doing behind the scenes. Otherwise, where had all the Earl's money gone? The first thing he did upon returning to the Earl's mansion from his adoptive parents' house was to throw a tantrum, demanding to know everything about the Earl's affairs. He felt he was born a pampered child. Whether in the richest family or the Earl's mansion, he had never encountered setbacks, much less suffered such humiliation. Now, Chi-Shu dared to treat him like this. "You're lying. You're trying to provoke me. You can think that way too." Chi-Shu smiled, his supernatural power flowing from his fingertips like invisible vines, passing through specially made glass that isolated mental energy, wrapping around Subayan's entire body, lingering especially at Subayan's neck for a long time, before finally sinking into his brain, taking root and growing. "I wonder how long a stupid piece of trash like you can live. I'm really looking forward to it. However, I can guess that you suffer a fate worse than death in the future. Don't worry, you won't be alone. I will continue to watch over you until you die." Chi-Shu spoke extremely slowly, his gentle gaze like a venomous snake coiled around Subayan's neck. Feeling Chi-Shu's gaze, Subayan's anger turned to fear. Only then did he see clearly that beneath Chi-Shu's handsome face lay a heart more ruthless than anyone else's, a stark contrast to the Chi-Shu of the past. Damn it, Chi-Shu must have been feigning ignorance. He fooled everyone. "You can't do it. You can't do it. You're just an F rank. Looks like you've forgotten. I already awakened twice, now I'm an A. Who knows what the future holds? I definitely take a detour to the desolate star to play with you when I get the chance." Chi-Shu slowly stood up, watching the countdown to his visiting time end. "No! Don't come!" Subayan's eyes were like a murderous glare, but Chi-Shu ignored him and walked away, seemingly not taking him seriously at all. Recently, he'd been so terrified by the people in the star prison that he had no time to think about anything else. Now, he realized that Chi-Shu's mental strength level had long since reached A level, and it was Chi-Shu's second awakening that triggered the great earthquake on planet Pulin. A level and his B level were separated by a huge chasm. Even without the glass barrier, he couldn't defeat Chishu now. At the same time, he was plunged into endless despair. No one could help him. He never imagined that the once timid and easily bullied Chishu would change so drastically in his eyes, and completely drag the Earl's mansion into the mire. He was finished. His life was over. It was at this moment that he felt deep regret, but it was too late. After Chishu left, Subayan became a lucid madman. He couldn't control his behavior. Everyone said he was driven mad by the people who came to visit. Those people constantly provoked him, saying things that made him so angry he went berserk. He started biting people indiscriminately, and finally, he was beaten and kicked even more brutally. 2 days later, he was beaten to the point of near death. A medical pod revealed his mental state had collapsed, and he was mentally deranged. He couldn't use his mental power anymore. Leaving for the desolate planet teeming with wild beasts and venomous snakes tomorrow was tantamount to suicide. He didn't want to go. He desperately begged for mercy, but the words that came out were those of a thoughtless person. He even uncontrollably shouted for the prison guards to send him to the desolate planet to unleash his power. It would be better to be dead, better to be dead. Subayan looked at everything he had done with lucidity, completely out of control. He remembered Chishu's face, remembered the day Chishu fled the Earl's mansion and was hunted down. Those sent to kill Chishu returned with almost identical symptoms to his current state. So all of this must have been done by Chishu. He wanted to call the police, wanted to report Chishu for using that invisible power to attack people, but he couldn't speak, couldn't express himself. Every time he had this thought, he would bang his head against a wall. His current situation was worse than becoming mentally disabled. He watched with lucidity as others mocked and beat him, yet he couldn't bring himself to beg for mercy. Instead, he attracted the criminal's wrath. This was worse than death. He felt like he'd been thrown onto a man-eating island, with no one to save him. He would be devoured bit by bit. He was more desperate than when he first been captured, all because of provoking Chishu. He couldn't even lift a knife to commit suicide. The thought of the endless abyss waiting for him ahead made him want to die. Chapter 65. After his final farewell to Subayan, Chishu was in a good mood. His only slight annoyance was hearing the news that Slade had transferred to the mecha manufacturing class at the Royal Mecha Academy. The mecha manufacturing building and the card-making building were separated by the plantation department. The academy occupied a vast area, so the distance wasn't exactly close, nor was it far. It seemed Duke Dan hated him quite a bit, even sending his son to teach him a lesson. But this was understandable, given that he had caused the Duke and Earl Su's years of investment and effort to go to waste. Chishu was fairly certain that this matter was related to Duke Dant. His suspicion stemmed from the question, how could an Earl from the remote star system of Pooling gain the attention of the powerful Duke Dant? On the surface, they were longtime friends, having survived a space pirate attack together, a seemingly life-or-death bond that led to the original owner's engagement to Slade. In reality, the original owner overheard Earl Su once, when drunk, claim that there had been no space pirate attack at all, and that it was all a script they had prepared to appease outsiders. Furthermore, the original novel mentions a Duke who is the biggest villain, and even the main characters, the top and bottom, couldn't defeat this powerful Duke. Based on the description of this Duke in the text, Chishu suspects that he is Duke Dante. The laboratory has over 1,000 people without spiritual power. If they were truly completely transformed and brainwashed, they would likely do evil for Duke Dante, ultimately becoming cannon fodder, their deaths unnoticed. Now that Slade has transferred to the school, Chishu is even more certain of Duke Dante's role in the novel. He felt he could at least vaguely remember the general outline of the story. Wait a minute. Just then, some blurry memories flashed through Chishu's mind. He tried hard to recall them, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The general outline of the story seemed to be that the royal family lost a prince, and the empire gradually declined. Then the villainous Duke, in alliance with the Federation and the Zerg, split the empire, forcing the main characters to separate. They disagreed and ended up on opposite sides. In the very end, almost the entire royal family was wiped out. Chishu, It wasn't his fault that he only remembered now. When he first transmigrated, he only remembered the general plot. Back then, he was too busy with his own life to care about anything else. School, making money, and avenging the original owner of the body, and over time, he forgot. In short, the reason the villainous Duke in the novel was able to successfully split the empire was that they controlled the card makers in the Card Maker Association and the card makers on various planets within the empire. And with those artificially created psychic beings from the lab fighting for him, He felt utterly fearless. What's the timeline? When will it happen? Having read too many novels, his memories were a bit hazy. Chishu lay on the sofa in his room, lost in thought, his head cradled by two unusually large paw pads. Then, a certain coal-like creature gently licked his brow, trying to smooth out his furrowed brow. The warm, rough sensation brushed against his forehead. Chishu looked at the dark head above him, a hint of worry seemingly in its golden pupils. In just a few days, his coal ball had grown larger than a fully grown male lion. That means the coal ball might really grow to 2 or 3 meters tall. Alright, stop licking. Chishu felt like it had even washed his ears, making them itchy. Luckily, his spiritual body smelled nice, otherwise he would definitely run away now. Awoo! The big coal ball released Chishu's head, plopped down on the edge of the sofa, and waited for him to get up. Although it didn't know what Chishu was thinking so intently, it could sense that Chishu was unhappy. Their spiritual imprints were fading, causing it to desperately want to replenish them. But it couldn't do that anymore, it had to restrain itself. No classes this morning, but I have classes this afternoon. Don't come to school with me. Stay home and wait for me. It's not safe outside. Awoo! No way. Be good, or I get angry. Awoo! Chishu always threatened it like this. During the 2 days of weekend rest, Chishu was both lazy and worried about not getting credits. Even though it was the weekend, it felt like he had just slipped out of school on leave, a little exhilarating, but also a little worried about studying. Oh well, things will work themselves out. What was he afraid of? Perhaps it was because his mental strength had improved. Chishu felt that the dazed feeling in his mind during class had disappeared. He didn't fall asleep during Imperial History class anymore. For a high-achieving but academically challenged person, this was simply impossible. No wonder the higher the level, the better they studied, they could remember things just by glancing at them, as if a scanner had scanned the book's contents into their brains. But even with a clearer and smarter mind, Chishu still couldn't suppress his lazy study habits. Inta was somewhat impressed. It was the first time he met a classmate who disliked class even more than he did. Chishu was a textbook example of a poor student. He looked like a well-behaved student, but he always slept in class. Now he didn't sleep anymore, but he started secretly using a hidden terminal and openly watching horror movies during class to slack off. Greed, suspense, horror. The combination of these 3 elements should have scared Inta half to death, but Chishu, with his handsome face, watched with obvious enjoyment. After class, Chishu and Inta went to the training room together. Inta had heard that Chishu was going to a desolate planet to kill star beasts and needed to train beforehand. He wanted to go and see what was going on, and perhaps give Chishu some pointers, lest he lose a classmate later. But when they arrived, Chishu said he only needed to learn how to escape. Inta, typical of you. Chishu wasn't actually very interested in fighting with mechs. He preferred the visceral feeling of hand-to-hand combat. Mech-on-mech battles were only a financial loss. There was almost no physical impact. Those mechs could even autopilot, automatically counterattacking and dodging danger. They were incredibly powerful. Perfect for escaping. However, the higher the level of the mech, the more mental energy it required. Mechs couldn't be activated with superpowers, and Chishu could only use mental energy. His level was too low. It would quickly run out, preventing him from engaging in prolonged combat. So, after much deliberation, he concluded that the only use for the mech was to escape much faster. Who taught you to do this? Using a mech to escape? Hearing Chishu's serious tone, Inta felt a sense of disappointment. Although he usually taught Chishu to run faster during training, he hadn't taught him to run faster while using a mech. Mechs were for fighting. Could they be used for escaping? He knew Chishu couldn't be the infamous, universally hated card maker Chishu. Senior Vincent taught me, Chishu said honestly. Chapter 66. Oh, it's that senior who teamed up with you in the Beast Star Forest last time. Inta thought of that simple-minded senior, then looked at Chishu with clear eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Yes, that senior really taught me a lot, but I haven't seen him lately. He's probably busy. I heard the planting department students are preparing to go to an agricultural planet for field research. Although Chishu wasn't very social, he knew quite a lot. The people he knew, Rice, Dickens, Vincent, and Inta, were all talkative. There was also Daniel who added him before. At the time, he thought Daniel probably just hadn't seen an F rank before adding him. To be honest, he didn't quite remember what that blonde, blue-eyed Daniel looked like. No, he didn't really remember. He only remembered that there was indeed such a person on this list. The other person had just remained on the list, like someone who wouldn't move unless the other party moved. No wonder, I was wondering why the planting department was so quiet. Inta was on the command platform, communicating with Chi-Shu in the mecha cockpit. However, the more he looked, the stranger it seemed. After examining Chi-Shu's mecha for a long time, he finally realized what the problem was. Chi-Shu is an A rank, yet he can pilot an S rank mecha? Is that even possible? The belatedly realizing this, Inta froze on the spot, thinking, Chi-Shu couldn't possibly have reached S rank so quickly, could he? It's only been a few days. Leveling up this fast is suicidal. Did you notice? You're using the school's S rank mecha. Chi-Shu, who was practicing singing and dancing, oh no, dodging left and right, only just realized he piloted the wrong mecha today. He calmly got off, then quickly switched to an A rank yellow mecha and swaggered out. Inta, no, at least shows some surprise. Chi-Shu had no concept of mental exhaustion from crossing levels. He thought using any mecha would be a bit tiring, like wearing pants a size too big. The only interstellar novel he read was Dawn, most others were ancient, cultivation, or modern urban settings. Therefore, he wasn't very familiar with these interstellar settings. The most he read since arriving in interstellar space wasn't mecha manuals or robot butler user manuals, but interstellar law. He knew exactly what transgressions would get him arrested. As for learning to use a mecha, he just jumped right in, thinking it was like jumping straight into riding a motorcycle. There was an intelligent system. He could improvise and ask questions if he didn't understand. That's how he'd been doing it all these years. Rather than pushing himself, he preferred to let himself off the hook. If a slacker studied seriously, would he still be a slacker? Chi-Shu felt perfectly justified in his slacking off. Faced with Inta's doubts, he didn't find anything wrong. The original owner of this body was also a slacker. He didn't need to change his character setting. He could just play it naturally after transmigrating. Are you alright? I'm fine, what's wrong? Chi-Shu noticed that Inta wasn't teaching him anymore, which was good. Actually, he hadn't been listening at all. While Inta was trying to teach him, his mind was completely elsewhere. Chi-Shu continued practicing running in his mecha, even learning to repeatedly jump sideways. Just as he was about to exhaust himself, Chi-Shu emerged from the cockpit, drenched in sweat. It's really not easy not to rely on his parents. If only he could lie at home every day. Because the events on planet Pranoi were coming to an end, Chi-Shu's mindset became somewhat relaxed and lazy. But this laziness didn't last long. Chi-Shu's mind suddenly cleared. Right, there was still that terrifying villainous duke he hadn't taken down. If the royal family is in trouble, it's like the coal briquette will be in trouble too. How could he ignore this? But he couldn't find a reasonable explanation to tell the Star Emperor that Duke Dant was a traitor. And wasn't the card-making association affiliated with the royal family? How could it be so easily stolen? Perhaps he should persuade the Star Emperor to send Duke Dant to the border to kill the Insectids, so he wouldn't have a chance to cause trouble. But this Duke has been feigning illness for years, always saying he's unwell, rarely even coming to the capital planet, always staying on his fiefdom like a spider spreading its webs to all the other planets. Chi-Shu clicked his tongue twice, thinking that interstellar people have lived too long. Even the villains have become cunning. After training, Inta sent the invitation he had received several days ago to Chi-Shu's terminal. He didn't have many friends, and he wasn't very familiar with the others in his class. They lived somewhere in between, so he just gave it to Chi-Shu, and also took him along for a visit. A banquet? I'm not going, a bit busy. The students in the card-making class all want to see the masters of the card-making association, this invitation. Before Inta could finish speaking, Chi-Shu quickly clicked accept. He felt that in some ways, he might be a lucky charm? Hey, didn't you say you didn't want it? Did you click the wrong button? Inta was surprised that Chi-Shu's mood changed faster than the weather. I changed my mind again. I feel like I like what the class monitor likes too. Inta, why does this feel like he's holding back a secret? Next week, right? Are there any dress requirements? Anything's fine. Anyway, the people in the card-making association are pretty unpredictable. At this moment, Chi-Shu had no idea that the card-making association had been looking for him for 2 months. Upon receiving the invitation, Chi-Shu immediately took a shower after arriving home that evening, preparing to watch tonight's match. He had already asked Dickens to place a bet of 50 million. In fact, a few days earlier, he had bought an additional anonymous terminal and deposited 70 million into it as a reserve fund for buying a house. He used the remaining 50 million as a gambling addiction. Perhaps because of Liaohua's victory over Tianma a few days ago, those who had suffered heavy losses were no longer so confident in betting on Rice's opponent. In the end, the odds were almost even, but Rice was still 0.2 points higher, indicating that everyone favored the consistently number one, Ihu. A match between Liahua and Ihu without the star card, was pure fantasy, especially since he who not only flies, but is also incredibly fierce and powerful. Although many people bet on Liawa, it didn't stop them from looking down on him. Rice didn't have time to think so much. He didn't use the resurrection card given to him by Chishu as soon as he entered the arena, but instead kept testing how much attack he could bring him, and to what extent. 2 days ago, he watched Winged Tiger's previous matches almost all night. If Dickens hadn't found out that Winged Tiger had changed its weapon configuration before this match, he would have been stuck on the tactics he had previously devised to counter Winged Tiger. Originally, he only wanted to finish in the top 10, but he never expected to get this far, all thanks to Chishu. The competition was in full swing, thanks to his father's financial support. Fiery's equipment was in no way inferior, even more gorgeous and beautiful than Winged Tiger's. It looked like it was easily defeated, but in reality, its power system had been doubled, making it even more powerful. Rice dodged Winged Tiger again, and Winged Tiger, getting a little bored, flew up as well. The pilot inside was Antonel. Although Antonel was a commoner, he was sponsored by Duke Dant, and he had earned the Duke a lot of good reputation along the way. In his eyes, while star cards could help him, they would eventually run out, so he had high standards for himself, and would never use star cards until the very last moment. He wanted to repay Duke Dante for his help over the years. He was determined to win first place, and bring more attention to the match produced by the Duke Dante family. Therefore, he couldn't afford to lose this final match. He knew that the card maker named Chishu would pose a significant threat, but he wasn't too worried. After all, Rice had already used those 2-star cards, and would likely reuse them. After all, top-tier star cards were very rare. Chishu had his first and second cards, and it was unlikely he have a third one anytime soon. Chapter 67. After repeatedly checking Rice's condition to avoid any unforeseen complications, Antonel activated his star card, intending to end the battle as quickly as possible. Top-tier star card activated, thanks to the divine assistance of card maker Beska. Rice was stunned when he heard the name Beska, thinking, isn't this the great card maker Beska who disappeared years ago? How did Antonel obtain the card? Rice was completely unsettled. Beska was the former vice president of the Card Maker Association. Any battle involving his card would be won. Whether the user's win rate was 100% was debatable, but Beska's was. His star cards had never failed. The crowd erupted in an uproar, covering their mouths, unable to bear watching Rice's crushing defeat. After all, that was Beska, the god of card maker, forever living in the hearts of the people. Boom! Rice watched as the Winged Tiger's body gradually grew larger, a massive shadow enveloping it, as if it had grown dozens of times larger. If the arena hadn't been big enough, Rice felt he would have been pushed out. This is a fantasy card, damn! Run! Rice's heart pounded with nervousness. As he fled, he didn't forget to quickly use Chishu's star card. Top-tier star card activated, thanks to card maker Chishu's divine assistance. The viewers in the live stream were also sweating for Rice. Holy crap, is this the strength of the number 1? Even the cheat is the strongest cheat. Oh my god, it's Beska's star card. Rice can just surrender now. It's not that I lack confidence in Chishu, it's just that Beska is too strong. Oh my god, Rice's mecha looks so small, it feels like it would break with a single tap. The Winged Tiger was already terrifyingly strong, and now with Beska's card, Rice is powerless, and my money is going to fly away. Chishu propped his head up, watching the Winged Tiger's movements. The live stream had already zoomed out, afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they felt like they were watching the two mechas fighting from a high-rise building. Could this be considered a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth from their earthly novels? Except the one that had become larger and more ethereal was a Winged Tiger, that dazzlingly golden creature with a pair of wings on its back. For the first time, he felt a pang of worry. For a moment, he forgot about the 50 million he had bet on, thinking that winning or losing wasn't important, as long as Rice came out alive, that was enough. Middle Cold Ball thought Big Cold Ball would distance itself from Chishu, but in reality, Big Cold Ball was even more possessive. Sitting on the sofa with Chishu, its tail would frequently circle Chishu's waist, hook around his neck, and even rightfully rest its large head on Chishu's lap. Chishu reached out and rubbed its ears, then gently stroked its throat, making a very comfortable gurgling sound. How can you watch a game without snacks? Baby, go get some for your brother. Big Cold Ball was always obliging of Chishu's requests. Whenever Chishu asked it, it would feign reluctance, but then haughtily show a "I can't do anything with you" expression, and drag a large bag of snacks back upstairs. Landon thought the third prince was terrifying. What happened to the emotionless, ruthless killer he was supposed to be? What was going on? The group below was also watching the regional league, several people huddled together, taking turns using their mental energy to patrol the surroundings. I think Rice is in trouble this time. That Winged Tiger's pilot, Antonel, I met him in the underground arena before, he's definitely ruthless. And then, did he win? A narrow victory, because my equipment was better. That kid was still in school back then, right? Rice absolutely can't lose this time. I bet 5 million. 20 million. I saved up for 2 years. You saved up 20 million in 2 years? Don't you need to eat, drink, and have fun? 20 million is pretty good. Shut up, everyone. I think the outcome is still uncertain, we're all just cattle. Chishu didn't bother listening to the noisy group of guards below. He was currently eating chewy jerky, occasionally feeding his large coal ball, as he always felt it would get hungry. While doing other things, he kept his eyes focused on the screen. It has to be said, Rice was truly miserable. He was swatted away by the Winged Tiger's claws several times. The transformed Winged Tiger, exhibiting animalistic mimicry, was already a formidable weapon, but now it had become enormous. Livestream, Aya. My money! Rice has already used Chishu's top-tier star card. Why isn't it working? I'm so anxious. The opponent is Beska, I'm already feeling hopeless. Why do I always lose when it's my turn to bet? You haven't lost yet, what's the rush? What's the difference between this and losing? Chishu thought to himself that he also had 50 million in his account. At this moment, Rice's state in the split screen had begun to go mad. After being knocked away several times, he piloted his mecha, instantly becoming invisible. Although the invisibility time was too short, it was still enough to disappear from the Winged Tiger's sight for a second. That 1 second was enough for Liehua to run onto the Winged Tiger's back. The pilot could see Liehua from every angle, but now it was clearly useless. Like scratching an itch on the back, he couldn't catch Rice. Finally able to rest, Rice was panting heavily. At this moment, the audience was on tenterhooks, because Liehua's energy pod only had 15% left. He was about to die. Seeing Rice's condition, Chishu raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he admired Rice quite a bit. He had managed to withstand such a behemoth for nearly 5 minutes. A top-tier star card could be used 5 times, and the Winged Tiger star card had a total runtime of 25 minutes. But Blazing Fire was different. It had plenty of time. After resting, Blazing Fire was swatted away by the Winged Tiger, which had spread its wings. It was chased for half a minute, enduring several attacks, until its energy was down to only 1%. Many viewers were hesitant to watch. They hadn't expected Chishu's star card to be completely ineffective under Beska's star card suppression. Just when it seemed Rice was about to be eliminated, suddenly, Blazing Fire's energy pod returned to full capacity. The mech's damage rate also dropped to 0. This was a combination of an energy card and a repair card. The audience at the scene was stunned. The people in the live stream were almost going crazy. Holy crap, is this for real? Damn, is this some kind of infinite resurrection? You scared me to death, Chishu. Pay up. You scared me to death. My heart, which had sunk to the bottom, seems to have come back to life. Antonel clearly hadn't expected that Liehua would use an energy card. It was actually an energy card. Among top-tier star cards, energy cards have the lowest drop rate and are the most expensive, selling for 50 million each. He knew that Chishu's star card lasted for 10 minutes at a time, while Beska's only lasted 5 minutes. Antonel's face was cold, his attacks gradually becoming more powerful and ferocious, engulfing Rice like an unstoppable tsunami. But Rice, though beaten black and blue, kept getting back up. Finally, even when Winged Tiger was almost out of energy, Liehua was still bouncing around. Like an unkillable cockroach described in ancient Earth books. Absolutely terrifying. Chapter 68. The situation reversed 25 minutes after Winged Tiger used its star card. Rice gradually gained the upper hand, but his mental energy was also greatly depleted. His face was turning pale. A while later, with 15 minutes remaining on his star card, Rice secured victory by using it to provide his mech with tenacious vitality. The more aggressively Winged Tiger pressured Fire in the early game, the more fiercely Fire hammered it when its energy was depleted. Fire was like a reckless madman, willing to use even self-destructive tactics, determined to smash Winged Tiger's mech to pieces. Livestream, we won, bro, stop smashing it. Winged Tiger's mech must have been worth 200 million, right? And it was just smashed like that. Damn, so our Rice's mech isn't a mech? Rice's is much more expensive. Blazing Fire shattered again and again. This one only shattered once. I'm impressed, I'm truly impressed. Chishu, as expected of you, you won again. Wait, why do I feel like Rice is a little weak? He seems to have kidney deficiency. Rice, are you impotent? Rice really tried his best this time. Even his kidney deficiency problem was brought out by the stress. This is probably a side effect of the star card, right? How can Chishu win with so many side effects from his star card? Pass down the word. Rice has kidney deficiency. Chishu. Chishu. It's Chishu again. Go find out where Chishu is, and bring him here. Duke Dante originally wanted to use this competition to push his company's mechs into the Federation market, but now this most popular card maker, Chishu, has ruined his plans. Moreover, this Chishu shares the exact same name as his son's ex-fiancée. The usually refined and cultured Duke Dante flew into a rage for the first time. This wasn't just a clash between the mech Swing Tiger and Blazing Fire, but a business battle between the Duke's mansion and the Empire's richest man. They lost the competition, and they lost the contract. How could he not be furious? That night, the names of card maker Chishu and mech pilot Rice topped the charts on major star networks. Even the Federation and the Zerg bypassed firewalls to watch the competition on their star networks. The entry for Rice's victory didn't reach the top, but the entry for Rice's kidney deficiency shone brightly at the #1 spot. Rice logged into his Starbet account to explain that he really didn't have kidney deficiency, but rather it was a side effect of the star card. However, his fans just said, we all know, what a load of rubbish. Not only that, a video of Rice entering the medical pod for treatment after the competition was also released, making it seem like they were confirming his incompetence. Many people from other star systems abroad, who had bypassed the Great Firewall, were still confused. Was this Chishu the same Chishu who appeared recently? Many citizens of the Empire explained, it's impossible for them to be the same person. The Federation was bewildered. Did many people in the Empire have the name Chishu? With the card maker Chishu becoming popular, the Chishu from the Mech Academy was also dragged into the comparison and criticism. Seeing Chishu being insulted again, Rice won first place this time, and the star card maker he collaborated with would also rise in fame and reputation. But Chishu was different from other card makers. He was a monster, a card maker who made his opponents grit their teeth and lose face. Therefore, the StarNet launched a large-scale search for the card maker Chishu. They didn't know that Chishu was only concerned about when the star coins would be distributed. Rice said he could get them after completing the procedures, with an estimated time of 1 month. After all, it was 500 million. Even in the eyes of some ordinary nobles, this was a huge fortune. Their prices hadn't inflated to the point where 500 million was insignificant. It was just that some top star card makers made money faster. The estate and villa that Chishu and Alhype currently lived in cost a total of 2 billion. Chishu also wanted something of that scale, a larger and more comfortable place to live. Mainly, he had many things he wanted to do. Retiring and farming on the estate sounded very comfortable. And he was currently striving for his life of leisure. 500 million wasn't enough, but the beast cores he could dig up from killing star beasts on the desolate planet could be sold for a considerable amount of money. Big Cole Ball didn't know about Chishu's plan to go to the desolate planet. If he did, he would definitely go with him, so he didn't dare tell him. Big Cole Ball hadn't yet recovered from the regional league match. Although he had never met Beska, he knew about his exploits. Beska was once a legendary card maker renowned throughout the galaxy, estimated to be 200 years old. After becoming the vice president of the Card Makers Association, he suddenly disappeared one day. Some said he was dead, others said he simply went missing, and was swallowed by a black hole somewhere. After all, card makers are generally not in good mental condition, they can be quite erratic. Beska's appearance was unexpected. He was initially worried that losing the match would mean losing all of Chishu's star coins, and that he would have to comfort Chishu if Chishu was in a bad mood. So he was also nervous. Fortunately, Chishu won again. Facing a powerful card maker, Chishu was still able to turn the tide. The cheerful Cole Ball rolled around in Chishu's arms, its paws in the air. Chishu, holding the heavy Cole Ball, gently smiled and reached out to stroke its belly, fluffy, soft, and pleasant to the touch. Kittens and big cats, definitely, big cats are more enjoyable and exciting to pet. This would be impossible on Earth. How do people distinguish between different types of leopards? If you reach out to touch one, a wet nose means it's a cheetah, no hand means it's a leopard, and no person means it's a jaguar. While Chishu was engrossed in petting the big cat, he suddenly received a message from Inta, reminding him to attend the banquet the following evening. Chishu squinted slightly, reluctantly pinching Cole Ball's belly before replying to a message. Those people won't mistake me for that card maker from the regional league, will they? Will I get beaten up? Inta, no, impossible. Everyone knows you. The most pitiful little white flower on the entire internet. Chishu, are you sure? Inta added. Of course, in our eyes, A-rank are all cuties, they need to be protected. Chishu chuckled, but his text was serious. Oh, I see. Then I'm relieved. It feels a bit awkward that my profession overlaps with someone else's. Will anyone think I'm trying to piggyback on Master Chi's fame? Inta, what's awkward about it? There are card makers with the same name as me online. There will be many high-ranking nobles appearing, and a heavyweight guest will be appearing tonight. You know the fourth Prince Eric, right? The genius of the Research Institute. Now, more than half of the Super S-rank mechs in the interstellar space were developed by him and his team. Chapter 69. Inta was somewhat excited, feeling that Chishu was rather dull, sometimes even seemingly unable to understand his meaning. He wanted to befriend Chishu for many reasons. On one hand, Chishu was someone who naturally drew people in to understand him. On the other hand, he believed that Chishu's backing must be very strong, so befriending Chishu was the right thing to do. Okay, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, class monitor. Chishu sent some very simple messages befitting his persona before falling into deep thought again. He didn't know any other members of the royal family, only having vaguely seen the Star Emperor, which he only did through a video call connected to Alhibe's body. He had assigned himself a small task for this banquet, to test which card makers in the Imperial Association were opportunists and villains. He had compiled a list of association members. If it was confirmed that they had been turned by the villainous Duke, then he wouldn't be polite. To ensure the safety of his furry friend, he would secretly assist the royal family in eliminating these evil forces as much as possible. Unbeknownst to the suddenly righteous Chishu, he was the one who inspired fear. His mental manipulation abilities in the apocalypse were like a bug in the system. He could control almost any living being. At level 10, the highest level, he could even control zombies and zombie kings, which is why he was feared by many other ability users. He had no interest in building a base. If he had been obsessed with being the king of the base, he could have easily climbed to that position by working hard. But he didn't want to treat those people as his puppets, and besides, it was rather pointless. In his view, life was simply about eating and sleeping. Having a place to stay and being able to live a decent life was enough. But he couldn't completely let go of his worries yet. Although the original owner's affairs were in the past, he still owed the royal family a favor, and favors could be big or small. Besides, if Duke Dante's scheme succeeded, his furry friend would also be harmed. Thinking of how he worried about Cold Ball not having enough to eat when it was just a little bigger than his palm, and how he stole fish for it, Chishu's heart softened. He hugged Cold Ball and kissed its head. Baby, I won't let anyone hurt you. Cold Ball blushed shyly at the kiss, looking awkwardly at Chishu, its voice becoming pitiful. Really, Chishu couldn't keep doing this. Always taking advantage of it made his heart pound. It knew he must be blushing terribly on the bed, but thankfully Chishu didn't see it. Ooh. Cold Ball also started licking Chishu's neck, gently touching its ear. Chishu let it play, reaching out to pinch Cold Ball's bottom, which had become even plumper. Big Cold Ball, shoo! The Cold Ball, which had been licking Chishu's cheek with adoration, suddenly stiffened. Having been ambushed again by Chishu, it fled in panic. Chishu? ? What's wrong with the Cold Ball now? It's a double standard. It's even shy. Chishu slightly curled his lips, opened his terminal, and ordered 2 sets of moderately priced, neither too flashy nor too inconspicuous clothes on the StarNet. Just after placing the order, Rice suddenly called. Chishu put on his electronic mask, thinking that Rice's body had recovered, but he could feel the other person's weakness even through the screen. Are you alright? Chishu was too embarrassed to smile, and could only feign concern. I'm alright, just mentally exhausted. Rice gave a bitter smile. What I wanted to tell you is that I have an invitation to a high-class banquet held in the central area of the capital Star. I was wondering if you wanted to go, but I can't go in my condition. Chishu directly refused him. No, I'm not suited for those kinds of occasions. I have a bit of a mental illness, and I'm afraid I might cause trouble for others if I can't help but jump around. Rice, do you think I believe you? Why wouldn't you believe me? I've known Dickens for a long time. I think you're a calm and low-key person, and also a frighteningly composed one. Even though you won first place through teamwork, you're still so calm. If it weren't for you, we would definitely have lost the last match. Even if it were Pegasus against Winged Tiger, they might not be able to beat Winged Tiger. After Rice's rankings were finalized, The last match was to determine the second place winner, but Rice wasn't paying attention to that, he was resting. Don't say that. You earned first place through your own hard work. Facing such a powerful winged tiger, it was quite an achievement for Liehua to hold out until then, even while being constantly attacked by mental attacks. The journey wasn't easy. So the victory wasn't just Chishu's. Everyone witnessed Rice's contributions. Anyway, do you want the invitation? No thank you, I really am not going. After hanging up on Rice, Chishu took a shower. When he returned, he habitually checked Alhibe's breathing. Still alive. He was relieved and about to cover himself with a blanket to sleep when he received another message, an invitation from the Secretary General, said to be sent by the Star Emperor, and it even had a purple border. The purple-edged invitation belonged to the royal family. Chishu, why is everyone gathered here tonight? Don't you want to go out and have some fun? I seen you've been busy studying lately, it must be quite tiring. The matters on Pool and Star are almost settled, you can relax, make some friends, and meet some new people. I already have an invitation from a classmate, I use his. The royal family is too conspicuous. After receiving Chishu's reply, the secretary shook his head and sighed. As expected of their third princess consort, she was as low-key as ever. Aside from clearing her name online, she hadn't done anything else, nor caused any trouble. She was a very well-behaved child. The secretary didn't know that the very well-behaved child in his eyes was now being wanted across the entire internet. Chishu could finally get a good night's sleep, but he was woken up halfway through by the big leopard. It's so hot, baby, you sleep on the sofa. Chishu was so sleepy he could barely open his eyes, and reached out to push the big lump of coal. Big coal ball, Poor big coal ball looked at its own size, and realized it really wasn't suited to stay in bed. It even considered moving its vegetative body to the sofa, and taking over next to Chishu. Chishu should be holding it. Chishu was woken up by the heat from coal ball, and instinctively sought a cool place, nestling its head in Alshibe's neck, wrapping its arms around his waist, and draping its legs over Alshibe's. Big coal ball was depressed, its jealousy making it feel conflicted. It wished it could wake up immediately, and just cuddle with its partner, but seeing Chishu holding its body, it was too shy to look. Ah! Big coal ball pitifully got off the bed, seemingly no longer wanting to disturb Chishu, and its intimate moment. Obediently, it went to the sofa in the bedroom, jumped up, laid down, and used its paws to prop up its head, gazing at the night outside the window. If only it could wake up soon. But did he really want to separate from Chishu in 2 years? Although Chishu could make cards, his mental strength wasn't high enough, and he would easily be bullied if he went out. He couldn't stay asleep any longer. Chapter 70. The following evening, Chishu boarded a hover car. Cod and Jess were on duty that day. As a squad under the marshal's mansion, many people recognized them, and the squad members were almost all from prominent noble families, so entering the banquet was effortless. Once inside, the two couldn't follow Chishu closely, worried that revealing his identity would put pressure on him. They lingered around the area. Chishu didn't look around aimlessly. Instead, he went to the food-tasting area and found a seat. Inta located him through his terminal. Inta was dressed fairly normally today, in a high-end casual suit, understated and reserved. His waist-length blue hair cascaded down his back, making him look like a refined and handsome young nobleman, a far cry from the class monitor in school, who looked like he crawled out of a beggar's air. Chishu, on the other hand, wore a rather inconspicuous khaki jacket, black trousers, and short black boots. His black hair had grown considerably, loosely tied in a half-bun at the back of his head. His unassuming attire allowed him to blend into the crowd, but Chishu possessed a face that, while not immediately striking, grew increasingly handsome with repeated glances. His demeanor was gentle and refined, radiating a moon-like brilliance. Add to that his black hair and eyes, and he was far from inconspicuous, unless he dyed his hair. Chishu had considered dyeing his hair, but he found the additive-free, harmless dyes inconvenient and time-consuming, so he abandoned the idea. Frankly, given the choice between being mocked and dyeing his hair, he chose to be mocked. Just like a girl who doesn't like going out might find makeup a hassle. Inta quickly walked up, but before she even reached Chishu, someone else had already beaten her to it. Chishu? What are you doing here? The man's gaze towards Chishu wasn't disdainful, but rather quite complex. Chishu didn't recognize the man. After testing him with his supernatural abilities, and confirming there was no hostility, he simply smiled slightly. Do we know each other? Sorry to offend you, I don't know you, but I know you, and because that famous Chishu shares the same name as you. Monet was a fan of Qingyo, who had fought against Liehua, So he had been looking for Chishu recently. Chishu noticed that the man seemed a few years older than him, and nodded slightly, indicating, "Please, make yourself at home." Monet found a seat near Chishu. The other tables were quite crowded, with people sitting close together and talking loudly, but Chishu's table was empty. Perhaps because Chishu looked so non-threatening and didn't seem like the type of person who stared at him, Monet naturally started drinking his beverage in front of him. "Why aren't you saying anything? What should I say?" Chishu's gaze was clear, carrying a hint of a smile, like a clear mountain spring, completely unlike the ruthless Chishu who pulled someone's hand away at the opening ceremony. "Wait, I heard that was because the star card ancestor possessed him. It has nothing to do with the harmless Chishu in front of me. This guy seemed so gentle and calm." "Okay, nothing." "Oh." Chishu took a bite of the cake. The texture was smooth, the milk flavor was very light, not too sweet, with an indescribable strangeness. In short, it was quite delicious. This was the first time Monet had encountered someone who wasn't interested in him. It wasn't that he was narcissistic. After all, he was an interstellar male celebrity. He didn't know if he was a top star, but how could anyone not recognize him? He endorses many products on the Starnet, even mecha commercials. Chishu genuinely didn't recognize him. The man had brown hair and blue eyes, and his appearance was considered Western even on Earth. He was faceblind, especially to people he was meeting for the first time. Besides, even if the original owner had seen him, online and offline people don't necessarily look the same, right? Chishu didn't think much of it. His attention was long gone from Monet, and he was secretly using his abilities to probe the people around him. Inta leisurely observed for a long time, seemingly ignoring Monet, before walking over to greet Chishu. They exchanged a few casual words, before Inta was bombarded with calls from his childhood friend via his terminal. Chishu gestured for him to go back to his work. Before coming, Chishu had asked Cod for a list and information on the Card Makers Association members, which was also available on the Starnet. Chishu opened his terminal and reviewed it again. 2 minutes later, he had memorized a little bit. This proved that hard work and dedication were effective, and of course, it was also related to his A-level mental strength. As for other people unrelated to him, and those he didn't need to know, Chishu was completely too lazy to bother with them. The back and forth of such fame and fortune was simply too exhausting. How could a newcomer like him possibly step on someone's sore spot during a conversation? Monet, who had been observing Chishu for a while, thought, "This kid? He's not here for socializing, but for eating?" Monet also enjoyed gossiping online, and everyone on the Starnet knew Chishu. They knew both Chishus, one with his face on the screen, the other without. It wasn't just Monet observing the quietly standing Chishu, others were also eyeing him from afar, seemingly trying to find evidence that this person was indeed the infuriating card maker Chishu. Moreover, Chishu himself was from the card-making class, making him a prime suspect. Chishu ate a small piece of cake, then stood up, nodded goodbye to Monet, and went to find a terrace to act as an NPC. Who knew he see his beloved Cole Ball perched in a tree opposite the banquet villa? Chishu, shock. Cole Ball lay on a thick branch, its long, thick black tail swishing restlessly, then scratching at the tree with its claws. Its golden eyes looked at Chishu with a pitiful expression, as if looking at a heartless man. Chishu's heart almost melted. His Cole Ball baby had actually followed him to protect him. What had he done to deserve this? Sometimes he even selfishly thought, if only the third prince woke up a little later, then Cole Ball would be his. Chishu sighed, opened his mouth, and seemed to say, "Cole Ball is so cute, I love Cole Ball." Cole Ball shyly turned its head away, and didn't look at him again. Really? Chishu used that trick to coax it again. Cole Ball, who originally wanted to confess, was so embarrassed by Chishu's advances that it didn't know how to say it was owl hype. It didn't know whether it would be more awkward for it, or for Chishu. Cole Ball sighed deeply. Fine, it thought. Once a month later, when Chishu's account has passed its risk period, I transfer all my assets to Chishu as compensation. With its mind now back to that of a 20-year-old, Cole Ball stared at Chishu's disappearing figure on the villa's terrace, then jumped down from the tree to watch Chishu from another spot. There are too many high-ranking people at this banquet. Chishu must be scared alone. Chapter 71. After Chishu and Cole Ball silently relayed their message, he began using his supernatural senses to search for villains. The result was that most people at the banquet were a mix of good and bad. There was no absolute evil, nor absolute good. For example, Inta, who currently appeared refined and cultured, was smiling, but at this moment, he felt intense repulsion and disgust towards the sarcastic and mocking young nobleman of his age. He even desperately wanted to kill this fool who had provoked him, and might have even planned how to dismember him. Chishu. Class monitor. So this is the kind of class monitor you are. This banquet wasn't held in a personal capacity, but rather a regular social gathering hosted by nobles, held every 3 months. Attending were noble families and celebrities from various circles. They gathered together, chatting about mecha and other advanced technologies. The most popular topic was still about Chishu. After all, his Undying Star card was unique. For years ago, the top card maker in the regional league was Ming Rui, and Ming Rui hadn't expected Chishu to achieve such a winning streak. This person had acted like a brute all along, yet he won every time. Not only were the star cards incredibly powerful, but their side effects were also terrifyingly strong. He was very curious about who Chishu really was, and under which noble family he worked. Ming Rui, I've been looking for you for a long time. I thought you weren't here. Come on, the vice president is calling you. Vice president? Hearing Ming Rui being called away 3 meters away, Chishu's ears seemed to twitch. He pretended not to hear, sitting on the sofa in the corner drinking juice. Only after the person had almost disappeared did he feign getting up to go to the restroom. The sci-fi villa was enormous, with high-tech guidance everywhere, and lifelike robot waiters. The waiters' skin was remarkably similar to real people, and they even had beautiful markings on their necks, a key distinguishing feature from humans. Chishu was led by the robot, and Monet, for some reason, quietly followed. He found Chishu rather strange. Wasn't he here to network with the powerful? He seemed to have some mission. Humans are curious creatures, and when they sense someone acting suspiciously, they inexplicably want to follow and investigate. But as he followed, Chishu disappeared, leaving only the robot waiter who had led him. He asked the waiter, "Where's the one you are leading the way?" Looking around, he realized they were in a corridor leading to the restroom. The robot bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, sir, number 01245 is not authorized to answer your questions." Monet, Oh well, he must have gone to the restroom. So that's what he did. How embarrassing. Chishu, who was supposed to be going to the restroom, took advantage of the robot's inattention and veered off to another passage, using his supernatural ability to find Ming Rui, who had just been summoned. In a lounge, a man in a black hooded robe stood opposite Ming Rui. Ming Rui respectfully addressed him, Vice President. Because this high-tech villa offered exceptional privacy, with walls made of materials that could block mental energy, it was impossible to eavesdrop using mental energy. But what did blocking mental energy have to do with his supernatural ability? Chishu sat by the window upstairs in their lounge, using his supernatural ability to sense that the vice president had no good intentions, only malice. The vice president was consumed by jealousy, jealous that Ming Rui was younger and more talented than him. He wanted to drag Ming Rui down with him. "I called you here because I need you to do something. You know Chishu from the regional league, right? He's the hottest talent right now. Our association needs more fresh blood, so we must keep him under control to continue developing and expanding the Imperial Card Making Association." "But what does this have to do with me?" Ming Rui, completely oblivious to his superior's words and only concerned with how much money he could make by working more, was utterly bewildered. "That's your and the president's business. I'm just a card artist." Although Ming Rui himself wanted to find Chishu, he didn't want to bring anyone else in from the Card Making Association's perspective. The Card Making Association wasn't exactly a good place. He regret coming. The cafeteria food was awful. Seeing the vice president's exhausted expression after his attempts at persuasion failed, Ming Rui tried to use a plea for sympathy, but Ming Rui used an fatigue-removing card to restore him to the energetic, sprightly old man he once was. Chishu almost burst out laughing. So these people were looking for him. As for why they hadn't found him yet, firstly, Rice was good at keeping secrets, and secondly, he probably moved too many times. In short, these people wanted to recruit him, but that was impossible. He was already doing well in class. Why would he want a regular job? He was better suited to a freelance career where he could afford to slack off, and he wouldn't be so selfless as to get involved in anything. Just by hovering around these people, Chishu could get the information he needed. "Ming Rui, you know your family's situation, right? Right now, only I can help you." "No need, I handle my own affairs." Ming Rui's family is in trouble. His father was imprisoned in the Star Prison after being reported for illegally manufacturing biomechanical armor. He knows his father was framed, but he's struggling to find evidence. Chishu, hearing this, roughly understands. This vice president is the black sheep of the Card Makers Association, probably working for Duke Dante. It's no secret that the vice president is Duke Dante's man. The royal family should know, right? But even if they know, they can't interfere with the Card Makers Association. Although the association is under the royal family, it's explicitly stated that the president holds the management authority, and the royal family doesn't have the power to arbitrarily expel people. The Imperial Card Makers Association could easily bring down the royal family with a little manipulation, forging star cards, fabricating their effects. But the royal family isn't stupid, they check before use, so even if there's a traitor within the Card Makers Association, they can't do anything for now, but in an emergency, things might change. There were probably more than just one person like the vice president. There were many other card makers who served Duke Dante. They betrayed the empire because Duke Dante had caught them doing something wrong, or because he had shown them favor. Since he was already here, Chishu couldn't very well not give this guy a gift. He stretched out his hand, and his supernatural power, like invisible blood-sucking vines, climbed downstairs and burrowed into the vice president's head. The vice president's expression instantly changed. He grinned maliciously, looking at Ming Rui with a sinister smile, and said, "Don't be ungrateful. I gave you a chance, so you should use it wisely. I painstakingly arranged everything related to your father. You should kneel down and thank me, so I can put you on a leash." Hearing this, Ming Rui's face instantly turned green. He knew why so many terrible things had happened to his family since he joined the association. It was all this old bastard's doing. He clenched his fist in anger, and finally, unable to contain himself, swung it, relentlessly punching the man's head, again and again, until the alarm sounded. Chishu appeared upside down outside Ming Rui's lounge window, knocking on the door and window. "Want to go?" "Ming Rui, shoo!" Startled by Chishu, and with his face covered in blood, Ming Rui immediately used his mental power to open the window, grabbed Chishu's hand, climbed up, and simultaneously used his mental power to close the window. Chapter 72. Ming Rui used a low-level star card to clean himself up. His face was still pale. After tidying himself up, he thanked Chishu. "You're welcome. If it were anyone else, they'd probably kill me, an A rank first." That's true. Ming Rui only realized this was Chishu from planet Pulin after seeing Chishu's face clearly. How did you get here?" He was puzzled and didn't believe the person in front of him was the Chishu he was looking for. "I came up to rest, but the window downstairs seemed a little open. I heard you guys fighting, so I peeked out to see if he was alright." "He's not dead." Ming Rui's heart sank. Once this was over, he would leave the association. "Why did you help me?" "Shouldn't you help him? He's the one who got beaten up." Ming Rui was attacking the man while maintaining a mental barrier. The reason he didn't use mental attacks on his brain was simply to avoid leaving evidence. He had almost killed him. Looking at his hands, he knew it wasn't his fault if those people hadn't forced him. "Well, I heard your father was framed by him, so I should help you." "Who saves a bad guy?" Chishu poured him a glass of water, and also called into over. Ming Rui felt something was off. Why could he calmly drink water here after almost killing someone? If he were caught, he would be detained for intentional homicide. He had indeed acted rashly, but he was overcome with emotion and couldn't control himself. Inta also happened to arrive looking for Chishu. Seeing Ming Rui there, she was a little surprised. "You two know each other?" Chishu nodded. "I just met him, but I'm not sure of his name yet." Inta said, "He's that genius card maker, Ming Rui. You don't even know him? You should spend more time online." As they chatted, the Star Police, who were supposed to come to their room to investigate, didn't appear for some reason, and Ming Rui's anxiety gradually subsided. This banquet hall wasn't allowed to use surveillance cameras, since all the guests were important figures. Therefore, the culprit for the vice president's beating hadn't been found, and some suspected Ming Rui, but Ming Rui appeared with Marquis Inta and Chishu. Being the same age and in the same major, it was normal for them to hang out together. Ming Rui had calmed down. He'd come to the banquet to find someone to help him, and now that he knew the vice president was bad, he wouldn't stay in the card-making association anymore. Not only that, he even encouraged others to leave. In this banquet villa, the terminal couldn't record audio, so he couldn't record everything the old man had said. Otherwise, he would have immediately exposed the old man's evil deeds. There might be other victims like him. Ming Rui thanked Chishu, exchanged terminal accounts with him, and then left. The vice president would continue to tell the truth for a week. The man's level was a bit high, so Chishu's control wouldn't last long. If it were a B-level Subayan, he could be easily manipulated. After Ming Rui left, Inta asked Chishu if he had done something, But Chishu looked puzzled. What did you do? Inta, Never mind, Chishu must be a bot. At this moment, the banquet hall suddenly became quite lively. Chishu looked up and saw another handsome blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, but this one had long hair, even longer than Inta's. Fourth Prince Eric, see him? Are we at the zoo? Pretty much. You just saw Monet, didn't you get his autograph? Who's Monet? Inta, Wait, what's this guy after at the banquet? Wasn't he quite enthusiastic before? The fourth prince is coming. Inta saw Eric walking towards them from the crowd. Chishu didn't notice, he was replying to Vincent's message, who had asked him to get Monet's autograph. He only then realized that the person he spent some time with in the food tasting area was Monet. What's here? Chishu didn't even look up. The fourth prince. Oh! Chishu answered Inta perfunctorily, telling his senior that he was a bit socially awkward and didn't dare ask. Vincent was surprised that Chishu was actually socially awkward. He didn't seem like it at all. He thought to himself, is this socially awkward persona yours to use? When you're out and about, your persona is something you create yourself, Chishu thought, closing his terminal. Monet was curiously observing Chishu from a corner, but as she watched, she felt a chill run down her spine. She felt several cold gazes falling on her simultaneously. Was it just her imagination? Over here, Chishu looked up and saw Eric standing before him. He gave a faint smile, intending to bow, but then thought it inappropriate. Inta, standing beside him, bowed slightly. Fourth Prince, good day. Eric nodded slightly, glancing at Inta before his gaze returned to Chishu's face. He had initially wanted to call him third sister-in-law, but then suddenly remembered they were at a banquet. Seeing that he remained silent, Chishu maintained his faint smile. Hello, Chishu. Eric hesitated for a moment, unsure how to address Chishu. He was a little nervous because Chishu was also a new member, and a rather fragile one at that, only an A rank. He couldn't be too aggressive. Hello, fourth prince, nice to meet you. Chishu didn't bow. The others assumed he hadn't seen royalty before, and didn't point anything out. Want to chat? Eric sensed that his third brother was nearby. This time, he was truly certain. His third brother seemed to be head over heels in love with his partner. Otherwise, why would he have been staring at Chishu so intently when he attended the banquet? Okay. Chishu nodded, exchanged a glance with Inta, and then left with Eric. Most of the people at the banquet were shrewd and knew that Chishu, who could stir up trouble on the Star Network, must have a powerful figure behind him. Otherwise, why would even the fourth prince take the initiative to greet him? However, it was also possible that it was because of Chishu's recent troubles, and the fourth prince, as a member of the royal family, felt obligated to offer his condolences. The two arrived at the terrace, and Eric activated his mental shield to prevent their voices from being heard. Eric had thoroughly observed Chishu on his way there, and found him to be just an ordinary, obedient, and gentle person. It was truly unbelievable that someone like him could win first place in the B-Star Forest battle of wits and courage. Perhaps the people in the beginner arena were simply too weak. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Eric, Alhive's younger brother, the fourth in my family. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm very grateful for taking care of my third brother. I heard he's recovering well, it's all thanks to you. Chapter 73. Not necessarily, maybe he recovered on his own. Chishu wasn't sure if his feeling of lightness every morning was due to Alhive, nor was he sure if Alhive's recovery was due to him. There was no doctor's confirmation of this. Speaking of doctors, he had hardly ever seen one at the villa, only occasionally seeing Alhive being moved to a medical pod by Dashan for treatment. Third brother stayed in the palace for so long, his condition deteriorated daily, only gradually recovering after matching with you, third sister-in-law. Eric felt that Chishu was truly a very gentle person, and also very humble and low-key. It was only natural that third brother would like Chishu, and keep a close eye on him. Most high-level interstellar beings are combative, gentle people are truly rare. At first, they were even worried that third brother might reject Chishu later, but now it seemed they had been overthinking it. The piercing gaze, burning like a thorn in his back, seemed to scorch Eric's spine. The thought of his third brother secretly gritting his teeth and guarding against him fueled Eric's mischievous thoughts. After elegantly thanking Chishu, he casually pulled a small combat robot from his spatial storage and gave it to Chishu. While not a mecha, it was far more agile. Chishu raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the slightly taller, meticulously crafted, and realistically textured combat robot before him. The robot was genderless, its appearance indistinguishable from its sex. Truly, this is interstellar space, they can make anything. This fourth prince always produces high-quality items. He had seen similar advanced combat robots in the marketplace before. They were expensive, costing around 100 million star coins, even with a discount. He didn't know the price of this one, but its exquisite craftsmanship clearly indicated it was far more expensive than robots sold on the Star Network. No need, this is too much. I appreciate your kindness. Besides, I don't have a decent gift to give you as a greeting present. Chishu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, truly afraid of these generous people. He could give them some top-tier star cards, but wouldn't that give away his secret? But with Rice as the intermediary, he wasn't worried about being exposed. What do you mean I don't have one? I already received your gift. The food you made for your mother was delicious. I was fortunate enough to taste it, so consider it a gift. Sister-in-law, please accept it. It will be useful later. Chishu had almost forgotten about it. It was just a casual gesture for him. Oh, I see. Then thank you in advance. When I'm less busy and have some free time to cook, I have Deshawn send you some. Chishu didn't refuse any further, accepting the robot, and also planned to have Rice help deliver the star cards to the royal family members. Anyway, he now had the freedom to write as many high-level star cards as he wanted, but he would have fewer top-tier star cards. Big Cole Ball couldn't hear, but it could see the fourth brother giving his partner a gift. Seeing this, it felt anxious and frantically pawed at its personal terminal, urging Hein to hurry up and deliver the custom-ordered Super A-grade mech. That fourth brother. He's definitely doing this on purpose. So scheming. Trying to get his partner's attention. And even exchanging terminal numbers. That's too much. After the banquet, Chishu and Kuda and the others drove back together. Big Cole Ball, sitting in the back, couldn't resist licking Chishu's palm, trying to remove the scent of another man from his hands. It had just seen its kind partner help a boy. Chishu watched Cole Ball lick his hand, its gaze softening unconsciously. Good baby. Cod, Jess, The two thought to themselves, no wonder she's the princess consort. She actually thinks the third prince's spirit form, Carl, is a good baby? Lord Carl is just a spirit form. They can't even beat him. On the battlefield, Lord Carl can even fight against thousands of insectids. Now he's acting like a house cat. They dared not look any longer, afraid their illusions would shatter. Back home, Chishu, worried about forgetting to send the star cards to the royal family, worked through the night to create over 100 high-level star cards. Their skills were somewhat varied, but their effects were good, serving as life-saving ultimate moves. He could give them away as gifts without spending money. He also made 2 top-tier star cards, one for the Star Emperor and one for the Queen. Both were effective cards, each lasting a total of 50 minutes. The side effects were a bit, well, not bad, much better than Rice's. That evening, Rice was shocked upon hearing the news. Was Chishu a devil? 100 high-level star cards. Just like that? That's all money. Wasn't Chishu short of money himself? And wasn't this really harming the royal family? Thinking of the side effects, Rice hesitated. Whether he was short of money or not was another matter. With the royal family's protection and help, it was possible for Chishu to secretly give away the cards through the richest man. Although the process was a bit convoluted, as long as he had a clear conscience, that was fine. Rice, okay, my father will definitely help. He's very grateful to you for helping him secure the cooperation with the Federation this time. He also said he'd like to meet you sometime. Meeting later. I'm a bit too busy lately. I understand. You card makers are always traveling around. Thank you then, goodbye. You're welcome, goodbye. Chishu rubbed his aching wrist, and asked Deshawn to help ship the cards to Rice. The big coal ball rubbed against Chishu's leg tenderly, its tail wrapped around his wrist. It hadn't expected Chishu to prepare so many star cards for the royal family at once. It worriedly stayed by Chishu's side, afraid he would collapse from exhaustion. Actually, it had discovered long ago that Chishu didn't need mental energy to make star cards, but it didn't know why he could make them without mental energy. This was Chishu's secret, and the big coal ball wasn't curious about it, but rather worried that Chishu's secret would be discovered. After finishing all this, it was almost dawn. Chishu didn't get up to go to class. Anyway, he didn't have any credits. He wanted to rest well, and prepare to go to the Desolate Star to kill star beasts tomorrow. He would only be gone for 2 days, and return quickly. His rest now was perfectly reasonable. While Chishu was fast asleep, a transfer student dressed in very elegant clothes stood below the card-making building of the Royal Mech Academy. The card-making students were curious about the new face, glancing at him as they passed by. They quickly recognized him as Slade, and their expressions became complicated, mostly showing disdain and contempt. Although it was now the interstellar age, the children of noble families still held some prejudice against the identity of a bastard. Furthermore, Slade was Chishu's ex-fiancée, making the first-year card-making students fiercely protective and expressing their utter dislike for him. How dare he show up here? Luckily, Chishu had taken leave from class today. Slade asked the card-making students, "Excuse me, is Chishu here for class?" Slade resembled Duke Dante, appearing elegant and refined, and speaking with great politeness. Unfortunately, everyone knew who he was, so they overlooked his handsome appearance and even avoided him. He waited downstairs for ages, but no one answered his questions. He was even hit by hailstones that suddenly flew out of the card-making building, knocking him unconscious. He never imagined that the card-making department would be so dangerous. He didn't even get to see Chishu before he fainted. By the time he woke up in the medical pod, the card-making class had already ended. Chapter 74. The Royal Palace. The gift from card maker Chishu had been delivered to the Star Emperor. A full 100 high-level star cards and 2 top-tier star cards. Given away so casually? This isn't nutrient solution or cabbage. Can it be given away in bulk? Is this reasonable? Is this normal? And it was delivered to the Star Emperor through the hands of the richest man. The richest man, Korla, was also present. He was not only the richest man, but also a Grand Duke of the Royalist Party, and a longtime friend of the Star Emperor. He hadn't expected that the mysterious, reclusive top-tier card maker, Chishu, would actually send star cards to the royal family, and in such a large quantity. Korla, who had learned of this that morning, felt like he hadn't woken up properly. Holding the box containing the star cards, he felt a heavy weight. He felt a pang of envy. Those are 100 high-grade star cards, enough for 2 months' production by the Card Maker Association. After all, Chishu's high-grade star cards last for a full 10 minutes. Twice the duration of ordinary high-grade star cards. Even the Star Emperor didn't dare touch the things on the table. He was feeling conflicted because the card maker Chishu's name was exactly the same as his third daughter-in-law's, which gave him a strange feeling. "Tell him to thank him, and give the money." Coral interrupted him. "Carlos, he specially gave these to you royal family members, asking you to split them equally, and he didn't accept any money. He also said he just wanted to give them away, there was no reason." Star Emperor Carlos, He reasonably suspected that this Chishu was his third daughter-in-law. Otherwise, how could there be so many coincidences in the world? They all clearly felt that Chishu was not simple. But they just didn't have any evidence. He even felt that Chishu was still a cub, needing protection. Recently, the Star Emperor had also been searching for Chishu, but the card maker's file was classified as state secret, and no one had access to it. Not even the Star Emperor. After searching for so long, suddenly he was given something? This gave him an indescribable feeling, as if everyone who had searched for Chishu had been played for a fool. "Kalor, you don't want it? If you don't want it, sell it to me." Kalor was now a fan of Chishu. Thanks to Chishu, his family had gained a lot of attention this time. Dream on, Carlos couldn't understand it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He beckoned to the Secretary General. "Distribute the star cards. The 2 largest ones are mine and the Empress's. The rest are divided equally, and the extras are mine." Color, The fact that the card maker Chishu had given a gift to the Star Emperor eventually got out. The heavily guarded Star Emperor's palace had already been infiltrated by Duke Dante's men. The Star Emperor didn't intend to eliminate him. In fact, he deliberately kept him around. This caused Duke Dante to experience another day of emotional vulnerability. He had his subordinates painstakingly poaching members and winning over the royal family, only to have Chishu casually offer an entire association's worth of supplies. Chishu's deliberate ingratiation with the royal family indicated that he would definitely side with them in the future. This was Chishu's own choice, and it spread throughout the Starnet within half a day. Card maker Chishu chose the royal family. Given Chishu's influence, perhaps some of his card maker fans will even lean towards the royal family in the future, making it even harder to win them over. Chishu didn't realize that simply offering a gift would elicit such reactions, but such reactions weren't entirely unfounded, given that his beloved Big Coal Ball was the spiritual embodiment of the third prince. When Chishu woke up in the afternoon, Big Coal Ball had given him another incredibly thoughtful gift, a Super A-grade mecha. Perfect for him to pilot. Chishu almost cried with emotion. "Coal Ball baby, you're so good to me. It's an agile type, and it can even fly." Big Coal Ball blushed from the kiss. Thankfully Chishu wouldn't notice. It wasn't worth much money anyway. His little companion was so easy to please. Chishu was very happy that Big Cold Ball had given him a gift. Receiving a present made him truly happy. Tomorrow, he was going to the desolate planet to kill star beasts. So last night, he not only prepared star cards for the royal family, but also prepared many for himself. Once on the desolate planet, he wouldn't need to hide anything and could use his abilities freely. He wasn't used to using mechas, but they could be used for escaping in a crisis. Chishu happily hugged the Big Cold Ball, thinking, who would refuse a gift from a furry creature? As long as it's not a dead rat, everything's fine. Chishu cuddled and sucked on the Big Cold Ball, which this time didn't even resist, letting him do as he pleased. Actually, it was a little guilty. For some reason, it had rebranded Chishu with its mental energy during the night, this time less noticeable and easily concealed. Its mental energy brand could also block attacks from those with a mental energy level lower than his. Chishu was unaware of the brand. He only knew that he woke up feeling refreshed and not tired at all. If all went well, by the time he returned from the S-level dangerous wasteland, he would be back to his peak condition. At that time, his mental energy level would also increase, allowing him to more legitimately participate in the advanced competition at the end of the year. If he was lucky, he could challenge for another 4 credits. Only by accumulating more than 12 credits in a year would he feel secure. He didn't want to delay graduation. The next day, as he was about to leave, Chishu didn't dare tell Big Cold Ball where he was going, only saying he'd be back soon. He also wanted to spend every day with Cold Ball, and the thought of not seeing it that evening made him feel empty. Big Cold Ball didn't believe a word Chishu said to comfort it today. It wasn't the medium-sized or small Cold Ball anymore. It wasn't a leopard that could be easily fooled. In short, it wasn't so easily deceived. Chishu, who didn't have classes on the weekend, was going out anyway. In its eyes, he must be doing something dangerous. A little 8 dares to run off anywhere, even without Cod and Jess. Is he trying to fly? No matter which alias Chishu wears, he's prone to danger whenever he goes out. After the incident on Planet Pulin, the person behind that lab is probably looking for him. Chishu's level is still too low. He hasn't even started his 3rd awakening yet. What if he gets kidnapped by bad guys? Because of Chishu's past record, Big Cold Ball was very worried and insisted on following him everywhere, shouting, "Look! UFO!" It was no use. Chishu was glad he got up early, otherwise there wouldn't be enough time to waste at home. You shameless Cold Ball. Big Cold Ball, you're the shameless one. You always lie to me. Last time you said you asked me to help pick up a package, but you turned around and went to a dangerous banquet. Having been lied to so many times, Big Cold Ball also had a bit of a temper. In a fit of anger, it sulked and could only sulk in frustration. The moment it saw Chishu was going out today, it felt uneasy, and it felt its mental state was approaching the threshold of awakening. Once awakened, it feared it would become distant from Chishu. It had the mind of a 20-year-old, completely different from its 26-year-old self, and it knew this, which also frightened it, feared it would mistreat its partner. Chishu watched as the large Cold Ball anxiously bit his clothes, refusing to let go. He had no choice but to confess to the 2 guards that he had accepted a mission to earn credits on a desolate planet. Upon hearing that Chishu was going to hunt wild star beasts, Cod's eyes were strange, and he strongly disapproved of Chishu going to that S-level dangerous desolate planet. Anyone at the A-level would basically never return. Besides, Chishu's physical abilities had decreased to B, going alone was too far-fetched. Even if others from his school had also taken on missions, you couldn't see into people's hearts. There would be no signal on the terminal there. If someone wanted to harm him, they could easily eliminate him. Chapter 75. After a moment's thought, Cod said, "Third Princess Consort, we have no right to interfere with your decision, but if you wish to go, you must obtain the consent of the Empress and the Star Emperor." Cod felt that a normal A rank would never have such an idea. Going to a desolate star teeming with star beasts was simply courting death. Chishu nodded, understood. He hadn't expected parental consent. He immediately used his terminal to apply to the Star Emperor and his wife. Within 2 minutes, the application was approved, on the condition that he bring the giant Cold Ball and guarantee his own safety. Chishu never expected that taking Cold Ball out could be done without guards. He should have said so earlier. "Wow! Baby, you're so amazing?" Looking into Cold Ball's clear, bright eyes, which were always just being cute and cuddly, Chishu started to suspect that Cold Ball might be the 3rd prince in disguise. Otherwise, how could it be so strong? But he also heard that Cold Ball's original name was Carl, that it was very skilled in combat, had even fought on the battlefield, and had extensive experience in killing insects. So, could it really be the 3rd prince? Besides, he heard that the third prince was unapproachable, cold-blooded, ruthless, and prone to outbursts of anger and mood swings. Of course, these were just rumors. Maybe the third prince's personality was just as adorable as Cold Ball's? Chishu decided to ignore it. Whether Cold Ball was the third prince or not, it was still adorable Cold Ball. What mischief could a fluffy thing like it have? Besides, Cold Ball always cared for him, protected him, and even gave him gifts. Even if Cold Ball made a mistake, it was a minor one. As long as he didn't betray him, Chishu was very lenient with Mei Chio, and could afford the risk. Let's go, sweetie. Awoo! Cold Ball turned and ran upstairs to its bedroom, taking its spatial button and terminal with it. Cold Ball had several terminals, some collar-style, some claw-shaped. Now Cold Ball planned to use the collar-style one, which could also be controlled through mental power. Quarter and Jess, forced to take 2 days off, they suddenly really wanted to go to the desolate planet with Chishu. They didn't understand what the Queen and the Star Emperor were thinking, actually letting Chishu take Black Panther. At this moment, apart from Landon, the other members of the Black Hawk squad hadn't guessed that Black Panther was the third prince. They were all marveling at how the world had changed. Even someone with a mental power level of 8 dared to venture to the desolate planet. If it were them, they wouldn't even consider it. Although they were crazy, they also cherished their lives. After boarding the school starship, Chishu saw several familiar faces, his classmates. There were also several senior students from the veterinary medicine department, and even the senior student Philip, whose insect had escaped. They all looked even more frail than him, pale-faced, as if a gust of wind could knock them over. Chishu still remembered the beast egg Philip had given him. It took him and Cold Ball a week to finish it. When Philip saw Chishu, his expression went from shock to seriousness. Junior Chi, what are you doing here? Are you crazy? Chishu shook his head bitterly. Senior, you know I'm a transfer student, and I'm missing a semester. If I don't earn more credits, I won't graduate. Philip sympathized, but didn't recommend Chishu go. You can't risk it. Before he could finish, a Black Panther taller than Chishu's waist suddenly appeared behind him. Unless one's mental energy descends into a frenzied state, it's rare for someone to release their spiritual body. This is your spiritual body? Philip exclaimed in surprise. This leopard looked vaguely familiar. It's not mine. Chishu didn't explain whose leopard it was. He simply smiled, found a seat, and fastened his seatbelt. The black leopard followed him, leaping to sit next to him and resting its head on Chishu's lap, asserting its dominance. Chishu fastened its seatbelt. Philip, Everyone was surprised by the leopard's unwavering devotion to Chishu, but this also indicated a very close and ambiguous relationship between Chishu and the leopard's original owner. Otherwise, why would it be being petted and hugged? It's important to know that spiritual bodies are connected to their owners. Chishu's actions regarding someone else's spiritual body were a bit too suggestive. The senior students quickly looked away, embarrassed, avoiding Chishu's gaze. Chishu, unaware of what was wrong with everyone, didn't ask further. Instead, he quietly enjoyed the relatively relaxed atmosphere. He quietly leaned close to Big Cold Ball's ear and whispered, "Baby, if we encounter danger, and you have to run, we probably only have time to drink nutrient solutions for the next few days. You can't be picky about food then." Big Cold Ball, tickled by Chishu's warm, moist breath, twitched its ear and cried out, "Ah!" He understood, it was a spiritual being and didn't need to eat. Chishu watched as the leopard in his arms fell asleep, then took a short rest himself. This desolate star, teeming with star beasts, was located north of the capital star, neither too close nor too far, a 3-hour journey. Before disembarking from the starship, the school gave everyone a recording wristband and a locator. The students' hunting of the rampant star beasts is considered a contribution to the Empire by the Royal Mech Academy, and will be included in the contribution rankings of various academies. The ecology of the desolate planet is extremely unbalanced, dominated by rabbit-like star beasts that reproduce in extremely high numbers each year, severely damaging the planet's vegetation. Logically, such a desolate planet should have been abandoned long ago, but the Empire refuses to give it up because some of the animals on this planet are protected beasts, and therefore cannot be left unattended. These protected beasts are actually orcs, who are temporarily unable to revert to human form due to disease. Because the air on this desolate planet is very conducive to the recovery of sick orcs, many mad or sick orcs have been sent here. This is a natural hunting ground. They live according to their instincts. Chishu had carefully studied the data before coming, knowing which star beasts could be killed and which could not. Especially the protected beasts, these were originally human, and even after fully transforming into beasts, they are not large in size, making them easy to distinguish. He not only read it himself but also explained it to Cold Ball, worried about misremembering the order, and insisting that only the rabbit star beast could be killed. Cold Ball nodded, thinking to itself that it already knew, the so-called protection of beasts, ostensibly for recuperation, was really just a way to unleash their natural instincts. Whether human or beast, as long as there's life, there's hope. Stepping into the forest, Chishu felt the oxygen concentration was indeed high, the air very fresh. Because schools frequently organized students to help clear out the rabbit star beasts, the vegetation was quite lush, with towering trees reaching into the clouds. Their Mecha Academy team could now be called a suicide squad. They not only had to kill rabbit star beasts, but also guard against the great star beasts. Philip didn't understand Chishu, and Chishu similarly didn't understand his seemingly weaker-looking senior, Philip. But soon, he wouldn't use weak to describe these people anymore. Wait, the alumni standing in this forest weren't simple at all, they were all faking it. Were their apparent fragility all an act? Chapter 76. Under Chishu's shocked gaze, his classmates Zhao Yuan and Tang Chao gave awkward smiles. The two were still wearing their very durable black robes, their hair disheveled, and their beards long and unshaven. It seemed the card-making class was determined to maintain their unkempt appearance. They dug up 2 beast cores and, finding Chishu still staring at them blankly, said somewhat awkwardly, "Were we too violent? If we had, we wouldn't be here in front of you." Chishu immediately shook his head. "No, I didn't mean that. I just think you guys are amazing." The rabbit star beast was extremely fast, a formidable fighter, and adept at escaping, but it was only briefly shown to these two before being instantly defeated. The destructive power of SS-level mental energy was indeed formidable. Chishu's superpower could only be used for support, controlling creatures and causing them to mentally collapse and commit suicide, while mental energy could kill effortlessly with a single blow, demonstrating its power. If his mental energy and superpower also improved simultaneously this time, he would have 2 batteries, one to use up, then another to replace it. High-precision mental energy is indeed very powerful, but it's also consumed quickly. Chishu's shocked face and admiring gaze made his 2 classmates feel quite embarrassed. "You don't need to be envious. You have it too someday. You already awakened twice, you definitely have a third, a 4th time." The 2 classmates awkwardly tried to comfort Chishu, who nodded. "Thank you for your comforting words. I hope so. And you guys continue, I go catch some star beasts and try to get as many credits as possible." "By yourself? That's not a good idea, too dangerous. Just come with us." "Forget it, I can't hold everyone back." Chishu's proactive distancing himself from them relieved some of the senior students. After all, nobody likes carrying a burden. "Did you prepare more star cards? If your mental strength isn't enough, use star cards to make up for it." Zhao Yuan completely regarded Chishu as the most vulnerable person in their class. They usually avoided fighting with mental strength against Chishu. The whole class cherished this weakling. Seeing the worried expressions on Zhao Yuan and Tang Chao's faces, Chishu quickly replied, "Enough, enough. You guys are busy, Zhao. I'm leaving." The classmates had no choice but to agree to let Chishu develop on his own. After all, everyone needs to grow. An A-level might not be able to complete the mission, but it would be good exercise. However, this time Chishu would be fighting alone. Without Vincent's cooperation, Chishu's trip might have been in vain. Chishu had just parted ways with his classmates and seniors, and carrying Big Cold Ball, he encountered several mutated peregrine falcons. These falcons were larger than golden eagles on Earth, and were extremely numerous in the star beast forest, though not as destructive as the rabbit-like beastmen. But they lived up to their namesakes. They were incredibly mischievous. Chishu almost got his head patted and killed by these creatures several times. Keep in mind, these were once a Class 2 protected animal on Earth, but in interstellar space, they had become a plague. Annoyed, he pulled out his particle pistol and bang bang. He took down 2 in 2 shots. The remaining one had already been caught by Big Cold Ball, who had double jumped up a tree. Big Cold Ball, still reeling from Chishu's marksmanship, blinked its large, bright eyes. Chishu's gaze softened even more when he saw Big Cold Ball's elegant and heroic almost vertical leap. He exclaimed, "Little Cold Ball, you're so cool." Big Cold Ball thought all this was perfectly normal. Chi really, even praising this. Big Cold Ball, its ears red, awkwardly followed Chishu. It thought to itself that Chishu was also very skilled. Those 2 shots he just fired were incredibly cool, and they hit the head precisely. Even his subordinates couldn't hit their targets 100% of the time with that dynamic marksmanship. Chishu was truly strong. He had great potential and talent. With Chishu's strength, even sending him to the card-making class seemed like a waste of talent. Leopard's daily question, what do I do when my partner is too outstanding? Perhaps because Chishu's praise was so appealing, Big Cold Ball cleared obstacles for Chishu along the way, swatting away any protected beasts it encountered with a single paw. Chishu used the satellite map on his terminal to check the approximate location of the rabbit burrows. After all, killing them one by one was too slow. His star cards were specifically designed to wipe out all the rabbits at once, choosing those with minimal side effects. He also thought he could take one bag to make spicy rabbit meat. The head was too big to chew, but the meat was good too. The genes of the mutated star beasts were indeed contaminated, but after thousands of years of sedimentation, only trace amounts of toxins remained in their bodies, enough to be harmless to humans. Big Cold Ball was unaware of Chishu's plan until it saw Chishu freeze the rabbit burrow. The entire leopard was stunned. It was almost frozen solid, but thankfully it leaped up a tree in time. Chishu's star card wasn't just a mid-level one. It was clearly a high-level one. It finally understood. Chishu's mid-level star cards could be used like high-level ones like top-level ones, and top-level ones like god-level ones. In short, every star card Chishu used exceeded its expectations and refreshed its understanding of traditional star cards. Chishu used both ice and lightning cards, leaving a group of rabbits charred black and with nowhere to hide, ultimately dying a gruesome death at his hands. Watching Chishu effortlessly and easily deal with the star beasts, digging for their cores, the Big Cold Ball questioned its existence, feeling utterly useless. Was it really only good for being cute? Chishu hadn't used much mental power at all, yet he obtained 30 beast cores in less than a morning. It was terrifying. It seriously doubted that what Chishu had learned at the Imperial Vocational School was actually cooking. Cooking was just a disguise. Chishu truly disliked using mental power. With the star cards, he didn't even need to use his special abilities. These two abilities seemed more like tools for carrying the Big Cold Ball and escaping. Just then, a powerful mental force silently attacked. Chishu, still digging for the rabbit cores, seemed completely unaware. The next second, Chishu's ring and mental imprint activated a double barrier, instantly reflecting the attack back. A hamster on the ground fainted. Chishu, not noticing he nearly stepped on it, walked away without pausing. Big Cold Ball pretended not to see and followed Chishu, leaving only a dazed hamster guardian beast struggling to wake up. It hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable opponent, who had wiped out its entire food supply. How despicable. So, the hamster guardian beast angrily followed Chishu, who seemed oblivious to the little creature behind him. Even if the leopard noticed, it pretended not to know. It wouldn't allow a second fluffy creature vying for Chishu's attention. After all, Chishu was a perverted person who loved to snuggle up fluffy things. Even if the golden hamster looked harmless and was small, it was likely to attract Chishu's attention. Big Cold Ball, completely unconcerned, nearly stomped the hamster beastman into a pulp several times. Chishu smiled faintly, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. Chapter 77. The hamster guardian beast was furious. How could there be such a despicable Black Panther spirit? It actually tried to stomp it to death. It's a guardian beast. Beska squeaked anxiously. Chishu's ears twitched, and he whispered, Cold Ball, does something sound like it's making noise? Cold Ball tilted its head. Ah. What was Chi-Chi saying? The panther couldn't understand. Chishu pretended to listen twice more, then turned around and saw a hamster standing on a rock, squeaking angrily. Cold Ball extended sharp claws from its paw pads, suppressing its rage. Ah. That damned rat. It's like a persistent ghost. Chishu walked over, squatted down, and looked the protesting hamster on the rock at eye level. After the hamster's tiny, black, bean-sized eyes met his for a moment, Chishu took out a bag of nuts from his spatial storage and placed it in front of it. Hungry? Here you go. Big Cold Ball. Sure. You're feeding other beasts the snacks I was supposed to be feeding. Beska hadn't expected this boy to share food with him. He was a protected beast, bullied by all the other beasts in the forest. He assumed this guy was like them. After all, the hamster beastman was the weakest of the beastmen. Without spiritual power, he was at the very bottom of the food chain. Chishu looked at the suddenly dejected little hamster and asked gently, What's wrong? This tiny, cute, furry creature was actually a protected beast. He distinguished them by the small collars around their necks. Beska, squeak. Human, you're so kind. Beska took it as Chishu apologizing to him, unaware of the situation. Oh well, he was already so old, 200 years old, he wouldn't hold a grudge against a child. Chishu was amazed to see that the hamster could use a spatial teleportation device. It seemed even protected animals could be sentient. Chishu initially wanted to pet it, but seeing the furry creature next to him exuding an aura of try cheating on me, Chishu dared not look at the other cute furry creatures any further. Beska, squeak. What a childish cat, Big Coal Ball, woo. Are you looking for trouble? Chishu looked at Big Coal Ball's fierce face, and couldn't help but laugh. He hugged Big Coal Ball's head and kissed it. Alright, I won't pet it, I only pet you. You're the cutest. Mr. Hamster is just having a little trouble, we can leave after helping him. Chishu knew hamsters hoarded food, so he gave it a bag of jerky. Here, this should be enough for you to get through the winter, right? Beska, wow. It smells so good. Chishu left before Beska could react. He needed to save time. Opportunities to come to this kind of desolate planet were rare. Killing one more beast meant getting one more beast core. One rabbit beast core was worth about 10 million before tax. Big Coal Ball also helped Chishu catch quite a few rabbit star beasts, killing them instantly without hesitation. Sometimes it even disturbed the neighbors next to the rabbit burrow, getting chased by a group of baboons. The baboons in interstellar space are all quite powerful. Chishu finally got to use the mech, grabbed the giant coal ball, and ran. This mech can even play music. Chishu was delighted. It was a gift from his coal ball. It had so many fancy functions, a testament to the effort his coal ball had put into it. Chishu activated the intelligent driving system, and started frantically sucking on the giant coal ball again. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but every time he sucked on the giant coal ball, he felt incredibly happy, and it even reduced his fatigue. Having discovered this benefit, Chishu became even more reckless. Ah, baby, let your brother recharge you. Just a little suck, and you be charged. Ah, I can't do anything with you. This is the last time. Then, Big Coal Ball was repeatedly pushed to its limits by Chishu, its belly exposed time and time again. Ever since seeing Chishu treat that hamster beastman so well, Big Coal Ball had been very jealous. Its belly, which it usually wouldn't let Chishu touch, was now allowed to be touched by him. Just as it was about to lick Chishu's cheek, a bright light flashed before its eyes, and its consciousness, which had been attached to Carl, was instantly withdrawn. At this moment, on the bed in a villa on the capital planet, the man's fingers twitched, and his deep purple eyes regained their light after a short time. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a long time. On the other side, Chishu hadn't realized that Big Coal Ball had changed its number. After 2 months, Carl had finally regained its autonomy. It felt wronged, having been forcibly offline for 2 whole months. When Carl woke up, it saw its master's companion. The powerful spiritual imprint on Chishu made it unconsciously want to get closer. Chishu's scent was so appealing, so attractive to the leopard. After assessing its surroundings, Carl followed Chishu. With its master away, it had a duty to protect its master's companion, the royal palace. Upon receiving news of Alhibe's awakening, Star Emperor Carlos felt a heavy weight lifted from his chest. He believed no one wanted Alhibe to wake up more urgently than him. He was now doing the work of 2 people. All of Alhibe's work was now piled up on him. The Star Emperor hadn't had a good night's sleep in 6 months, spending his days working, handling affairs, and attending the Imperial Supreme Council meetings. He not only had to deal with the ambitious elements of the Empire, but also the hostile hyenas of the Federation. Upon learning that Alhibe had awakened, his first thought was, he needs a vacation too. The Empress had gone to the western border after receiving her star card 2 days ago. His eldest and second sons were in the border legions. His 4th son was at the Research Institute, and his 5th son was busy graduating. The whole family had been incredibly busy, and now, finally, his 3rd son had finally woken up, and the Star Emperor, who had been working like a slave for 6 months, almost wept with joy. Let him rest at home for a couple of days, don't rush him. The Secretary General, what kind of emperor is so resistant to work? Of course, being a stubborn son, he wouldn't listen to the Star Emperor. The first thing Alhibe did upon waking was to lead a team to blow up the largest mech warehouse on the planet Wilgai, half a day's journey from the capital. Upon hearing the news, the Star Emperor's vision went black. Secretary General, The Secretary General thought to himself, actually, the 3rd prince has already shown considerable restraint. The mecha warehouse belongs to the group under Duke Dant. Although it's not officially registered under Duke Dant's name, it's clear that this business is closely related to him. The mechas are intended to be smuggled into the Federation, secretly providing the Federation with weapons for combat. Alcipi's actions seem like revenge. It seems the reason Alcipi is in a vegetative state isn't just mental disorder, but something else they don't know. Chishu is still unaware that Alcipi has awakened. His terminal has no signal, so he can't receive news from the outside world. Otherwise, he would have seen the message from Landon immediately. The desolate star forest after nightfall is even more eerie and terrifying than the forest in the beginner's arena. A cool breeze blows, and strange sounds are everywhere. The most powerful mutated owls begin to appear at night. The mutated peregrine falcons that act as forest bullies during the day all hear the owls knocking at their doors in the middle of the night. Thus, a situation arose where you touch my head, I slaughter your entire family. During the day, it was the competition time for the various star beasts and protected beasts. At night, the mutated owl became the undisputed king of night hunting. Chapter 78. The large star beasts were more vigilant at night. After drinking an energy potion, Chishu continued raiding rabbit burrows. Not just Rabbit Mountain, but several large rabbit burrows throughout the desolate star forest were wiped out by Chishu. By this time, Chishu had over 150 beast cores on him. Before he could even clean them, he eagerly absorbed the energy from the star beast cores, until he started bleeding from his nose. Just as he put the beast cores back into his spatial storage, he encountered his seniors. Philip was greatly shocked. "Junior, you're still alive! That's wonderful!" Another senior, seeing Chishu's nosebleed, asked seriously, "Junior, are you all right?" Chishu touched his itchy nose and realized he had started bleeding. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, glancing down at his dog, Cobal, whose eyes were filled with worry. Usually, Cobal would be licking his hands by now. Tonight, Cobal was a little reserved. "I'm fine, seniors, don't worry. I'm going back tomorrow anyway. By the way, how are you guys doing? How many star beasts did you kill?" Chishu began to change the subject. Hearing this, Philip couldn't help but shake his head dejectedly. "Not many." The others echoed, "Mine too." Philip then asked Chishu, "What about you?" Chishu also shook his head. "If the seniors aren't doing well, then I must be even worse. I wonder how my two classmates from the card-making class are doing. They should be doing well. They also have star cards, and their mental strength is very strong, so they don't have to fear many things, and they don't need to expend too much energy." Chishu nodded. "That's true." Chishu blended in well with them, exchanged a few polite words, and then decisively left the group to forge his own path. The senior students watched Chishu's retreating figure, unable to help but sigh. "Sigh, this junior is so hardworking." "Yeah, really hardworking. Even with a low rank, he hasn't given up on fighting for himself. At this rate, he might graduate in 8 years. It's a pity this is a desolate planet. He can't do what he did in the beginner's arena." Except for Philip, the others were merely putting on a show. On the surface, they hoped Chishu would be careful, prioritizing his life, but in reality, they hoped he wouldn't achieve much and outshine them. They felt fortunate that Chishu hadn't obtained many beast cores, otherwise they might have been tempted to rob him. After all, an A rank with beast cores was like a child holding a gold brick in front of an SS rank. Chishu merely chuckled after leaving. Who can't be hypocritical? He was adept at saying one thing to one person and another to another. Having grown up with his grandfather, surrounded by businessmen and elites, whose ways of speaking were generally smooth, even Chishu, who hadn't entered the workforce, was still somewhat of a smooth talker. He was sometimes sharp, sometimes tactful, depending on the situation. He always said things that benefited him, so a mix of truth and falsehood had become a habit. He always smiled slightly, appearing very approachable. But Carl, with his animalistic instincts, felt that Chishu was no less dangerous than Alkipe. "Hungry, baby?" Chishu walked a long way, found a rock to sit on, and fed Cobal jerky while opening the terminal map. Carl was silent for a moment, but because the jerky in Chishu's hand smelled so good, it couldn't resist eating it, and even licked Chishu's fingers. Chishu reached out and patted Carl's head. Carl stiffened. The elegant black panther wouldn't allow itself to resist its master's mate, so it held the position for 5 minutes. After mentally planning the battle, Chishu set off again. This time, he wanted to test his newly upgraded abilities and mental power, to see which force was stronger. A day later, the students from the Royal Mech Academy, who had come to kill the star beasts, suffered no casualties. They all reeked of blood and were exhausted as they boarded their starship to return home. Only Chishu's complexion remained rosy. They were somewhat puzzled, but didn't think too much of it. Chishu was unharmed because a large black panther was protecting him. It seemed normal. The supervising teacher came to collect the recording devices and locators, and immediately recorded their academic credits in the school system. Philip, 120 small beast cores, plus 1.2 credits. Princey, 20 large beast cores, 61 small beast cores, plus 1 credit. When it came to the card-making class, Zhao Yuan and Tang Chao looked even more like beggars than usual, their hair disheveled, appearing to be in the worst condition, yet they each earned 2 credits. All eyes turned to them. The two weren't as gentle to the others as they had to Qishu, coldly ignoring everyone. The others had mixed feelings, thinking that the opportunity to hunt star beasts on the desolate star only came once a year, and the card-making class was too strong. But then, they thought it was normal. Both of them were SS rank, which was quite normal. In the end, only Qishu remained. Everyone was a little curious about how many credits this A-rank student could get. When the teacher's recorder read out 4 points, everyone was stunned, their expressions frozen, as if they had been hit on the head by this sudden news. They didn't doubt that the recorder was wrong, but felt betrayed. Qishu, that harmless guy, said, "Not many." And what happened? This kid, when he was told to kill rabbits, he only killed rabbits. He killed 400. Those are wild star beasts, extremely fast and powerful. Could he really kill 400 so easily? And even round numbers. Qishu's classmates were also incredulous, asking him how he did it. Qishu chuckled, "I only used 50 mid-level star cards." 50 again? Where could you buy so many? Even a top-tier family couldn't possibly produce that many star cards at once. Star cards are consumables. Each one used reduces the remaining supply. Some shops on the Star Network even have purchase limits, 1 per person. These are all random. What you get is what you get. Did you make the cards yourself, or did you buy them? Qishu seemed to have nothing to hide, replying, "I know a pretty skilled card maker, and I bought them from him privately. They're all mid-level cards." A sudden pang of envy swept through the crowd. They thought, how can a mere A-rank Qishu have such resources? If he were to spend money like this, acquiring 400 star beasts wouldn't be impossible, but who uses star cards in bulk? Qishu is practically wasting them. The crowd felt a surge of despair and jealousy, but they could only wear envious smiles. Seeing Qishu's rosy and spotless face, they couldn't help but burst into tears. You said there weren't many? How could Qishu lie like that? This is a desolate planet. A desolate planet fraught with danger. Has Qishu not slept for 2 days and 1 night? Qishu hadn't slept at all. On the return journey, he slept while hugging Cole Ball. Carl was a little embarrassed, but dared not move. It had gloriously completed its mission of protecting its master's companion. Since Qishu liked hugging it, then let him. Carl gently licked Qishu's cheek, then also fell asleep. Qishu completely ignored the shock and admiration of his classmates. Only after disembarking from the starship did he receive a message from Langdon. Oh, Alhype is awake. But he needs to go to the trading market first to sell the 400 beast cores. Chapter 79. The taxes on buying and selling beast cores are indeed too high, and almost no student can bring out 400 beast cores for trading at once. Even students majoring in card making don't bring back many beast cores each year from hunting star beasts on desolate planets. Moreover, the idea of a single person hunting 400 star beasts in just 2 days sounds like a fantasy. Even SS-level players would exhaust their mental energy. For example, Qishu's classmates Zhao Yuan and Tang Chao spent almost a year's worth of saved cards and exhausted their mental energy to barely manage to acquire 200 beast cores, earning 2 points. Beast cores from star beasts hunted in the desolate planet's forests are subject to extremely high taxes, and proof of enrollment from the academy is required before they can enter the trading market. Qishu knew beast cores were expensive and taxes were high, but he didn't expect them to be this high. 4 billion before tax, leaving only 2.6 billion after tax. But this was already beyond Qishu's expectations. These star coins could buy the manor he and Alcippe currently lived in. The transaction was going smoothly until Qishu's account was flagged for risk, preventing further deposits. The shop owner was stunned. He had been able to absorb so many beast cores at once and withdraw all his working capital, only to realize later that an anonymous account couldn't hold more than 100 million. This was incredibly awkward. Seeing Qishu's dazed expression, the shop owner feared losing his prize. Wild star beast cores had purer energy than farmed ones, and the medical capsule repair fluid made from them was far more effective. Letting Qishu go would definitely be a regret for him. Young man, why don't you deposit the money into your family's account first? Once your account has passed the risk period, you can get it back? Qishu had just been considering the possibility of buying 30 anonymous accounts when the shopkeeper's suggestion reminded him that he had a partner. Never mind, my account will be unblocked in about 10 days, I come back then. Seeing Qishu about to collect all the beast cores, the shopkeeper panicked. No, young man, don't go. How about this? I give you a discount some more. The shopkeeper had been fooled by customers too many times, severely lacking confidence. Every day, people would say they'd be back, but they all never returned. Besides, he really didn't want to miss out on these beast scores. The purity was too high. How much? 50 million? Never mind, 100 million, young man, I'm begging you. My family owns a medical equipment factory, and our medical pods need high-purity beast cores, especially wild ones. It's very difficult to find so many at once. Seeing the shopkeeper's anxious face and expression, Chishu sensed with his supernatural ability that it was indeed the truth, and who wouldn't be happy to get an extra 100 million? Alright, I sell it to you then, but I need to ask them if they're willing to take it. Chishu had heard from Langdon that Alhype was very wealthy, ranking first on the Empire's list of richest young people. They probably wouldn't care about his small amount of money. So, Chishu applied for the connection to the partner matching terminal for the first time. The sound on the other end was a bit noisy at first, and Chishu couldn't hear clearly, thinking the manor had been bombed. But it quickly quieted down, and Alhype's voice was slightly distorted, with a faint chill. What's wrong? Chishu figured the other person, now awake, would already know the details of their matchmaking, so he wouldn't explain. But troubling them now that they just woken up seemed inappropriate, didn't it? And wasn't Alhype's icy voice kinda pleasant? He rubbed his ears, his eyes meeting the expected look on his boss's face, his boss's burning gaze overwhelming him. He had no choice. The boss said he'd pay more. He didn't have any friends he could bother right now. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, it was just that this situation felt a bit awkward. Under the boss's teary-eyed, urging gaze, Chishu cleared his throat and told Alhype he wanted to temporarily deposit the money with him. Chishu's voice echoed throughout the interrogation room. Alhype slowly withdrew the whip from his hand, a hint of barely perceptible gentleness appearing on his icy face. Suit yourself? Hein, Why did he feel the third prince's mood had suddenly improved? Was it just his imagination? Alhype, having dropped the whip and left the interrogation room with the terminal, unconsciously lowered his voice, without even realizing it himself. Where are you? I'm on Sky Street 11 of the Bites Trading Market. Chishu was a little surprised that Alhype would be curious about his location, as the other person's voice and appearance didn't seem like someone who would ask many questions. I'm nearby, wait for me. Hein, Spanning 5 major regions, the third prince actually said it was nearby. He was already preparing to collect his air tickets. After hanging up, Chishu quickly waited for Alhype. The other person wore an electronic mask, a restrained dark uniform, and black boots, exuding a cold and authoritative sense of order. Most striking was his height, approximately 195 centimeters, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long straight legs. When he approached Chishu's figure was completely obscured, and he felt a slight pressure, causing Chishu to involuntarily take a step back. Wait, how did this guy know who he was? And he was clearly wearing an electronic mask too. Hello? Yes, hello. Alhype's gaze was calm as he looked at him. Chishu returned the look. Beneath the electronic mask was an extremely handsome face. Although it didn't resemble Alhype's face, the resemblance was striking. Combined with those undeniably deep purple eyes, Chishu recognized him without hesitation. The boss didn't know who this tall man was, only that the man's aura was very strong, and he felt his mental strength was at least SSS level. Facing a powerful figure who could easily crush him, he couldn't help but tremble as he handed over the printed paper contract to the other party for another look. Alhype glanced at it, confirmed there were no problems, and then had Chishu sign the contract on the boss's terminal, sending him 2 copies. Although Chishu disliked studying, he knew how to read contracts. He hadn't expected Alhype to be so worried about him, insisting on coming to check in person. His last place ranking was truly ingrained. Even Alhype, who had just woken up, knew. He glanced down at the obediently sitting cold ball at his feet. As Alhype showed his terminal to his boss, he secretly patted the cold ball and rubbed its ear. Alhype, humph. Carl sensed his master's increasingly bad mood, but dared not move. After completing the formalities, Chishu finally felt relieved and went home. On the way, he didn't know how to tell Alhype about the divorce. It would be impolite to bring it up immediately after she woke up. Or should he wait a week, prepare the divorce papers, and then bring it up? Although there was still more than a year until the actual divorce, it was good to be clear in advance. But how should he say it? He had no experience. Chapter 80. Chishu gazed at the scenery outside the window, momentarily forgetting the person beside him, and failing to notice the other's emotional fluctuations. He only noticed that the room temperature in Alhype's hover car was a bit cold. Alhype had been waiting for Chishu to speak to him, but the other had remained silent the entire way, not uttering a single word even upon arriving home. Why? Chishu usually enjoyed talking to him as a spiritual being. Also, he didn't know why, but when he heard Chishu ask for his help in the interrogation room, his first reaction wasn't annoyance, but rather a secret sense of pleasure rising within him. Chishu trusted him, contacting him immediately. This was enough to prove his place in Chishu's heart. That was true. However, even if Chishu showed him kindness, he wouldn't. When they arrived home, Chishu prepared to get out of the car, but Alhype, who had gotten out first, unconsciously reached out to him. Chishu? ? Chishu tentatively patted his hand, then jumped off the hover car, which was about 30 centimeters above the ground. Alhype stood frozen in place. This was exactly how it was in the partner interaction tutorial video. Why was Chishu? After getting out of the car, Chishu turned around and, like in a relay race, reached out his hand to Carl, who hadn't yet gotten out. Carl? ? Carl couldn't fathom its master's feelings, so it extended its paw and gave Chishu a high five. It felt it should do that. Alhype? ? Landon stood guard at the villa gate, inwardly laughing hysterically. Chishu was even more clueless about romance than Alhype. Chishu didn't understand Alhype's psychology. He thought this kind of gentlemanly service was only for women. Although he didn't know his own orientation, in his previous life, most of the couples he knew were heterosexual. He's seen very few same-sex couples. Because of lingering thoughts from his past life, Chishu was caught off guard and found himself in an awkward situation. It wasn't his fault. Everyone has things they don't immediately think of. Alhype watched helplessly as his substitute received kisses and hugs from Chishu. He had immediately severed his senses upon waking, and now his feelings were complicated. Perhaps Chishu had also kissed Carl while he wasn't around. Thinking of this, Alhype glared at Carl. Carl? ? Alhype cursed himself inwardly. He was clearly awake, so why couldn't he tell Chishu about the divorce? It must be because Chishu trusted him so much, entrusting him with all the money from selling the beast cores he painstakingly obtained on the desolate planet. If he said these things the moment they met, it would be too heartless. After all, Chishu had been with him for so long. Chishu patted Carl on the lawn in front of the villa for a while before saying to Alhype, "Sorry, I always forget this is your spiritual body." "It's all right." Alhype seemed completely unconcerned, turning off the electronic mask on his face. Chishu placed his hand on Carl's head, looking up at the other's extremely handsome face. Very handsome, truly worthy of the interstellar people's madness. Chishu didn't look at Alhype again. Although he didn't know why the other was still standing beside him, it didn't stop him from petting the leopard. Since the other had agreed, he wouldn't be polite. Alhype, who had just established a connection with Carl, couldn't stand it anymore. He fled the scene, his ears red, and disconnected the connection again. Landon's smoky gray eyes narrowed slightly, thinking to himself, even Alhype has a day when he's dominated by his partner. In the past 2 days, Alhype appeared at the Capital Star Legion's base. An unfinished mech on a certain planet had been destroyed beyond recovery. If it weren't for Duke Dante's immense wealth, the losses inflicted by this newlywed couple would have been unbearable. The laboratory and mech warehouse were completely destroyed. It's Chishu again, it's Alhype again. These two names have been driving him crazy lately. And then, there's that card maker, Chishu, who suddenly switched sides. Recently, many card makers have wavered after hearing that Chishu might be going to serve under the royal family. Card makers are mostly a group of fanatical admirers, following whoever is powerful. After Chishu demonstrated his strength, the card makers are even more supportive of the royal family. They appear scattered, but in reality, they exist in large groups. There is competition among the card makers, but mostly it's about mutual learning and appreciation. Completely unafraid of worldly opinions, once they firmly decide to do something, they will do it no matter how difficult or dangerous the obstacles. They always manage to strangely unite at some point. The original plan was disrupted again, forcing Dante to reorganize the situation. The situation on planet Pranoi had reached a point of no return, and now, the time had come. Wouldn't the union of a top-tier individual and a low-tier one be criticized? He wanted to see if people would still treat the pitiful weakling they sympathized with as a princess consort the same way. Would the royal family succumb to the pressure from the powerful families and abandon Chishu? Since these people were making things difficult for him, they wouldn't be able to sleep well either. Chishu, who had just finished showering that evening, received a message from Inta telling him not to go online. If they don't let him go online, He wanted to go even more. Unsurprisingly, news broke that he and the third prince had been paired up 2 months ago. Many people began to question and express their displeasure with Chishu. The more mild and tactful their words were a while ago, the more agitated they became now. I'm sorry, but I really can't accept this pairing. Chishu was jilted at his engagement, his parents are dead, his mental strength level is currently only A, and it's uncertain when he undergo his third awakening. Pairing Chishu with the great god of war is simply a joke. Although I sympathize with Chishu's past, sympathy aside, after seeing him paired with the third prince, I come to loathe him, utterly loathe him. No wonder Chishu got the royal family's help. He was practically half royalty all along. Is it fun to play us for fools? He became the third prince's consort, and now he wants everyone's sympathy. We're the ones who should be pitted. Even an A-rank Chishu got paired with her. Is there a bug in the quantum computer system? What methods did Chishu use to not only turn things around in just 2 months, but also gain royal backing? Tell us, we can learn from him. Although I know Chishu had a miserable past, it was wrong of him not to reveal it. He put himself in a vulnerable position to get everyone's sympathy. How is that any different from Subayan before? Of course, on the Starnet, the third prince wasn't spared either. Someone had been keeping quiet, and hadn't spread the news, probably because they felt Chishu had embarrassed them? Chishu was still an F rank before. If they had matched up back then, does that mean Alhype's strength has already fallen to F rank? Maybe they're evenly matched now. Otherwise, why haven't we seen the third prince training anymore? You're right, it's actually possible. Thinking about it that way, it makes perfect sense. Maybe the third prince isn't even as high rank as Chishu now. I knew he was badly injured during the last battle with the Zerg. How could he be alright? Someone can even handle a low-ranking country bumpkin like Chishu from a fringe planet. They're really not picky. I wanted to say this for a long time. As members of the royal family, why are some people so rude and lacking in royal manners? It's an insult to the royal family. Seeing him matched with a low-ranking squishy is so satisfying. This group of people seemed to have gone mad, swayed by the online trolls, as if they had forgotten Alhype's contributions to the empire. Just as Alhype is a god, not a human, and gods cannot have flaws, neither can Alhype. Some even believe that Chishu is a stain on Alhype's character. This wave of abuse and cyberbullying came on strong, and it's easy to guess which force was behind it. Even the official royal accounts were bombarded repeatedly. In just 2 hours, the Starnet was thrown into chaos. Chapter 81. Chishu had just stepped out of the bathroom, intending to discuss something with Alhype, when he saw the latter waiting for him a short distance away, his face cold. Alhype held a towel in his hand, which he draped over Chishu's head as he approached. Dry yourself off first. Chishu was startled by Alhype's actions. Was Alhype being a little too familiar with him? Why was he doing these things so easily? Chishu dried his hair as he asked Alhype how to handle the online situation. Before, he faced the storm alone. Now it was the two of them. He had to admit Alhype woke up just in time. Chishu didn't know what was wrong with him. He was trending on social media every few days. Which male celebrity in the interstellar world could trend as frequently as him? Rice even did a statistic, saying that the name Chishu had trended 80 times in 2 months. Chishu was starting to get used to it. Don't worry. Alhype's voice was a little hoarse, and he refrained from looking at Chishu, who had just come out of the bathroom. What are you going to do? Chishu was forced to look up at him, his eyes, seemingly misty with a hint of a smile. Seeing that Chishu showed no sadness or fear, Alhype finally looked away from his face, walked to the sofa in the room, and sat down. He then had Hein bring out the prepared plan. Chishu followed, and saw the detailed procedures. He summarized, you mean, just arrest everyone? Alhype nodded slowly. Feeling Chishu looking at his terminal screen behind him, and smelling the faint scent of shower gel wafting from him, his ears turned red without him noticing. His voice was slightly stiff as he explained, we don't need to cater to others. We can do what we want. No one can interfere with our marriage. Chishu withdrew his gaze from the light screen, slowly straightened up, and suddenly commented sharply, no wonder the quantum computer system could interfere, it's not human. Alhype, No other options? Chishu walked over and sat opposite him, drying his hair with one hand. His slightly open nightgown revealed his beautifully shaped and sexy collarbone. Alhype's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze slowly moving upwards, his voice slightly hoarse. Yes, the simplest way is to attack the quantum computer system, making everyone unable to access the internet forever, and that will shut them up. Chishu couldn't help but chuckle. He thought the third prince was truly ingenious, achieving his goals once, and for all, unmatched by anyone. No, you're joking, right? I don't really believe it. Chishu had considered many public relations tactics, but this was the one he dared not consider. The third prince was truly a genius. How can I make you believe it? Al-Hype frowned slightly, his face serious, not at all like he was joking. Sensing his partner's distrust, he felt inexplicably wronged, but still pulled out the terminal keyboard, partly to prove he wasn't exaggerating. No, I heard from the class monitor that the last update to that quantum computer program was 3,000 years ago, and no one has cracked it yet. Al-Hype thought coldly, that blue-haired guy near his partner talks too much. He decided to let his skills speak for themselves. For the past 10 minutes, his gaze had been fixed on the terminal screen, scrolling through numbers in a universal script that Chishu couldn't understand. Seeing his effort, Chishu felt embarrassed to tease him any further, until his Starblog interface went completely black, at which point his smile gradually froze. I was planning to use Starblog to watch videos tonight. No, bro, you're serious. Al-Hype, Can it be restored? Sure, I try. Why do you seem a little guilty? I'm not. Al-Hype's eyes darted around, then he took out his keyboard again and started typing. He didn't dare say that this was only the second time he'd done this, and he wasn't very skilled. Upon discovering that the third prince possessed such a superpower, Chishu's smiling eyes gradually brightened. Those who knew Chishu well knew that he was actually a very wicked person. He only appeared harmless on the outside, but was actually very ruthless. He smiled at the third prince and whispered, "Then could we try banning those big-name troll accounts for 1,000 years? Al-Hype raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes suddenly filled with affirmation of Chishu, as if saying, "So that's how it works." Al-Hype acted immediately. Chishu found the accounts he disliked the most, especially those that insulted the third prince, and dumped them all on Al-Hype. That night, the two had originally planned to sleep in separate rooms, but ended up spending the entire night in the same room, banning and suspending those highly valuable, expensively charged accounts from speaking and streaming, with the unbanning date set for 1,000 years later, and refusing any appeals. The reasons for the bans were all within reasonable bounds. After all, their words were full of insults and attacks against the royal family. Chishu felt great, refreshed and invigorated. Turns out, messing with others is so enjoyable. After a whole night, Al-Hype felt that he and Chishu were truly kindred spirits. Why hadn't he thought of doing this before? The aloof and rebellious Al-Hype hadn't expected Chishu to be so clever. He now felt that his partner wasn't the worst person anymore. What worst? Those people were just blind. The two who had been secretly plotting all night finally came to an end. Like their smiles, the fear and worry didn't disappear, they only shifted. The people of the Empire had always known that the quantum computer system was untouchable and uncontrollable. 3,000 years ago, a powerful being modified the system, putting it into an invincible mode. No one could infiltrate or interfere with it. At most, they could only bypass internet restrictions. And now, someone's account had been banned for 1,000 years? This had never happened before. In the end, they didn't think it was a problem with the quantum computer system, but rather that the account had done too much wrong. The onlookers, seeing the post about the 1,000-year ban, couldn't help but mock and ridicule, saying it was retribution for taking too much money. After all, the quantum computer system was the embodiment of justice. Being banned was their own fault. Some marketing accounts with hundreds of millions of followers were also banned. No matter how much they appealed to the live streaming platforms, or how much money they spent, it was useless. The live streaming platform said they had no authority, it was the mainframe's decision, and the account holder had to bear the consequences. Not only were most marketing accounts banned, but countless critical commentators' accounts were also banned for 1,000 years. These accounts were cultivated by various online marketing companies and teams. Some were worth tens of millions, and those with large followings were worth hundreds of millions. Just like that, they were rendered useless. They were extremely resentful and regretted taking the job to smear the third prince, and his wife, Lu Jun, the owner of an online marketing company, also had his account banned for 1,000 years, becoming a laughingstock among his peers. He was badly burned and went back to settle accounts with the nobles who had hired his online marketing team, but he couldn't find them. They hadn't even paid the final payment. Boss! Quick, look online. The royal family is going to sue our account. The reason? Insulting the royal family. This charge could send them straight to a desolate planet. Previously, the royal family had always been easygoing. To improve their approval ratings and demonstrate their magnanimity, they generally ignored many people who made sarcastic remarks about the royal family online. Over time, people gradually forgot about this imperial law, and nobody took it seriously. Upon hearing his assistant's words, Lu Jun's face turned pale with fright. He began to tremble, and slowly sat back down in his chair. He knew his account was banned, and he couldn't withdraw the money. Knowing he was taking a risk, knowing he might get implicated, he still stubbornly accepted the bribe, only to have it all go down the drain, and he lost everything. Not only did he not make money, but now, he was being targeted by the royal family. So many accounts online were involved. Why are they only targeting us? Actually, the royal family isn't just suing us, there are others. That's good my foot. It's bad. What? I don't want to go to the desolate planet. I don't want to go to jail. Chapter 82. The next morning, when Qishu went downstairs, a tall and aloof figure followed behind him. Lim and the others were shocked, thinking, isn't the third prince being way too clingy with Qishu? Hasn't he noticed? Or is it just a coincidence? The seemingly unapproachable third prince had actually been constantly appearing around Qishu since his return yesterday. Was it due to the compatibility rate, or had the two really fallen for each other? Impossible, Qishu thought. How could the third prince have human emotions? He seems only interested in buying planets and fighting. It could also be just curiosity about Qishu. They had long suspected that Alhype was actually a robot, but they lacked evidence. I don't know if you eat natural food. I usually eat this, Qishu said casually, cooking 2 bowls of noodles. Considering Alhype's physique, he added 3 extra eggs. Although he didn't know why Alhype kept lingering around him. He thought about it, and figured it was probably because the guy was a little curious about him? Or maybe it was because of the 100% compatibility rate? Oh well, never mind, thinking too much about it would give him a headache. I'm fine with anything, I'm not picky. Alhype calmly accepted Qishu's feeding, but seeing the egg in the bowl, he felt a pang of unease. Winged beast eggs with less of a fishy smell were hard to find. He remembered there were only 4 at home, but Qishu had given him 3, eating 1 himself. Qishu. He really was good to him, even though he hadn't had a chance to help him much since waking up. Alhype didn't know what to do, so he took a picture of the 2 bowls of noodles and uploaded it to Starblog, completely ignoring the bloody storm that had erupted on the Starnet the day before. Qishu had no idea what the man opposite him was imagining or what great thing he was doing. He just felt he had no appetite that morning, and staying up late made him even less inclined to eat. The 4 eggs at home had been sitting there for a while, and fearing they would expire, he decided to eat them quickly. He had to go to school after eating. Qishu didn't care how elegantly or preciously the man opposite him ate. He was watching mindless videos while eating, occasionally smiling, and shoveling a few more bites of noodles into his mouth, perfectly embodying double the happiness. He finished slowly and deliberately, with 15 minutes left before class. Alhype had already finished eating. He knew Qishu liked to daydream while eating, and he couldn't say much. He even vaguely worried that he was too assertive and would scare Qishu, so he could only let him be, pretending to be busy while waiting for Qishu. As Qishu was about to leave, Alhype shoved a cash-filled anonymous terminal into his hand. Today's allowance isn't much. Qishu, 50 million? That's not much. Even interstellar nobles don't just casually come up with 50 million. The high demands of Rice and his group, and the large sum spent on star cards, are normal expenses for the competition. No need, I have money. Qishu had just refused when he saw the third prince slightly furrow his brow, as if carrying a hint of grievance, as if saying, why won't you spend my money? A strange feeling stirred within Qishu. Seeing the other's determined gaze, and knowing there wasn't enough time, only 10 minutes left, there was no time to argue. Okay, thank you. But you're going to work today? Why not rest for a few more days? Qishu initially intended to reciprocate with a star card, but then he thought better of it. Alhype didn't yet know he was the card maker Qishu. Hearing Qishu's concern, Alhype calmly maintained his composure, saying in a light tone, no, but I leave Carl to you. Hearing this, Qishu was quite pleased. He hadn't expected the little cold ball to continue following him. At this moment, he felt as if the third prince was bathed in holy light. This guy was a good person, right? His whole family were good people. Seeing Qishu's happy face, someone felt a pang of jealousy, but knew they couldn't be jealous of their own spiritual entity. After their conversation, the two quickly disappeared from the living room. Qishu rushed off to school, while Cod displayed his talent, successfully dodging hover cars that were lying in wait near the school to interview Qishu, and even shooting down several. With fluid movements, Cod attacked the obstacles without even blinking. Qishu reasonably suspected that Coder and Langdon were secretly venting their mental energy for personal gain. Qishu couldn't drive a hover car, thinking about how long it would take to get a driver's license, requiring studying and exams. Well, actually, It didn't matter if he didn't take the test, since there was autonomous driving. Current autonomous driving technology was excellent enough, even more accurate than human judgment. Unless faced with an uncontrollable event, the system could automatically and safely avoid danger. Unless, like Chishu last time, he intentionally walked into the lion's den and was kidnapped, those people wouldn't realize they were actually inviting wolves into the house. Alhype also embarked on his journey to work at the Legion, somewhat annoyed by his own erratic behavior and thoughts. Divorce? What divorce? Divorcing now would just put Chishu in a very difficult position, wouldn't it? Alhype felt he couldn't let Chishu become the laughingstock of the Starnet community. Even if they divorced, he would leave all the money to Chishu first. That way, no one would laugh at Chi-Chi anymore. Alhype didn't know why, but the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Divorce? He wasn't a scumbag. He had to ask Chishu's opinion. If Chishu didn't want a divorce, then there was nothing he could do but give in. It definitely wasn't because Chishu was fierce with his words, hit hard, had a strong star card, or was cute. Besides, that guy loved kicking off the covers at night, and loved eating these rare, unparalleled delicacies. If he didn't take care of him, he'd definitely starve. Living in the upper echelons of the capital star was very expensive. As his partner, he couldn't afford to be outdone at banquets. He would ensure Chishu received the best. Hain, is the insected threat in the West under control? I heard that the insecteds there were almost completely wiped out by Master Chi's top-tier star cards, with no casualties. The Queen is on her way back to the capital planet, saying she wants to express her gratitude to Master Chi. Hain then mentioned the First Prince. The First Prince also used a high-level star card given to him by Master Chi. It was very powerful. The insecteds started killing each other, but the side effects were quite significant. Alhype raised an eyebrow. Continue. I heard that the First Prince experienced a brief period of mental instability, believing himself to be a robot saving the world. Now, the First Princess is also somewhat devastated. Alhype, using good things, of course, comes at a price. As expected of his Chi-Chi, the star cards are still as special as ever. Hain had a feeling the third prince was gloating a little. Chapter 83. Chishu had no idea what the prince was thinking. He returned to school and was told to take a mental strength test. The school conducted these tests twice a month, and perhaps because of what happened online, the onlookers at the Royal Mecha Academy wanted to see what would happen to him. After a 2-minute class, Chishu had to take the test. The rest of the class lazily walked ahead. Although they knew they would always get an SS score, some of them still felt they might undergo a sudden change, and they were always a little nervous before the test. While the classmates weren't particularly surprised that Chishu was the third prince's consort, they did discuss it. Zhao Yuan said to Chishu, who was walking behind, "Actually, we guessed it a long time ago. Your entry into the Royal Academy is due to royal protection. The hovercar you used is a top-of-the-line interstellar model, a royal exclusive, and that undeniable spiritual imprint. All of this indicates you ascended." Chishu, Asterisk wait, weren't you guys usually so clueless? Were you acting like this? Asterisk. Sigh, to be honest, we didn't believe it either, but we're not blind. We always pretended not to see. But who knew you slip up and get scolded by those gossipy people online? Tang Chao wanted to approach Chishu to speak, but the imprint on Chishu was too frightening. Chishu replied to them at just the right moment. "Oh my god, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't even ask." Chishu thought to himself, who said the card-making team were crazy? They were perfectly lucid, just pretending to be delirious to avoid being forcibly recruited by the high nobles. However, many of them were of noble birth, the lowest rank being a viscount, and the only commoner was Zack, who was rumored to be the son of a space pirate leader. Zack's eyes were fiercer than the others, and his tone was like that of a big brother. "If you're not satisfied with those people on the Starnet, I'd blow up the servers at Starbed headquarters for you." Chishu almost lost control of his expression, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Zack, but that's illegal." TCH, illegal is illegal. Only now did Chishu realize that his entire class were lawless outlaws. They were only freshmen, so why did they all act so mysterious and cunning? "Yeah, don't be afraid, even if you forever. He's an A, and he's also a classmate of ours," Tang Chao said firmly, then asked Chishu, "From now on, when I see you, can I skip the formalities? I have a herniated disc, and I just recovered." Chishu, an interstellar person can have a herniated disc? Does everyone think he's an idiot? So that's what everyone was thinking when they were teasing him. Anyway, Inta once again acted as Chishu's protector to prevent anyone from the school from gathering around. Fortunately, there weren't many idle people at the Royal Mech Academy. Even if they knew about what happened online, they would only talk about it verbally. No one was the type to actually confront them. After all, the Royal Mech Academy forbids student fighting. Violators lose 5 points. Every student at the Royal Mech Academy knows how precious 5 credits are. The strongest repeat student in the school's history has been repeating a year for 20 years, and is still digging bamboo shoots on the school's mountain to feed the Panda Beastmen senior students raised by the school. Chishu was relieved that no one at school surrounded him or threw rotten eggs at him. It seemed the students were of decent quality. Inta, though walking beside Chishu, was somewhat distracted. He'd been stunned when he heard yesterday that Chishu had taken 50 more intermediate-level star cards to grind monsters on the desolate planet, and then, upon hearing that Chishu had mined 400 beast cores, he was utterly shocked. Could Chishu be putting on an act too? He'd been fooled again? Last night, he even heard that Chishu's partner was the third prince. Inta remained silent for a long time before cautiously asking, "The third prince treats you very well, right? So the leopard next to you is his too, right?" After hearing the analysis from the others in the class, Inta realized that she, the class monitor, was the dumbest one. Yeah, right. Also, your spiritual power is overflowing. You haven't awakened again, have you? Inta scrutinized Chishu from head to toe, noticing that this guy, despite seeming restrained, was actually bursting with brilliance everywhere. Why did she get this feeling? It seems so. When I went to kill star beasts, I probably trained a bit, and I awakened again. Do you think I believe that? There's nothing I can do, if you don't believe me. Chishu shrugged. The group from the card-making class were chatting and laughing when they unexpectedly ran into Alessandrum, the single soldier student, who had been beaten up by Chishu last time. Alessandrum had once been their leader. The group couldn't help but want to mock Chishu upon seeing him, but because he was surrounded by the devils of the card-making class, they feared assassination at any moment and could only swallow their anger. After Alessandrum's incident, the Dellin family also suffered a series of misfortunes. His father was ousted from power and imprisoned in the Star Prison, supposedly for a serious offense with severe punishment. They didn't know the exact crime, but they heard it was because he had angered the royal family. Considering Alessandrum's past actions, when they looked at Chishu again, they felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. They couldn't believe that Chishu, the lowest-ranking student in the entire school whom they had previously ignored, had managed to wipe out the entire Alessandrum family. This clearly demonstrates Chishu's status within the royal family. Good morning, third princess consort. The group hesitated for half a second, then bowed deeply in unison, their faces flushed, utterly humiliated and helpless. This is class. Even between nobles and royalty, there is an insurmountable chasm. Who told Chishu to be the companion of that mad prince? If it were any other prince, they wouldn't be so humble. Chishu looked at them for a moment, then said calmly and gently, "At school, we are classmates, so there's no need for formalities." The implication was that outside of school, etiquette must be observed. Chishu's words, seemingly gentle, were inexplicably intimidating. They dared not look into Chishu's eyes, which were like abysses, mysterious and dark. Plus, standing beside him was a black leopard almost as tall as a man. Their breath caught in their throats, they could only nod, remain silent, and make way. Inta admired Chishu's composure in the face of adversity. Despite his meteoric rise in status and position, he remained innocent and kind. Chishu's character was truly admirable. Once the others had gone, the classmates resumed their lively conversation. Tang Chao suddenly chimed in. "Chishu is truly amazing and hardworking. While we were sleeping on the desolate planet during our missions, Chishu devoted all his time to hunting star beasts. Although his mental strength couldn't keep up at the time, his willpower was unwavering." A barrage of praise followed. The classmates erupted in praise again, much like encouraging their own toddlers, who had just learned to walk. Chishu, something doesn't feel right. It seems like apart from Inta being a little jealous that his credits have increased, the others don't seem very nervous. Chishu walked along, looking at the path, and quietly asked the class monitor, "Can I see the other students' credit rankings?" Inta paused, then shook her head, saying with a hint of sadness, "I don't recommend you look." Actually, Inta didn't dare say that while she appeared to be the most talented in the class, she was actually second to last in credits. Because of Chishu's single-digit math score, she was second. Let me see. Chishu suddenly felt a little nervous. Could it be that everyone was just putting on an act, pretending to be doing nothing? So after all this, she was still last? It wasn't until Inta secretly logged into the teacher's account and opened the school's back-end system that Chishu discovered that almost all the students in the 20s and 30s on the first-year credit rankings were from their class. Chishu couldn't help but think to himself, these people really. They appeared to be doing nothing, but were actually lowering their guard. After reading it, Chishu felt heavy-hearted. He had lost at the starting line. How could this be? Even Tang Chao got 20 points. He was only a freshman, and he got 20 points? He had initially thought these people were trying to avoid being recruited by high-ranking nobles, but then he realized that these people were themselves high-ranking nobles. Chapter 84. This name is cursed. Chishu could no longer underestimate this group. The class monitor patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Now you know why I like being with you, right? Because I'm last? The one with the fewest points in the whole class?" Chishu felt a little desperate. So he was still last. And where did they get their credits from? Smart. Chishu smiled, and then suddenly felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The group finally arrived at the testing classroom and started lining up. Chishu was at the back. He finally started to feel a little nervous, but silently comforted himself, telling himself that no one would guess he was the card maker Chishu. It was all just a coincidence. A dozen minutes later, the whole class was waiting for him. They looked at him expectantly, like parents waiting to see how many centimeters their child had grown. Chishu. He walked up to the testing robot, and just like last time, he grasped the black circular sensor. Half a minute later. Beep. First year card making class. Chishu. Test results. Mental strength SS+, physical fitness B. Congratulations on your mental strength advancing to SS+. The robot's excited voice rang out, and the school clinic also received the notification. The school doctors went from bewilderment to shock, even a little panicked. My God, it's Chishu again. This guy's level has risen way too fast in this short period. Won't he experience a mental strength outburst? No way. Here we go again. Looks like I can't leave work early today. 3 awakenings so fast? Everyone else has at least a 3-year interval, and he's only had it for less than a month. Could he have mutated? Am I the only one who noticed his physical ability drop from B to B? The gap between his mental strength and physical ability is too big. After Chishu's mental strength level changed, he was surrounded by the entire class, like they were watching a monkey. If it weren't for Cole Ball being there, they would have wanted to hold his face and stare at him. Although he knew his mental strength would surge, being observed like this wasn't very pleasant. As Chishu was thinking about how to escape everyone's sight, a deep roar like a ferocious beast echoed throughout the classroom. Everyone gradually came to their senses, even Inta unconsciously took a step back. His mental form, the blue wolf, had appeared beside him without him noticing. Chishu's initial annoyance vanished instantly. How could he forget his adorable Cole Ball? Alhype thought that Chishu was just too easygoing, which allowed these people to take advantage of him. Baby, is it too crowded and hot here? Brother will take you out to play. We need to go to the school clinic first. Chishu was in a bad mood just now. How come he's suddenly in a good mood? Alhype was puzzled, but went along with him. Awuh. Idiot, don't let these people get too close in the future. You won't even know you're being tricked. Chishu thought Cole Ball was being affectionate, so he patted Cole Ball's head again. If they weren't in a public place, his cat urge would have kicked in. I should go home early and cuddle my cat. Everyone was still shaken and dared not ask any more questions. Originally, everyone's mental strength was quite evenly high. Chishu's mental strength suddenly jumped from the lowest to the highest, and it happened in a very short time. Everyone couldn't resist their curiosity, so they were so excited that they forgot to keep their distance, and they forgot that there was a ferocious, gigantic mental beast beside Chishu, capable of killing a person with a single swipe of its paw. Just as Chishu took Cole Ball outside, he suddenly saw a wolf. He hadn't even noticed. It was a wolf taller than a person. How majestic. Class monitor? Is this your spiritual form? Chishu had barely finished asking when Cole Ball angrily flicked its tail, giving him a "You're openly looking at another fluffy creature, I'm jealous." Look! Chishu, afraid of ending up in a cat-chasing disaster, sheepishly curled his lips and ran off to chase after his cat. The top students present were all stunned. Why does he seem so unsurprised? Shouldn't Chishu be excitedly calling his friends or family to tell them the good news? If it were me, my family would definitely throw a celebration party first. Holy crap, the time between the third awakening and the second awakening is too close. Is this for real? Some people were still in shock, muttering to themselves. Chishu is already SS+. Does that mean he can make top-tier star cards? Seriously, I never seen him make star cards. Let alone top-tier ones. That's true. Me neither. Also, where did he get those star cards when he went to the beginner's arena and the wilderness forest? He can buy 50 at once? Do you believe that? Wait, could the big-name card maker Chishu mention selling him 50 cards be Chishu himself? Inta's heart was still pounding. He felt like he was about to uncover the truth. If Chishu could use 50 cards like water, did that mean he might also be the card maker Chishu that the mech pilots on the Star Network were chasing after and cursing? The Winged Tiger's owner, Antonil, had been searching everywhere for card maker Chishu, seemingly really hating him. Not only Antonil, but many mech pilots also wanted to capture card maker Chishu. Thinking of this, Inta rubbed her face, her smile returning, and then chased after him. Chishu, wait for me. The news of Chishu's third awakening was a resounding slap in the face to those on the Starnet, who said Chishu wasn't good enough for the third prince. First, the third prince showed off his love with a photo of their breakfast together this morning. Now, Chishu's third awakening followed. Throughout the Empire, those with SS Plus rank are extremely rare, with a probability of only 1 in 10,000. While not as rare as SSS or SSS Plus, each one is an industry elite. Even the entire families of great nobles don't have many SS ranks, let alone SS Plus. Those who were making sarcastic remarks about Chishu and Alcippe on Starblog just 2 days ago, but weren't banned have all lost their composure. I discovered that the name Chishu is cursed. It's always like this. Every time I finish cursing him for being a complete waste, this is the last thing I see. I admit I've become a sour grapes. Seriously, Chishu is too overpowered. Who awakens their powers only once a month? Those who say Chishu isn't good enough for the third prince, look at your own levels, haha, so funny. The moment Chishu's level reached SS+, I knew his family background had become irrelevant. Sure enough, the AI system is still the same AI system. It's truly amazing. Just a moment ago, you were all furiously criticizing the AI system for going crazy. Rumor has it that Chishu actually went to a desolate planet to hunt star beasts a couple of days ago, and even earned 4 credits. As expected of the Royal Mech Academy, this is ridiculously strong. Students from other departments at the Imperial Mech Academy, except for the card-making department, were watching the drama unfold. No, only Chishu is ridiculously strong. Wait, does that mean Chishu not only earned 4 credits at once, but also made over 2 billion? Holy crap, it's only been 2 months since the start of the semester. What are we, the seniors who haven't graduated in 10 years, supposed to do? On a planet far from the capital, Duke Dant had finally managed to persuade Slade to try and win back Chishu at school, only to see news online about Chishu's third awakening. Duke Dant closed his eyes tightly in anger, needing to calm himself down. He was afraid that thinking about it any longer would kill him. On the other side of the screen, Slade asked uncertainly, Father, Chishu is now with the third prince. What should I do? Should I still look for him? He was filled with regret. He never imagined Chishu would become someone else's partner, never even considered it. Deep in his heart, Chishu would always belong to him. Doesn't he like you? You grew up together. What are you afraid of? Chapter 85. But Alcippe, that madman, isn't an ordinary person. If I compete with him for Chishu, I might be torn to pieces. He can even single-handedly kill a king worm capable of crushing an army. Aye. Don't worry, you're my son. He won't do anything to you. His kindness towards Chishu now is just an act. Once the royal family has squeezed all of Chishu's remaining value, he abandoned him. By then, it will be too late to bring Chishu back. Time waits for no one. So, you better re-establish contact with Chishu and slowly persuade him to come back. After they divorce in 2 years, he'll still be yours. Duke Dante has recently suffered heavy losses because of the Alcippe couple. He needs to reorganize his plans. Next month, the Federation's high schools will come for an exchange competition. He can take this opportunity to do something. He now commands a legion sufficient to unite the Federation and overthrow the Empire. However, the Federation hasn't yet witnessed his strength, so he needs to wait for the right opportunity. Although he doesn't know what the vice president he placed in the Imperial Card-Making Association is up to lately, he's confident of final victory. If his family hadn't fallen 3,000 years ago, forcing the crown to change hands, Carlos wouldn't have been able to sit in that position. Then, Father, do you think Chishu will still like me? Slade's voice brought him back to his senses. He continued gently, clean up everyone around you, then make him a promise. I believe he will choose you. Duke Dante knew that Slade was Chishu's favorite and most relied upon person since childhood, and now he was merely controlled by the royal family. He had watched Chishu grow up. No one knew his character better than him and Earl Sue. Long-term brainwashing and control, weakness and fearlessness. This is the real Chishu. Psychological trauma isn't easily healed. It's impossible for him to recover in just 2 months. No matter how well Chishu behaves outwardly, it's only because the royal family is secretly manipulating or coercing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe a child with no experience would post those things online. It's all because the royal family also uses Chishu as a pawn. Chishu probably lets the royal family manipulate him because he has no one else to rely on and has received some material and emotional support. The so-called 3 awakenings are just a tactic the royal family uses to deal with the outside world. Chishu is worse than an F-rank character, his mental strength is negligible, and tests indicate no possibility of acquired awakening. Now he's supposedly awakened? What a joke. It seems the royal family is a better actor than him. Aside from the glaciers at the North and South Poles, the capital star experiences little seasonal variation, maintaining a consistently cool and humid climate year-round. The distinction between day and night is also indistinct, bordering on chaotic. The 24-hour clock is a custom inherited from ancient Earth, and still in use today. The time on all planets within the Empire is based on the capital star's time. The capital star, this massive planet, rotates at a moderate speed, imperceptible to its inhabitants. Watching the hovercars speed away one after another above the parking lot, Chishu finally walked from the Mental Power Research Institute to the parking lot. A massive black beast walked close to him, and whether intentionally or not, Chishu was nearly knocked off balance several times by its jostling. Come on, big lump of coal. Alhype, Disliking this nickname, Alhype shrunk his spiritual form into a small lump of coal and jumped into Chishu's arms. Chishu was shocked. You can do that. He smiled and happily pinched the lump of coal's tail. But you're still heavy. Having developed a habit of pinching lump of coal, he felt a little guilty after realizing it was impolite, because he remembered the concept of spiritual empathy, and the third prince was now awake and would surely notice, right? Holding the little lump of coal, Chishu looked out the window at the scenery, feeling like he hadn't even seen it clearly before they were home. The first thing Chishu saw upon arriving home was Alhype. He was about to ask if he wasn't working overtime, but then realized it was quite late, and instead asked, "Have you eaten?" "No, I was waiting for you." Alhype had returned from the base long ago, and had even raided his father's palace's cooking and storage rooms, bringing back many ingredients that seemed to interest Chishu. Then he sent the guards away. For some reason, they were just in his way. Wasn't he enough to protect Chishu on his own? They shouldn't come over tonight. Chishu glanced at Alhype, who was waving at him. He inexplicably followed, and upon entering the kitchen, he discovered there were crayfish, but these crayfish were huge, bigger than his fist. He wondered what the meat would be like with such large shrimp. "These are all for you." "Thank you." Chishu, his eyes only on the shrimp, tossed aside the little cold ball he was carrying and began thinking about what to do. But where did these come from? After thinking for a moment, Chishu took out his gloves, ready to get started. Alhype, seeing that Chishu wasn't being polite, was surprisingly in a good mood. "My father forced these on me, and I didn't know what to do with them, so I brought them back. That Star Emperor is too kind." Chishu never refused food. Besides, in the apocalypse, with polluted water everywhere, edible crayfish were incredibly hard to find. Seeing him about to remove the shrimp veins, Alhype immediately called over Deshawn, "Go help." Deshawn doesn't know how. Useless. If you don't know, learn. Deshawn was also a lifelike robot, with a rough-made skin. Housework wasn't its forte, it was better suited for fighting. Worried about being dismantled, Deshawn obediently watched Chishu's movements, trying to imitate him. At first, it wasn't very smooth, but gradually Deshawn learned. At this hour, Chishu, who had already drunk nutrient solution at the Research Institute, wasn't hungry, but these crayfish could definitely serve as a late-night snack. Spicy crayfish, garlic crayfish, 5-spice crayfish. Chishu swallowed hard, thinking to himself that this interstellar world was far too kind to post-apocalyptic humans. Also, Alhype was a pretty nice person. Although aloof and quiet, he seemed like a genuine person, completely unpretentious. It seemed the rumors online were wrong. Thinking of this, Chishu felt he couldn't force her any longer. He needed to reassure her as soon as possible and hand her the divorce papers. After all, waking up one day to find himself suddenly married to a stranger was indeed quite hard to accept. Alhype was unaware of what Chishu was thinking with his smiling face. Seeing that Deshawn and Chishu were still too slow, he simply used his mental power to throw the remaining crayfish into the processor for cleaning, then lifted them into the air, removed the shrimp veins, and even neatly collected the trash. Chishu turned around blankly, his eyes gradually filling with surprise and admiration. he exclaimed. "Third Prince, you're amazing." Alhype didn't speak, but turned around, raising his chin as he glanced at Deshawn. Deshawn, eh? Chapter 86. Chishu was slow to grasp the concept. He hadn't realized that his powerful mental energy could be used for housework, like chopping vegetables. Judging from your expression, you seem to have figured out how to do it. What do I need you to prepare? Alhype looked at Chishu again. Chishu also wanted to try using his mental energy, but then abandoned the idea. Mental energy required repeated practice to achieve precise control. He felt his body brimming with energy, but he wasn't quite sure how to control it. The mastery of mental energy wasn't something that could be achieved overnight, so he could only honestly do it by hand. Moreover, he wasn't used to using a food processor. He had trouble controlling the heat. The densely packed instructions in standard Chinese made his eyes water. Rather than learning, he'd rather be lazy and treat it as exercise. After all, he was still just a fragile B-rank in terms of physical abilities. I take care of the rest, it's just seasoning. You can go sit in the living room. Okay. Because Chishu didn't reject him, Alhype inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to the living room, he logged into his terminal and asked Hein to quickly organize the planets and assets under his name. Next month, they could be transferred to Chishu's personal terminal all at once. Gifts between partners don't require procedures. Only a certain amount of tax needs to be paid, and everything can be transferred to Chishu's name. This was the only thing he could give Chishu, that was all. He might be away fighting for many years, and wouldn't be able to accompany him. 2 years later. Alhype spent an hour and a half in internal turmoil and agitation. Just as he was about to lose control and trigger a mental outburst, Chishu appeared. Carl was once again sticking to Chishu's trouser leg, and his surging mental sea instantly calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Chishu had prepared the lobsters and planned to send a few to the Star Emperor, the Secretary General, and the Fourth Prince. The lobsters were quite large, so he decided to give them some as a late-night snack. Alhype had no objections, but noticing a small red mark on Chishu's hand, he couldn't help but frown and asked Deshawn to bring over a bottle of rapid burn spray. Chishu had just finished preparing everything and placed the drinks on the table when a cool spray hit his hand. The slightly burning sensation vanished instantly, and the skin on the back of his hand returned to normal. He looked up and saw the third prince with a stern face saying, "Keep this spray in the kitchen." Okay, thank you. Chishu didn't quite understand and was a little confused, but his mind was ultimately swept away by the aroma of the lobsters. He urged Alhype to eat quickly and asked if he could give some away. Alhype hesitated for half a second. Although reluctant, he couldn't refuse Chishu's gentle gaze and nodded. Chishu sighed again, truly admiring the sun raised by the kind-hearted Star Emperor and Queen. Having received permission, he had Deshawn deliver the packaged late-night snack to the Star Emperor and the others. Finally, he could feast. He found 2 pairs of disposable gloves and gave 1 pair to the man opposite him. Because the crayfish were too large, Chishu chopped them all in half for better flavor absorption. The crayfish shells were crisp and refreshing. After peeling them, he discovered that the meat was no less delicious than that of Earth's, tender and juicy, with a numbing and spicy flavor permeating it. Finally tasting the crayfish, Chishu squinted his eyes in delight and took out 2 more pieces, placing them on a plate for Cole Ball. Alcippe also tasted the exquisite flavor, even better than what he had eaten when he was a leopard. He realized he found the reason for his previous hesitation. It must be because Chishu's cooking was so delicious. That's why he couldn't bear to part with it. At this moment, Chishu had no idea that his late-night snack would drive everyone in the palace mad with envy. 5th Prince Daniel was shocked that his 4th brother knew his 3rd sister-in-law. He felt a strange sense of betrayal. Eric even received such fragrant crayfish. The star chef's cooking was always bland, but everything Chishu said greatly stimulated his taste buds. Without thinking, he grabbed it. Because Eric was very possessive of his food, he only managed to grab half after a long struggle, but it was already pretty good. He suddenly felt incredibly hungry. He never imagined there could be such delicious food in the world. Actually, it wasn't that the star chef's cooking was bad, it was just that they lacked research into seasonings, resulting in simpler seasonings, also intended to be gentle on the stomach. Unlike Chishu's seasonings, which layered the flavors, leaving a lingering fragrance and making one want more. I want to eat more. Chishu was satisfied himself, because the crayfish were so big that he was full after only 2 or 3, and he didn't want Alhype and Cole Ball to finish them all. Alhype nodded, thinking to himself that Chishu was really always thinking of saving the best for him. The family ate happily, only Xing Huang had mixed feelings. These 50 pounds of crayfish that he had finally managed to get from the Aquaculture Research Institute had been stolen by his annoying third son. Wasn't it just because he stole a piece of cake from Alhype when he was little? Was it really worth holding a grudge until now? Despite his complaints, the crayfish were truly delicious. The Secretary General also received the package. While the Star Emperor went to eat shrimp, he quietly took his share, boarded a hover car, and slipped away from the palace to eat at his own home, making sure no one saw him. Knowing the third prince's consort was his honor. After a satisfying meal, Chishu went to his study to digest. He'd been a bit lazy these past few days. Earning enough for a villa had made him a little arrogant. Today, while undergoing a checkup in the Research Institute's medical pod, he idly searched for the villa's renovation costs, the manor's robot fees, and some rare plants, all added up to a considerable expense. He roughly estimated that a manor in his preferred style would cost at least 3 billion. These expenses were even more than buying the villa itself. Having grown accustomed to life in a grand manner, asking him to lower his standard of living seemed too difficult. There were also high-end ingredients sent from the palace, which weren't sold in the Starnet supermarkets and were practically non-existent in offline channels. He really became a bit picky about food. Just over 2 months ago, he was still in the apocalypse figuring out how to divide a sweet potato into 3 portions to eat for a day. He knew interstellar food wasn't scarce, but good food was extremely expensive on the capital planet, given the high cost of interplanetary transport. To maintain his quality of life, he couldn't be lazy, and he also had to buy delicious dried fish for little Cole Ball, so he couldn't slack off either. Finally, he needed to earn school credits, and tuition too. Actually, the tuition wasn't much. He could even pay it all at once after graduation. This was one of the more humane aspects of the Royal Mech Academy, but in a school almost entirely composed of nobles, how many people couldn't afford tuition? Greeting himself again, Chishu wrote down 3 top-tier star cards in one go. Chapter 87. Dickens had always played in the underground arena. He returned to the capital planet before the regional league finals, and has been competing recently. Chishu heard from Rice that Dickens was almost in the top 20. Dickens had been inviting him to dinner lately, but Chishu didn't dare show his face. Otherwise, he would definitely thank Dickens in person for saving him from dire straits. Remembering that Dickens had been complaining a few days ago about not getting any of the cards Chishu had recently released, Chishu decided to give him a discount. Buy one get one free, 2 top-tier star cards. Mental manipulation ability was considered a dark ability that everyone hated in the apocalypse. Having returned to his peak condition, he had more control over his ability when using it with star cards, finally not straying too far from its intended path, and able to roughly lock onto the right direction. Seeing the elegant handwriting on the star card, Chishu smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, it feels much more normal now. Hopefully, there won't be any unexpected side effects. No side effects mean no problems, Chishu calmly thought. If the star card's prestige improves in the future, he wouldn't mind revealing his true identity. If it's still the same old sleazy style, then he just pretend he didn't say anything. But this time, hopefully, there won't be any more people wanting to hunt him down, right? Thinking of this, Chishu felt a little happy. He lingered for 2 minutes before handing the star card to his butler robot, by Z, to have it sent to Dickens. First mental type card. Looking at you will give you a headache. Thinking about you will give you heartache effect. The mech that locks onto and attacks the user will cause a vibration in the user's mental sea, resulting in a headache. After having thoughts of attacking the star card user, the opponent's heart will feel as if it's being squeezed, causing the illusion of severe heart pain. Side effects, none displayed yet. The second card is an evasion card. Dancing is worse than fighting effect. By dancing, the mech gains omnipotent immunity to damage. Side effects, none displayed. After seeing these 2 top-tier star cards in the 3-person group chat, Rice almost collapsed. He frantically tagged Chishu and questioned, why is the star card for Dickens so cool? Why doesn't his card have any side effects? Master, do you know that even now people still call me the kidney deficiency prince? What? Chishu smiled and comforted him. My body hadn't recovered for a while. It's just that you had bad timing. Dickens was at home, hugging the 2 star cards, completely overjoyed. People often said he was foolish and rich, always getting scammed. See? Everyone he randomly met in the black market was a big shot. Just thinking about how these star cards had no side effects, and were so powerful made him so excited he wanted to sleep with them. Dickens' biggest fear lately was encountering Zack, the most famous and ruthless card maker in the underground arena. Running into him would be fatal. But now, with Chishu around, he wasn't so panicked anymore. On the other end, Rice was heartbroken and couldn't breathe. He forced himself not to think about it and changed the subject, saying, "By the way, next week is the Interstellar High School League." Chishu, "Oh. Do you need tickets?" Rice, "No tickets required. It's also streamed holographically. I heard that the college Chishu, who shares your name, attends will be participating." Chishu's words held some surprise. "Him? I know, I've been following him too." Rice, "Also, did you know he awakened to SS plus 3 times? He might be your competitor in the future. He's also a card maker." Chishu, "It's alright, I'd be happy if he becomes stronger." Rice couldn't help but sigh. Well, as expected of Master Chi, he really has a broad perspective. Chishu thought to himself that there were quite a few interstellar competitions, but then again, it's probably like the various competitions held year-round on Earth. People are enthusiastic about them as sports and entertainment. After chatting with the two brothers, Chishu rested for a while, and then started making high-level star cards again. These cards didn't require much special ability, and could be produced easily. This time, he wrote 50 high-level star cards, and listed them online for sale using an anonymous terminal number. They would be randomly selected and shipped discreetly within 3 days. After finishing these, Chishu, no longer watching the back end, stretched and took a shower. Then he finally remembered something. Oh right, he needed to tell Al-Hippie to sleep separately. Arsipe, stunned by the news, stood at the doorway. He already changed into his pajamas, and Chishu was saying they had to sleep separately. Whatever. Chishu sensed a hint of grievance in his voice, but seeing the others' indifferent face, he dismissed it. Their accommodations didn't have master and secondary bedrooms. The master bedroom was divided into 2 rooms, separated only by a wall. The layouts were similar, and Chishu, clutching his Black Panther plushie, opened the door connecting the 2 rooms. Because he wasn't used to sleeping in unfamiliar beds, and having stayed up late the night before, Chishu found a bed, lay down, and fell asleep immediately. Meanwhile, the Royal Mech Academy's card-making department faculty meeting was still ongoing, debating whether to let Chishu, someone who had only recently awakened 3 times, participate in the competition. Although Chishu's mental strength had improved, he hadn't yet created a single card. In the eyes of the card-making professors, he was just a mascot. He can only concentrate for 2 minutes in class before his mind wanders off. But his reaction speed when running away is incredibly fast. How about letting him watch this year? Let's ask the students' own wishes first. After all, if the whole class goes, it's not good if only he can't participate. Card-making majors versus card-making majors. A lot of card-making students are mistakenly killed every year. Although the Federation and the Empire signed an agreement for a temporary truce during these kinds of competitions, Federation students always seem to target Empire students. Chishu's identity is now public knowledge, and many are waiting to see the spectacle, as Chishu represents the royal family. Although Chishu's mental strength level has improved, his professional knowledge is still terrible. He's practically daydreaming in class. The teachers are troubled, but never consider whether they're not teaching enough. They all suspect the student lacks talent. Compared to the hyperactive Marquis Inta, the seemingly unresponsive Chishu is the student the professors worry about the most. Chishu, who was unyielding to reason, was fast asleep. Al-Hype, left alone in the room, lay on the bed staring at the dark ceiling. After a moment of restlessness, he turned over. Chishu should be sleeping in his arms right now, so why was he choosing to sleep in a separate room? What had he done wrong? Al-Hype pondered this, gradually closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. While he slept, Carl suddenly emerged from his mental world, passed through the wall, and came to Chishu's bedside. After observing Chishu for a long time, Carl couldn't resist licking Chishu's cheek. Suddenly, a snow-white shadow with a hint of black pounced, landing on its head. Carl felt a sharp pain as sharp claws scratched its head, and involuntarily took a step back. Its gaze drifted upwards, unable to make out the creature's appearance. Carl shook its head, and the creature on its head spread its wings, flapping high, circling the ceiling before landing on the clothes rack. The little snowy owl, perched on a T-shaped coat rack, tilted its round head, like a soft, white marshmallow. Its large, golden eyes were fixed on the black ball on the floor, as if mocking Carl's clumsiness. Coo. Idiot. Awuh. You're cute. Cuckoo. Idiot, idiot. Awuh, awuh. You're cute, I want to eat you. Carl, already shrunk to a tiny size, lowered his body, his fluffy tail swishing from side to side, as if ready to attack at any moment. Chapter 88. The next morning, it was still pitch black outside the window, the flower beds in the manor blending into the darkness. Chishu thought waking up so early would make him want to stay in bed. After all, he hadn't slept for the past 2 days, and had even stayed up all night. But after only 5 or 6 hours of sleep, he felt refreshed again, the fatigue completely gone, and his body felt much lighter. He wondered if he had slept with Alhype last night. Although a little confused, Chishu didn't dwell on it. After washing up, Chishu put on a white and black plaid hoodie, black trousers, and black ankle boots. His shoulder-length hair was casually tied into a small bun, giving him a lazy yet youthful look. He walked around the house, but couldn't find Cold Ball. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Alhype if he had put Cold Ball back into his spiritual sea, but Alhype said Cold Ball was sleeping. It needs to sleep too? Chishu was a little disappointed. He had wanted to pet leopard again in the morning. When the Cold Ball grew taller than him, the light revealed the leopard's distinctive stripes beneath its silky black fur. He only remembered yesterday that the Black Panther was a black variant of the leopard. It was truly beautiful. Theoretically, that's how it is. Alhype seemed quite unfamiliar with his own spiritual body. Also feeling refreshed, Alhype didn't understand why Carl had been obediently resting in his spiritual sea this morning, but he didn't bother to ask. At home, Alhype's gaze was fixed on Chishu, without him even noticing. He followed Chishu to the cooking room, wanting to help, but Chishu didn't need him, his eyes seemingly annoyed that he was in the way. So he could only stand resentfully at the doorway. When Cod and the others arrived early in the morning, seeing the third prince's clingy behavior again, they were all somewhat bewildered. Was this really the same third prince? Could someone be impersonating him? But they said nothing. Only those who had been beaten by Alhype knew how much they needed to minimize their presence at this moment. They quietly waited for Chishu to finish his work, so he could escort him back to school. On the way to school, Chishu suddenly received a message from Planet Pulin. The lawyer said that Earl Su had been dismembered last night using a mental weapon. Not a single piece remained intact, his head was split open, and he was completely beyond saving, utterly dead. Regarding the laboratory case, the 16th Legion and the royal family were still interrogating him. They hadn't pried anything out of Earl Su yet, and he died in the temporary detention center, along with the Countess, who died of suffocation. Chishu, The fact that Earl Su has managed to keep quiet about the mastermind suggests that Dant has likely planted something on him. Mentioning Duke Dant would trigger a self-destruction. The dismemberment was probably to find the device hidden inside Earl Su's body, right? According to the lawyer, outsiders can't get in, so it must have been done by a local expert planted by Duke Dant. Earl Su being silenced was within Chishu's expectations. After all, how could a meticulous villain allow himself to be compromised? But the fact that his men could kill right under the noses of the 16th Legion suggests that person is no ordinary individual. He needs to be careful. The class group chat has been lively since yesterday, but Chishu hasn't had time to bother with them. Back in class, the group was no longer worried about accidentally hurting him. They finally treated him like one of their own, instead of a vulnerable baby. Frankly, it would have been better to be a baby. When Zhao Yuan and Tang Chao saw Chishu appear, they shoved into a side with an elbow, forcibly standing on either side of Chishu, even shamelessly saying, "From our names, you can tell we're descendants of the ancient Earth's Huaxia people. It's normal for descendants to unite." Inta almost lost his balance. He adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, pointed at the two shameless guys, and roared angrily, "What kind of descendants are you? Look at your hair, eye color, and features, only your names are similar." Zhao Yuan and Tang Chao both had reddish-brown hair, light blue eyes, and burly builds. Even their black robes couldn't hide their imposing aura. Their features were also unlike any other. They looked more like Europeans from ancient Earth. "We all have the blood of the ancient Chinese people flowing in our veins." Inta quickly calmed down, straightened her back, and coldly said, "Shameless." Chishu sighed. These people were as energetic as ever. How could they not be sleepy after getting up so early? He felt like he'd fall asleep soon without Cold Ball beside him. Chishu yawned, ignoring the noise around him. He only smiled and replied perfunctorily, "Oh, I see. That's impressive. I see, my God, no way." He didn't even hear a word, completely lost in thought, until get out of class ended, when he finally snapped out of it. After class, he pulled Inta along to leave with him. Only after shaking off the chattering classmates behind them did he secretly ask, where did they get their credits? Well, actually, there are 2 ways they can get credits. First, they can apply for temporary jobs with the Legion during their holidays. You can do that. Yes, as long as you kill more than 100,000 bugs, you can get 10 points. Inta felt he couldn't do it. The sight of bugs made him nauseous, and their blood was green. which he felt smelled even worse than red blood. This works? Chishu was surprised. He never even seen insects before. Wait, 100,000? That's outrageous. 100,000? We might as well go hunt star beasts. Hunting star beasts. Getting 2 points in 2 days is the absolute best. You're the luckiest. Anyway, they went for a month, but they still only got 1 or 2 points. Secondly, the rest of the time they were in competitions. Getting in the top 3 in a competition adds credits, but first place only adds a maximum of 3 points. Second and third place deduct 1 point each. Chishu, damn, what did he miss? Is it too late to retake the exam? Sigh, those guys in my class are all crazy geniuses, I can't beat them at all. Inta thought yesterday that Chishu might be the same Chishu, but then she remembered that the Mental Power Research Institute couldn't fake it. Chishu had really only recently begun his third awakening, so he couldn't possibly be the card maker Chishu that everyone hated. If Chishu was also a top student, Inta felt he would collapse. He had finally managed to shake off the title of last in the class. Class monitor, you can do it, I believe in you. Chishu suppressed the excitement in his eyes, and gently encouraged the class monitor, you must have your strengths to be the class monitor. Don't compare yourself to others all the time, just be yourself. Inta turned to look at him, be yourself? Yeah. I hadn't thought about that. If I were to be myself, I'd probably be in star prison soon, right? Chishu's gentle face almost faltered. Then forget I said anything. He suddenly remembered Inta at the banquet, his mind filled with thoughts of killing everyone opposite him. Just as the two were chatting and heading to the parking lot, a shadow suddenly rushed out. Inta pulled Chishu back a step, blocking his way, instantly activating a protective shield. A gray-blue wolf followed, pouncing fiercely on the figure Inta perceived as hostile. Just as the blue wolf was about to open its bloodthirsty jaws to tear at him, Slade quickly retreated, shouting, Chishu. It's me. Tell your friend's dog to get out of the way. Dog? My Ian is a wolf. Ian, he said, you're a dog. Bite him. Inta finally recognized who it was. It was that scumbag who bullied Chishu. This guy practically delivered himself to the door asking for a beating. Slade had finally skipped class, only to find Chishu had already finished. He practically flew over, but now, seeing Chishu's cold gaze, that suffocating feeling returned. Why doesn't Chishu see him anymore? Why has Chishu become like this? His father clearly said he had only temporarily gone astray, and that it was possible to try and bring Chishu back. Chapter 89. Slade was dodging rather awkwardly. He finally couldn't resist releasing his lynx. Although fighting between students wasn't allowed at school, there was no rule against fighting between mental entities. The nearly 2-meter-tall lynx, its face contorted in a ferocious grin, began to retaliate against the blue wolf. A fierce battle ensued. The lynx roared, its entire body tense, each pounce brimming with power. The blue wolf was not to be outdone. It suddenly unleashed its full strength, leaping into the air, but missed its target. However, its reaction was quick, and when it attacked again, the lynx was knocked to the ground. Chishu remembered that lynxes could seemingly defeat wolves. He frowned slightly, considering whether to secretly deal with Slade, but with only him and Inta present, it was easy to get caught in the crossfire. Just as he was somewhat distracted, a white shadow suddenly flew out from their mental barrier. Inta's eyes widened, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's a snowy owl, the apex predator of the sky." During the day, the vision of most owls is limited, but the snowy owl is an exception. The enormous white raptor circled twice in the sky, its wingspan casting a shadow that could cover all people and beasts on the ground. After the blue wolf retreated slightly, it swooped down, its explosive power during the hunt incredibly strong. On Earth, a snowy owl can instantly accelerate to 120 kilometers per hour to pursue its prey. In interstellar space, its speed is tripled. To everyone's astonishment, the snowy owl's talons instantly snatched the lynx from the ground and lifted it into the air, its sharp, highly penetrating claws tearing through the lynx's skin. The lynx, its neck pierced, instantly lost consciousness, its struggling limbs immediately ceasing to move. The spiritual entity was severely damaged. Its owner's mental sea would be torn apart. Before Slade could even react, he knelt down, his head throbbing with pain. In that instant, he recklessly withdrew his spiritual entity. Chishu hadn't yet understood what was happening. Where did this bird come from? He turned and saw Inta's stunned expression, suddenly unsure what to ask. Slade on the ground was writhing in agony. Before he could say anything to Chishu, he completely lost consciousness. Chishu, Finally, it was the school's monitoring sphere that detected the injured student, and notified the school's medical robot to take Slade away for treatment. Regaining his senses, Inta was utterly shocked. His voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is the first time I ever seen such a powerful raptor-like spirit. Chishu, your spirit is absolutely incredible." Chishu, having awakened 3 times, also possessed a spirit, but this spirit was so powerful that Inta had almost forgotten to breathe, afraid of missing any exciting moments. At this moment, the adorable snowy owl pretended not to understand. After the lynx disappeared from its claws, it flew to the roof of Chishu's hover car and stood there, tilting its head as if to say to Chishu, "Are you going home?" Chishu didn't know whether to be shocked or to laugh at himself for knowing his spirit through someone else. It was even a white owl. Well, it was kind of cute. "It's alright, just average," Chishu said modestly, his voice trembling. Inta, seeing Chishu's barely concealed expression, suddenly chuckled. "You don't know how to retract your spirit, do you?" Chishu, Finally, Inta taught him how to retract his spiritual form. This interstellar owl was simply too large. Chishu thought that if the creature stood on his shoulder, it would definitely cause severe asymmetry in his shoulders. After all, his physical abilities were only at B level. Inta noticed his hesitation. "Actually, I don't have a way to make spiritual forms grow or shrink. Most of them are quite capricious. You can only retract it." Chishu took a breath and smiled at Inta. "Thank you, class monitor. That's enough for me." He clumsily manipulated his spiritual power, retracting the snow owl into his spiritual sea. Thinking of the snow owl, he closed his eyes, and could actually feel it soaring in his spiritual sea, then settling on a tree that had grown out of nowhere. Cord and Jess, who had witnessed everything from afar, were still in shock even after escorting Chishu home. They were even more astonished than Inta. They never seen such an adorable yet incredibly powerful raptor-like spirit. That enormous lynx was no pushover. It had just been locked in a fierce battle with the blue wolf, only to be snatched into the air by the snowy owl, utterly defenseless. No wonder the owl family is known as the kings of the skies. This snowy owl, despite its undeniably cute appearance, showed no hesitation whatsoever when hunting other spirits. What happened to the saying that spirits follow their masters? "If I release my snake, it'd surely be eaten alive, won't it?" Cod couldn't believe that the seemingly demure third prince's consort's spirit was actually a raptor. Chishu knew owls were powerful, but lacking comparisons. He didn't know if his own owl was particularly strong. Back home, he finally remembered what he'd done the night before. All 50-star cards were sold out, and the online store account held over 400 million after tax, which couldn't be withdrawn. He had originally considered having Al-Hybe's account receive some of the money, but that would require explaining the source of the funds. Oh well, he'd leave it for a week or so until his account was unfrozen, then he could buy a fertile estate to retire in. After divorcing the third prince, he definitely wouldn't be able to eat the palace's specially supplied food anymore. He needed to figure out his own food supply first. Chishu, determined to retire and graduate, resumed mass production of star cards in his room, completely ignoring the ravenous online community. They had started several threads discussing whether Chishu was a person or a team. "I missed out, my heart aches." Some people are shouting for Chishu's life, while simultaneously snapping up cards faster than anyone else. I think those accounts that bought the star cards are all Chishu's haters. I really believed his lies. High-level cards, only 10 million each? Is Chishu doing charity? What I admire most is that I heard Chishu recently donated a batch of star cards to the Imperial Palace, and yesterday, he put another batch up for sale. These cards must be a 3-month supply for a team of 20 people, right? I really suspect Chishu isn't just one person, but a whole team. Chishu, you really broken my heart. How could you put them up for sale without warning? Before this, I never imagined you sell star cards online. Ah, I missed it. Quickly follow his temporary online store. Maybe soon. Impossible. If that's true, it feels like Chishu alone could replace the entire Imperial Card Making Association. This time, is he really out of options? Chapter 90. Meanwhile, some netizens finally noticed that the trending topics card maker Chishu and third prince's consort Chishu kept appearing one after the other. Seeing some people speculating that the two might be the same person, this netizen also shared their own guess. The person who started the thread thought their argument was well-reasoned and would surely convince some people, but the comments below were all immediate rebuttals. Don't dream about it. I heard from a friend at the Royal Mecha Academy that Chishu is currently the worst student in the card-making class, and has never actually made a card. All his cards are bought. I agree with the comment above. Chishu has only just undergone his third awakening. He can't possibly be card maker Chishu. He's been selling top-tier star cards for a while now, while the third prince's consort has only just risen to prominence. Furthermore, whether Chishu can even make star cards is questionable. I heard his talent only has 10 points, which is clearly not the case. At least the detection robot wouldn't lie. Haha, I laughed myself to death when I saw this post. The third prince's consort, with her gentle and mild demeanor, doesn't seem like the type to make such lewd cards. If that lewd card maker is the third prince's consort, I livestream myself eating poop. I just don't believe it. Of course, these kinds of posts usually don't get much attention. Before Chishu even noticed them, they were overshadowed by more popular posts and disappeared without a trace. After making another batch of high-grade star cards, Chishu listed them on his online store, leaving the shipping chores to his butler robot, by Z. This time, he wrote out 100 cards, completely disregarding the chaotic state of the Imperial Card Makers Association. A few days ago, several major incidents occurred within the Card Makers Association. Vice President Ban Luo was taken away by the Central Star Bureau's investigation department. The reason was that Ban Luo confessed to scheming against several members of the Card Making Association. He seemed to have contracted a condition called speaking the truth, and whenever he encountered someone he had wronged, he would arrogantly and menacingly reveal his misdeeds. Upon learning the truth, the association members recorded videos and reported it to the police. On the third day of his speaking the truth, Ban Luo finally succumbed to the pressure and was arrested and imprisoned in the Star Prison. Because Ban Luo was involved in multiple major cases and framed several association members' families, he was subsequently placed under the direct control of the Central Star Administration. The Central Star Administration was a third-party controlled unit, not subject to the control of the royal family, dukes, or legion commanders, except for marshals. After Ban Luo was imprisoned, Dant immediately abandoned this pawn. Now, regardless of what others do, if Ban Luo mentions him or even considers implicating Dant, Ban Luo's body will self-destruct. A week after the incident, Ban Luo finally broke free from the control of his speaking the truth, but it was too late. He was finished. If it weren't for the fact that revealing Duke Dant's name would result in immediate death, his will to live wouldn't have been so strong. He desperately tried to take the blame upon himself, hoping to at least avoid a quick death. Before he understood anything, he inexplicably found himself in the Central Star Bureau's prison, filled with red rays, in a single cell. Aside from seeing the interrogator, the surroundings were eerily quiet. The rectangular white room was restrictive in every way, even his bathroom breaks were strictly controlled. He couldn't do anything. He wasn't even allowed to request a lawyer's help until the truth was uncovered. In other words, he was finished. Once he was in here, there was no way out. A dense, overwhelming sense of fear washed over him, turning his face pale and making it difficult to sit upright. The evil deeds he had committed flashed through his mind like fragments of a movie, filling him with regret and despair. He envied those more talented than himself, wishing them all dead. For the past 200 years, he had worked diligently, striving to climb the ranks, yet he still couldn't surpass the newly arrived genius card maker, Beska. So, he harbored evil intentions, using the help Duke Dante had given him to kill Beska and seize his rightful place. Everything was fine before, so why did it turn out like this? Even crueler punishments awaited him now, and the thought of the thorny path ahead filled him with uncontrollable trembling. That unknown energy controlled him, and he didn't know where it came from. He couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. Could it be Mingrue? Before being controlled by that energy, he had only ever seen Mingrue. Could it be Mingrue? Did Mingrue use some special star card? But that's impossible. No star card's effect lasts longer than 7 days. Just thinking about this already greatly depleted his mental energy. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the door of the single room, thinking resentfully, why did that unknown energy want to harm him? Could it be that Beska has returned as a vengeful spirit? Impossible. Such things don't exist in interstellar space. These are just dark stories written by the ancient Huaxia people. But a person with a guilty conscience, no matter how much they deceive themselves, will eventually face retribution. On the second day of his imprisonment, Ban Luo, whose mental state was gradually collapsing, began to use self-harm to stay conscious. After lunch, Chishu learned from Mingrue that the vice president of the Card Making Association had suffered a mental breakdown. Mingrue also told him that his family was alright because Ban Luo had confessed everything during interrogation. Ban Luo had also implicated a group of related individuals, all nobles, who had helped him for personal gain. Mingrue, thank you for helping me that day. If I had lost control and killed Ban Luo, the truth would have been buried. Thank you so much. Chishu replied to Mingrue after reading this, I see. I'm glad you're all alright. Ming Rui, I will always remember this kindness. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need any help in the future. Chishu thought for a moment, feeling that some things shouldn't be rushed, as it could backfire. Okay, I trouble you if I have the chance. Before Chishu could even hang up, Dickens's account avatar popped up, requesting a video call. Chishu, in his study, put on his electronic mask and answered. Dickens started wailing the moment the call connected, his voice utterly broken. My next match is against the mech fallen angel, and that player's card maker is that ruthless Zack. He thought he was safe with Chishu by his side, but now that he was actually facing him, he couldn't help but feel afraid. Who in the underground arena didn't know Zack's cruelty? Zack? Chishu felt the name sounded familiar. Chapter 91. It's not that I lack confidence in your cards, but the opponent is also a card maker who doesn't play by the rules. He's not someone who wins every battle, but whenever someone underestimates him, that guy's star cards win, and Zack is different from the great Beska. Beska's cards, at least, don't cause soul-shaking tremors, nor do they cause panic or fear. Dickens' tone was wistful, and the black snake around his neck coiled up in his hair. Chishu vaguely sensed that the snow owl wanted to escape. His gentle expression masked his true feelings as he gritted his teeth, preventing the white ball from flying out. Otherwise, its identity would be exposed sooner or later. At least Dickens and Rice didn't know who he was yet. Their correspondence was always covered by anonymous codes. Chishu didn't say anything, blinked, and smiled, gesturing for him to continue. Dickens didn't notice anything amiss with Chishu tonight. He walked from the front door to the living room sofa, slumped down, and said dejectedly, Zack gives off a terrifying sense of danger. His star cards are extremely brutal. They might tear the pilots apart without a second thought. Anyway, all the pilots who provoked the fallen angels and tripped them up ended up seriously injured, and several almost didn't make it. If it weren't for the advanced medical technology in interstellar space, they would probably all be dead. Everyone in the underground arena has to sign a life or death agreement. Once they're in the ring, their lives are in the hands of fate. Is it that dangerous? Hearing this, Chishu felt a little uncertain. He wasn't confident enough to think he could always win. Yeah, it's really dangerous, and this Zack has appeared in the underground arena every season this year. It's really strange. His online haters are all asking, can't he just move somewhere else? Dickens, who also enjoyed going to underground arenas, said indignantly. Although Dickens' words made Chishu slightly nervous, who knew what would happen in the competition. However, after listening to Dickens, he roughly guessed that this Zack might not actually be a violent person. His previous actions might simply be out of a desire for revenge. Is revenge wrong? Chishu didn't think so. As long as Dickens didn't play any tricks, he probably wouldn't suffer any bad consequences. Safety first. If things get tough, run. Chishu patiently advised him. Run? People will laugh at me. Life is more important. Chishu still felt that life came first. Once you're dead, everything is gone. Face doesn't matter at that moment. Okay, I listen to you. If things really get bad, I just play it safe. With this thought, Dickens completely relaxed. He wasn't aiming for first place anyway, he just wanted to have some fun. It's all that Zack's fault for being so scary. Even if he can't beat them, can't he just run away? Besides, he hasn't offended that Zack. It's just, whether his star cards will offend Zack is another matter. Dickens swallowed hard, finally deciding to just go for it. Anyway, his two top-tier star cards had no side effects, so he should be fine, right? After hanging up Dickens's call, the little white ball of fur finally couldn't resist flying out and standing on the desk. It walked with an angry gait, like an old man with his hands behind his back, as if protesting why it hadn't been released to eat that black snake. Chishu helplessly explained to it, that's someone else's spiritual body. Can't we just be polite, civilized eagles? Looking at the snowy owl's fluffy, white sock-like legs, Chishu covered his mouth, suppressing a laugh for a moment, but finally couldn't hold it in. Ha ha ha, you're so adorably silly. Goo. No taste. He reached out and stroked the snowy owl's round head, running his fingers down its back. The feathers felt delicate and soft, like a blanket woven from frost and snow. The fur on its back even had a fine, serrated texture. It felt so comfortable to touch. Before he could finish stroking it, the snowy owl suddenly spread its wings, quickly thump thump thump, to the table, and then flew out the window. Chishu didn't stop it, let it be. He stood up, stretched, yawned, and rubbed his tired eyes. Remembering that the snowy owl liked meat, he also recalled the 2 rabbit legs he brought back from the desolate planet, still in the freezer in the cooking room. It was time to make some spicy rabbit. He went downstairs and retrieved half a rabbit leg. Using the defrosting unit in the cooking room, Chishu chopped the skinned 100-pound rabbit leg meat into small pieces, then soaked it in a mixture of peppercorns, cooking wine, and other seasonings for 2 hours to remove any unpleasant odor. During this time, he could also browse videos on his terminal. Ever since he didn't recognize the popular star Monet at the banquet, Chishu had decided to properly integrate into interstellar society, and couldn't continue using 2G internet speeds. The laziest way was to watch his favorite videos, which made him happy and helped him remember a little bit of information. The videos were divided into sections such as mecha specials, entertainment specials, food specials, and comedy art specials. Initially, he found these ordinary videos a bit boring, but for some reason, he became increasingly addicted. His favorite was animal documentaries. After watching videos for 2 hours, in the kitchen, which was easily over 100 square meters, and filled with various equipment and cooking tools, Chishu had Deshawn pull out the largest cooking machine and adjust the settings according to his needs. With all the ingredients and seasonings prepared, Chishu finally rolled up his sleeves, put on an apron, and got to work. To his surprise, the cooking machine didn't malfunction. He then used a fork to pick up a piece of rabbit meat cooked to a golden brown, crispy exterior, took a bite, and found it tender and juicy inside, the spicy flavor exploding on his tongue. So satisfying. While Chishu was making a big splash in the cooking room, Cod and Jess, who were on duty outside the villa, smelled the alluring aroma wafting through the air, their minds seemingly blank, desperately wanting to turn around and ask the third prince's wife for something to eat. Just as they were about to lose their temper, Chishu had Deshawn pack the rabbit meat, rice, and vegetables into lunchboxes, giving one to each of Cod and Jess. Cod and Jess were almost moved to tears, mostly because they were practically drooling with envy. Suppressing their excitement, they accepted the lunchboxes, suddenly realizing that the queen's best decision was sending them to protect Chishu. Dinner time arrived slowly, and Alhype told Chishu he'd be working late that night. No matter how tough things are, the children shouldn't suffer. Chishu didn't forget to pack some meat for his little coal ball, so he also packed extra for the third prince and the others. It would be a waste if they didn't eat it. Finally, there was the group from the palace. Oh well, let's all eat together. Deshawn was helping with the packing anyway, so Chishu didn't care, he was going to get to work. The Star Emperor had recently become a picky eater, always feeling that the Star Chef's cooking was lacking. Now, as dinner time approached, he wasn't as eager to eat as before, instead becoming slow and sluggish. He couldn't understand what Chishu had done to the food to make it so delicious. The Secretary General had just received dinner from Chishu, and saw that there was a portion for him as well. So he secretly added an extra portion for Chishu in his mind. He put his portion into his spatial storage without hesitation, planning to eat it all when he got home that night. He absolutely couldn't let the Star Emperor have a chance to eat his portion. Chapter 92. The other two princes couldn't wait to eat as soon as they received it, enjoying the spicy and numbing flavor while gulping down water. These were even more stimulating to their taste buds than the fried meatballs from last time. But they were also incredibly delicious. They began to envy their third brother. The more they had looked down on Chishu's rank before, the more they now felt their third brother was unworthy of their sister-in-law's excellent cooking skills. Did their third brother, a robot who only knew how to fight and kill, even have taste buds? Clearly not. The AI must have made a mistake. Chishu's actions were a boon to the royal family's gluttonous members. Anyway, he couldn't finish it all, and he couldn't eat spicy rabbit meat every meal. Even the most delicious food gets tiresome if eaten too often. Meanwhile, at the Capital Star 3 Air-Sea Mech Combat Base, inside a massive building resembling half a white seashell covering the ground, Arsipe, receiving his fragrant dinner in his office, felt a bittersweet feeling in his heart, indescribable. His hand trembled slightly as he touched the lunchbox. Chishu was still too good to him. Just thinking about how Chishu would get choked by the chili peppers while cooking for him made him worry. These were all very strong flavored foods. Chishu must have been sneezing constantly while cooking them. Hain and Lim looked at the 10 large lunchboxes on the table, unconsciously swallowing hard, their eyes urging the silent Alhype to hurry up. Alhype gave them a cold look. Although reluctant, he still saw the message Chishu had sent on the terminal. Keep 2, take the rest and distribute them. Hearing this, Hain's eyes lit up, his heart filled with excitement. Finally, he'd get 1 too. Previously, he hadn't believed everyone's praise of Chishu's cooking skills. The student ranked last in culinary arts could actually make such delicious food. Now, even though he could only smell it, he was completely convinced. That damn Imperial Vocational Technical College was truly blind, missing out on a genius star chef. No wonder they didn't recruit many people this year. Chishu hadn't known these interstellar people would be so greedy. He assumed they were used to drinking nutrient solutions, and besides, the Star Network's food section had a wide variety of dishes. The original owner had also studied cooking in school, so he figured they could easily find delicious food if they wanted. It was just a matter of taste. Chishu also liked stronger flavors, something to stimulate his taste buds. The snow owl, which had been flying away for a long time, immediately returned after smelling the aroma of food emanating from its home. The remaining 50 pounds of rabbit meat were devoured without hesitation. Just as Chishu was about to add another bowl of meat, he discovered that the pot in the cooking room was completely empty. His face contorted in pain. He had thought he could have a second meal. He turned and saw the culprit, the white dumpling, washing its paws in the sink. Chishu was furious, his head throbbing. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and laughed. "Cotton, you're such a cute and greedy little thing. Can I stew you too?" Cotton? Stewed? What kind of name did Chishu give it? Not cool at all, typical of its academically challenged owner. Having eaten and drunk its fill, Cotton flew through the wall again and went out to play. Forget about stewing, a spiritual being can't be eaten by its master. Cotton flapped its wings and soared into the sky, beginning its life as the undisputed ruler of the surrounding airspace. The owl family vehemently disliked the peregrine falcon, and the snowy owl was no exception. It flew over the nearby forest, scaring the unmutated peregrine falcon so much they dared not venture out, and even the crocodiles basking in the river were too frightened to surface. The most terrified were the snakes clinging to the trees. Before they could even run away, they were devoured like snacks. Chishu, who had just been trying to empathize with his own cotton ball at home, witnessed this scene. Chishu, having vomited up his dinner, washed his face at the bathroom sink. To avoid getting angry, he could only pretend nothing had happened. "Oh well, it's my spiritual body, it'd be alright, right? His cotton ball shouldn't be wanted like him, right?" Chishu took a deep breath, trying to retrieve the white ball, but found it wouldn't. What could Chishu do? Deshawn was also finishing up the cooking room, and Chishu took a shower while he was at it. Completely forgetting about his credits and online shop, he was so engrossed in his happiness that he started preparing a divorce agreement. Many templates online suited him, so he chose one that didn't require his partner to pay a single penny. When Alhype comes back, he'd definitely be happy, right? He had heard that Alhype was someone who would rather be mentally unstable than have a partner. He knew that Alhype yearned for freedom, and enjoyed sweating it out on the battlefield against the insected race. But just as he applied to download the materials, the computer system suddenly froze him. A system message popped up. "Mr. Chishu and Mr. Alhype have a 100% compatibility rate. The system does not recommend a divorce." Chishu clicked the X on the light blue rectangular terminal screen, and then continued downloading the protocol. But the system, ever present, popped up again. "Please make a rational decision. High compatibility can enhance the mental strength of both parties." However, Chishu was a widowed prince, and a stubborn one at that. If he couldn't get a divorce, then he'd deviate. He downloaded it again, finally placing the file in the background folder of his terminal. He'd wait for Alhype to return, so he could have a proper talk with him. Actually, from the moment Alhype woke up, he knew he would one day be separated from Cole Ball. It was impossible not to feel regret. Cole Ball had taken such good care of him, protected him, and even given him gifts. But knowing all this, he couldn't continue to drag things out with Alhype. The other party hadn't brought it up, probably because the royal family was well-mannered. Alhype had never directly addressed the future of their relationship, so he'd be the one to initiate it. But Chishu, already prepared, waited until 1 a.m., but Alhype still hadn't returned. Worried about disturbing the third prince, who might be busy with state affairs, Chishu requested a call to Alhype's adjutant, Hein. He learned upon inquiring that the Zerg had begun their rampage on the northern border of the Randall starfield, aggressively pressing in. Alhype hadn't had time to react, and had already led a team in a starship to the front lines. Chishu, those damn Zerg. All that effort, he painstakingly rehearsed nearly 20 times to explain things to Alhype was for nothing. He'd probably forget it by tomorrow. Oh well, border defense was more important, and bringing it up now would only take up his time. Alhype hadn't even had time to send him a message before leaving. He must be very busy. Then, Lieutenant Hein, how long will you be gone this time? Chapter 93. Uncertain. At the normal speed at which the third prince leads his team to eliminate the border insectids, it will take at least 3 days, maybe 5, And the round trip will take a week, so it'd take about half a month in total. Chishu, half a month? He'd long forgotten his amateurish essay and his pretentious literary draft. If his mental strength hadn't improved, he probably would have taken half a month to memorize that 200-word essay. He wasn't bragging, but his concentration was terrible when he studied. Knowledge just randomly entered his brain and then randomly disappeared. Hayne didn't understand why the third prince's wife looked like the sky was falling. Was she really that reluctant to let the third prince go to the battlefield? Well, the young couple were all lovey-dovey yesterday, and now they're being forced to separate. They must be very reluctant. Would you like to speak with the third prince? Although he's training now, he should be back soon. No, don't disturb him. I know he just woke up and is eager to recover. Let's not disturb his training. Also, please tell the third prince to be careful. If something happens to the third prince, Cole Ball will be in trouble too. He wondered if the Star Emperor had delivered the star card he gave to Alhype last time. This was the first time Hein had heard someone tell the third prince to be careful. Although it felt strange, he smiled and told Chishu that he would pass on the message as soon as possible. When Alhype came out of the starship's training room, Hein immediately relayed Chishu's words, and then offered his personal opinion. It seems the princess consort really cares about you. Needless to say, Alhype returned to his room. He wanted to call Chishu, but considering it was already past midnight, and Chishu had class the next day, he let Carl out and took several photos of Carl from different angles before sending them to Chishu. This was the first time he'd been separated from Chishu for so long since they were bound together. He worried that Chishu might be tempted by other furry creatures, so he decided to send Chishu photos of Carl every day from now on. The next morning, Chishu saw the photo of Cole Ball that Alhype had sent him the night before. Cole Ball was elegantly shaped, with beautiful golden eyes. It sat on the smooth, gray floor of the starship, its large, furry front paws pressed together, making Chishu's hands itch. He couldn't resist. Cole Ball was really making him crave cats. He quickly shut down his terminal, forcing himself to calmly quit, which would also help him adjust to being apart from Cole Ball. After washing up and having breakfast, Chishu quickly returned to school. Upon seeing Zack in the classroom, Chishu remembered Inta's words, and combined them with Dickens's words. Okay, case solved. Zack from the underground arena is the boy in front of him with a head full of white braids, a permanent scar on his chin, chocolate-colored skin, and an air of untamed arrogance. He's dressed casually, clearly having come to class, too lazy to even wash his hair. Zack keenly sensed someone watching him, and turning around he saw, oh, it's his classmate Chishu. What's up? Got a crush on me? Chishu, I'm sorry, but he's a sucker for good looks and a bit of a germaphobe. A slovenly guy like that is never on his radar. Moreover, with the exquisitely handsome prince at home as a comparison, Chishu's standards are even higher. No. Chishu gently shook his head. Zack, seeing Chishu, suddenly brought up the most popular person online recently. Little Chi, do you think that card maker on the StarNet could be you? I saw a post, and I have a feeling. Chishu smiled regretfully. If it were me, that would be great. I just saw a message from the department head saying I should seriously consider participating in the competition, since my mental strength isn't very good, and my physical ability is only B. Zack, Something felt off? Perhaps Zack's words gave Chishu a hint. He seemed to suddenly remember something, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Zack, I've been watching the Underground Arena live stream lately, and I discovered that the name of the guy inside, Zack, is exactly the same as Zack's. Zack, sitting in the second-to-last row on the left, suddenly stopped spinning the small metal toy he was holding. He tilted his head back to look at Chishu behind him, his lazy tone carrying a hint of excitement. Really? That's too much of a coincidence. So many people in the world are destined to meet? Chishu's expression remained unchanged, but Inta's face changed slightly before returning to normal. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Could it be Zack himself? Hearing Inta's meaningful words, Zack frowned slightly, sat up straight, and turned to retort, Are you kidding me? I haven't used a card in 10 months. Inta silently scoffed to himself. A bunch of pretentious show-offs. At least Chishu was different. Chishu was so sincere, he asked him anything right away, unlike these people who kept things to themselves. Seeing the cold glint in their eyes, Chishu quickly changed the subject. I heard there's a match this afternoon. I'm so nervous. I'm betting on Zack to win. Inta was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be interested in this. Hearing Chishu's words, the coldness in Zack's brow vanished instantly. He thought to himself that this young Chi had good taste. After attending a 2-minute class in the morning, on his way home, Chishu started searching for old posts about the Royal Mech Academy to see if the credits he hadn't been able to re-enroll were still valid. He really didn't want to lose those 3 points from the regional league, but his alternate account was also a problem. So he started browsing the school forum and finally found a post from 5 years ago. Someone below said that it was possible to re-enroll within 6 months, just by bringing their identification. So, if he gets admitted through the supplementary enrollment, he have 11 points. Worried that this information might be inaccurate, he asked the school's official website's automated customer service, and the answer was the same. Moreover, the source of the credits can be hidden. If Inta hadn't told him, he would never have known that the top 3 in the competition could earn credits. Luckily, he's naturally suspicious and asked. Actually, what Chishu was most satisfied with was that no one would discover his identity as a rogue card maker. It's really embarrassing to admit, licking armpits, covering butts, ballet whirlwind slaps. Not a single card was legitimate. He won, but he was also incredibly smug. Chishu sighed, reflecting on the hardships of life. Returning home to an empty villa, without Cole Ball's figure, he touched his heart, which felt empty too. Just as he was slightly lost in thought, a white shadow flew over and landed on his shoulder. Hiss. Loosen your grip. Gurgle. Useless human. What the hell? You dare insult your father? Chishu didn't finish his sentence. There were still 2 people protecting him at the villa entrance. He needed to maintain his honest, unassuming persona. However, Cotton knew his thoughts. Gurgle. Idiot. Heh. He was wondering why so many masters and spirits on the StarNet were incompatible. Turns out it's because they know each other too well. They know each other's thoughts perfectly. Never mind you. I'm going to watch the live stream. It's about to start. Chishu quickened his pace, ignoring the little white ball shaking on his shoulder. Chapter 94. Back in his study, Chishu affixed the holographic chip to a spot slightly above his temple, then began searching for the live stream room of the underground arena. The match was about to begin. Upon entering the live stream room, a wave of damp, cold air seemed to hit his face and neck. The simulated arena resembled a forest after rain, quiet and deep. The 2 combatants were already warming up, slowly ascending the elevator to the core of their mechs, the cockpit. Dickens was very tall, and the space felt slightly cramped when he entered the cockpit of the Super S mech, Black Mamba. His appearance was drastically different from his personality. He had shoulder-length reddish-brown hair, a sinister look, deep-set eyes, and golden pupils that, like his spiritual form, radiated a dangerous and chilling aura. Ready. Ready. Both contestants answered simultaneously. Dickens's opponent's mech was the medium-sized Super S-Class Fallen Angel, an anthropomorphic mech with 6 wings. The feathers forming the wings were special blades, glossy black and sharp, concealing chemical solvents that could corrode the mech. Its weapons were located on 1 arm and 1 head. It was a mech combining physical and chemical components. Dickens's mech, Black Mamba, was a heavy mech. In its transformed form, Black Mamba resembled a giant python, its body covered in various protective spikes. Its short, thick tail possessed immense defensive power, its tail hammer resembling that of a prehistoric ankylosaur. A few swings from its tail could either send the opponent flying or shatter it. In the simulated, dimly lit forest arena, the transformation of the 2 giant mechs into their 2 forms was a visual feast. Chishu finally understood why some people enjoyed watching underground battles. Regional leagues aren't just competitions between different regions. They're also games of the wealthy. The underground arena, however, is different. It's home to elite graduates from various universities who have gone underground. They take on all sorts of special missions and even deal with space pirates. Their strength isn't as easily discernible as in the regional leagues. It's unfathomable and fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could drag them into the abyss. Violence, terror, and bloodshed are legal in this underground arena. That Dickens kid is really hiding his true strength. Chishu thought he was as naive as he appeared, easily fooled. These people, they're all just pretending. Chishu told Bai Zi to prepare drinks and snacks. How can you watch a live stream without food? In the holographic live stream, the air in the forest after the rain was humid and stuffy. The Black Mamba, just ready, released poison gas and smoke towards the fallen angel. Chishu, this guy, was he planning to run away from the start? Oh well, this idea seems to have come from him. Later, Chishu realized he had overthought things. The Black Mamba seemed even more intimidating than he had imagined. It relentlessly approached the fallen angel through the smoke, attempting a surprise attack from behind, only to miss its target. By then, the fallen angel had already taken to the air, seemingly watching the Black Mamba's blunder with amusement. But before the pilot of the fallen angel could even finish laughing, a streak of blue light, as fast as lightning, shot out from the fog and struck the fallen angel's ankle, the very foot it used to maintain its balance on the ground. Seeing this, Chishu's eyes widened slightly. Dickens said he was afraid? This is fear? Worried that Inta was secretly earning credits, Chishu invited Inta to the small viewing room he had created for his livestream. However, Inta shared the same thought and also brought in all his classmates, including Zack. Inta deliberately let Zack enter last. Upon entering and finding everyone already there, Zack exclaimed, "Eh." Chishu initially only wanted to find Inta, but gradually more and more classmates arrived. He could actually identify them by the last character of their IDs, but he couldn't remember all the names of his classmates. The small livestream room was initially noisy. Chishu couldn't hear what they were saying, but he thought he heard the sound of bones cracking. Gradually, the room quieted down, and few spoke. Most expressed their surprise at having someone with the same name as Zack in the underground arena through typing. Actually, only Zhao Yuan and Tang Chao talked a lot, but it wasn't noisy. Zhao Yuan exclaimed admiringly, "No wonder he's the son of the Marquis of Bart. Looking at Dickens' Black Mamba gear, I'm wondering when I'd be able to earn that kind of money on my own." Chishu didn't know Zhao Yuan's family background, but since learning that these people were all big shots, he only believed half of what they said. Compared to Zhao Yuan, Zack was unusually quiet, and Chishu stopped teasing him about sharing a name. On the field, the fallen angel began its counterattack, its aerial feathers raining down on Black Mamba. Black Mamba was forced to revert to its humanoid form, dodging, while unleashing its superpowered energy cannon at the hovering fallen angel. The surrounding greenery, drenched by the liquid released from the fallen angel's wings, was corroded and charred black. Large patches of paint peeled off Black Mamba's mech, making it look like it had vitiligo. Only today did Chishu truly feel the reality of being in interstellar space. This was just a competition. If he were to actually go to the battlefield, the war would likely be far more brutal than this scene before him. The Zerg are divided into lower and higher Zerg. Those invading the borders are almost always small fry controlled by advanced Zerg civilizations. But once a Queen Zerg joins the battlefield, it becomes an existence that instills absolute fear and trembling. It's said that a Queen Zerg's exoskeleton being hit by a swarm of mechs is merely a tickle. The enormous Queen Zerg is like a mountain, and can even devour mech weapons. Only those powerful enough to reach SSS rank or higher can deal with it. Chishu, gradually drifting off into thought of Al-Hypei again. He heard he could defeat a Queen Zerg. Was it true? He was curious about Al-Hypei's strength, since he hadn't seen any videos of him fighting. They all been deleted from the StarNet. The others in the class were already used to seeing these scenes. Among them were two sons of border counts. Their planets were practically militia. Chishu, didn't you say you bet on the fallen angel? How much? Zack suddenly asked in the channel. Chishu snapped out of his daze, and saw the Black Mamba mech in the holographic live stream hide behind a tree. The tree was quickly corroded, leaving only a pool of black liquid, proof enough of the fallen angel's power. He thought to himself, no way, Dickens won't lose before even using his star card? Due to the high cost and rarity of top-tier star cards, players rarely use them, only resorting to them when absolutely necessary or unable to withstand the pressure. Actually, Chishu had bet 200 million on the Black Mamba. The odds were 3.32. The reason for such high odds was that Zack's star card was like a demon in the underground arena, capable of crushing everyone. Most seasoned gamblers had bet on Zack's collaborator, Cassidon's fallen angel. They were the kind of people who had been proven wrong before. They always lost if they didn't bet on the fallen angel. They believed that even if Chishu came, he couldn't possibly beat Zack. Zack seemed to operate under a mystical law. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. Chapter 95. After being questioned by Zack, Chishu could only honestly reply, I was originally supposed to bet on a fallen angel, but my spiritual body snatched my terminal, and it accidentally bet on a Black Mamba instead. Sigh, that was 200 million given to me by the third prince. A cotton ball flying past the window whimpered, Coo! Liar! The people in the small room fell silent instantly. The reason was that they felt like they'd been fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing a public display of affection. The third prince is really rich, giving you 200 million so easily. After all, he doesn't even have time to go home, so he can only transfer star coins to me. Chishu's tone carried a hint of helplessness and disappointment, but in his heart, he thought, sorry, third prince, the money I use can't be used openly. Besides, Al-Hypei does transfer 50 million star coins to him every day, so it's not a lie. Inta knew something about Chishu's wealth. Chishu and he were practically inseparable. I remember you still had over 2 billion. The money from selling beast cores all spent? No, I can't use my account yet. I transferred it all to the third prince to keep safe. Chishu didn't hesitate to tell his classmates this, which deepened their understanding of him. Sure enough, someone couldn't help but sigh. Chishu, you actually trust your partner so much. Even if he's a prince, you should still keep some things to yourself. Hearing Chishu's words, everyone else in the class thought he was a simple and naive person. But it didn't matter, with them there, if anything went wrong, helping this good kid Chishu wouldn't be a problem at all. Hearing his classmates' words, Chishu blinked his obsidian black and bright eyes, and smiled shyly and awkwardly. Actually, it's nothing. I trust the third prince's character. He's our empire's god of war. Chishu's tone held a hint of admiration and pride, yet it also made everyone feel that he was very reserved and low-key, rarely referring to himself as the third prince's partner, which spoke volumes about his good character. Everyone felt a little embarrassed for a moment, afraid that saying too much might taint this good boy, Chishu. They were all people who had crawled out of the swamp's mud, not only dirty in body, but also in heart. Especially Inta, who thought Chishu was practically an angel. So innocent and naive. It was truly remarkable that someone like him worked so hard to kill star beasts for credits. He must have been heartbroken while killing them, right? This little episode about Chishu's bet was briefly glossed over. Zack felt they had been swayed by Chishu's words again, but he had no proof. Boom! A massive thud echoed as the mech crashed to the ground. The black mamba, lying on the ground almost unable to get up, began to emit a strong, pungent odor from its joints, even worse than the plastic waste from a garbage incinerator. Chishu frowned and instantly shut down his sense of smell. After Dickens collapsed, the previously quiet netizen suddenly flooded the screen with comments. Mamba! Get up! What? Don't lose. All my allowance went to Mamba. I heard his card maker is Chishu. That's a fallen angel. How can we win? Not only is he a physical and chemical attacker, but he also has wings. Why aren't you using star cards? You're already at this point. What are you still pretending for? If you can't beat him, just spend money. It's not shameful. Chishu's star cards. They're everywhere. A few days ago, I snagged a discounted high-level star card and used it on a high-level relative who came to cause trouble at my house. I won. I finally got my revenge. But now I feel a little dizzy, like I'm drunk. Anyway, I'm going to check if my ants have finished moving my house. Upstairs? Stop spamming other things in the comments. Mamba's doomed. Just when the fallen angel thought Black Mamba was about to surrender from torture, Dickens used his mental power to make Black Mamba kneel up again. Because the load-bearing axle supporting the upper body of the mecha and the cockpit was embedded in the black feathers, and was reinforced and corroded, Black Mamba could only transform into a black python again. Unfortunately, the severely injured giant snake began to move very slowly and pitifully. The next second, the fallen angel flew above the Black Mamba's head, intending to deliver the final blow to end the match, but was suddenly struck down by the massive snake tail with a loud bang. The fallen angel was sent flying. The audience gasped and stood up in shock. How could they forget that the Black Mamba's tail simulated the tail hammer of an ankylosaurus? The Mamba's black outer skin plates and simulated muscles in its tail worked together to create a powerful impact, striking the fallen angel again. No one expected that the Mamba, who had just been feigning weakness, would deliver such a devastating blow to the fallen angel. Chishu was also terrified by Dickens's cunning and treachery. The enormous slamming sound had shattered the eardrums of everyone present, powerful and shocking. Gradually, the fallen angel, its mech severely damaged, was entangled by the giant snake, which seemed determined to crush it bit by bit. In this situation, if the fallen angel didn't use its star card, the match would truly be over. Cassidy, sitting sideways in the cockpit, felt a heavy, oppressive force, as if it were consuming him. Having been tricked, he loathed the cunning Dickens. He frowned, immediately deciding to activate his star card. Top-tier star card activated, thanks to the divine assistance of card maker Zack. Dickens felt a shiver run through him. The damp, suffocating feeling gradually spread through the cockpit. The simulated forest sky grew darker. It seemed nearly an hour had passed. This time, Zack's star card wasn't the kind of power-type card capable of tearing apart mechs. Because the giant snake was covered in spikes, if the fallen angel were to use it, his own mechanical arm would be damaged. Therefore, Cassidy used a card combining energy and strength. The fallen angel mech, its body covered in corrosive solution, overflowed the solution, flowing into the gaps in the giant snake's deck. Sensing danger, the giant snake instantly released its grip. 4 of its 6 wings were entangled, leaving only 1 pair capable of flight. Once freed, the fallen angel's black feathers rained down once more like a storm. Dickens thought to himself, this fallen angel isn't just a dual-weapon unit, its entire body is a weapon. The fallen angel's wings were slowly strengthened again, and the black feathers, infused with corrosive solution, rained down, causing the giant snake to flee desperately to the ground beneath the trees. Dickens watched helplessly as nearly half the trees in the simulated forest were corroded, a chill running down his spine. He gritted his teeth and finally activated his star card. Top-tier star card activated. Thanks to card maker Chi Shu for his divine assistance. After the star card was activated, the corrosive black feathers in the sky stopped falling. In the quiet cockpit, Dickens seemed to hear strange breathing sounds coming from the opponent's channel. Damn it! Dickens, what did you do to me? The usually taciturn, purple-haired, ice-eyed Cassidy's gaze focused on Dickens's mech, and his eyes immediately burned with pain, his head throbbing. Chapter 96. He gritted his teeth and launched another attack on the massive black snake mech on the ground. But before he could even connect his mental energy to the control sensor, he was ejected. Immediately afterward, his heart ached as if being repeatedly struck in the chest. This feeling reminded him of that year, the night he was cuckolded, watching helplessly as his partner left him, feeling a heartache so intense he could hardly breathe. Now, just thinking of Dickens on the ground evoked this strange feeling, yet it was also as if he were feeling sorry for Dickens. He uncontrollably wanted to attack Dickens, yet simultaneously, as if he had already fallen in love with Dickens, he mentally and frantically wanted to possess him. Most importantly, thinking of this man caused him heartache, a bittersweet, tingling, electric-like pain. Cassidy, who had initially questioned Dickens with a fierce tone, now had Dickens on his mind. The more he tried not to think about it, the more he thought about it. Dickens, you can leave now. I won't hit you anymore. Just don't ever appear in my sight again. The viewers in the live stream. Shock. Everyone watching was completely stunned. What's going on? Could it be that these two have something going on? Dickens was also bewildered. What was this? Was this some undisplayed side effect? Dickens took a deep breath. He planned to get away from this madman and then deliver the fatal blow. That was his rational thought, but he couldn't help being a little curious. Why are you telling me to leave? But this is a competition. I surrender. You can leave. Just seeing you makes my heart and head ache. Cassidy was in agony. The thought of Dickens sent shivers down his spine. Who exactly was Dickens? How could he possibly have such thoughts? Could it be he had amnesia? Was Dickens his lover? Cassidy felt like he was dying from the agony. Clutching his heart, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and announced his surrender in the public chat. This exchange between the two caused the entire live stream to fall silent. Rice, who had been eating melon, suddenly dropped it from his mouth. Oh, his brother was gay. He remembered his brother being a straight man. Dickens had always had crushes on girls, and if Dickens and Cassidy really had a relationship, Rice couldn't even bear to think about it. The two seemed completely mismatched. After the match, Dickens won, but felt like he had lost something. He emerged from the simulated match arena in a daze. Reporters swarmed outside, and as soon as he appeared, almost all the surveillance cameras converged on him. Dickens frowned, trying to ignore it. Surprisingly, beating Cassidy felt somewhat unpleasant. Thinking about Cassidy's words, he inexplicably felt that perhaps he shouldn't have won this way. He was a two-faced man, capable of being honest and kind, yet also cunning and treacherous. At this moment, he actually felt guilty towards another person. Just then, Cassidy, severely overworked and mentally damaged, emerged from another door. When he saw Dickens, his reddened eyes seemed to say goodbye, as if the two would never see each other again. Dickens took a step forward, and the live broadcast clearly captured the complex emotions in his eyes. The viewers in the live stream reacted as if they stumbled upon a major juicy scoop. The chat flooded with comments like they just watched a romantic drama. I'm totally shipping them. So, Dickens, you and Cassidy are having an affair. Judging by their eyes, there's definitely a 800-episode story behind it. No way, isn't Cassidy supposed to like girls? I remember hearing that the reason he became so taciturn was because his girlfriend of many years cheated on him a few years ago. Wait, what's going on between Cassidy and Dickens now? They're looking at each other with such tenderness, like they're about to face a life-or-death separation. I'm totally shipping them. These two are in a love-hate relationship. Wait a minute, Chi Shu's top-tier star card doesn't seem to have been used yet. It's too late. These two are probably ex-lovers, and one couldn't bring himself to go all out, so in the end, one of them gave in. Dickens' victory was completely inexplicable. Only when he finally got fed up with the surveillance cameras did he remember that Cassidy's unusual behavior occurred after he used his star card. No way. Dickens's face darted between red, green, and yellow. Deep down, he remembered he was straight, so why was he so uncontrollably missing Cassidy? Just thinking of that name made him completely lose control. He rushed forward and forcefully pulled the sweaty, weak Cassidy, who was walking at the front, into his arms. Cassidy obediently stayed in Dickens's embrace. Dickens's slightly rough stubble brushed against Cassidy's head as the two nestled together. Only Chishu seemed struck dumb, his mouth slightly agape as he looked at the comments on the screen blessing this love-hate relationship. He suddenly had an urge to flee interstellar space and move back to Earth that very night. So, this is the side effect of not being able to display anything. Once Dickens wakes up, will this guy disguise himself as a deliverman and crawl through the internet cable to hunt him down? And Cassidy, I heard from Rice that he's a bounty hunter. It's over. At this moment, Chishu's classmates exclaimed, "We're shipping them." Only Zack remained silent, staring intently at Chishu's avatar in the small livestream room. He felt something was off. And where did Cassidy and Dickens' disgusting actions come from? Zack looked like he'd seen a ghost, because Cassidy was his neighbor, and he knew about Cassidy's dating history. Where did this Dickens come from? Is this normal? Inta, oblivious to these romantic entanglements, congratulated Chishu on making a fortune in the voice chat. Chishu touched his nose, his voice tinged with guilt. Oh, not at all. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Inta immediately felt ashamed. He had so hoped Chishu would remain in last place. Yet Chishu said he couldn't compare to him. A day had passed since the match between the fallen angel and the black mamba. Cassidy and Dickens had been cuddling and cuddling all day, and Rice, upon receiving the news, couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably at home. He called Chishu to tell him about it. Ha ha ha, I really can't take it anymore. Rice laughed until his stomach hurt, rolling around on the sofa at home, saying to Chishu, just thinking about how Dickens mocked me before, I just can't help it. Chishu, do you remember how happy he was when he got the card thinking there were no side effects? I can't even imagine how devastated he'd be when he finds out the truth. At this moment, Chishu was once again glad he had the foresight to wear his disguise so well. It seems he can't send Dickens any more packages. If that guy finds out the truth, he'd definitely crawl over here via the express delivery channel. But could Dickens please go easy on him? Considering it was a buy one get one free deal. Chishu swallowed hard, pretending to be calm, and said, anyway, as long as he wins. Yeah, as long as he wins, ha ha ha. But do you know what he lost because he won the competition? Ha ha ha. Rice couldn't imagine how shocked and devastated his seemingly honest brother would be when he woke up. Another day passed, and Dickens and Cassidy finally woke up. Dickens said he wanted to meet Chishu to thank him in person, but Chishu said he was too busy. Meanwhile, the exchange competition between the Federation and the Empire's universities was about to begin. Chapter 97. The history of the Joint Military Academy exchange competition between the Federation and the Empire is less than 400 years old. 400 years ago, the Federation was defeated and signed an agreement to return territory to the Empire and pay reparations. The star cluster on the eastern edge of the Randall star system, which had been constantly clamoring for independence, was territory invaded by the Federation. This history is humiliating for the Federation. They do not believe the Empire is superior to them in technology and production. They believe the Empire merely possesses a superior geographical location, having the most habitable planets in the second and third star systems, and that it won by relying on inexhaustible energy. After hearing Inta recount this history to him out of boredom, Chishu's calm eyes rippled slightly. It turns out that the starry sky he saw when he arrived was only a small part of the vast universe. The human eye can never see the whole world. I heard your terminal was confiscated before, so you must have had little exposure to the history of civilization and the interstellar technology tree. The technology tree is the fruit of accumulated technology. Both the theoretical foundation and the branching technological civilizations are collectively referred to as the interstellar technology tree. Yes, Chishu replied with a smile. They were waiting for the department meeting to begin. The quiet and spacious meeting hall was a circular lecture hall, and there weren't many students from the card-making department. The upperclassmen from the same department also arrived one after another. Unlike the eccentric first-year card-making students, they seemed more normal in their demeanor, but they were even lazier than the first-year students, simply taking online classes. Inta saw Chishu looking at him with those sparkling, smiling eyes, and it was only then that he noticed that Chi-Shu was also wearing the school's pure white uniform today, with a black beret on his head, and his slightly long hair was tied up in a small bun over his shoulder. Inta sighed inwardly. Compared to these seasoned veterans, Chi-Shu was practically a blank sheet of paper. Just then, before everyone had arrived, a loud bang, like an explosion, came from the entrance of the conference hall. A huge hole had been punched through the wall near the door. A senior student lay sprawled on the floor, holding a used acceleration card. Blood streamed from his forehead. He lay there for less than 2 seconds, and before the medical robot could appear, he slowly stood up. His uniform accentuated his muscular physique, as if the injury was nothing. He even smiled and greeted the freshmen. Chi-Shu's classmates, who had used the one-day experience card for handsome men and beautiful women, also smiled and responded to the senior. Chi-Shu, Before receiving the meeting notice, Chi-Shu hadn't known they actually had senior students from his department. As expected of someone from the card-making department, their entrance was accompanied by its own sound effects and background music. Chi-Shu seemed completely used to it. His clear, limpid eyes showed not a trace of surprise. Some people had rushed back from other planets, weary from their journey, and most of them would immediately glance at the famous third prince's consort. The third prince's fame was widespread, so everyone was quite curious about his partner. Chi-Shu possessed a low-key, reserved, humble, and handsome air. Anyone who saw him for the first time would think he was a good person. Furthermore, being nourished daily with high-quality food, Chi-Shu's energy and spirit looked much better than some people who drank nutritional supplements for a long time. Some even mouthed greetings to Chi-Shu from afar. Chi-Shu understood, if a social media celebrity or star appeared beside him, people would be curious and want to observe the difference between the person and the online persona. From the moment his identity was exposed online, his life was destined to be turbulent. After another half hour, everyone finally arrived. Chi-Shu switched his terminal to micro-vibration mode, forcing himself to resist looking at the photos of cold balls sent by the third prince. But Leopard was so cute, what had it done wrong? In the end, Chi-Shu couldn't resist and downloaded all the pictures to the terminal's back-end files, even using one as his terminal wallpaper. Only when the frail old professor stood on the conference room stage, did Chi-Shu reluctantly turn off the terminal. This was the 4th day since he and Cold Ball had been separated. He missed it terribly. The professor on the stage had a serious expression, and the hardships he endured couldn't conceal his imposing presence. He read aloud a 2-minute-long speech from a prepared script, emphasizing safety precautions for other departments. While other departments focused on personal safety, the card-making professor kept telling his students, other people's lives matter too. Chi-Shu, A few minutes later, the professor said in a deep voice, I don't want this year's competition to be like last year, where half the students in the federal card-making department are seriously injured in an explosion. The person who caused that accident last year was the senior student, who had just been bleeding from the head. That senior student raised his hand, aggrieved, and argued, I didn't know they would come to me like that, and they didn't die, did they? Chi-Shu, Where should he even begin to complain? Oh well, this is normal, Chi-Shu told himself. He was the only normal person in the card-making department. Compared to the others, wasn't he normal? I repeatedly emphasized that we absolutely mustn't cause a major accident, but you wouldn't listen. Now you lost money, haven't you? Go work on another planet to pay it back. Are you done yet? No. The senior student fell silent instantly. The old professor, dressed in a simple black robe, his face deeply lined, wore black-rimmed glasses to improve his eyesight. His trembling hand flipped through his notebook again, before moving on to the next question. Also, it is strictly forbidden for orc students to transform at will on the field, and it is forbidden to use uncivilized cards to tear other people's clothes. Chi-Shu, It is forbidden to shave someone's head during the competition. It is forbidden to evaporate all the water sources on the field during the competition. It is forbidden for carnivorous orc students to eat herbivorous students. It is forbidden to add ingredients to the nutrient solutions of students from other schools. Chi-Shu, Why is it that he understands each word individually, but not when they are put together? Chi-Shu turned around and looked back at his classmates. Their eyes seemed to hold an indescribable blankness and vacant stare, like wisps of mist. Oh, so you were daydreaming. How could everyone be daydreaming? Is he the only one taking the meeting so seriously? Is this not worth listening to? The old professor said, in short, I will not tolerate any of this behavior in this competition. Some of you have caused trouble, and are still paying back debts, while others owe the school 20 credits for violating school rules. Don't make me remind you again. Winning or losing this year doesn't matter, as long as you don't cause any major trouble. The upperclassmen looked aggrieved, while the first-year card-making students, who hadn't participated in the competition, completely ignored him. Chishu thought for a moment. It's okay, as long as he doesn't cross the line. He's still a member of the royal family, so he can't make a mistake in his words or actions. He needs to keep a low profile while not losing credits. He heard that last year's rule was that if you could eliminate half of the card-making students in the Federation, you could get 3 credits. No wonder the upperclassmen took the risk of eliminating half the students. Thinking about it, it did seem like the quickest way. Chapter 98. Finally, Chishu is your new junior, and also the third princess consort of our empire. His newly promoted SS Plus mental strength is still unstable. Keep a close eye on him, and don't give the Federation any opportunity to strike. Chishu is someone who has a high chance of upgrading to SSS in the future. Each of his awakenings is seriously illogical. Who knows if he might upgrade under dangerous circumstances? The Federation will stop at nothing to make the Empire lose a potential star. The Mental Strength Research Institute and the school are also worried about Chishu. Moreover, electronic masks are not allowed in the competition, and Chishu's face is already known to the public. It's obvious that Chishu will likely become a key target for the Federation. During the competition, members of the royal family, nobles, schools, and parliament are not allowed to interfere. Only the Imperial Legions will guard the perimeter and immediately launch a rescue operation in case of any emergency. Yes, Professor. The voices of the senior students and his classmates responded to the professor one after another. Chishu was somewhat surprised. He had been singled out. It felt like both a good and a bad thing. Being watched closely, he had to both earn credits and maintain a harmless, low-key demeanor. It was indeed difficult. After the professor finished speaking, Chishu stood up, bowed to the responding senior students, and smiled and nodded in thanks. The professor was very satisfied, thinking to himself that the third princess consort was the most well-behaved and sensible person in the school. She hadn't caused any trouble since enrolling, and was very hard-working. The teachers had all seen it. Chishu hadn't been corrupted by the chaotic card-making class. Her character was rare, and she was also very polite. What teacher wouldn't like a student like that? Next was the school-wide assembly. The card-making department students sat together in the lower right corner of the open-air square seating area. The assembly mainly consisted of 2 parts. First, emphasizing student safety, and second, announcing the competition rules. This year's competition was reformed due to the major incident caused by the card-making department last year. It was no longer a professional-to-professional competition, but a free-for-all, which Chishu regretted. Tomorrow, students from all participating universities will be placed on a primitive planet. Students can only bring nutrient solution, some basic necessities, and 1 mech and 1 melee dagger. Because lightsabers are too lethal, their use is prohibited in exchange competitions, and daggers were used instead 200 years ago. Each university, as a unit, can only eliminate students from other universities, and cannot accidentally injure its own students. Violators will be immediately eliminated. This year's organizer is the Interstellar Alliance General Bureau from the 2nd and 3rd star systems. The General Bureau staff will provide each student with a special competition terminal, a black bracelet with an elimination button. Chishu's ears were ringing. It turned out that what had been projected onto the original star was a randomly formed team competition. The later arena competition was open to only the top 100 students, who had emerged victorious from the team competition. In the early team competitions, only card-making students were special. They could bring an unlimited number of blank cards, but not pre-made ones. Chishu knew he couldn't flaunt his talent too obviously. Right now, he appeared to have achieved nothing, yet so many people were watching him. If he started writing high-level cards right away, he might attract even more attention. Not only might the Federation people nip him in the bud, but also the powerful nobles, who were hostile to the royal family. These people probably also wanted to get rid of him, especially Duke Dant, who hated him intensely. After all, he had ruined Dant's plans, and that old man was definitely trying to kill him. After the meeting, with their departure for the original star that would serve as the competition venue the next day, Chishu sent Alhype a message announcing his participation. He was startled by a video call request that popped up on his terminal, catching him off guard. Chishu hesitated slightly, then chuckled lightly. "Third Prince, are you video calling me while you're training?" "Yes, it's about your competition. Do you want to go?" Although Alhype had video communication enabled, Chishu couldn't see his face. The reason was that Alhype felt he didn't look good right now, covered in sweat from training. "I want to go." Chishu didn't want to miss any opportunity to earn credits. Carl isn't by your side. If you encounter trouble, you can summon your spiritual entity. It can provide you with a lot of information and, if you can't win, you can run away. Chishu, This isn't like you, handsome third prince. I understand. I had Hein make a statistics table for you. Take a look. If you encounter those higher level than you, don't fight them head on. If they're lower level, don't hesitate, just take them down. If you get tired, drink nutrient solution, there's no limit to the amount. Of course, if there are too many people, run away, or grab a hostage to take the hits. Al-Hype entered university at 16 and graduated at 20, winning the exchange tournament championship for 4 consecutive years. Chishu learned all this from Inta. He had always felt that Al-Hype himself didn't match the rumors. Now, Chishu thought the rumors were true. The third prince did indeed exude a ruthless aura, which was good. If you encounter danger, you can ask Daniel for help in the public channel. Isn't this a bit much? Chishu answered while awkwardly trying to remember who Daniel was. The name sounded familiar, but who was he again? He's more than happy to oblige. When Al-Hype heard his 2 younger brothers bragging to him about getting rabbit meat, he knew he couldn't let them get away with it for free. He's in the same school as you, and you're technically his sister-in-law. You don't need to bow to him, but he has to bow to you. Don't spoil him. Also, you just reached SS+, so you don't have enough time to customize a suitable mech. I had someone from the palace send you my Silver Moon. It's a bit old, but it's very useful and easy to operate, perfect for you. If you don't understand, you can tell Silver Moon to activate auto attack. Silver Moon's chip has recorded over 10,000 high-quality battle videos. If you encounter a similarly powerful mech, don't worry. If you can't beat it, Silver Moon will run away. Chishu shocked. He seemed to understand the meaning of spending money. Al-Hype felt he was being long-winded for the first time. Worried Chishu wouldn't remember, he directly converted it into text and sent it to him. After ending the communication, Chishu immediately prepared an empty space button according to the list that Al-Hippie had compiled, and took everything that Al-Hippie said he could bring. Fearing that he might forget something, he also called Deshaun to help him. Chapter 99. Upon hearing that his young master was going to participate in the competition, Deshaun expressed great concern. Master, are you proficient in using your mental power? It's alright, don't worry. Chishu had initially thought the Super A-grade mecha given to him by Cole Ball was usable, but now that there was something better, of course he chose the better one. High-level, high-performance mechas cost more than houses, and Chishu couldn't afford one anytime soon. Mechas like Rice's started at billions, and even if they broke, there was a warranty. Those mechas costing hundreds of thousands were a complete waste of money for those pay-to-win players. Chishu couldn't deny that the royal family had indeed provided him with excellent resources and broadened his horizons. Fortunately, he could send them some star cards when he had free time, so he didn't owe them too much of a favor. Chishu stopped worrying about these things. After Silver Moon was delivered to him, Landon, who was on duty, sat in the co-pilot seat of the mecha cockpit as a temporary instructor. Half an hour later, Landon's brow furrowed, his smile fading as he looked at Chishu with utmost seriousness. Silver Moon is good, but what if an emergency occurs and its AI system is attacked? What will you do then? You mean manual driving? Then run. Al-Hype said, if you can't win, run. Landon's eyes widened in surprise, a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. The third prince really said that? Yes. He actually taught you to run away. Landon rubbed his face, looking at Chishu incredulously again. He's been awake for days, and this is all he taught you. Then, Landon suddenly laughed. All right, it seems his expectations of you aren't high. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Langdon simply picked out a chain scythe from his spatial armory. The Federation's people are too mixed up. I don't think a dagger is suitable for you. A Kuzurigama will do, the length and thickness of the blade are just right, and it's an uncommon weapon. Thank you. Chishu's breath caught in his throat when he saw what Langdon was holding. His eyes widened, his heart pounded, and his blood boiled. He used this thing all the time in the apocalypse. He preferred the Kuzurigama because he was worried about getting his hands and clothes dirty while killing zombies. He'd forgotten about it after transmigrating, assuming this ancient weapon had been lost to the annals of history. Langdon took it out to demonstrate and check the chain's sturdiness. The crimson Kuzurigama was fully revealed before his eyes. Thank you for thinking of us while you were cooking. As a token of my gratitude, I'm giving you this knife. I think this thing should be easy for you to handle. If anyone tries to get close, just swing the scythe and tie them down. Don't hold back, everyone else is ruthless too. The Federation and the Empire are mortal enemies. It's normal for them to resort to underhanded tactics in public competitions. Chishu stared intently at the beautiful chain sickle, his voice soft. Okay, thank you so much. Alright, I teach you. You learn quickly. If your hand strength isn't enough, you can make up for it with mental strength. If all else fails, I have Cod bring me his best dagger. As Chishu's hand slowly wrapped around the chain, it felt heavy. He began practicing repeatedly and awkwardly in front of Landon, trying to get the hang of it as quickly as possible. No one would guess that the innocent-looking Chishu liked this kind of weapon. In the morning, the royal family delivered a large box of fresh, expensive nutrient solution. Deshawn told him it was a high-grade energy nutrient solution, available in various flavors, delicious, and quick to restore energy. The Empress just returned to the capital planet and sent me to get it. Master, please try it and see if it suits your taste. Chishu washed up, put on his neat uniform and black boots, and went downstairs. His black hat was tucked under his arm. He gathered the cotton he had gathered in the fields, nodded to Deshawn, and took a vial of pale red nutrient solution that Deshawn had randomly selected from the box. Even before tasting it, he could smell a faint rose fragrance. After drinking it all, his mouth felt sweet. Delicious. Deshawn, please thank the Empress for me. Chishu didn't mind having too much. He directly stuffed all the nutrient solution into his spatial storage. Nearly a cubic meter of nutrient solution. He couldn't drink that much even after a week on that primitive planet, but he liked to stock up. Deshawn, yes, Master, time is running out. Please hurry, I will guard the home well. Chishu nodded and got into the hover car driven by Kuda, arriving at the gathering point, a starport that resembled an endless, floating white spiderweb. You arrived? Inta waved immediately upon seeing Chishu. At the entrance to Starship 23, almost everyone was a student from the card-making and agricultural science departments, including Philip, Vincent, and others. Inta's voice rang out, and everyone followed his gaze to the figure they had been waiting for. The boy's steps were light and quick. His simple yet understated uniform was perfectly tailored, highlighting his tall and elegant figure. As he approached, everyone unconsciously made room for him. Chishu didn't seem particularly special, but his unique aura always made people feel comfortable and at ease around him. Ready to go on stage? Nervous? Inta asked him quietly. Not really, everyone's here. Chishu smiled slightly. Zach's gaze fell on Chishu's face, thinking that this guy was really strange. He seemed like he could tell his classmates anything, but in reality, he was incredibly meticulous in everything he did. He hadn't shown the slightest sign of distress since leaving planet Pulin. During the days when news of Count Su's dismemberment spread, Chishu remained completely unaffected. Neither joy nor sorrow showed on his face. Zach had noticed then that this guy was remarkably emotionally stable. While waiting for everyone to gather, they started talking about the latest hot topic, the story of Dickens and Cassidy. I heard Cassidy surrendered that day because Dickens used Chishu's star card. What kind of star card could make two complete strangers fall in love? A mental card. Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but gasp. A mental card. This is a card that only exists in history. Legend says it can control any creature. Is that true? It's true. Dickens and Cassidy underwent testing and verification. The officials of the underground arena also came out to clarify that they are both straight men and not together. It was truly caused by Chishu's mental card. Some people present shuddered, their hair standing on end. The mental card is the most powerful of all types of star cards. This card can control any creature, inspiring even more fear and dread than the fantasy card. Chishu probably won't dare go out now, right? Cassidy is searching for him all over the internet, even staking out Dickens's house every day. He thinks that Chishu, who is hiding so well, must have been hidden by the Marquis's mansion, otherwise how could he be nowhere to be found? Not a trace. Haha, why is he looking for Chishu? Losing is just being a sword loser. It's not that he can't play the game, he lost his integrity. If it were me, I might go crazy too, after all, dying in a live stream with 3 billion viewers. At this moment, Chishu seemed to be wearing a semi-permanent mask, half smiling, because Zach was staring at him intently. His face was almost frozen, and he dared not show the slightest abnormality. Inta glanced at the two men, then suddenly glared at Zach, pulled out his personal terminal, which hadn't been confiscated yet, and texted him, "If you don't want to die, stop thinking about it." Zach, ? What did he think about? Chishu is the third prince's partner. If you want to die, then look. Zach, Just as Inta finished sending the message, The robot that came to confiscate the terminal slowly arrived. Chishu felt a pang of reluctance at having his phone taken away. He took one last look at Cole Ball's photo and sent Alhype a message. Be careful, don't get hurt. Feeling that only caring about Cole Ball wasn't right, he added, thank you for lending me the mech. The terminal was confiscated, and the group list would be displayed on the starship's large screen. Chishu, his mind preoccupied with little Cole Ball, sat down somewhat absent-mindedly. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, he overheard Inta next to him say, Chishu, you better be careful from now on, don't get scammed. Accidentally injuring a teammate from your own school will result in immediate disqualification from the competition. The Avengers do this every year. What? Chishu looked at him. Look at the big screen in front of you. Everyone in your group is no pushover. The fifth prince is alright, but the others, well, let's just say they're not exactly friendly. Chapter 100. Chishu followed Inta's slightly pointed gaze and looked at the enormous, suspended light screen. He easily found his name. In a group of 5, his name was at the end. Shuangwei, Kecha, Shimolong, Daniel, Chishu. Shuangwei, rumored to be infamous for torturing others' mental bodies, but because it didn't happen at school or during class time, the school had no authority to investigate or deal with him. Shuangwei, possessing SS plus mental strength, was not only academically excellent but also the top student in the individual combat department. Kecha, rumored to be a freak in veterinary medicine, loved anatomy class. With SS plus mental strength, his specialty was dissection, but he also had severe mysophobia, making him an extremely contradictory person. Shimolong, a genius in mecha repair, was extremely vengeful and disliked almost everyone except himself. Although very talented, he had a terrible reputation at school, rumored to have a penchant for tampering with other people's mechas. Fifth Prince Daniel was much more normal than the others, a chemistry genius, except he was prone to blowing up labs, having destroyed half of the school's hundreds of labs. Whether Daniel had done anything else, Inta didn't know. Just don't mess with him, I understand. Chishu didn't dare admit he hadn't remembered much, because the names were unfamiliar, and he might have misremembered. Inta also felt he'd been too strict. He actually told the last-ranked student so much at once, without caring whether the student could remember it all. Anyway, just be careful. But with the fifth prince around, you don't need to worry too much. I heard he's a pretty good guy. Have you met him? No, I only met the third prince. I see. Inta was very attentive to Chishu, the new student in the class. Also, you're an awakened one, practically a national treasure. Don't worry about the fifth prince treating you badly. Royalty are generally very nice. Chishu, generally? What does that mean? Does it mean someone thinks his coal bomb's owner is bad? Doesn't he know whether he's nice or not? The third prince is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He's usually very meticulous in his words and actions, and has a strong sense of boundaries. He doesn't ask many questions, or forcefully demand anything of him. For Alhype, a superior, to be this approachable is quite remarkable. Okay, I understand. Thanks for the reminder, class monitor. What about you? Who are you paired with? I can't be paired with classmates, or even classmates from the same major. It seems this league is very chaotic. I don't recognize any of those people. The massive bat-shaped black starship, after traveling through space for 3 hours, finally reached the jump point. The experience of the jump was unpleasant. He felt dizzy and lightheaded. Fortunately, Zach, sitting next to him, gave him a multifunctional adjustable eye mask, reducing his dizziness. Zach had been observing Chishu for a long time, feeling he was close to uncovering the truth, but lacking evidence, he could only continue watching Chishu. He had heard the gist of what happened with Chishu's group, but Chishu was gradually drifting off, his mind seemingly a jumbled mess, amidst unfamiliar and bewildered stares. Inta had only spoken for 6 minutes, and Chishu had already lost focus. Seeing Chishu like this, he immediately abandoned the idea of linking the princess consort Chishu with that perverted, rogue card maker Chishu. Could such a foolish third prince's wife really be capable of creating top-tier star cards? Clearly not. An hour after the jump, the starship successfully arrived at its destination. Planet 021716, the primitive planet of vine melons. It was nicknamed Planet of Vine Melons because the planet was abundant with vines and wild melons, but none of them were edible. Chishu felt very disappointed to hear that these were inedible. After parting ways with Inta, he arrived at rendezvous point 0028. Their group was also 0028. When Chishu saw the blonde, blue-eyed boy again, he suddenly remembered. This was the ghost friend on his friend list. It turned out the fifth prince had wanted to approach him for a long time, but for some reason hadn't spoken to him. Sister-in-law. Daniel, who wore his pure white school uniform with the air of a haute couture suit, smiled politely, placed one hand on his left chest, and bowed slightly to him. Although the bow was small, it exuded gentlemanly charm. The composition of their team, not a random selection, had been altered 4 times by Group 0028. Hello, fifth prince. Chishu's lips curled into a slight smile. Daniel, seeing Chishu's still gentle face, couldn't help but sigh. Chishu and his third brother's personalities were truly complementary. After Daniel greeted Chishu, the other 3 arrived at the assembly point. Zhuang Wei, from the individual combat department, had met Chishu once, but at the opening ceremony. If his father hadn't instructed him to befriend Chishu, he probably wouldn't even remember him. Third prince's consort. Hello, I'm Zhuang Wei. It's a pleasure to team up with you. Although Zhuang Wei bowed, his tone was indifferent. He thought Chishu's mental strength level reaching SS+ was a recent development. Like a child carrying a boulder, teaming up with him would definitely be exhausting. Chishu nodded slightly, her eyes crinkling with a smile, seemingly pleased by the other person's words. Zhuang Wei's hair was even lighter than Xiao Hong's, a pinkish rose color, with a simple silver earring. Beside Zhuang Wei was Kecha, with long snow-white hair. He wore a white uniform and white gloves. His light brown eyes looked at Chishu for a moment before he calmly said, Hello, third prince's consort, I am Kecha. Hello. Chishu nodded. Finally, the person who slowly walked up to Chishu was Shimolong. He sized Chishu up and concluded that his father had made him come all this way for nothing. This person definitely couldn't be that perverted card maker Chishu. Chishu's innocent and adorable appearance made him happy even with Zhuang Wei's perfunctory reply. How silly. Hello, I am Shimolong from the Mecha Repair Department. Chishu was somewhat surprised by this introduction. The other 2 hadn't introduced themselves, only given their names. Zimelang was a short-haired, dark-skinned mecha mechanic, about 1.9 meters tall, similar in height to the others, and with a strong physique. His family owned a mecha repair insurance company. He didn't have a spot, and had to rely on his excellent grades to get into the Royal Mecha Academy. Thanks to that Master Chi, his family had been incredibly busy lately. Hello. Chishu smiled. Fortunately, there were only a few people. He thought it was right not to have others bow to him at school. If everyone greeted him, and no one remembered him the second time they met, how embarrassing would that be? Sister-in-law, let's go. Daniel looked refined and reserved, but his eyes were very cold, showing no respect for others. The other 3 hadn't even gotten to know each other yet, so they could only follow. After all, everyone had their own purpose in being with Chishu. Chishu only remembered 3 people's names and hair colors: Pink Wei, White Cha, Black Lang. He shouldn't have mistaken any of his teammates. Sister-in-law, I had your spicy rabbit meat last time. Thank you so much, it was delicious. You're welcome, I just made it on a whim. Hearing this, Chishu suddenly straightened his back, regaining some confidence. Daniel was now certain that Chishu really was a very easy person to talk to.